Chapter 1 Welcome to the Survival Realm. What the hell? Lin Yifan looked at the heavy rain outside and the light rain inside the shabby thatched house, feeling like crying but having no tears. He had crossed over. No, wait, it wasn't just him who had crossed over. It was everyone on Earth. Because at this moment, a transparent light screen was glowing in front of him. The light screen displayed a long string of text information. Friends of Earth, welcome to the Gamma Star System Survival Realm. Your home, Earth, has been destroyed. It used its last strength to send you here, seeking a final glimmer of hope. Please cherish this opportunity. Basic rules of the survival world. First, nights here are very dangerous. You can only be relatively safe by staying in a safe house with a campfire. Second, days here are relatively safe. You can go out to search for supplies during the day, but the daytime is short, so cherish your daylight hours. Third, various levels of resource boxes will randomly refresh in the wild. Opening these resource boxes can yield various precious resources. Please search diligently, as it is key to living a high-quality life. Resource box levels from low to high. White, green, blue, purple, red, gold, rainbow supreme. Fourth, although the survival realm is full of crises, there are also rewards. Within those crises, this star system grants all survival beings a chance for talent awakening. It's time to test your luck. Hope you're lucky. Besides talents, if you're fortunate, you may also find some precious items that enhance your life strength, break through life levels, gain greater power, and enjoy a longer lifespan. Becoming a Super Saiyan is not just a dream. The light screen in front of you connects to your brain and can be controlled with your thoughts. Besides displaying various information, the light screen can also be used to identify item information in this world, excluding special items. The light screen will also send recent disaster information and weather forecasts, so please check it regularly. Lin Yifan let out a slight sigh as he read the information before him. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. No matter what, he had to survive. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he was an orphan without parents to make tea least this way. He didn't have to worry about the safety of his family and could focus solely on his own survival. However, he did have a girlfriend, but he had no idea where she was now. He hoped she was doing well. After slightly adjusting his mood, Lin Yifan used his thoughts to flip to the next page of the light screen. Auction House Leaderboard Friends Private Chat Channel. A series of directories arranged from top to bottom, looking just like a game screen, clear at a glance. Lin Yifan clicked through them one by one and found that the leaderboard couldn't be opened, but the auction house could be accessed, though there were no products inside yet. There was no need to mention friends and private chat. He skipped over those and opened the chat channel. The channel was open, and in the upper left corner, Lin Yifan saw a prominent number. Human Race Group, District 10086, population 100,000. Seeing this number, Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows that he had seen in the news a couple days ago that the total population of Earth was about 8.2 billion. With 100,000 people per district, there were over 80,000 districts. It seemed that the district he was in ranked quite high. However, he was a bit confused by the term human race group. Could it be that there were other groups in this survival realm? But he didn't dwell on it right now. Even figuring out how to survive was a problem. What was the use of thinking too much? As he looked down, a flood of information began to scroll. Holy crap, what's going on? We all crossed over. It's so cold, so dark, so scary. I want to go home. Who could take me back? They'll give them 1 billion. Stupid upstairs, identification complete. Earth is gone. Where are you going back to? Can someone lend me a set of clothes? I was just battling with a model, and in the blink of an eye, not only is the model gone, but I'm also naked. This house is drafty, and it's making me cold. Help! Help! There's a wild boar crashing into my thatched house. The roof is collapsing. Damn it. Wild beasts can attack safe houses? It's over. My shabby thatch house is drafty and can't hold up much longer. If another wild boar comes. I have a wild boar here, too. It smashed my thatched house, and now it's charging in. Lin Yifan was shocked when he saw this, because just a second later, the number of people displayed at the top of the channel changed to 99999. Someone logged off. Why did they log off? Everyone understood in their hearts that the person who logged off was dead. Lin Yifan looked at the abruptly stopped chat record and felt a chill run down his spine. The beasts actually attacked the safe houses on the very first day. If a wild boar came here now, how long could his shabby, thatched house hold up? Lin Yifan couldn't help but feel a question mark at his heart. He quickly looked up at the thatched house. Suddenly, a string of information appeared on the light screen. Wobbly thatched house, 5 square meters. Grade, Level 1. Comprehensive evaluation. Your shelter has been severely damaged and may collapse at any moment. Please upgrade it as soon as possible, or you'll face a life crisis. Next level, rough wooden house level 2. Upgrade requirements. Black iron level wooden house, blueprint 10. Wood 800. Stone 800. Soil 500. Kind reminder, if you can find higher quality safety house blueprints, you can also build according to those blueprints, allowing you to achieve better safety. After reading the information, his brows furrowed slightly. The quality of the thatched house was not surprising to him. He had to upgrade the safe house as soon as possible, otherwise, he would have no sense of security at all. However, right now, he didn't have the mind to think about these things, because what was most important to him now was awakening his talent. With a thought, his character information appeared on the light screen. Name, Lin Yifan. Age, 23. Life level, subhealthy human. Talent, unawakened can be awakened. Strength, 8. Agility, 10. Stamina, 7. Intelligence, 9. Remaining attribute. Points, 0. Lin Yifan's attention was focused on the talent section. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his hands together and began to pray to the heavens and deities. Dear ancestors, Buddhas, and gods, please bless me with an exceptional talent. After earnestly finishing his prayer, he then softly exclaimed, Talent awakening. Although controlling the light screen only required thoughts, at this moment, he still believed more in the power of sound. As soon as his voice fell, the talent section began to rapidly summon various symbols. These symbols looked like characters, but he didn't recognize them. However, there were also flashes of Chinese characters, which he recognized. Through those few Chinese characters, he finally understood that awakening talent was essentially a lottery draw among countless talents. After the characters danced around for a while, they finally stopped on a string of symbols resembling pictograms. What is this? Lin Yifan looked at the mysterious characters, his expression puzzled. But after a moment, that string of mysterious characters slowly transformed into a string of Chinese characters. Random buff, draw once a day, can draw lots. You can draw once daily to obtain various buffs with different effects. The draw refreshes at midnight every day. So are you lucky or unlucky? It all depends on your fortune. Lin Yifan looked at this talent, feeling a bit confused. What exactly is this talent for? Daily lottery for buffs. What exactly is a buff? Lin Yifan frowned, feeling a bit conflicted for a moment before he focused his mind and said, Draw lottery. Lottery successful. Today's buff, item upgrade times 55. Item upgrade. Can upgrade an item from its current quality to the next tier. Lin Yifan's eyes immediately brightened. He was initially a bit disappointed, as his talent description was quite abstract. His understanding of buffs was still limited to the red and blue buffs that refreshed every 2 minutes in the game Honor of Kings before he transmigrated. He originally thought that his daily buff draw would be something like those red and blue buffs. He never expected it to be such a powerful buff. Item upgrade. Even with only 5 chances, it was enough for him to significantly improve his gear in a short time. Moreover, since he could draw a buff every day, it meant he had a talent that would never be fixed. A talent where anything was possible. Lin Yifan's heart raced with excitement, and it took a while for him to calm down. Then he decisively raised his head, focused all his attention on the thatched cottage, and firmly said, Upgrade the thatched cottage. Chapter 2. Level 1.5 Thatched Cottage. What is the most important thing for Lin Yifan right now? Of course, it's the thatched cottage. He didn't want to live another day in a place where it rained heavily outside and lightly inside. He had to upgrade the thatched cottage. Lin Yifan's anticipation quickly received a response. The rickety thatched cottage began to shake rapidly, just as Lin Yifan was worried that the cottage might collapse at that moment. The dilapidated thatched cottage quickly began to rebuild itself inch by inch before him. Finally, after a flash of white light, the old thatched cottage transformed into a brand new one. Lin Yifan stared at the new thatched cottage, his expression suddenly frozen. He quickly opened the information. Brand new thatched cottage, 5 square meters. Level 1.5. Overall evaluation. This is a brand new thatched cottage that has just been completed. Although its protective capabilities are still weak, it is sufficient to keep out the wind and rain. Next level. Level 2 Safe House. Rough wooden house. Upgrade. Conditions. Black iron level wooden house blueprint, 10. Basic wood 500. Basic stone, 500. Basic clay, 300. Kind reminder, if you can find a higher quality safe house. Blueprint. You can also build according to that blueprint to achieve better safety. Lin Yifan's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He had originally envisioned directly upgrading the level 1 safe house to a level 2 safe house using the item upgrade. This way, he could save the trouble of finding blueprints and materials. But unexpectedly, the upgrade was unsuccessful. However, at that moment, he noticed that the description of item upgrade had changed. Item upgrade 51. Can upgrade an item from its current quality to the next tier. Items that require blueprints for crafting cannot be fully upgraded without blueprints. Turns out I was missing the blueprint. Lin Yifan suddenly realized. It seems that to upgrade the safe house next time, he would need to find a blueprint first. Although it didn't meet his expectations, at least he managed to upgrade to level 1.5, and the materials required for the upgrade were significantly reduced. Overall, it was still a profit. Now there are still 4 upgrade opportunities left. What should he upgrade? Lin Yifan glanced inside the thatched cottage, looking for something to upgrade to enhance his survival capabilities. Unfortunately, the thatched cottage was empty, with only a rusty axe lying next to the fire pit. He scanned it with his mind. Item name, rusty axe. Quality, inferior. Evaluation, an axe made of black iron and wood, covered in rust, with a chipped blade, very poor quality, can be used to chop trees, but is more suitable as a breeding ground for tetanus pathogens. Lin Yifan picked up the axe and swung it a couple of times. It felt reasonably balanced. However, looking at the large chip on the blade, he was quite skeptical about whether it could serve its intended function. But he had item upgrades. A craftsman must sharpen his tools. Lin Yifan unhesitatingly used 1 item upgrade on the axe. With a flash of white light, a shiny new iron axe appeared before him. Item name, sharp iron axe. Quality, normal. Evaluation, an axe made of black iron and wood. Although of normal quality, it is more than sufficient for chopping trees, or even people. Lin Yifan swung the axe a few times, finally feeling relieved. The psychological pressure brought by the mysterious presence in the dark was overwhelming. Having a sharp weapon gave him a greater sense of security. Although there was still a fire pit inside, perhaps it could also be upgraded. However, Lin Yifan's item upgrade opportunities were down to 3. How could he waste it on a fire pit? At that moment, a message suddenly popped up on the screen in front of him. Current time. Survival year 20245, April 28th, 6:58 a.m. Daylight, 7 a.m. Nightfall, 5 p.m. Today's weather. Light rain. Temperature, 20 C. Kind reminder, it will soon be dawn, and a day of survival is about to begin. Please prepare, and a special reminder. Be sure to return to the safe house before dark, or you will bear the consequences. Is it about to get bright? Lin Yifan looked through the gaps in the dilapidated thatched cottage to see outside. But he found it was still pitch black outside, with no sign of dawn. However, when the clock struck 7, the dark night suddenly faded, and the entire land was enveloped in light. Lin Yifan watched this scene, astonished. Is it this bright all of a sudden? At this moment, he finally saw what kind of world this was. A gray mist. Everywhere was filled with gray mist. The mist seemed to envelop the entire world, hiding everything beneath its thick veil. He couldn't see clearly what this world was like. But fortunately, the mist near the safe house was relatively thin, thickening as it spread further away. Lin Yifan didn't know if it was due to the rain or if this world was always shrouded in mist. His sixth sense told him that it was dangerous inside the mist. But regardless of the danger, he had to go out to search for supplies. He had eaten a bowl of instant noodles before transmigrating, and now he was already hungry. He had to find food and water to survive. However, looking at the drizzling rain outside, Lin Yifan felt a bit of a headache. His clothing consisted only of this pure cotton pajama set he bought on a bargain website. Although the weather wasn't too cold, getting wet in the rain would likely lead to a cold, right? After thinking for a moment, Lin Yifan turned to look at the grass curtains surrounding the thatched cottage's walls. He decisively used the axe to take down a piece, then pulled some grass to weave a rope, tying the top of the grass curtain into a bundle. He then arranged the bundle to form a conical shape. Next, he spread out the hanging grass with his right hand and placed it on his head. In an instant, a simple yet effective grass hat was completed. The grass was long enough to cover his body, just right for shielding against the rain. With the self-made grass hat on his head and the axe in hand, Lin Yifan took his first step into this new world. He had previously observed that directly in front of the safe house were only some low shrubs with neither stones nor suitable trees to exploit. The only advantage was that the line of sight was relatively wide. To the left was a dense forest, and although the right side was also forested, it was interspersed with many thorny vines. To enter and search for resources or cut down trees, one would have to clear the thorny vines first. This was simply too time-consuming, so Lin Yifan chose the left side without hesitation. After walking for about 2 or 3 minutes, he saw a water sycamore tree the size of a bucket. Lin Yifan was born in a rural area of Jiangnan and was familiar with many types of trees. He had also previously observed that the ecological environment here was very similar to that of Jiangnan. In the mountainous areas of Jiangnan, water sycamore trees were generally not favored because they are softwood and cannot be used to make furniture. But Lin Yifan liked them now. After all, softwood is easy to cut down. Chapter 3. The first treasure chest. Lin Yifan placed the axe on the ground, spat into his palm, rubbed his hands vigorously, and then picked up the axe to start chopping the tree. Thud, thud, thud. After more than 10 minutes, the water cedar finally fell. At the moment the tree fell, it began to decompose automatically, eventually turning into a pile of knee-high wood, neatly arranged on the spot. Basic wood, 3 units of basic wood. And there was such a large pile? Lin Yifan sighed and started to move the wood, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, it was close to the safe house. Otherwise, moving this pile of wood would not be easy. Lin Yifan spent about 10 minutes moving all the wood back to the thatched cottage. He then returned to the forest and continued chopping trees. After 2 hours, he saw 6 more water cedars, obtained 18 units of basic wood, and decided not to chop any further. His safe house level was currently 1.5, and he needed just 30 units of basic wood to upgrade to level 2. The fire pit for one night only required 2 units of wood. With 18 units of wood already, he only needed to chop 5 more water cedars. There were plenty of water cedars around, so there was no need to rush. What he urgently needed now was food and water. Therefore, he had to go find supplies first. Fortunately, he was familiar with the local ecosystem, so finding some wild fruits to eat shouldn't be difficult. After walking about 100 meters, he spotted some purple fruits the size of mung beans growing on a bush. They were wild blueberries. Having been hungry all day, Lin Yifan's eyes lit up at the sight of these wild blueberries. He rushed over, grabbed a handful, and stuffed them into his mouth. The sweet and sour juice immediately comforted his taste buds. After eating half of the blueberries from a bush, Lin Yifan finally let out a satisfied sigh. Although wild fruits weren't filling, at least he wouldn't starve. Without any tools, he decided to simply chop down the remaining half of the blueberry bush with his axe and carry it on his shoulder. Unlike other fruits, blueberries don't easily fall off even when fully ripe, so he could keep them for a few more days, a win-win situation. Now that his stomach was temporarily full, Lin Yifan finally had the energy to think about where the treasure chest was. While he was moving wood earlier, he occasionally checked the chat channel. Many people had posted in the channel, saying they had found treasure chests and opened them to find abundant supplies. There were not only water, bread, and biscuits, but some even found weapons and blueprints for safe houses. Some even reported finding storage bags that only existed in novels and legends. It was said that storage bags were palm-sized but had a space of 2 or 3 cubic meters. 2 or 3 cubic meters of space that could hold 1 or 200 units of wood. If Lin Yifan wanted to upgrade his safe house, blueprints were essential. But what he craved more was the storage bag. If he could get a storage bag and then use item upgrades to enhance it, he could obtain a larger storage bag. With a storage bag, searching for supplies would save him a lot of time. Lin Yifan also noticed that in such a lush forest, the ground was extremely moist from rainwater, yet he hadn't seen many mushrooms. Even wild fruits were scarce. Aside from the blueberries he encountered earlier, he hadn't found any other wild fruits. He had originally hoped to sustain himself through foraging, but it seemed that the survival world didn't allow for such loopholes. To survive, one must actively seek survival. Just as he was about to open the chat channel to ask those who found treasure chests for strategies, he suddenly discovered a gray-white treasure chest hidden in the grass at his feet. The chest was mostly covered by grass, and if he hadn't kicked the grass with his foot, he would have never noticed it. Finally, I found a treasure chest. Lin Yifan was overjoyed and quickly dropped what he was carrying to uncover the chest. White treasure chest can be opened open. Seeing the words can be opened, Lin Yifan instinctively wanted to open the treasure chest. However, recalling the 3-item upgrades from the fortune token, he quickly stopped himself. Pressing his hand on the chest, he softly said, "Upgrade item." A flash of white light passed. The originally gray-white treasure chest transformed into a dark green wooden treasure chest. Green treasure chest can be opened. Looking at the green treasure chest in front of him, Lin Yifan felt a surge of excitement. He had saved the 3-item upgrades just for this moment, intending to upgrade the chest when he found it. If others could get storage bag from the lowest level white treasure chests, he couldn't believe his green treasure chest wouldn't yield something good. Lin Yifan clasped his hands together and prayed once more to the deities before finally opening the chest. Peering inside, he saw 3 items placed within. Among the 3 items, the most eye-catching was a raincoat woven from palm fibers. Item name: raincoat quality, excellent description, made from palm fibers. A high-end custom fashion item crafted by an essential oil master, waterproof, windproof, and warm. It's a must-have. This was truly a case of a pillow arriving just when he needed to sleep. Lin Yifan happily picked up the raincoat and draped it over himself, finally letting out a long sigh. The raincoat offered both protection and warmth. Although it wasn't as lightweight as a modern raincoat, it was definitely more practical in the wilds of the mountains. Raincoats can be easily torn, but raincoats are not afraid of that. The raincoat also came with a wide-brimmed hat, so Lin Yifan simply took off his homemade straw hat. However, he didn't throw it away. After all, it was taken from the thatched cottage, and he needed to bring it back to reattach it. Once equipped, Lin Yifan turned his attention to the other 2 items in the treasure chest. One of the items was the storage bag that Lin Yifan had long coveted. Item name: storage bag, internal space, 6 cubic meters, quality, excellent description. A storage bag crafted with space stones as the core, boasting an internal space of 6 cubic meters. It is a rare high-quality storage bag and an excellent helper for home, travel, and even for more nefarious activities. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up as he read the information about the storage bag. As expected of a green treasure chest, it was an excellent level storage bag. When he observed the storage bags mentioned in the chat channel before, the largest ones only had a space of 3 cubic meters, and many only had 1 cubic meter, and his had 6 cubic meters. If he upgraded it with item upgrades. Thinking about the upgrade, Lin Yifan couldn't wait and immediately set about upgrading the storage bag. However, after a flash of white light, the gray storage bag disappeared. What remained was a bronze ring embedded with a white gem, intricately designed and quite exquisite. Item name: space ring, internal space, 15 cubic meters, quality, premium description. A premium space ring crafted with space stones as the core and bronze as an auxiliary material, combining beauty and practicality. With an internal space of 15 cubic meters, it is an excellent companion for home, travel, and even for more nefarious activities. Lin Yifan picked up the ring, his face filled with excitement. Chapter 4. Shotgun for Cannon, Space Ring. This is actually a space ring, and it even has a built-in space of 15 cubic meters. Lin Yifan looked at the ring in his hand, and a smile spread across his face. With this ring, he could go further to search for supplies without having to make multiple trips to the safe house. Most importantly, he could store all his precious items in the ring and carry them with him. Although the distant areas of this survival world were shrouded in thick fog, making it hard to see clearly, who knows if someone might cross through the mist and come near him. If he were out searching for supplies and his home was raided, he would still have the supplies in the ring to fall back on, ensuring he wouldn't be back to square one. Of course, Lin Yifan hoped all of this was just his overthinking. Surviving in this strange world was already difficult enough. If he had to worry about infighting among his own kind, survival would become even more challenging. However, if that day truly came, Lin Yifan wouldn't mind getting his hands dirty. Better others die than him. Lin Yifan happily slipped the ring onto his finger, and with a thought, he saw the space inside the ring. He tossed the blueberry tree he had just chopped down and the straw hat he had just replaced into the space. Then he turned his attention to the last item in the treasure chest. It turned out to be a compound bow. Item name: Falcon Compound Bow. Grade: good evaluation. A compound bow with great killing power, but in the hands of someone who doesn't know how to shoot. It's just scrap metal. Lin Yifan couldn't put down the compound bow, excitement bubbling in his heart. If the space ring had allowed him to realize his fantasies, then this compound bow was the realization of his dreams. Before he crossed over, he had always loved archery, but his financial situation had limited him from buying a high-precision brand name compound bow. He could only rent a compound bow at the archery range for a thrill. However, his talent in archery was quite good. Even though he only occasionally practiced, his accuracy was better than many seasoned players who had practiced for years. Before crossing over, the archery range he frequented had even approached him about working as a part-time coach, and he had agreed. But before he could attend his first class, he was transported here. He had felt a bit regretful, wishing he would have the chance to touch a compound bow again in this lifetime. He never expected to own one so soon after arriving. Lin Yifan gently caressed the compound bow in his hands and without hesitation used an item upgrade opportunity to upgrade the bow. Item name: Windchaser Bow. Grade: quality evaluation. A traditional longbow crafted using ancient methods, made from purple gold wood for the bow body and cow tendon for the bowstring. As long as your arm strength is sufficient, your arrows can penetrate anything. Lin Yifan stared at the upgraded Windchaser bow, dumbfounded. He had chosen to upgrade the compound bow to have a higher-level compound bow. Who would have thought that a perfectly good compound bow would turn into a traditional longbow after the upgrade? It wasn't that he disliked traditional bows. It was simply because he had never practiced with one. The accuracy of a compound bow is adjusted, while the accuracy of a traditional bow depends entirely on eyesight. With a compound bow in hand, Lin Yifan was confident in his accuracy, but now that it was a traditional bow, what could he rely on? If he had known, he wouldn't have upgraded. Lin Yifan regretted his decision, but it was too late to change things. He could trade it, but this was a quality-grade Windchaser bow. Earlier, when he had some free time, he often refreshed the auction house and chat channel. So far, the weapons sold in the auction house were mostly basic rusty axes or rusty hammers. The best weapon was an ordinary-grade watermelon knife, compared to his quality-grade Windchaser bow. That was simply trash. How could he bear to trade it? A traditional bow is still a bow. They're all bows and arrows, right? He could learn. At worst, he would just practice more. Lin Yifan gritted his teeth, took an arrow from the accompanying quiver, knocked it on the Windchaser bow, aimed at a pine tree 20 meters away, and released. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air and instantly lodged itself in the pine tree trunk. Lin Yifan hurried over and saw the arrow perfectly embedded in the targeted spot, instantly gasping in awe. He looked down at the Windchaser bow in his hands, thought for a moment, and shot 2 more arrows. Each arrow hit the intended target, and such accuracy made Lin Yifan secretly wonder. Could it be that he was a shooting genius? He must be. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Lin Yifan calmly accepted his self-designation as a genius archer. After retrieving the 3 arrows, he stopped practicing. The accompanying quiver only had 20 arrows in total. While he could recover them after shooting, the arrows were not as durable as those of a compound bow. Once the feather fletching was damaged, the accuracy would be completely uncontrollable. Therefore, he had to use them carefully until he found a stable source of arrows. These 20 arrows were his guarantee of personal safety, with the quiver hanging at his waist and the Windchaser bow on his back. Lin Yifan confirmed that he could knock an arrow and draw the bow in the shortest amount of time. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then prepared to continue searching for new treasure chests. As for the empty bronze treasure chest, Lin Yifan also tossed it into the space for safekeeping. The empty treasure chest could actually be dismantled into raw materials. But since he was currently living in a bare house, having a chest to store things was far more valuable than breaking it down into a pile of raw materials. And now he had fallen in love with opening treasure chests. Just one chest had allowed him to trade up from a shotgun to a cannon. If he could find a few more, wouldn't conquering this survival world be as easy as playing? Not to mention, he still had 1 item upgrade opportunity left for the day. He had figured out that the items in the treasure chest were generally matched to the chest level. As long as he upgraded the chest, the items inside couldn't be too bad. However, with the first experience of finding treasure chests, Lin Yifan also knew that they were rare. So he didn't solely focus on finding treasure chests and kept searching for supplies as well. In this forest, there were more than a dozen types of trees, including common pines, cypresses, camphor trees, and water firs. Lin Yifan chopped down one of each type of tree and ultimately discovered that although chopping other hardwoods yielded one additional unit of wood per tree, the time it took to chop down one hardwood was enough to chop down 2 water firs. And the firewood generated from these trees was all of the same basic wood quality. Naturally, it was more cost-effective to chop down the water firs. As Lin Yifan searched for treasure chests, he also chopped down water firs and occasionally picked up stones he stumbled upon. By 2 p.m., he had already gathered 56 units of basic wood and 12 units of basic stone. Luckily, he now had the space ring. Otherwise, he would know how many trips he would have to make to bring all this wood and stone back to the safe house. Unfortunately, Lin Yifan still hadn't found his second treasure chest, which left him slightly disappointed. He still had one item upgrade opportunity left for the day and wanted to find another treasure chest to upgrade. If he couldn't find one, he would have to use it to upgrade basic materials like wood and stone. The thought of using such an incredible skill to upgrade basic materials was simply unacceptable. Chapter 5. The Cobra Strikes. After chopping down trees for so long, Lin Yifan was already so hungry that his stomach was pressed against his back. From last night until now, he had only eaten a handful of wild blueberries in the morning. At least he had water to drink, as it was raining. The rain was condensing on the raincoat he wore, and he could collect it by picking a few leaves. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to quench his thirst. Moreover, he had made a detour back to the safe house to store the wood and stones from his space ring inside. Even though the space ring could hold 15 cubic units, which sounded like a lot, it couldn't hold much when it came to large items like wood. The main reason he returned to the safe house was to place the previously empty treasure chest under the eaves to collect water. A person can go several days without food, but without water, they will be done for in 2 or 3 days. It was crucial to maintain a sufficient water supply. After placing the bronze chest, when Lin Yifan entered the forest for the second time, he did not head west like in the morning, but instead went north. The species in the northern forest were similar to those in the west. After chopping down another water fir tree, his stomach, which had been growling, finally made it impossible for him to endure any longer. However, after searching for so long from the west to the north, apart from that wild blueberry bush, he had only found a handful of wood ears. He hadn't found any other food or water, which left him feeling quite helpless. Clearly, it was a climate typical of Jiangnan, but the variety of species was evidently much more limited. It seemed that in this survival world, there were indeed very few edible species. After storing the primary wood he had just chopped down into space, he leaned against a nearby pine tree, sat down, and took out the wild blueberries from his space ring. After eating 2 large handfuls, his stomach, which had been cramping from hunger, finally felt a bit better. However, no matter how delicious wild blueberries were, they were still just wild fruits, and eating too many could become a bit sickening. Not to mention, while they could replenish energy, they were not a staple food or meat. After nearly 20 hours without staple food or meat, Lin Yifan, who preferred meat and carbohydrates, was on the verge of going crazy. Just as he was about to eat a few more handfuls of blueberries and continue searching for supplies and treasure chests, he suddenly heard a faint sound not far away. Lin Yifan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately took out his bow, placing an arrow on it, ready to shoot at any moment. He cautiously stood up behind a tree, peeking to see what was happening. He then spotted a cobra, as thick as an arm, slithering toward him from about 10 meters away. Upon seeing the cobra, Lin Yifan broke out in a cold sweat. This thing was highly venomous. If it bit him, he would basically be done for. Moreover, judging by the cobra's trajectory and its flicking tongue, it was definitely heading in his direction. Should he run? No, he couldn't run. Cobras chase their prey, and given the speed of this snake, he might not be able to outrun it. Furthermore, he was less than 200 meters away from the safe house, and having a venomous snake hovering nearby was too dangerous. The thatched house could protect against wild boars, but it might not be able to stop a snake. This creature could easily slip in through a small hole. If he didn't deal with it, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. Besides, although cobras are venomous, snake meat is a rare delicacy. So, even for the sake of his own well-being, he had to take care of it. Lin Yifan hesitated for just a moment before decisively putting away his bow, an arrow. The cloud-piercing bow was powerful, and he was confident in his archery skills. But this was a snake. Shooting a snake with a bow and arrow was too difficult. He needed to use another method. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered a relatively safe way to catch snakes that his grandfather had taught him when he was a child living in the countryside. All he needed was a long stick and a towel. He didn't have a towel, but he was wearing a nightgown, which had a similar material to a towel. So it would do. As for the long stick, he actually had one. Earlier, while exploring the West, he had come across a straight piece of rosewood and had cut it down out of curiosity. He had cut a straight segment about 3 meters long, which he was now using as a walking stick. It could also be used to knock down dew or scare away snakes in the grass or low bushes. Now it was just right for catching a snake. He tied the sleeve of the nightgown to one end of the stick and let the hem hang down naturally. Then he carefully approached the cobra while holding the stick. When the stick was close enough to the snake, Lin Yifan finally stopped. He then slowly waved the hanging nightgown gently above the cobra's head. The cobra, which had been slithering forward, halted in place, retracting its head slightly before suddenly opening its mouth and lunging at the hem of the nightgown with its sharp fangs. Seeing this, Lin Yifan's heart leapt with joy. At the moment the cobra lunged at the nightgown, he quickly lifted it up. Instantly, the cobra's fangs pierced through the fabric and hooked onto it. Lin Yifan hurriedly raised the stick a bit higher, causing the entire snake to dangle from the nightgown, twisting and writhing. The snake's head was desperately struggling, trying to break free. However, when its mouth was wide open, the fangs would stick out, and since the fangs had penetrated the fabric, they were now at a vertical angle, preventing it from escaping. In rural areas on Earth, many people used this method to catch snakes years ago, and it was very effective. Those with enough courage could then pull back the stick and directly grab the snake's head with their bare hands, ensuring the snake was alive, which would fetch a higher price when sold. Lin Yifan didn't care whether the snake was alive or dead since he intended to eat it. However, he did care about his nightgown. To prevent it from getting badly damaged or dirty, he decided to grab the snake with his bare hands. Once he had a hold of it, he pressed the snake down to the ground and used an axe to chop off its head. After severing the snake's head, Lin Yifan didn't dare to throw it away immediately for fear that the head might still have nerve reactions and bite him back. He held it in his hand for several minutes, waiting until he was sure it was completely dead, before taking a few large leaves and carefully wrapping the snake's head to store it in a space. Although there wasn't much meat on the snake's head, the venomous fangs and venom glands were valuable items that could be life-saving if used properly. The snake's body, after losing its head, didn't die instantly. It thrashed around on the ground for a long time before slowly losing its vitality. Just as the snake's body finally died, a faint light suddenly flashed beside it, revealing a gray-white treasure chest. White treasure chest can be opened. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up as he looked at the treasure chest. He began to ponder what this treasure chest was all about. He remembered clearly that there had definitely been no treasure chest here before. It only appeared after the cobra was completely dead. Could it be that killing wild beasts could drop treasure chests? Chapter 6. Recipe for effective mosquito repellent? If that's the case, getting treasure chests in the future will be much easier. Lin Yifan has the broken cloud bow in hand, with long-range attacks. Even a fierce wild boar wouldn't be a match for him. However, after exploring so many places today, aside from this snake, he has only heard some bird calls. And those birds seem to be hiding somewhere, as he can hear their calls but cannot see any of them. Otherwise, he would have shot them down with the broken cloud bow long ago. As for other wild beasts, he hasn't seen any yet. He probably needs to go further to find them. Now is not the time to think about these things. Lin Yifan shook his head, clearing away all the chaotic thoughts, and focused back on the treasure chest. Without hesitation, he used the last item upgrade buff on the chest. Suddenly, the chest upgraded to green quality. After taking a deep breath, he silently prayed for a moment and then eagerly opened the chest. Since this was also a green quality chest, it surely wouldn't be too much worse than the last one, right? Lin Yifan muttered to himself while cautiously looking inside the chest. 3 items again? Is it possible that a green chest can only yield 3 items? The thought flashed by, and he didn't bother to think too much about it. No matter how many items it could produce, the decision wasn't in his hands. It would be best if there were more items, but if there were fewer, he couldn't complain. Lin Yifan put that thought aside and reached for the first item in the chest. It was a scroll, and as he slowly opened it, the name of the scroll appeared before him. Recipe for effective mosquito repellent can be crafted after learning. Mosquito repellent? Lin Yifan was stunned. At the same time, he felt a shiver run down his spine. This is a survival world. There's no way something useless would appear out of nowhere. The appearance of a mosquito repellent recipe likely indicates a mosquito threat. Lin Yifan thought about his thatch hut, even though it had been upgraded to level 1. 5. From a dilapidated hut to a brand new one. Could it really keep mosquitoes out? Even he couldn't guarantee that. Should he learn it? Of course, he should learn it. Such a recipe must be kept in his own hands for safety. Learning the recipe, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, the scroll disappeared instantly. At the same time, a light screen that would automatically become invisible without a summon appeared. Potion name, effective mosquito repellent. Ingredients, 2 wormwood, 1 mint wormwood, mint. Lin Yifan furrowed his brow, his expression slightly serious. Both of these are common herbs, but after exploring for so long today, he hadn't seen a single one. It seems that even with the recipe, making the potion won't be that easy. A clever housewife can hardly cook without rice. Without the herbs, Lin Yifan had no way to make it. He could only temporarily set aside the task of making mosquito repellent and focus on the remaining 2 items in the chest. One of the 2 items turned out to be a square flower pot. It was about 50 centimeters in length and width, filled with black soil that looked very fertile. Lin Yifan picked up the pot and looked at it, and his face immediately brightened. Item name, universal cultivation soil, quality, good evaluation, can be used to cultivate any plant. Increases the growth rate of plants. The higher the quality, the more it enhances growth speed. A farmer's favorite. It can actually increase the growth rate of plants. This is simply a treasure for flower growers. As a purebred flower grower, Lin Yifan naturally had an obsession with farming. Moreover, with this cultivation soil, as long as he could find seeds for crops, he would be able to achieve resource regeneration. Only by achieving resource regeneration can one survive for a long time. This point has been verified by generations of flower growers over thousands of years. Thinking about crop seeds, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered the wild blueberries he had previously pruned. The taste of wild blueberries is sweet and sour. In a survival world lacking food, this is definitely a good thing. If he could quickly cultivate them with the cultivation soil, it would be a great choice whether for himself to eat or to trade for resources. With this in mind, Lin Yifan hurriedly put the cultivation soil into his space and then took out the last item from the chest. The last item turned out to be a frying pan. Item name, frying pan quality, good evaluation. Although this is a frying pan, it is a good quality frying pan. Please believe that its uses go far beyond cooking. Maybe it can also be used to smack your forehead. Lin Yifan looked at this evaluation, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He didn't know what kind of existence wrote this evaluation, but it was quite humorous. However, the person who wrote the evaluation seemed to have some violent tendencies, as they like to associate all items with hitting or killing. Nonetheless, whether this frying pan was suitable for smacking foreheads or not, it was indeed a timely blessing for Lin Yifan. He had been worried about how to eat the snake meat, but now he realized he could only roast it, because he didn't have any other cooking utensils. But now that he had a frying pan, he could fry or saw it. Even if he wanted to make a soup, he could manage. Thinking of a warm meat soup, Lin Yifan couldn't help but lick his lips. It had only been a short time since he last ate meat, and he found himself craving it terribly. After throwing the frying pan into his space, Lin Yifan stuffed the snake's body into the empty chest and threw it into the space as well. Then he took off the pajamas that had 2 holes poked by the cobra's fangs from the stick and put them back on. Although he felt a bit uncomfortable wearing the pajamas that had been touched by the snake, Lin Yifan had no choice. It was the only set of clothes he had, and if he didn't wear them, he would be bare-chested. After putting on the poncho again, Lin Yifan checked the time and was surprised to find it was already 4:30. It would be dark by 5 o'clock, with only half an hour left. It only took 5 minutes to return to the safe house. However, Lin Yifan still didn't plan to continue searching. He prepared to rush back west and dig up that blueberry tree." Saying it and doing it, he immediately ran towards the blueberry tree, not forgetting to bring that straight stick along. 12 minutes later, he arrived in front of the blueberry tree. He didn't have any digging tools, so he could only dig with his bare hands. It would take 8 minutes to return to the safe house, so he only had 14 minutes to dig. Time was tight. Lin Yifan didn't have time to worry about whether his fingers would hurt. After quickly digging for a while, he hugged the blueberry tree and began to pull it out. Surprisingly, he managed to pull out after tossing the blueberry tree into his space. He prepared to hurry back to the safe house. Now there were 10 minutes left, which was enough. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a corner of grayish-white exposed in the hole where the blueberry tree had been pulled out. Lin Yifan instinctively dug at it with his hand, and his eyes immediately lit up. This turned out to be a white treasure chest. With the treasure chest in front of him, how could he still move? He quickly crouched down and started to dig. Fortunately, the chest wasn't buried in the soil, but rather covered by a pile of dry branches and leaves. He had just pulled the massive root system of the blueberry tree, which had loosened the nearby thick branches and leaves, revealing this treasure chest. Time was running out. He spent 3 minutes digging the chest out. Then he ran desperately towards the safe house. At this point, the sky was getting darker, and an indescribable chill and fear surrounded him from all sides. Lin Yifan, who was drenched in sweat from running, couldn't help but shiver. When he looked up and saw the blood-red moon hanging in the sky, he was instantly filled with dread. It was as if that moon were an ancient beast, ready to swallow him whole. Chapter 7. Night falls. Returning to the shelter, Lin Yifan took a glance at the scarlet moon and dared not look again. He had a feeling that if he continued to stare, something ominous would happen. Although he wasn't sure if this feeling was real, he didn't dare to take the risk. This survival world had completely deviated from his understanding of nature, so it was better to follow the rules. At this moment, he was only about 100 meters away from the safe house, just a sprint away. However, he suddenly heard a familiar sound coming from behind him. Buzzing. It was the sound of mosquitoes, a noise that was ingrained in the bones of every Southerner. The deafening buzzing made Lin Yifan hesitant to imagine how many mosquitoes were behind him. It wasn't until he reached the safe house that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned against the door, took out the grass curtain he had used to make a straw hat in the morning, and hung it back in place. He peeked out carefully, watching the direction of the buzzing sound. Unfortunately, the night fell too quickly for him to see clearly, and the entire world was plunged into darkness. But from the sound, he could tell that the number of mosquitoes was unimaginable. He just didn't know when these mosquitoes would attack the safe house. Lin Yifan didn't even dare to hope that they wouldn't come. This was a survival world. Any species that appeared was inevitable. Otherwise, how could there be so many mosquitoes appearing right after he made the strong insecticide? Originally, Lin Yifan thought he didn't need to rush to make mosquito repellent. But now it seemed that he had to produce the strong insecticide first. Otherwise, he was genuinely afraid that he would be carried away by a swarm of mosquitoes in the middle of the night along with the safe house. Lin Yifan dared not look any longer and did not want to stay outside the thatched house. He brought the treasure chest that had been placed under the eaves to collect water into the thatched house and closed the door. Inside, the fire pit still emitted a faint glow. When he chopped down the first tree in the morning and collected the first batch of wood, he had used the wood to keep the fire going. 2 units of wood could burn for 5 hours, so he had directly added 6 units to ensure the fire would continue to burn. Lin Yifan remembered clearly that the previous announcement had stated that only safe houses with fire pits could have a certain level of safety. Therefore, the fire pit was of utmost importance. Even during the day, he didn't dare let it go out. The warmth from the fire provided some comfort to Lin Yifan, who had just been stimulated by the mosquito swarm. After running so much, he was indeed exhausted. After taking off his raincoat, he took out the white treasure chest he had dug up from under the blueberry tree and placed it by the fire pit to use as a stool. He didn't plan to open this treasure chest right now. He had water and meat and even some wild blueberries, so he wouldn't go hungry. His random buff, daily draw, talent would refresh after midnight. The items he had drawn today had already given him a taste of sweetness. What if tomorrow's draw was a similar talent? So, he planned to wait until after midnight to open the chest. After resting for a moment, Lin Yifan got busy again. taking out the blueberry tree and planting it in the cultivation soil. However, before planting it, he picked all the blueberries off. Since the cultivation soil could enhance plant growth speed, who knew what results there would be once the blueberry tree was planted? The cultivation soil did not disappoint him. Soon after planting the blueberry tree, small flower buds appeared. Lin Yifan estimated that by tomorrow morning, the blueberry tree would bear new fruit. This meant he would have a continuous supply of blueberries in the future. He could even exchange some for resources. After planting the blueberry tree, he took out the cobra and carefully used his axe to open its belly, retrieving the gallbladder inside. The gallbladder was cool and detoxifying, and it even had a vision-enhancing effect. It was definitely a good item. Lin Yifan originally wanted to swallow it himself, but since the snake had been dead for a while, the gallbladder was naturally not very fresh. After hesitating for a while, he decided to set it aside for resource exchange. Then he carefully peeled off the entire snake skin, used the wood to split a piece into a wooden spike, flattened the snake skin, and fixed it to the ground by the fire pit, using the fire to dry it out. Snake skin was a good material. If processed well, it could be used to make shoes. Moreover, it was a traditional Chinese medicine material. In a world without high technology, there were naturally no Western medicines. But people couldn't avoid getting sick, and in a world where medical conditions were almost zero, it was likely that they would have to rely on traditional medicine in the future. Lin Yifan had to plan well for his future. Even the most ordinary supplies were not something he could afford to waste. After taking care of the snake's skin, he finally started processing the snake meat. He didn't know which internal organs were toxic, but he also didn't dare to throw them outside, as the smell of blood could attract wild beasts. So, he threw the internal organs into the fire to destroy the evidence. He rinsed the remaining snake meat with a bit of rainwater, took out a frying pan, and prepared to grill it. However, after taking out the frying pan, he changed his mind. Although the frying pan could be used for frying or steaming, without any seasoning, the meat cooked that way would definitely smell foul. It would be better to just roast it directly over the fire. Thinking this way, he chopped some wood with his axe, cut the snake meat into small pieces, skewered them, and then placed them by the fire to roast. As for the frying pan, he filled it with a bit of water and put on the fire to boil. Although the collected rainwater was relatively clear, no matter how clear it was, raw water was still raw water. It couldn't compare to the comfort and safety of drinking hot water. After finishing all this, Lin Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the snake meat began to sizzle, and a rich meaty aroma wafted through the air, making Lin Yifan, who was already hungry, salivate. However, he waited until the snake meat was thoroughly cooked before he started to eat. The water in the frying pan had boiled, but since he didn't have a cup, he could only drink straight from the frying pan. A mouthful of hot water made him feel warm all over. Although Lin Yifan wasn't cold, in this damp and chilly weather, it still wasn't very comfortable. Drinking a cup of hot water at this moment was simply the best. While drinking water, he also checked the chat channel. In the past, when he had a phone, he had the habit of browsing it while eating. Now that there was no phone to browse, peeking at other chats was also a way to pass the time. As soon as he opened the channel, Lin Yifan saw that the number of people in the upper right corner had dropped to 97,960. More than 2,000 people had logged off. That was over 2,000 lives. Looking at this number sent a chill down Lin Yifan's spine. He had originally underestimated this so-called survival world, as he hadn't encountered any dangers today except for that cobra. However, it seemed that the hidden dangers in this world were far more than he had imagined. After raising his vigilance a few notches, Lin Yifan finally had the mind to look at the messages in the chat channel. Speaking of which, he had been busy all day, either chopping trees or searching for treasure chests. He couldn't afford to waste a single second and had no time to pay attention to the information in the chat channel. He always thought that everyone was like him, diligently searching for supplies all day long, doing their utmost to survive in this unfamiliar world. However, the information in the chat channel surprisingly revealed to him that he might have been too presumptuous. Chapter 8. Acquiring materials. At this moment in the chat channel, a flood of begging messages was rolling in. Please, kind brothers and sisters, give me something to eat. I haven't eaten anything all day. I'm the internet celebrity sexy little sheep. Any brother who is willing to give me something to eat, I will send you a picture of my long legs and black stockings. What a picture of Longlegs. Any brother willing to give me food? I could send you nude photos. Dear friends, I am Lin Yifan from the Time and Space Youth League. I'm about to starve to death. Please give me something to eat. I'll show you my abs. The various creative begging messages made Lin Yifan frown. He had hoped to gather some information about other survivors in the chat channel, but he didn't expect that even in the survival world, there would still be so many internet beggars. After he worked hard to block these online beggars, he finally saw normal survivors' chat messages. I've been chopping trees all day. I'm exhausted. If I hadn't found a treasure chest with bread inside, I'd probably be starving by now. Don't mention it. I've been hammering stones all day. I can't even stand up straight now. My stomach is growling. Who has food? I'll trade you for stones. I also chop trees all day, work my ass off, and only got a dozen units of wood. This is too hard. When will I gather enough materials to upgrade the shelter? Ha ha ha. I didn't chop trees or hammer stones today. I spent all my time looking for treasure chests and found 3. I'm full and it feels great. Don't be too excessive upstairs. We're all starving and you're full and flaunting. Yeah, what is there to show off about? I also found a big white steamed bun in a treasure chest. I didn't brag. Lin Yifan carefully looked at the comment section and found that the most scarce resource on the market was still food. As for stones and wood, most of the people who went out during the day to gather resources had at least a little in hand. It shouldn't be difficult to trade food for stones and wood. Lin Yifan was not lacking food at the moment. He had caught 6 or 7 pounds of snake meat today, and he still had a large handful of wild blueberries. After setting aside what he needed for himself, he could still have at least 3 or 4 pounds of snake meat and wild blueberries left. If he kept this snake meat and wild blueberries, it would at least ensure 3 days of food security. However, Lin Yifan didn't want to keep it. Food could be found again, but the terrifying mosquito swarm nearby could really take lives. Even though he now had a level 1.5 shelter, he still felt no sense of security. He had to quickly upgrade the shelter to level 2 and then make the super mosquito repellent before he could feel at ease. Thinking this way, Lin Yifan set aside the meat he would eat tonight and tomorrow morning. He then cut the remaining meat into egg-sized pieces with his axe and divided the blueberries into portions of 10 berries each. This way, he had 45 pieces of meat and 32 portions of blueberries. He then began to check the shelter information and calculate the materials needed for upgrading. Brand new thatch cottage, 5 square meters, grade, level 1. 5. Comprehensive evaluation. This is a newly built thatched cottage. Although its protective ability is still weak, it is sufficient for shelter from wind and rain. Next level, level 2 safe house, rough wooden house, upgrade conditions. Black iron level wooden house blueprint. 1-0, basic wood 50-63. Already met. Basic stone 50-12. Basic clay 30-0. Friendly reminder. If you can find higher quality safe house blueprints, you can also build according to better blueprints, thus obtaining a higher quality safe. Lin Yifan looked at the materials he was missing and felt a slight headache. The stones were not a problem. He had just carefully observed the auction house, where there were quite a few stones for sale. However, the quantity of clay was not much, which was actually quite normal when you think about it. While searching for resources today, he had also been collecting materials to upgrade the shelter. His shelter was surrounded by forests, so wood was the least of his concerns, and there were also plenty of stones. However, the stones nearby were either in large cliffs that required tools to break out or could only be picked up as scattered rocks in the forest. Although Lin Yifan had an ordinary level axe, it seemed wasteful to use it to smash stones. So today, he only picked up some scattered stones and didn't specifically collect stones. As for the clay, Lin Yifan originally thought that digging some dirt would count as clay, but unfortunately, he dug in many places and none of it counted as clay. As a result, he didn't find a single unit of clay today, and the number of clay listed in the auction house was also not much. However, these basic materials could still be traded for. What really gave Lin Yifan a headache was the shelter blueprints. There wasn't a single shelter blueprint listed in the entire auction house. There were people in the comments section bragging about finding blueprints from treasure chests, but they didn't post them in the auction house. Clearly, most people who found blueprints wanted to keep them for themselves and had no intention of selling them. It seemed that to upgrade the shelter, the roadblock was this blueprint. But no matter what, since Lin Yifan wanted to upgrade the shelter, he had to collect the materials first. So, Lin Yifan put 10 pieces of snake meat up for sale in the auction house, trading 1 piece of snake meat for 5 units of wood. This exchange price was neither too high nor too low, as the prices of other foods listed in the auction house were even higher than his meat. For example, a fist-sized European wheat bread actually required 6 units of wood to trade. A quarter of instant noodles even required 10 units of wood. Comparing it this way, his exchange price could be considered fair. After all, although the pieces of meat he divided were not large, meat was inherently more filling and nutritious than other foods. Of course, the taste was definitely not as good as other foods. In this world where survival depended on hard work, energy was certainly the most important. Sure enough, his snake meat was just listed when it was immediately snatched up, and 50 units of stone were instantly credited to him. Meanwhile, the comment section had already exploded. Everyone hurried to the auction house. A big shot is trading cobra meat for stones. It's actually meat? That is great, I'll go trade too. 5 units of stone for a piece of meat. This big shot is too generous. How did it sell out so fast? I didn't even get a chance to trade. Lin Yifan, can you list a few more orders? I'm willing to offer 6 units of stone for a piece of snake meat. Hey, what is wrong with you? Why are you raising the price? What do you take this big shot for? Just because you offer 1 more unit of stone, do you think they LL trade with you? If anyone is to be traded with, it should be me. I'll also offer 6 units of stone. Cut it out. You just said you wouldn't raise the price, but now you're the one raising it. Disgusting. Chapter 9 instant fame. At this moment, Lin Yifan was not paying attention to the chat channel. He was busy dividing out 10 portions of snake meat and 10 portions of blueberries, putting them up for auction at the price of 3 units of clay per portion. Then he combined 5 portions of snake meat and 3 portions of blueberries to exchange for the blueprint of the shelter. He referenced the prices set by others in the auction house for this price. There were quite a few people looking to buy the shelter blueprint, but the prices offered were very low. Most were just offering some wood and stone, and only a few were willing to trade physical goods, with the highest offer being half a loaf of bread. The price Lin Yifan offered was almost the most reasonable one compared to others. Therefore, he was not worried about not receiving the blueprint. He had calculated earlier that most people only had low-quality axes, able to chop down a dozen units of wood in a day, which was already quite diligent. The same went for those collecting stones. Of course, if they were lucky enough to find a stone pile, they might collect a bit more. However, in any case, unless someone had a lucky encounter, like awakening an extraordinary talent as he did, it was basically impossible to upgrade the shelter to level 2 within the day. He had also learned from the chat channel that the level 2 shelter blueprint came from white treasure chests. Moreover, due to novice protection, the probability of obtaining a shelter blueprint from a white treasure chest was as high as 30 to 40%. Under such high probability, some people would inevitably choose to exchange blueprints for food first. As Lin Yifan expected, his request for the shelter blueprint was snatched up within less than a minute of being posted. Holding the newly acquired shelter blueprint, he casually opened it to take a look and then set it aside, because he still lacked enough clay. He had only managed to exchange for less than 10 units of clay so far. Since he needed 30 units of clay, he had no choice but to wait. After calming down a bit, Lin Yifan closed the auction house and went to check the chat channel. It was at this moment that he discovered the huge response to the 10 portions of snake meat he had put up for auction. In an instant, he had become a celebrity in the 10086 district. This made Lin Yifan a bit troubled. He actually didn't want to draw attention to himself. He just wanted to survive well. In this survival world, it was still uncertain whether he would meet other survivors. If they did meet, the more high-profile he was, the more likely he would be targeted. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Human nature becomes insignificant in the face of survival. Not to mention in this survival world, even back on Earth, it was the same. So the best choice was to develop quietly. Now, however, he had inadvertently drawn attention, and he feared that peace would be hard to come by in the future. Just like his private message channel, it had already reached 999. He had opened it, and it was mostly filled with requests for food, with very few useful messages. It required a lot of time to sift through, so Lin Yifan simply gave up on looking, letting the messages accumulate. Since he couldn't avoid the spotlight, he decided to face it calmly. Lin Yifan quickly adjusted his mindset and then sent out a message in the chat channel. Dear friends, I have exchanged for stones and the shelter blueprint, but I still need clay. If anyone has some, please go to the auction house to exchange with me. As soon as the message was sent, it caused a stir in the chat channel. It's that big shot who traded snake meat for supplies at the auction house. He's here. Big shot, big shot. I haven't eaten anything since last night. I'm about to starve. Please give me some food. Brother, I'm the internet celebrity, sexy little sheep. I'll send you my black silk photo. Please give me some meat. I'm begging you, brother. Shut up, you freak. I've tolerated you for a long time. Don't think no one knows your background. I once misappropriated public funds to tip you, only to find out you're a freak when we got to bed. And you're still calling me brother. How disgusting. Wow, this guy is actually a freak. I don't know why, but I'm even more excited. Ha! Stop with the nonsense. Hurry up and exchange for the big shot's meat at the auction house. I just exchanged for some. I also got some, and I even exchanged for a portion of wild blueberries. So sweet and delicious. Thanks to the big shot for trading food at a fair price. Otherwise, I would have starved to death with my pile of basic supplies. What else there to thank? It's not free. I think he should give food to us for free. Exactly. We're all human beings. Since he has the ability to get food, he should naturally share it with us weaker groups. Protecting the weak is the responsibility of the strong. It should be prioritized to share with us women. Understand? Wow. Even after Earth was destroyed, these parasites and female feminists haven tea died out. How shameless. Why should he give food, which he worked hard to obtain, to you parasites? Lin Yifan couldn't help but laugh at the messages from everyone. He didn't expect that even in this survival world, these societal parasites and giant babies still hadn't come to their senses. But that had nothing to do with him. Anyway, it was impossible for him to support these parasites. So he directly ignored the messages from these parasites and only looked at the useful ones. Seeing that many people were speaking up for him brought a smile to his face. Although he wouldn't act like a saint, he still had his limits. For instance, when trading food for supplies, although he was taking advantage of the situation, he at least offered a relatively fair trading price. Therefore, he had no regrets. But even if he had no regrets, people are social animals and still need recognition from others. Now that some people acknowledged his handling methods, his mood naturally improved a lot. Just then, the snake meat he had placed by the fire had completely cooked through. The rich aroma of roasted meat made Lin Yifan swallow. He picked it up, took a bite, and his eyes instantly lit up. He didn't know if it was because he was too hungry or because the ecological environment of this world was good enough. This roasted snake meat, without salt or barbecue seasoning, still tasted fragrant, with no hint of the meaty smell at all. After quickly devouring 2 large skewers, he finally felt a bit satisfied. With his stomach now filled, Lin Yifan couldn't help but start feeling unsatisfied. Such good meat would be even more delicious with some seasoning. Indeed, when one's hunger is satisfied, desires arise. Lin Yifan couldn't help but scorn his own lack of contentment. Chapter 10. Women only affect the speed of the blade. However, reflection is reflection. It does not affect Lin Yifan's pursuit of delicious food at all. If there are no choices, that's one thing. But if there are choices, who doesn't want to pursue a better life experience? So Lin Yifan only reflected for a moment before immediately starting to think about how to obtain spices. Just then, he saw many people in the chat channel asking if they could exchange food for other items. Boss, I don't have clay or the blueprint for a shelter, but I have other blueprints. Can you trade me some meat? I don't have clay or blueprints either, but I found 50 grams of salt in a treasure chest. I want to exchange the salt for meat. Boss, I found some wild vegetables. Eating meat is too greasy. Do you want to trade for some refreshing wild vegetables? In the chat and auction house, items can be directly posted, and one can even smell the food. For a moment, the channel was flooded with various item images. Thus, Lin Yifan also posted the image of grilled snake meat in the comments. However, as soon as he posted the image, the previously bustling chat messages suddenly came to a halt for a moment. But just a moment later, the entire chat channel exploded. For example, he was immediately tempted by a blueprint for a basic workbench, because only by having a workbench could he craft other items. Moreover, the workbench randomly comes with a basic item crafting blueprint. It can be said that this item is absolutely essential for survival. It seems that those who intended to exchange this blueprint for food were also left with no choice, having reached a dead end. The moment Lin Yifan saw the blueprint, He was immediately interested and didn't hesitate to send a private message to the other party. It was a woman's avatar. From the picture, she looked quite good. With a small face the size of a palm, her features were as delicate as a doll. If this were before, such a girl would definitely be the dream lover of countless admirers. Moreover, this woman had a very pleasant name, Wan Qingtan. Since this world operates on real name systems, the name displayed under the avatar is her real name. With such a beautiful appearance and such a nice name, even Lin Yifan couldn't help but take a second glance. But that was all. For him now, nothing was more important than survival supplies. Women would only affect his speed in making decisions. So he quickly collected his thoughts and officially messaged Wan Qingtan. I'm interested in your workbench blueprint. How do you want to exchange it? At this moment, Wan Qingtan, with a pale face, was sitting in a thatched hut where the wind blew through, hugging her legs and shivering. If it weren't for the warmth from the burning fire, she would feel like she was about to die, because she was just too hungry. Before crossing over, she had been on a weekly fasting day to maintain her figure, having not eaten for a full 36 hours and only relying on water to survive. She had originally planned to drink some rice porridge the next morning, but when she woke up, the sky had fallen. She had unexpectedly arrived in this survival world, facing a cruel survival crisis. She had no food at all in her hands and could only hope to find food during the relatively safe daytime. Otherwise, forget about chopping trees or hitting stones for supplies. She would probably collapse from malnutrition before she could even chop the first tree. However, reality was cruel. She spent the entire day searching for food, but found none at all. She only found 2 treasure chests. The items opened from the 2 chests were quite valuable. One contained a blueprint for a basic workbench, while the other had a blueprint for making feathered arrows, but there was no food to be found. Wan Qingtan was now so hungry that she was almost fainting, yet when she asked in the chat channel to exchange blueprints for food, no one was willing to trade food with her. It was that there were no offers, but the prices were ridiculously high. For example, a piece of bread or a wild grape. Even if she managed to trade for it, it would be of no use. In simple terms, although everyone was surviving in the wilderness, the shortage of food far exceeded people's imagination. At this moment, Wan Qingtan felt as if Lin Yifan's appearance was like a god descending from the heavens. She had observed him before. Although his prices in the market didn't meet everyone's expectations, he was relatively fair compared to most people. Therefore, Wan Qingtan didn't dare to ask for an outrageous price and could only cautiously ask, "Boss, I want 3 tails of meat and 10 blueberries. Can you do that?" 3 tails of meat? Lin Yifan was taken aback for a moment, looking down at the cut pieces of meat, feeling a bit of a headache, because he truly didn't understand how much 3 tails of meat was. Wan Qingtan saw his message and immediately thought he found the price high. So she quickly lowered her offer. "Boss, if 3 tails of meat is too expensive for you, I can reduce it a bit." Seeing her misunderstanding, Lin Yifan quickly explained, "It's not that I think it's expensive. I just don't quite understand how much 3 tails of meat is. How about this? I can give you 5 pieces of the meat I posted in the auction house and 10 blueberries. Would you accept this trade?" "Of course I can accept." Wan Qingtan was overjoyed, because the 3 tails of meat she mentioned was actually about the same weight as the 5 pieces Lin Yifan offered, roughly 23 pieces in total. Wan Qingtan felt like she was being showered with blessings. Afraid that Lin Yifan would back out, she immediately initiated the trade through the private messaging channel. Lin Yifan then realized that he had offered too much. However, since he had already said it, he naturally couldn't back out and directly traded the workbench blueprint. Wan Qingtan, upon receiving the meat and blueberries, was so excited that she almost cried. She grabbed 2 blueberries and stuffed them into her mouth. The sweet and sour taste made her, who had been starving for nearly 48 hours, feel so moved she could almost cry. Lin Yifan also roughly guessed that this girl must be starving, so he had given her cooked meat. Although it was the same size as an egg, cooked meat shrinks. Therefore, Wan Qingtan had made a great deal. She happily ate a piece of meat and then messaged Lin Yifan, "Boss, thank you. Really thank you. You saved my life." After saying that, she sent Lin Yifan the remaining blueprint for feathered arrows. "Boss, I still have a blueprint, but it's not very useful unless I can get a bow. I can't make a bow, so this blueprint is useless to me. If you want it, I'll give it to you." Lin Yifan frowned upon seeing these two messages, a wary look flashing across his face. Chapter 11. Full Security. No good deed goes unpunished. These words are deeply ingrained in Lin Yifan's bones. It was the same when he was on Earth, in a place where even basic needs are hard to guarantee. He couldn't believe anyone would be so kind as to give him blueprints for free. However, he really couldn't refuse the feather arrow crafting blueprint. The windbreaker bow in his hand was bronze level, and at this stage, this weapon was definitely top tier. However, bows and arrows are consumable weapons. And although he had received some arrows when he first opened this windbreaker bow, they consumed quickly. Without a long-term supply, he really didn't dare to use it casually. Therefore, this feather arrow crafting blueprint was like a pillow scent when he was sleepy, something he absolutely needed to get his hands on. After a brief thought, Lin Yifan sent a message to Ruan Xingtan. I want the blueprint, but I don't like taking things for free. Name your price. Ruan Xingtan was slightly taken aback when she saw Lin Yifan's message. However, she didn't intend to beat around the bush and replied directly, Big shot. I'm not giving you this blueprint without a purpose. I just want to build a good relationship with you. To be honest, my survival skills aren't strong, and my ability to find food is even weaker, and it seems my luck isn't great either. However, the chances of getting blueprints from the treasure chests I open are quite high. So I want to have a good relationship with you to trade food for blueprints in the future. Lin Yifan didn't expect Ruan Xingtan to be so frank. This made him a bit awkward, but he quickly realized that Ruan Xingtan's talent was likely related to opening blueprints. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so confident. However, everyone's talents are usually kept secret, even as a survival trump card. There probably aren't many people willing to make their talents public. At least Lin Yifan himself wasn't willing to, so although he had his suspicions, he didn't ask further. Regardless, building a good relationship with someone who could easily open blueprints was definitely a good thing. So, Lin Yifan directly initiated a trade with Ruan Xingtan, sending over 3 skewers of meat and 20 blueberries. Ruan Xingtan's face was filled with joy when she saw the meat skewers and blueberries Lin Yifan sent. She had already prepared to use this blueprint as a bargaining chip. She didn't expect Lin Yifan to be so principled. She quickly traded the blueprint to Lin Yifan and gratefully messaged, Big shot. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. You deserve it, Lin Yifan replied. After a moment's thought, he added, If you really want to thank me, then in the future, if you open blueprints that you want to trade, I hope you can show them to me first. Rest assured, while I'm not a good person, I do have basic principles and would never let you suffer a loss. Ruan Xingtan wanted to use the blueprint to build goodwill, so she readily agreed. Of course, in the future, any blueprints I open, aside from what I need, I'll let you see first. You can pick what you want, and I'll sell the rest in the market. Also, if you have specific blueprints you need, you can tell me in advance. I'll pray to all the gods before opening treasure chests. Who knows? I might just get them. Of course. The last part was a joke, huh? Lin Yifan almost laughed out loud at Ruan Xingtan's playful ending. He had previously only guessed, but now he was almost certain that Ruan Xingtan's talent was related to opening blueprints. She might even be able to open specific blueprints, but it probably required a certain cost. Nevertheless, such a talent in a world where crafting any item requires blueprints was indeed extraordinary. So, Lin Yifan was naturally happy to build a good relationship with her. After chatting for a bit longer, they ended the private conversation. At this moment, Lin Yifan's order to purchase clay at the auction house was finally all sold. He quickly took out all the materials needed to upgrade the shelter and prepare to upgrade. Brand new thatch cottage, 5 square meters, level 1, 5, overall evaluation. This is a brand new thatch cottage just completed. Although its defensive capabilities are still weak, it is sufficient to shelter from wind and rain. Next level, level 2 shelter, rough wooden house, upgrade conditions. Black iron level wooden house blueprint. 1-1, met, beginner wood 5063, met, beginner stone 5054, met, beginner clay 3030, met, note, all upgrade conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade? Friendly reminder. If you can find higher quality shelter blueprints, you can build according to those, and you'll get better safety. Lin Yifan looked at the shelter upgrade prompt before him and chose to upgrade without hesitation. Although the final friendly reminder made him a bit tempted, no higher level shelter blueprint had appeared in the market so far, and he was no longer patient enough to wait. Just thinking about the terrifying mosquito swarms lurking in the forest made this thatched cottage feel utterly unsafe. After he chose to upgrade, the ground trembled slightly. The original thatched cottage began to disintegrate from the top down, but as it disintegrated, a wooden roof appeared. Then the thatched walls also rapidly disintegrated, transforming into sturdier, more secure wooden walls. Finally, after the muddy ground was covered with wooden flooring, it finally came to a stop. Lin Yifan didn't know what the exterior of the wooden house looked like, but from the interior alone, he was quite satisfied. The entire wooden house was made of wood. Although the wood wasn't finely polished, it could even be considered rough. Staying inside the wooden house gave him a strong sense of security. Lin Yifan opened the light screen, and the information of the wooden house immediately appeared before him. Rough wooden house, 15 square meters, level 2, overall evaluation. This is a wooden house made from raw timber. Although the craftsmanship is rough, it is more than enough to shield from wind and rain. It can withstand attacks from small wild beasts, but definitely don't encounter a wild boar pack. A little wooden house can't withstand that. Next level, level 3 shelter. Rough stone house, basic upgrade conditions. Black iron level stone house blueprint. 1-0, beginner with 313. Met, beginner stone 512. Beginner clay 200-0. Beginner pig iron 100-0. Friendly reminder, if you can find higher quality shelter blueprints, you can build according to those blueprints. This way, you will achieve better safety. Finally upgraded to a level 2 shelter. Lin Yifan let out a satisfied sigh. But looking at the shelter's information, he felt a bit of a headache. Upgrading to level 2 wasn't difficult, but upgrading to level 3 was going to be tough. Chapter 12 Hidden Crisis, Extreme Natural Disasters. Even upgrading to the most basic level 3 shelter requires materials that are 10 times that of a level 2 shelter. Not to mention that among the materials, there's also pig iron. Up until now, Lin Yifan has never seen pig iron. In a short period of time, it seems nearly impossible to upgrade to a level 3 shelter. However, at that moment, Lin Yifan suddenly noticed that the light screen in front of him began to flash rapidly. Moments later, a message appeared on the screen. Congratulations on becoming the first survivor in this area to upgrade your shelter to level 2. Here is your reward. Reward 1. 1 piece of bronze level equipment. Reward 2. 1 bronze level plant. Reward 3. A recent hidden crisis alert. Please choose one of the 3 rewards above. Special reminder, hidden crises are often related to upcoming environmental changes and may be extreme natural disasters. Survivors are advised to pay close attention, as this could relate to your life or death. Lin Yifan looked at this message with surprise. Although he had previously speculated whether this survival world would reward special achievements or rankings like in online games, it was precisely this gamble that made him eager to upgrade his shelter to level 2. Now, everything was just as he expected. How could he not be surprised? Moreover, both the bronze level equipment and the bronze level plant are top-tier existences at this moment, at least in the entire 10086 area. Apart from the bronze level, wind-chasing, cloud-breaking bow in his hands, he hadn't seen any other bronze level items appear. Although he had not yet seen a bronze level plant, it must have special qualities to reach that grade. In any case, either of these 2 rewards would be a huge surprise. However, his excitement only lasted for a moment. When he saw the 3rd option and the last special reminder, his enthusiasm instantly cooled down. Hidden crisis. This world actually has hidden crises. Moreover, this hidden crisis may be a life and death extreme natural disaster. Did he even have a choice? Lin Yifan bitterly smiled in his heart. These 3 options were simply mocking him. Life and death were at stake. Besides the hidden crisis alert, did he dare to choose anything else? After a moment of sarcasm, Lin Yifan unhesitatingly chose the 3rd reward. With a flash of light, a line of red text appeared instantly. This alert: in 3 days, the survival world will face the first extreme natural disaster. Mosquito swarm outbreak. Mosquito swarm outbreak. Danger level, friendly reminder. Don't underestimate mosquitoes. 1 mosquito isn't scary, but billions of them? Are you afraid? Mosquito swarm. It really is a mosquito swarm. Lin Yifan had previously speculated that the terrifying mosquito swarm in the forest would inevitably become a life and death crisis. However, he wasn't sure when this crisis would erupt. now was confirmed to be in 3 days. It seems that he must produce this strong mosquito repellent within 3 days and also reinforce the shelter. Mosquitoes are somewhat similar to termites. As long as there is even a slight gap in the house, they will fly in. Therefore, in the current environment, preventing mosquitoes is definitely not an easy task. He couldn't underestimate mosquitoes. Even on Earth in his previous life, the terrifying insects in the primitive forest could take lives. Not to mention, he is now in the survival world, which could be one of the extreme natural disasters referred to as hidden crises. And it is likely to be even more terrifying. However, Lin Yifan suddenly noticed that the light screen flickered once again. Subsequently, another message appeared on the screen. This message turned out to be a multiple-choice question. Dear survivor Lin Yifan, as the only lucky one in this area to receive a hidden information alert, would you like to share this information with other survivors in this area? Friendly reminder, whether you choose to disclose the information or not, you will receive a reward. Lin Yifan looked at this multiple-choice question, raised his eyebrows slightly, and then unhesitatingly chose to disclose it. After all, he is still human, raised with moral education, and cannot bear to watch so many people die. He had previously observed that the survivors in the 10086 area mostly came from compatriots in Huagua. Perhaps among these people, there are quite a few bad apples, but there are still mostly normal people. He really couldn't stand by and watch so many lives at stake. Maybe in the future, when faced with more bloodshed, his moral bottom line would lower, and he would become more indifferent. But at least for now, his moral compass did not allow him to be so indifferent. Of course, even without discussing humanity, just for personal interests, he would choose to disclose the information. Since the survival world presented him with this multiple-choice question, it was enough to indicate that the will of the survival world hoped he would disclose the information. As for his personal interest, once he disclosed this information, when he produced the strong mosquito repellent, later, it would sell even better. That's right. After learning about the existence of the mosquito swarm, he had already planned to produce strong mosquito repellent for sale. Now that he could maximize his benefits, he would certainly do so. Not to mention, regardless of whether he disclosed the information or not, he would still receive a reward, so he wouldn't lose anything. After he disclosed the information, a green treasure chest suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up upon seeing this green treasure chest. He initially thought that the so-called reward would be at most a single item, but he didn't expect it to be a treasure chest directly. And it was a green treasure chest. It should be noted that the items opened from a green treasure chest are at least black iron level. Moreover, it can yield 3 items at once. Although it doesn't compare to the previous 2 bronze items, it is still quite good. However, Lin Yifan still did not open the treasure chest, but instead placed it alongside the white treasure chest he had previously dug up, intending to wait until after 12 o'clock to open them. He still wanted to gamble on his daily buff. What if it was an item upgrade again? Then he would really strike it rich. At this moment, the chat channel exploded. At the very top of the chat channel, a bold red message was dominating the screen. Area announcement. Attention all survivors, in 3 days, the first dangerous level extreme natural disaster mosquito swarm outbreak will occur. Please be cautious, all survivors. Please be cautious. Please be cautious. This information comes from Lin Yifan. As soon as this announcement appeared, the entire comment section exploded instantly. What? Extreme natural disaster? Mosquito swarm outbreak? Is this even livable? What the hell? We can barely fill our stomachs now, and yet a natural disaster is coming. This is not survival at all. It's just asking for death, right? It's called the survival world, but it seems more like a death world. If I don't want to give people a way to live, just say it. Oh, come on, everyone, don't be so excited. It's just mosquitoes, not a snake disaster or rat infestation. They only suck our blood. It's not life-threatening. Exactly. Mosquitoes just suck our blood. Although getting bitten can be a bit itchy. It's not to the point of life and death. So everyone, don't be so desperate. Huh. The 2 upstairs must be from a northeast on Earth, right? If they were from the south, they wouldn't say such naive things. Everyone must not take this lightly. I'm a biology professor on Earth. While a single mosquito is not scary, a swarm of mosquitoes can take lives, so be sure to take precautions. Take precautions? Who doesn't know to take precautions? But we can't even fill our stomachs right now. How do we take precautions? There is no mosquito repellent, no incense. And even less to say about mosquito sprays. There's nothing at all. Just use your head to defend yourself. Just wait to die. When Lin Yifan placed the 2 treasure chests and grabbed 2 skewers of grilled meat, he opened the chat channel while eating. The result was a screen full of negative energy. However, this was perfect for him to advertise. So, he sent the Formula 4 powerful mosquito repellent to the chat channel and then messaged, "Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. Since the survival realm is meant for survival, it will surely provide us with ways to survive. Today, I found this formula in a green treasure chest, so I believe you will soon find items to resist disasters in treasure chests as well." As soon as Lin Yifan's message came out, the previously rolling chat channel paused for a moment. After a while, it began to scroll again. It's Lin Yifan, the one mentioned in the announcement, the one who provides information. Wait, wasn't he the one who traded snake meat for basic supplies? Big shot. Where did you get this information? Is it reliable? Yes. Can you confirm if the information is true? Big shot? Absolutely reliable. Lin Yifan didn't keep them in suspense and said straightforwardly, "This information comes from a reward achievement of mine, so it can be confirmed as true. Moreover, before dark, I also discovered a swarm of mosquitoes in the nearby forest. I estimate that there should be a swarm of mosquitoes not far from your shelter. You can observe closely. Since the mosquito swarm is appearing as a natural disaster, it definitely won't be limited to just beside Lin Yifan's shelter." Sure enough, after the chat channel paused for a few minutes, it once again experienced a dramatic scroll. Wow, what the big shot said is true. I just listened carefully, and it seems I really heard the sound of mosquitoes. I heard it too, a huge buzzing noise. It must be a massive swarm of mosquitoes. My shelter is right in front of the woods. I just peeked through the drafty grass wall and observed carefully. There are mosquitoes in the woods, a large dark mass, like a black fog. Oh my God, that black cloud is actually mosquitoes. I saw it just before dark, and I really thought it was black fog. So terrifying. So terrifying. With so many mosquitoes, if they really attack us, we will be drained of blood. The mosquito swarm will attack in 3 days. What should we do? Wait, the big shot has the formula for powerful mosquito repellent. If the big shot can make the mosquito repellent, won't we be saved? Yes. We have the big shot's powerful mosquito repellent. Big shot, when can you make the powerful mosquito repellent? I am willing to trade all my supplies for a portion. Seeing the messages from everyone, Lin Yifan didn't pretend and said happily, "I haven't gathered all the materials yet. Once I have all the materials and make the insecticide, I will definitely put any extras on the market." Everyone shouldn't be too pessimistic, although the mosquito swarm is terrifying. As long as you upgrade your shelter to level 2, it should be able to resist some of the mosquito swarm. There are still 3 days left. I believe that if everyone works hard, you can definitely upgrade the shelter to level 2. Lin Yifan was not stingy with this information. After all, for him, obtaining basic materials was not difficult. What he needed more now were those precious formulas and some rare medicinal materials. Since there's a formula for powerful mosquito repellent, there must also be formulas for other potions. Given the nature of the survival realm, as long as a formula appears, it will eventually come in handy. So it's never wrong to hold on to it. Most people in the comment section express their gratitude or relief after seeing Lin Yifan's message. Upgrading the shelter to level 2 can resist some? That's really great. Thank you. Big shot for the reminder. I was about to give up on myself. Tomorrow I will definitely look for supplies to try and upgrade the shelter to level 2. I will also gather stones. I have a lot of stones here, and later I will need everyone to trade me some wood. I have a lot of water fur here. It's easier to chop down this type of tree. If I have extra wood, I will trade it for stones. What about clay? Who has clay? I searched for it all day and couldn't find any. Without clay, I can't upgrade. I have clay. It's just a bit hard to dig up. I will work hard to dig tomorrow and trade supplies with you. Good, good, good. Everyone unite. We can definitely get through this. Seeing everyone as high spirits, Lin Yifan couldn't help but feel warm inside. Ever since coming to this uncertain world, his emotions had not been great. Even though he had obtained a precious talent, his start was much better than most people. But living a day-to-day existence like this, who could be happy? Not to mention that every time he opened the chat channel, it was filled with negativity. Even Lin Yifan felt quite oppressed. Now that he could see everyone in high spirits, his mood lightened a bit. After all, humans are social animals. Even though everyone is in their own shelters and cannot meet in reality, chatting online can alleviate loneliness. However, although most people's comments were positive, there are still some who sang counter to the tune, especially when Lin Yifan put the remaining snake meat and wild blueberries up for auction, marking them to exchange for materials to make powerful mosquito repellent, which are mugwort and mint. Although the auction can be anonymous, Lin Yifan didn't know this beforehand and directly traded the snake meat. Now, even though he knows he can remain anonymous, the entire 10,086 area knows that the cobra meat came from him. Therefore, it makes no difference whether he is anonymous or not. Because of this, as soon as he listed it, he was immediately noticed. This was a big deal. Those with dark thoughts couldn't help but jump out. They all started to post sarcastic comments in the comment section. We are all compatriots, and now we have to face a crisis together. So naturally, we should help each other. Since someone has extra food, why not give it to us for free? Exactly. We are about to starve to death. If there is food, it should be given to us for free first to save our lives. It should be like this. Hiding food and not willing to share it with those of us in need is simply heartless. Lin Yifan looked at these parasites who wanted to eat for free and even tried to morally bind him, and he couldn't help but laugh in anger. However, since they didn't name names, he naturally wouldn't waste his breath explaining. So he chose to ignore them. However, while he could ignore them, others couldn't stand it and immediately began to scold them. What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't go out to find supplies, you just want others to give you handouts. How is that not cold-hearted? That's right. With so much time during the day, there is not much danger outside. Even if you can't find food, you can chop down a couple of trees and trade for food. But you're unwilling to do anything and just want to freeload off others. How shameless. And you want to morally bind Big Shot Lin Yifan. It's ridiculous. Big Shot, don't pay attention to them. Let these shameless big babies starve. Exactly. Let us not pay attention to these people. This is the survival realm, not a begging realm. If you can't survive, then go die. After all, it's survival of the fittest, and someone has to be eliminated. Chapter 13. I'm neither a saint nor a god, I have to say. There's still quite a few people who talk reason these days. Lin Yifan originally didn't want to pay attention to their quarrels, but after thinking it over, he still sent a message. Thank you all for your understanding. Like everyone else, I am just an ordinary person who has just arrived in this survival world, and our starting point is the same. Today, I was able to take down a cobra, and that was with my life on the line, so I cannot give food away for free. I'm not a saint, not a god, not an angel. Don't try to morally coerce me. I have little morality myself. If you push me too far, I can even forsake my humanity and become an executioner. That last sentence, although sent in text, carried a hidden threat that everyone could see. Lin Yifan was not joking. He was serious. He had a clear understanding that this world was no longer the law-abiding society of his past life. Here, it was survival of the fittest. To live, one must become strong. And to be strong, bloodshed was unavoidable. If one day, people from different shelters could communicate, bloody incidents were absolutely inevitable. Therefore, Lin Yifan had long been mentally prepared for such things. Those who saw his message understood the threat it contained. For a while, the chat channel fell silent. After a long time, it finally returned to its previous liveliness. However, at that moment, Lin Yifan had stopped paying attention to the chat channel, as his focus was now on private messages. Earlier, he had ignored all private messages because too many people were begging him. But he couldn't keep ignoring them forever. After examining the light screen, he discovered he could block unwanted people. So, he quickly used his mind to add all those who were morally coercing him into the blacklist. It must be said that although the overall operation mode of the light screen was very similar to that of online games, using one's mind to operate was definitely several times faster than online games. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block hundreds of people in such a short time. After blocking everyone he needed to, Lin Yifan finally had the mood to check his private messages. Brother Yi, I am the internet celebrity sexy little sheep. Here is my photo. I want to make a deal with you. Can you give me a chance? It was that sexy little sheep again. The corners of Lin Yifan's mouth twitched. To be honest, he really didn't know this sexy little sheep. She was an internet celebrity on a certain platform, known for her sexy image, and she had millions of fans. He had come across her before. She was indeed quite attractive, embodying the pure and charming vibe. However, the most astonishing aspect was her figure, which was curvy and appealing. When she danced, every part of her body trembled sensually, and few men could resist. Even Lin Yifan, when he had seen her before, couldn't help but stop and admire for a while. Unexpectedly, now she was calling him Brother Yi and even sending private photos. Indeed, the world has changed, and so has the sky. Although Lin Yifan constantly reminded himself that in this world of survival of the fittest, becoming stronger was the way to go, he still couldn't help but click on the photo. As a result, the moment he saw the photo, his eyes widened. He had originally thought that this photo would be a suggestive one of the sexy little sheep, but unexpectedly, the photo turned out to be of a plant. And this plant was precisely the mugwort he had been desperately trying to find. It should be noted that his snake meat had been hanging there for so long without any movement. This showed that very few people had gathered medicinal materials, and the existence of mugwort was definitely even rarer. Mugwort is an edible plant, not some obscure herb. Anyone from the country would recognize it. If mugwort appeared, it would definitely be harvested. The fact that no one had come forward to exchange it for such a long time indicated that it was indeed a valuable item. Or rather, a rare item at this stage. Now, the thing he had been yearning for had appeared right before him. How could Lin Yifan remain calm? He let out a breath and immediately sent a message to the sexy little sheep, asking, "What do you want to exchange for this mugwort?" The sexy little sheep was huddled in a thatched hut with drafts everywhere, wearing a sexy short skirt that exposed her chest and bottom. The current temperature was only around 15 or 16 degrees. If it weren't for the fire pit still having some warmth, she would feel like she was freezing to death. During the day, she had indeed worked hard to find supplies, chopping trees, striking rocks, and even finding treasure chests. Unfortunately, her strength was too small. After a whole day of effort, she only managed to chop down one tree and had blisters on her hands. And in the cabin, there were no living supplies produced. Just that pot of grass and nothing else. She did find a little food, but it was only a few wild fruits, which couldn't fill her stomach at all. That's why she had previously tried to use her internet celebrity status in the comments section, hoping to get some food from someone. Unfortunately, when her stomach couldn't be filled, who had the heart to look at beautiful women? So, even if the sexy little sheep was willing to put herself out there, no one was willing to give her food. As for the grass that came out of the box, she didn't recognize it. She had been born into a wealthy family, and coupled with her beauty, she had always been treated like a delicate flower. While she recognized many beautiful flowers, she was as clueless about grass and trees as an illiterate person. So, even if she could think that this grass must have great value, she didn't dare to use it to fill her stomach. Earlier, she had also tried to post in the channel to exchange it for food, but no one had paid her any attention until she saw that Lin Yifan was actually looking for this grass. The sexy little wildcat finally saw hope, so she immediately sent him a private message. After a long time with no response, she felt somewhat desperate. Unexpectedly, at this moment, she finally received a reply. The sexy little wildcat was overjoyed and quickly sent a message. "Hello, Brother Yi. I want to exchange for some protective food and warm clothing. I was wearing too little when I crossed over, and I'm about to freeze to death." Along with the message came a photo of her. The cold and hunger had already made her complexion pale, but she still tried hard to pose in a sexy and alluring manner. Lin Yifan opened the photo and couldn't help but admire that women who could become internet celebrities were indeed impressive. However, he wasn't interested in looking at beautiful women right now. He just wanted that pot of mugwort. He did have food left, some snake meat and a few blueberries. But as for warm clothing, he really didn't have any. All he had was the pajamas he was wearing and the raincoat he had found in the treasure chest today. The raincoat wasn't suitable for warmth, and he still needed it himself. Chapter 14. Sexy Wildcat, however, just because Lin Yifan didn't have it, doesn't mean there wasn't any in the market. So, he directly replied to the sexy Wildcat. "Food is not a problem. As for warm clothing, please wait a moment." After saying that, he began to look around the auction house. Most of the purchases in the auction house were food, but there were also requests for clothing. After a quick check, Lin Yifan chose a women's cotton jacket and successfully traded it for 3 pieces of raw meat and 2 skewers of cooked meat. He then sent a message to the sexy wildcat. "I'll trade this 5 pieces of raw snake meat and the cotton jacket for that pot of mugwort. Do you agree?" Upon seeing the cotton jacket and snake meat, The sexy wildcat's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed to the trade. Once he got the mugwort, Lin Yifan planned to close the private chat with the sexy wildcat. However, at that moment, the sexy wildcat sent another message. Brother Yi, thank you for letting me eat my fill and stay warm. I may not have many skills, but I'm quite good at performing. If you feel lonely at night, I can perform for you, as long as you can give me a bit of food. Lin Yifan twitched his lips. He didn't find the sexy wildcat as annoying anymore. The fact that she could offer mugwort and accept raw meat in trade indicated that she had definitely been out searching for supplies during the day. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to start a fire. A person who is willing to work hard to survive is, in any case, worthy of respect. Not to mention, she was a popular internet celebrity back on Earth, but here she was just a weak woman with no power. There were really very few things she could rely on, so selling a bit of her charm to survive was understandable. So, Lin Yifan replied rarely, if I ever have a need, I will consider you, but the premise is that you are still alive. So, take care of yourself. Good luck. At that moment, the sexy wildcat, who was roasting meat, shed tears as soon as she read this message. Ever since she arrived in this world, she had been in despair every moment. Her former beauty and internet celebrity status had shattered into pieces. She had acted weak in the chat channel and portrayed her plight, just to seek food to fill her stomach. However, those men only teased her, and none truly offered her food. Although her trade with Lin Yifan was fair, this respect still made her unable to hold back her tears. Lin Yifan didn't pay attention to what the sexy wildcat was thinking. After receiving the mugwort, he immediately reloaded it into the good quality cultivation soil. Although there was already a blueberry planted in the cultivation soil, the mugwort visibly perked up after being planted. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before this mugwort grew significantly. When he received the mugwort, he checked it. This mugwort had only 4 or 5 leaves, but it could be divided into 5 units. And to make 1 portion of effective mosquito repellent, only 2 units of mugwort are needed. So, as long as the mugwort grows a bit more, he should be able to make quite a few portions of mosquito repellent. Unfortunately, he was still lacking mint. After tasting the benefits in the private channel, Lin Yifan finally stopped being impatient. He opened the private messages one by one, but most of them were just nonsense. Bro, you have so much snake meat, why not share a bit with me? We are all compatriots. Mutual help is the way to go. Of course, I will thank you. You bastard. Want a freeload? Not a chance. Blocked. Big shot. I still have $1 billion in the bank. If you give me a piece of meat today, when I return to Earth, I am willing to give you $1 million as a reward. Thanks a lot. Earth has been destroyed, and you're still thinking about going back? Are you out of your mind? Next. Hey there, I want to eat meat, but I don't have the herbs you want. However, I have sexy legs and a black lace D-cup bra. Can I trade that for meat? Attached were 2 photos. One was a pair of sexy legs, and the other was a mature cleavage, deep and adorned with dew. However, the black lace D-cup bra was indeed a good item. The lace fabric could be used as rope, and if injured, it could even serve as a makeshift bandage. The cotton padding inside the bra was also useful for filtering water. However, filtering water still felt a bit off. What if it turned into a milky scent? That would be troublesome, but he wouldn't drink it. There were plenty of people who would. It was just right for filtering some clean water to exchange for supplies. 1 piece of meat. Deal. As soon as Lin Yifan offered his price, the other party immediately agreed. This made him regret. He should have cut the meat into smaller pieces, about finger size. But the trading page had already been pulled up, and he felt embarrassed to back out. Once the bra was in his hands, Lin Yifan immediately took out the sponge inside to filter water. He then finished reading the remaining private messages. Most of them were asking for food, while a few wanted to trade. Lin Yifan cut the remaining pieces of meat into small chunks and exchanged them for items he found appealing. He got a plastic watering can, a simple wooden bed blueprint, a prickly fruit, a small amount of salt, and a piece of ginger. He buried the seeds of the prickly fruit and half a piece of ginger in the cultivation soil. To live better in the future, self-sufficiency is the way to go. Not to mention, there was half a piece of ginger here. Cooking meat without ginger is soulless. So, he had to cultivate the ginger. After planting those 2 items, Lin Yifan then used the remaining half piece of ginger and salt to season the previously roasted snake meat. Although there were only 2 seasonings, the taste was a world apart from before. Savoring every last bit of the remaining snake meat, he finally let out a long breath. He took out the 3 blueprints he had just obtained and wanted to see if he could make them. Beginner workbench blueprint, quality. Good quality materials required. 20 wood, 10 stone, 5 iron nails. While wood and stone were not hard to find, these 5 units of iron nails really stumped Lin Yifan. So far, not a single iron nail had appeared in the entire 10086 area. There were none in the auction house, nor in the chat channel, so he could only set this blueprint aside for now. Then he took out the second blueprint, feather arrow blueprint, quality. Good quality materials required. 10 bird feathers, 30 wood. 10 iron blocks. Note, each crafting can yield 10 arrows. Needing iron blocks and bird feathers made this even more impossible. Lin Yifan could only let out a wry smile. It really was a case of a clever housewife unable to cook without rice. He had no choice but to put this blueprint aside for now. Until he took out the last blueprint, his expression finally improved a bit. Simple wooden bed blueprint, quality. Rough materials required, 20 wood. The materials were quite simple, only needing 20 pieces of wood. This would be difficult for others. Otherwise, this blueprint wouldn't have fallen into his hands. But for Lin Yifan, it wasn't too hard. The wood he had accumulated earlier, although most was used to upgrade the shelter, still had a dozen or so units left. Although he was a bit short, he still had some remaining snake meat, which allowed him to easily trade for enough wood in the market. After studying the blueprint, he immediately crafted the wooden bed. Soon, a small wooden bed, just big enough for one person to lie down on, appeared before him. Moreover, this simple wooden bed was indeed very simple. Chapter 15 New Buff. Critical Harvest. The wooden bed was small, about the size of a military cot commonly found in schools. Only large enough for one adult to lie down. Moreover, the craftsmanship was really rough. The wood was full of splinters, not polished at all, and it was made with the most primitive techniques. Looking at the information about the wooden bed, simple wooden bed, quality, rough size, 100 centimeters x 200 centimeters. Note, this is a very rough, simple wooden bed. Do not engage in vigorous activities on the bed, and do not sleep with multiple people on it, or it may collapse at any time. Even rougher. Lin Yifan looked at the note on the bed and couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. He noticed that although this world wasn't great, the various notes were quite humorous. However, as humorous as the notes were, Yifan dared not underestimate them. Whenever a note appeared, it was bound to contain important information. If he didn't analyze it carefully, he might just fall into a trap. Yifan sat on the wooden bed, roughly testing its load-bearing capacity and sturdiness. He confirmed that the note was accurate. This seemingly crude wooden bed was actually quite sturdy. After testing the bed, he placed it near the campfire and lay down to rest. He wanted to change to a mattress or blanket, but unfortunately, there were none available at the auction house. However, having a bed to lie on was still more comfortable than huddling on the ground. Just this point alone put him ahead of 99. 99 of people in the 10086 district. Initially, Yifan thought that in such a strange place, he wouldn't be able to sleep no matter how tired he was. So he had planned to meditate with his eyes closed until midnight, just in time to refresh his talents and draw new daily buffs. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he laid down on the wooden bed, he fell asleep immediately. When he woke up, it was already 5 a.m. Looking at the still, pitch-black world outside, Yifan helplessly tapped his forehead. However, although he had overslept, he wasn't upset. After all, it was all part of today's activities. Being early or late didn't matter. He got up and washed his face with rainwater he collected in an empty treasure chest under the eaves yesterday, feeling refreshed as he stood up. However, he didn't immediately go to refresh his talent buff for today. He started doing push-ups, crunches, and practicing punches for exercise. Push-ups and crunches were both great for strengthening the body and were also the easiest exercises for ordinary people to learn. Before Yifan traveled here, he was a programmer who had never exercised. The only lucky thing was that the place he lived was about 10 kilometers from his workplace, and he rode his bike to work every day, which made him a bit stronger than other programmers. Otherwise, he might not have been able to chop down so many trees today. In this survival world, wanting to live well required luck, but having a strong body was also crucial. So, Yifan had already planned that he needed to spend an hour exercising every morning. Push-ups and crunches were the most basic exercises, and anyone could do them, so he naturally could too. As for punching, he didn't know how to punch. The punches he was throwing were based on the dragon fist he had learned clumsily while following along with Luke Gung-Hong's fitness routine back in the day. Although it looked awkward now, the human body is quite miraculous. As long as you exercise, it always yields results. After an hour, Lin Yifan finally finished his workout. The campfire was still burning, and he skewered the meat he had saved from yesterday to roast it again for breakfast. Only then did he turn his attention to his talents. Name: Lin Yifan. Age: 23. Health level: sub-healthy human talent. Random buff: draw once daily. You can draw once daily to obtain various buffs with different effects. The draw refreshes at midnight. Are you a lucky one or an unlucky one? It depends on your luck. Strength: 8. Agility: 10. Stamina: 71. Intelligence: 9 remaining attribute points. 0. His talent skill had indeed refreshed. He wondered if today would be as lucky as yesterday. Time to draw for an item upgrade. Lin Yifan clasped his hands together and prayed earnestly for a moment before starting to draw daily random buff. Draw successful. Today's buff: gain critical harvest. Gain critical harvest. Within today, any harvest will trigger a critical hit, doubling or even tripling the harvested items, with a minimum of 1, 5 times, and a maximum of 10 times. Lin Yifan looked at today's buff, and his smile grew wider. Although it wasn't the item upgrade he most wanted, gaining critical harvest was definitely the best buff for collecting resources. If he got lucky while chopping trees and triggered a 10x critical hit, one tree could yield 50 or 60 pieces of wood. If he chopped down about 10 trees, he could gather enough wood to upgrade to a level 3 shelter. If he had to chop normally, he would need to chop over 100 trees. Even with his ordinary grade new axe, he would still need at least 2 days to chop enough trees. However, obtaining basic materials wasn't difficult. It just required time. What he wanted to know now was whether this buff could be applied to opening treasure chests. He took the 2 treasure chests that were placed aside and first opened the white treasure chest. Talent activated, gaining 4x critical harvest reward. 800 g whole wheat toast. 4. 550 milliliters mineral water. For it was Lin Yifan's first time opening a white treasure chest. But he had observed in the chat channel yesterday that each white treasure chest could only yield 1 item. It could be food or other items, with the most precious being blueprints. The white treasure chest he opened didn't have great luck. It only contained food and water. However, with a 4x critical harvest, the yield from this white treasure chest was quite considerable. For bags of 800 grams of toast, plus 4 bottles of mineral water, could last one person for half a month if consumed sparingly. Lin Yifan opened a bag of toast and nibbled on 2 pieces with the mineral water. After a night of digestion, his previously empty stomach finally felt full. The happiness brought by carbohydrates also improved his mood significantly. Although eating meat and fruits could fill his stomach, not eating carbohydrates for a prolonged period, while not affecting his survival, definitely impacted his emotions. So, he didn't feel disappointed that the white treasure chest only yielded bread and water. After putting the items back into the treasure chest, he turned his attention to the remaining green treasure chest. Taking a deep breath, he focused and said, "Open the treasure chest." Talent activated, gaining 7x critical harvest reward. Multifunctional camouflage suit. 7. Waterproof breathable leather boots. 7. Waterproof sports safety helmet. 7. Yifan looked at the pile of clothing in front of him and felt a bit disappointed. He had originally hoped that this green treasure chest would yield some hardware equipment like the 2 treasure chests from yesterday. Unexpectedly, it was all clothing. However, after picking up the clothes and examining them, he felt satisfied again. The quality of the equipment obtained from the treasure chest was indeed remarkable. The fabric was not only thick but also durable and breathable. Even military camouflage from Earth might not match this quality. In this wilderness world, no clothing was more suitable than this. Especially the safety helmet, its thickness gave him a strong sense of security. He even knocked on the helmet with the back of his axe, applying moderate force, but the helmet remained intact. Such a level of protection was quite impressive. The cowhide boots are truly impressive, with plush lining inside and thick cowhide on the outside, making them durable and resistant to dirt and wear, definitely a quality benchmark. Moreover, he opened 7 sets at once, so for a long time, he wouldn't need to worry about clothing issues. Happily, he changed into a new outfit and then tossed the remaining 6 sets into a space ring. He initially planned to dismantle the 2 boxes for materials, but when he looked up, he saw that the blueberry tree he had transplanted into the cultivation soil last night was bursting with fruit. The densely packed blueberries were bending the branches of the blueberry tree down to the ground. The mugwort beside it had also grown from one stalk into a large pot, with the tallest one reaching over half a person's height, and it had already produced seeds, with quite a few falling off. New mugwort shoots had sprouted along the edges, and the tallest ones were already as high as his calves. Lin Yifan was overjoyed. He couldn't bear to dismantle the boxes now, as they were perfect for storing things. He quickly picked all the blueberries, munching on a few as he went. The taste was even better than the ones he had found in the wild yesterday. Especially in terms of sweetness, it exceeded expectations. It took him over 10 minutes to pick all the blueberries. He filled one empty box to the brim. If weighed, it would probably amount to over 10 to 20 pounds. Next, he pulled up all the mugwort that had matured. Immediately, these mugworts broke down into well-prepared medicinal materials. A total of 242 mugworts, more than 200 portions. Enough for the short term. Moreover, there were still many mugwort seedlings in the cultivation soil, and, at the current growth rate, he estimated he could harvest just as much by evening. Satisfied, Lin Yifan placed the mugwort into his ring space and moved the box of blueberries next to the fire. Originally, he planned to go out today to chop wood to gather enough for upgrading to a level 3 shelter. Then tomorrow, he would gather stones, aiming to upgrade the shelter to level 3 before the mosquito swarm outbreak. Although a level 2 shelter could prevent some mosquitoes, it didn't provide the same sense of security as a level 3 shelter. However, now he didn't need to worry about basic supplies. With so many blueberries, even if he ate them all himself, he would eventually get tired of them. Not to mention, as long as there was cultivation soil, there would be a continuous supply of blueberries. So the best choice was to trade these blueberries for resources, still at the rate of 10 blueberries per portion. Lin Yifan directly listed all the blueberries at the auction house to exchange for basic supplies. At the same time, he also listed the toast he had previously opened at the auction house, but the toast was for display and could not be traded directly. The toast was meant to trade for items like blueprints and medicinal materials, as well as some special items, rather than basic materials like wood and stone. But even for blueprints and medicinal materials, they had to pass his judgment before he decided whether to accept them. Therefore, the toast trading was strictly private. After listing everything, Lin Yifan exited the auction house. At this time, it was only 6:50, and there were still 10 minutes until dawn. With some time on his hands, Lin Yifan sat by the fire and monitored the chat channel. To his surprise, he noticed a change in the total number of people online. Just last night when it got dark, it was over 97,900, but now it had dropped to 97,500. In just one night, over 400 people had logged off. Such a high mortality rate made even the resource-rich Lin Yifan feel a bit heavy-hearted. Meanwhile, the frequency of information scrolling in the chat channel wasn't as high as yesterday, but the content remained largely the same. Many of the messages were from familiar faces who often spoke in the comments. For example, there was the sexy little wildcat he had traded with yesterday, and the sexy little sheep who had been exposed as a transgender person. There was also the flamboyant individual who claimed to be from an idol boy band, still asking for food from his admirers in the channel. However, one message caught Lin Yifan's attention. Hey everyone, have you noticed that the temperature has dropped? I feel like it was much colder last night. What do you mean feel? It has already dropped. Yesterday, during the day, the temperature was around 20 degrees, and now it's only 12 degrees. That's right, it has indeed dropped. I checked the temperature last night around 10, and it was still 15 degrees then. The heavens are against me. I came here wearing only a single layer, and last night, I almost froze to death. If it drops any lower, how will I survive? I hope to find some warm clothing today. I don't know how low the temperature will go. Has it really dropped? Lin Yifan quickly flipped to the page showing the date and weather on the screen. Current time, year 20245, day 4, 29th of the survival calendar, 6:56 a.m. Dawn, 7:30 am. Dusk, 4:30 p.m. Today's weather, light to moderate rain. Temperature, 13 degrees. Friendly reminder, it's almost dawn. A new day is about to begin. So everyone should work hard to find supplies and survive. Also, the temperature is continuously dropping. We don't know how low it will go. Everyone, please pay attention to keeping warm. Yifan initially just wanted to check if the temperature had really dropped, but he noticed that the time for dawn had been pushed back by half an hour, and the time for dusk had also been moved up by half an hour. What the hell is going on? Is it possible that the time will keep getting shorter, leading to an eternal night? Impossible. If it really turned into an eternal night, what is the point of surviving? Might as well just give up. There must be some other hidden rules at play. Perhaps achieving first place would reveal what's really going on. Yifan rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly determined to upgrade to a level 3 shelter. While he couldn't be sure about everything else, since he had received a first-place achievement when upgrading to a level 2 shelter, he was confident he could achieve the same when upgrading to a level 3 shelter. However, to upgrade to a level 3 shelter, he had to first find iron nails, but he had no idea where to find them. Compared to the shortening of daytime, the drop in temperature seemed trivial. He had clothes. Even if the temperature dropped further, he wouldn't freeze to death. But if an eternal night were to descend, would the dangers of the night cost him his life? Even he couldn't guarantee that. Chapter 16 Daytime Exploration. Again, Lin Yifan's heart couldn't help but feel a bit heavier. Returning to the chat channel, he thought for a moment and decided to remind everyone. However, at that moment, he saw a message from an old acquaintance. Sassy little wildcat. Oh my, it was so cold last night. Me almost froze to death. Luckily, Brother Yifan gave me a warm cotton coat, which helped me survive the cold night. Thank you, Brother Yifan. I love you. My heart will only ever have you. As soon as this message was sent, the chat channel exploded. Wow, this little wildcat actually hooked up with the big boss Yi? Indeed, regardless of the time, beautiful women always have an advantage. Even a big shot like Yifan can't escape the attack of a beauty. Since this little wildcat can hook up with the big boss, so can we. Big Brother Yifan, I'm a sexy little wild pig. I can not only sing and dance, but as long as the big boss gives me a little food and clothing, I will only love the big boss. I can do it too, Brother Yi. I'm a sexy little wild ox, skilled in all arts, begging for brotherly love. I'm a sexy little wild chicken. I'm a sexy little wild sheep. Lin Yifan watched the rolling messages in the chat channel, feeling a sudden blackout, and helplessly sent a message. Stop messing around. I have something serious to tell you. Go check the date and weather page. I've noticed that not only has the temperature dropped, but the daylight hours have also shortened. I don't know if this will continue to shorten, but you all need to hurry up and collect more supplies. As soon as he sent this message, the chat channel paused for a moment. Everyone went to check the date and weather page. After a while, the chat channel messages began to roll again. However, Lin Yifan no longer paid attention. He could remind them once, but that was all he could do. He was struggling to take care of himself, so he had no time to manage others. Just then, he discovered that Ruan Qingtan, with whom he had traded yesterday, had sent him a message. Mr. Yi, you said the daytime is getting shorter. Could it become eternal night? Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows upon seeing the message. Indeed, there were always smart people. If he could think of something, others could too. However, he couldn't answer that, so he could only say, I don't know. But there are many natural disasters in this world. The mosquito swarm crisis in extreme disasters can only be considered one. There will definitely be more dangerous ones. And eternal night is not impossible. However, there's no need to think too much about it now. It won't help. Collecting supplies well is the key. After sending the message, he focused his attention outside the wooden house because it was daylight. The rain was still drizzling, even heavier than yesterday. And he wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but Lin Yifan felt that today's fog was much denser than yesterday. Yesterday, standing inside the house, he could still see the thick fog in the distance, but today he couldn't see clearly at all. With the days getting shorter, he couldn't afford to waste a second. After directly turning off the light screen, Lin Yifan put on his raincoat, took 2 empty treasure chests to the eaves to collect water, and then set off to look for supplies. Yesterday, he had gone to the left, and although he had only searched in a haphazard manner, he had at least been there. Of course, another reason he didn't want to go left was to avoid the mosquito swarm. Last night, he clearly saw billions of mosquitoes in the forest to the left. He was lucky not to encounter them yesterday, but if he continued to search there, he might run into the mosquito swarm, and he still hadn't made strong mosquito repellent. Confronting the mosquito swarm recklessly would be too dangerous. So today, he planned to go to the right. The forest on the right was relatively denser than the left. The types of trees were similar, but the difference was that the right forest had not only tall trees, but also many low shrubs. There were even many thorny vines, making it necessary to use an axe to clear a path. The difficulty of searching for supplies had increased significantly, but Lin Yifan still decided to go this way. His shelter was here, and he didn't know if it could be moved in the future, but for the short term, he didn't plan to change locations. Therefore, for safety's sake, he planned to explore all directions around the shelter. Moreover, Lin Yifan didn't plan to collect basic supplies today. His only goals were treasure chests, herbs like mint, and bird feathers and iron pieces for making feathered arrows. To be honest, his luck was quite good. Not long after he set off, he discovered 2 medicinal herbs. Wild chrysanthemum and plantain are common herbs known for their cooling and detoxifying effects. Lin Yifan had seen elderly people use them for tea to reduce heat and detox when he was in the countryside. So even if he couldn't use them now, he still collected them first. Talent activated, receiving an 8x critical hit reward. Wild chrysanthemum x8 plantain x8, the critical hit buff directly turned the originally single plantain and wild chrysanthemum into 8 plants. Lin Yifan happily tossed these 2 herbs into his space and continued his exploration. Before long, he saw a gigantic pine tree with a bird's nest the size of a basin on its branch. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up at the sight of the bird's nest. He hadn't found a single bird feather yet. There were birds in the forest, but he could only hear their sounds without seeing them. Even with the windbreaker bough in his hand, it was of no use. Now that he could find a bird's nest, there was a chance he might find bird feathers. As for the little birds, he wouldn't fantasize about them. He had roughly judged that the seasons in this world were probably in autumn. Birds build nests and lay eggs in spring, so this bird's nest must be empty. However, if luck was on his side, he might find a few feathers. Lin Yifan put the axe into his ring space, spat in his palm, and rubbed it, then began to climb the tree. His tree climbing skills weren't excellent, but he had been around it since childhood, so he managed to climb up. He carefully climbed along the branch until he reached the front of the bird's nest. Just as he expected, there were no bird eggs or chicks inside the nest. However, to his surprise, there was actually a treasure chest inside the nest. Although it was just a white treasure chest, it was better than nothing. Lin Yifan put the treasure chest into his space ring. Planning to open it after returning to the shelter, it would be easier to sort out then. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed something else under the nest at the bottom of the box. It was an egg, about the size of a fist, with a greenish-blue shell. Chapter 17. Another sexy little wildcat. Lin Yifan looked at the bird egg, his eyes suddenly brightening. He quickly picked it up and weighed it in his hand. It was heavy. He just didn't know if the egg was bad or not. If it wasn't bad, he could enjoy a good meal. Just then, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yifan. Golden Eagle egg can be hatched. Grade: bronze hatching conditions. Wind attribute Spirit Crystal 1. Fire attribute Spirit Crystal 1. It can actually be hatched. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up instantly. This egg could actually hatch, and it was a golden eagle egg. He had never seen a golden eagle, but he knew what an eagle was. It was a raptor. If he could really have a golden eagle as a pet, it would be incredibly cool. However, when he saw the hatching conditions below, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. What was this spirit crystal? He had never even heard of it. It seemed that in the short term, hatching this golden eagle was not very likely. But no matter what, as long as he knew the hatching conditions, there would always be a day when he could hatch it. So how could this not be considered a good harvest? Unfortunately, he did not trigger a harvest critical hit buff. Lin Yifan felt a slight regret in his heart, but it was only for a moment. He was satisfied as he stored the bird's nest along with the egg in his ring space. After climbing down the tree, he continued forward. Due to the need to clear a path, he could only cover 1 or 2 miles in an hour at most. Lin Yifan spent the entire morning and managed to walk out about 10 miles, collecting only the bird's nest in that wave, along with a few common herbs. Nothing else. However, he did not feel discouraged. Finding resources was all about luck, and he had done quite well that morning with that wave of harvest. After clearing the path for so long, he was indeed tired, so he found a rock to sit on, took out a piece of toast, and had it with water for lunch. While eating the toast, he opened the auction house. only to see that all the blueberries he had listed that morning had been exchanged for basic materials. Fortunately, the auction house's trading principle was that as long as something was listed, the item would remain there, and the exchanged items would also appear in the same place. Before Lin Yifan went out, he had left all the blueberries in the shelter, so now the exchanged basic materials were all in the shelter. This also made it convenient for those who went out to gather resources, as they didn't have to keep an eye on the auction house's transactions all the time. After checking the auction house's transaction situation, he turned his attention to the private chat channel. At this moment, his private chat channel was already full. When he opened it, all the messages were from people wanting to exchange for toast, but some clever folks really made him speechless. My dad is the governor of Jiangnan province. Now I'm giving you a chance to please me. Just send me a pack of toast, and when we get back to Earth, I'll have my dad give you a civil servant position. We're all compatriots of Huagua. I advise you not to be so selfish. If you have extra food, hurry up and share it with us. We will thank you for your generosity. Gigi, I'm a sexy little sheep. I have fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs. I could be a cool sister or a cute girl. Just give me 2 pieces of toast, and I'll send you a picture in black stockings. Bro, I have a bunch of artificially made natural fertilizers and am willing to exchange them for your toast. I hope you want tea refuse and will agree quickly. Lin Yifan looked at the messages from these clever folks and unceremoniously blacklisted them all. Then he saw some useful information. To be honest, the temptation of toast was quite significant, and many people had offered blueprints in exchange. Wooden table blueprint. Exchange for 5 pieces of toast. Please reply if you agree to the trade. Bench blueprint. Willing to exchange for 6 pieces of toast. Hoping for your agreement. I have basic water purifier blueprint. Wanting to exchange for 10 pieces of toast. Please reply if you agree. The wooden table and bench blueprints were not considered rare. Many individuals had offered these 2 types of blueprints. Lin Yifan chose the 2 with the lowest asking prices and spent 7 pieces of toast to acquire both blueprints. As for the basic water purifier blueprint, Lin Yifan hesitated for a moment but decided to take it. Although everyone did not lack clean water due to the rain now, who knew if they would lack it in the future? Collecting the blueprints would never be a mistake. In addition to these basic facility blueprints, Lin Yifan also saw a weapon crafting blueprint. Black iron level 100 forged blade blueprint. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. However, the asking price from the other party really made Lin Yifan feel like they were asking for a lion's share. The other party actually wanted 1,600 grams of toast, which was a whole 2 large bags, and in addition to that, they wanted 1,000 grams of meat and 500 grams of blueberries. Obviously, even though Lin Yifan had listed his information as hidden, the other party had guessed it was him, considering the current rarity of weapon blueprints. His asking price was not actually outrageous. But the problem was, Lin Yifan did not have any meat on him right now. The snake meat he had from yesterday, aside from what he had eaten himself, was all used to exchange for resources. So unless he could hunt new beasts, he couldn't produce any meat. But he still wanted this blueprint, so he replied, I can agree to the conditions, but I don't have any meat on me right now. Either you change the meat requirement to something else, or you can have it as a debt until I catch new meat to give you. Lin Yifan believed that no one would agree to such a blank check. Not to mention, the other party was also someone who had hidden their ID. However, since the other party had taken out the blueprint, it was clear they had trading intentions. Therefore, the probability of changing the conditions should be higher. However, to his surprise, the other party actually agreed. I'll just owe it for now. When I get new meat, I'll give you a bit more as interest. Seeing this familiar tone, a familiar face flashed through Lin Yifan's mind. He immediately replied, Are you the sexy little wildcat? The sexy little wildcat's way of speaking was indeed very distinctive, even though many people tried to imitate it. None could compare to this little wildcat when it came to being coy. And the hidden ID, sexy little wildcat, saw Lin Yifan's message and immediately replied, Yes, it's me. I went out today to look for resources, and after walking just a short distance, I found a green treasure chest, and this blueprint came from that chest. The moment I opened the blueprint, I immediately thought that this blueprint belongs to you. Only a strong person like you deserves to have such a high-level weapon. So I came to trade with you right away. Brother Yi, don't you think I'm really good to you? You must not forget about me. Lin Yifan raised an eyebrow. He really didn't expect that this female internet celebrity would have such good luck. She found a treasure chest yesterday and opened rare mugwort. And today she found another treasure chest. She even opened such a precious weapon blueprint. That was truly remarkable. Lin Yifan had always believed that luck was also a part of strength. If a person had no luck at all, no matter how strong they were, it would be very difficult to succeed. But for those who had great luck, even without any abilities, they could still easily succeed. Not to mention, this was in the survival realm. Here, it was not easy for anyone to survive. Lin Yifan also had a feeling that this world seemed to place great importance on luck, whether it was opening treasure chests or finding resources. It was all tied to luck. So, he boldly speculated that if he wanted to survive well in this world, luck was very important. People with good luck can definitely live better and longer than those who are unfortunate. Therefore, Lin Yifan is more inclined to befriend those who have particularly good luck. Moreover, since they're taking the initiative to befriend him, he just needs to go along with them and doesn't have to grovel at all. Chapter 18. The woman with unmatched luck. It's good to be on friendly terms, but having Lin Yifan grovel is something he can't do. However, if she takes the initiative, he wouldn't refuse. Therefore, Lin Yifan didn't hold back and directly sent a message. Thank you. I will remember this favor. When I get new meat supplies, I'll give you 3 times the amount. Hee, 3 times is unnecessary. The sexy little wildcat replied, if Brother Yi has any extra wood or stones, you can trade those for me too, so I can upgrade the shelter to level 2 first. As for basic materials, Lin Yifan wasn't lacking. Even if he did, he could easily trade and use supplies for them. So he didn't refuse and readily agreed. No problem. Just calculate how much you still need by tonight and let me know. I'll try my best to make it up to you. At that moment, the sexy little wildcat, whose hands were blistered and painful from chopping wood, was so excited upon seeing Lin Yifan's message that she nearly jumped up. She even feared she misread it and couldn't help but confirm. Brother Yi, are you serious? Will you really help me make up the difference? What if I need a lot? Lin Yifan was well aware of the material requirements for upgrading from a level 1 to a level 2 shelter. Compared to his upgrade from level 2 to level 3, it was truly negligible, so he replied without hesitation, yes, I really will, even if you need a lot. Brother Yi, you are too good. Thank you, really thank you. The sexy little wildcat, whose hands were shaking from the pain, shed tears of gratitude and quickly sent another message. Brother Yi, I'll trade you the blueprint right away. Besides the breakthrough, I also found 5 iron nails in that green treasure chest, and I have no use for them right now, so I'll give them to you too. Iron nails. Lin Yifan couldn't help but feel envious of the sexy little wildcat's luck. He had opened so many treasure chests without seeing a single iron nail, while she effortlessly found some. It truly was. The comparison of people leads to death. The comparison of goods leads to tossing. After the trade was completed, Lin Yifan took a look at one of the iron nails and found it was just a regular 3-inch nail, so he tossed it back into his storage. With these 5 iron nails, he could finally establish the beginner's workbench. With a workbench, he could create more precise items. For example, a wooden bed made from the workbench would at least reach a standard level, unlike the one he made directly last night, which was rough and had a low weight capacity, not even able to fit 2 people. Moreover, to create higher level, more intricate and aesthetically pleasing furniture or other facilities, he would need to rely on the workbench. Therefore, the workbench was essential. After checking the iron nails, Lin Yifan finally took out the black iron level 100 forged knife blueprint. Black iron level 100 forged knife blueprint. Learnable. He clicked to learn without hesitation and then checked the crafting requirements. Black iron level 100 forged knife blueprint grade. Black iron level crafting materials. 5 iron blocks, 2 acid wood, rosewood, more iron blocks. Sigh. Lin Yifan sighed lightly. He still hadn't found a stable source of iron blocks. He had just received 5 iron nails from the sexy little wildcat. It was tough to make this knife. Lin Yifan could only temporarily set this matter aside and continue checking his private messages, but there was nothing else of value. There were people selling herbs, but they were all the most common ones, and he already had them, so he didn't bother with trading. As for herbs, what he urgently needed was mint, but no one was selling it. Helpless, he decided to spare 3 slices of toast and posted a trade request for mint. To ensure that those who found mint could see his request, he also sent a purchase message in the chat channel. Buying mint, buying mint, buying mint. This time he didn't remain anonymous, so once the message was sent, the entire channel exploded. Wow, the great Lin Yifan has come out, and he is looking to buy mint. Who has mint? Hurry up and trade with him. I saw someone at the auction house trading toast for mint, but unfortunately, I don't have any. Do I have to give it to him just because he asks? Who does he think he is? Is he a god? I want to sell it to him. The person above must be crazy. The great Lin Yifan previously posted the effective mosquito repellent recipe, and one of the ingredients is mint. If we don't give him mint, how can he make the mosquito repellent? Not my problem. My shelter is already upgraded to level 2, so even if the mosquito swarm attacks, it won't hurt me. Look, this is what selfishness looks like. The great Lin Yifan at least considers us, while this person is a true selfish devil. Lin Yifan watched the debate in the chat channel and didn't feel like saying much. He had publicly shared the effective mosquito repellent recipe yesterday as a form of advertising, not because he wanted to provide it for free. So, whether others were willing to trade with him was of no concern. Just then, Lin Yifan suddenly received a message from friend channel. Yuan Qingtan, mint, I found 2 plants today. I can give them to you. But I have one request. Can you give me a copy of the effective mosquito repellent once you make it? Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows, surprised that this woman had such good luck. As for her condition, there was nothing he couldn't agree to. Lin Yifan had cultivating soil, and with 1 plant, he could grow a large batch. Give her one was no problem at all, so he readily replied, I agree to your condition. After thinking for a moment, he asked, do you need me to give a deposit? No need. Yuan Qingtan quickly replied, I trust your character. After saying that, she immediately initiated the trade. After receiving the mint, Lin Yifan quickly got up and headed back to the shelter. The cultivating soil was in the shelter, and he needed to get back to plant the mint in the soil so he could quickly grow more mint. It was slow to go out, but returning was much faster. In less than 40 minutes, he arrived back at the shelter. At this time, the shelter was piled high with wood and stones, nearly crushing the blueberry tree planted in the cultivating soil. Lin Yifan hurriedly sorted the wood and feed, stacking the wood neatly along one edge of the shelter. The stones were moved directly outside the shelter since they wouldn't be damaged by wind or rain. As for the clay, it was temporarily stored in his ring space. After seeing the wooden house, which had been cluttered, finally organized, Lin Yifan finally sighed in relief. The blueberries had ripened again, and the heavy fruits bent the branches. Lin Yifan quickly took out an empty box and harvested all the blueberries, only to find that the quantity this time was more than in the morning. In the morning, the blueberries had just filled one empty green treasure chest. But this time, after filling one box, there were still quite a few blueberries left, which could only be stored in another box. Chapter 19. The treasure chest in the swarm of mosquitoes. Lin Yifan was filled with confusion, wondering why the number of blueberries could differ so much between the 2 harvests. He soon discovered that the blueberry tree had actually grown 2 new branches, which explained the increased yield. On the other hand, the mugwort had also exploded in growth, densely packed with what seemed to be dozens of plants. Each group was nearly half a person tall, covered in an abundance of seeds. Lin Yifan decided to pull up all the mugwort that had already flowered and seeded, leaving only the small mugwort below his knees. He then planned to plant mint on the other side of the mugwort. At that moment, a warning suddenly flashed on the screen before Lin Yifan. Warning: a single cultivation soil can only plant 2 types of plants. If a 3rd type is planted, one of the previous 2 plants will be randomly selected as fertilizer. Lin Yifan was startled by the information. He hadn't realized that the number of plants that could be grown in a single cultivation soil was fixed. Fortunately, he received the warning, otherwise, you have lost a precious plant. Although he seemed indifferent to blueberries now, they were indeed real fruits and highly nutritious. Therefore, he couldn't afford to lose the blueberries. As for mugwort, it was even more irreplaceable, despite having accumulated quite a bit from the last 2 harvests. This plant was one that one could never have too much of. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yifan ultimately decided to temporarily dig up the blueberry tree. Blueberry trees were relatively easy to care for and resilient. As long as he watered them periodically after digging them up, they could survive for a long time. Moreover, since blueberry trees were native plants, they wouldn't die if planted in ordinary soil outside. Thus, Lin Yifan dug up the blueberry tree and took it to a spot outside the shelter where the soil was fertile, having previously transplanted it there. He then immediately took out the 2 mint plants and planted them in the cultivation soil, watching the previously wilted mint perk up instantly. Lin Yifan knew that the day of a bountiful mint harvest was not far off. After planting the mint, he added a few logs to the fire pit and set off again to search for supplies. Following the path he had cleared in the morning, he had only walked a short distance when he spotted a white treasure chest hidden among the fallen leaves. He quickly picked it up and tossed it into his space, planning to open it later that night. After spending 40 minutes returning to the spot where he had lunch, he grabbed his axe and continued to clear the path. However, this time, he had barely walked a short distance when a frantic buzzing filled his ears. He was all too familiar with this sound. It was the same noise made by the swarm of mosquitoes he had encountered in the western forest the previous night. The chaotic and erratic noise was maddening, causing unease and agitation. At the same time, Lin Yifan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. Looking down, he saw a mosquito the size of a spider rapidly sucking his blood. The exaggerated speed of its feeding sent a chill down his spine. He quickly swatted the mosquito, only to see the spot where it had bitten him quickly redden and swell, stinging painfully. What was even more terrifying was that he noticed a swarm of over a dozen mosquitoes had gathered around him. If he hadn't been wearing a full camouflage outfit and had only rolled up the sleeve on his right arm out of habit, he feared that the mosquitoes would have already descended upon him to feed. Watching the mosquitoes, Lin Yifan felt a wave of dread wash over him. He had initially thought the mosquito swarm was concentrated in the western forest, but he hadn't expected to find them here as well. If all the mosquitoes were like the one before him, the outbreak of the swarm would be truly terrifying. He didn't even dare to imagine. He quickly snapped a couple of photos of the mosquitoes and retreated, preparing to leave the area. He noticed that the number of mosquitoes buzzing around him was increasing, and they kept darting towards his face. He had to continuously wave his arms to fend them off. However, even after walking nearly a kilometer back, the swarm of mosquitoes surrounding him still had not dispersed. With no other option, he had to stop and kill all the mosquitoes. At the same time, he finally discovered where the daytime mosquito swarm was hiding. He looked up at a tall banyan tree in front of him, his scalp tingling. The banyan tree was high, with dense branches. All the mosquitoes were perched on the upper branches, densely packed, filling every branch. Lin Yifan felt a surge of panic. He had been rushing earlier and hadn't looked up closely, thinking they were just dark brown branches. Now he realized that the mosquitoes weren't in the distant forest, but right in front of him. Looking at the mosquitoes, Lin Yifan could only slowly retreat. He hadn't yet prepared the powerful mosquito repellent, and he didn't dare to disturb them. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a treasure chest perched on the central branch of the banyan tree. Moreover, it was a blue treasure chest. This was the first time he had seen a blue treasure chest. Unfortunately, this blue treasure chest was surrounded by a swarm of mosquitoes. Trying to retrieve, it would undoubtedly lead him straight into the swarm. What to do? Give up? Lin Yifan furrowed his brows, feeling quite unwilling. This was a blue treasure chest. Moreover, he still had the buff for critical harvest today, as long as he could get this chest. Even if the critical harvest buff only doubled, it would be a massive gain. No, he had to get that chest down. But how? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yifan came up with an idea. The only way to retrieve the chest from the swarm of mosquitoes was to either eliminate all the mosquitoes or drive them away. Powerful mosquito repellent, yes. He needed to use the powerful mosquito repellent. Only then could he exterminate the mosquitoes and retrieve the chest. However, it was still 7 or 8 kilometers back to the shelter, and a round trip would take at least over an hour. Lin Yifan quickly opened the screen to check the time. It was already 2:30 p.m., and it would be dark by 4:30 p.m. He had only 2 hours left. Did he really want to take this risk? Lin Yifan furrowed his brows and thought for a few seconds before ultimately deciding that he had to get the treasure chest. Having made up his mind, he didn't waste any time and sprinted toward the shelter, almost using a 100-meter dash speed. In the end, he completed the journey that would normally take 40 minutes in just 20 minutes. Inside the shelter, the cultivation soil had allowed the 2 mint plants to grow considerably, with many weak branches sprouting from the main stem. Chapter 20. truly a powerful insecticide. Lin Yifan originally planned to use one of the two mint plants to prepare the medicine, leaving the other for propagation. After all, mint is known for its strong vitality and high reproductive capacity, especially with the cultivation soil available. One seedling would be sufficient. However, that was no longer necessary. He discovered that in this world, the unit calculation for medicinal materials is not based on individual plants but by weight. After picking 5 leaves, he was notified that he had 1 unit. He then took out a unit of mugwort from his space and began to make the powerful mosquito repellent. According to his original idea, this powerful insecticide should be a spray like those found in the center of the earth. But he never expected that the resulting powerful mosquito repellent would turn out to be a bundle of grass about half a meter long. Powerful mosquito repellent grade, good usage, smoke, ignite the top of the herb bundle, which will emit a large amount of medicinal smoke capable of killing mosquitoes. Each bundle can be used for 3 hours. Special note, when used indoors, please ensure proper ventilation to avoid suffocating yourself. Yifan looked at the herb bundle in his hand and sighed slightly. Could such a primitive method really kill mosquitoes? He couldn't help but doubt it. However, there were no better alternatives to deal with those mosquitoes, so he had no choice but to trust this herb bundle. After taking out several more medicinal materials, he made a total of 5 herb bundles and then planned to rush over to get that blue treasure chest. Before leaving, he took an empty treasure chest, dug out some charcoal from the fire, and then set out with the chest. He used a white, empty treasure chest, made of a grayish-white stone material, different from the wooden material of the green treasure chest. Although Yifan didn't know if this white treasure chest could withstand high temperatures, he had no other means of ignition besides the fire. Therefore, he had to bring an ember from the shelter. Ideally, a torch would be best, but even making the simplest torch requires bamboo strips or pine wood, neither of which he had at the moment. So he could only use this white treasure chest to try and carry the ember. Worried that the empty chest would be damaged by the high temperature and lose the ember midway, Yifan almost exerted all his strength to sprint to the location of the blue treasure chest, even shortening his return time by 5 minutes. Fortunately, although the chest started to heat up, it didn't crack. He found a large handful of relatively dry leaves from the layer of dead leaves on the ground, placed them on the charcoal inside the chest, and began to blow on them. Moments later, the dry leaves ignited, and he took out several pieces of dry wood from a space, placing them on the burning dry leaves to let them catch fire slowly. Once the fire was ready, Yifan didn't immediately place the powerful mosquito repellent on it to ignite. Instead, he took out a set of clothes from his space, wrapping his face and hands as much as possible, leaving only his eyes exposed. Only then did he take out a powerful mosquito repellent and place it over the open flame. Soon, white smoke began to rise from the top of the herb bundle. Surprisingly, the smoke smelled quite pleasant. It had the fragrance of mugwort and the coolness of mint. Although it was a bit choking, it was also quite refreshing. As the smoke began to disperse, Yifan immediately focused on the swarm of mosquitoes clinging to the branches of the banyan tree. Surprisingly, although the herb bundle looked primitive and crude, it was quite effective. This made Lin Yifan breathe a sigh of relief. After all, facing the imminent explosion of mosquitoes, the powerful mosquito repellent was his trump card. Indeed, hiding in the shelter could avoid some mosquito attacks, but what if the mosquitoes didn't retreat during the day? Would he just sit at home and starve? That would be waiting for death. Therefore, it was essential to have a method to control the mosquito swarm. Otherwise, it would ultimately lead to a dead end. The powerful mosquito repellent was, so far, the most ideal reliance. Now that the mosquito repellent was showing significant effects, Lin Yifan naturally felt happy. Not long after the smoke began to disperse, the swarm of mosquitoes that had been stationary on the branches immediately started to become agitated. The buzzing sound grew chaotic and overwhelming, making Yifan feel restless and anxious. He rubbed his temples and took a deep breath of the smoke, feeling much more comfortable from the coolness within. Now he understood why mugwort was the main ingredient for killing mosquitoes, but mint was also added. It turned out that mint was aimed at humans. Just as Yifan grasped this key point, he suddenly saw clusters of black objects falling in front of him. Upon closer inspection, they were all mosquitoes. Among the fallen mosquitoes, some were already dead, while others were still struggling. However, it seemed they wouldn't last much longer. The powerful mosquito-killing effect of this herb bundle truly lived up to its name. Yifan looked up, excited to see that the number of mosquitoes on the branches above was decreasing. The blue treasure chest, which had been covered by mosquitoes, was now mostly exposed. After inserting the herb bundle into the ground, he took out another herb bundle to ignite, then bit down on it and began to climb the tree. The blue treasure chest was about 7 to 8 meters above the ground, roughly equivalent to the height of a 23-story building. If it were a straighter tree, Yifan wasn't confident he could climb it. The banyan tree's branches were lush and began to fork almost from the base, making it relatively easier to climb. However, the higher he climbed, the more mosquitoes there were. But most of these mosquitoes were already dead, just hanging on the tree, even if a few were still alive. Yifan wouldn't let those stragglers escape with the herb bundle in his mouth. Thus, the entire process of retrieving the blue treasure chest went smoothly. After getting the chest, Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he looked at the time, his expression instantly changed. 16:15, only 15 minutes left until it gets dark. There was no way he could make it back in time. This made him panic. But no matter what, he couldn't give up. So, Yifan quickly tossed the blue treasure chest into his ring space, extinguished one of the herb bundles, and held the other in his hand. Then, lifting the chest filled with charcoal, he sprinted towards the shelter with all his might. Although the chance of a fire in this weather was minimal, Yifan didn't want to take that gamble. Forest fires are everyone's responsibility. Born in the countryside, these 8 words were engraved in his bones. Not to mention, his shelter was right here. If it caught fire, he'd become roasted meat himself. So even though the chest was getting quite hot, he still didn't drop it. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of the heat. He wanted to extinguish the charcoal, but there was no time for that. Even so, despite his hurried efforts, he ultimately was still late. Chapter 21. Attack in the night. About 5 minutes away from the safety lock, darkness fell. The darkness here descended in an instant, without any transition. Although it was also dark when he hurried back yesterday, he only reached the safe house just in time. So, while he could vaguely sense that the night here was special, as if an unnamed terror appeared in the darkness, it wasn't particularly intuitive. But today, Lin Yifan finally felt it directly. Moreover, the moment the darkness fell, thick fog rapidly rose from the ground. In less than a minute, the fog enveloped the entire forest. After dark, it was already difficult to see anything, with only vague shadows visible, but now, along with the fog, even shadows were gone. All he could see was a chaotic expanse. Indeed, it was not absolute darkness, nor purely fog. It was chaos. A chaos where nothing could be seen. In such a situation where vision was rendered useless, panic inevitably arose in Lin Yifan's heart. He took a deep breath, bit down hard on the tip of his tongue, and suppressed the panic within him, forcing himself to calm down and face the situation. He looked up towards the horizon. He had checked the direction before leaving, and this was to the west. Last night, he had seen a blood-red moon in the southeastern sky, filled with a sense of ominousness. However, as a directional reference, it should be fine. Sure enough, that blood-red moon was now hanging in the sky. And although the entire land was shrouded in thick fog and Lin Yifan stood amidst it, logically, he should not have been able to see the moon at all. Yet, that blood moon hung there brazenly, exuding an ominous aura that sent chills down his spine. Lin Yifan dared not think wildly. He looked in the direction of the blood moon and attempted to force his way forward. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he felt something was wrong with the ground beneath his feet. The path he was walking on was one he had cleared with an axe earlier that day, with thorns and brambles on both sides, leaving no way to walk. Therefore, if he was heading in the right direction, he should be going straight down that path. But now, after only 2 steps, he had stepped on thorns. Clearly, he had gone the wrong way, but according to the blood moon, his direction should have been correct. How could it be wrong? Lin Yifan stood still, frowning as he looked at the blood moon, which showed no signs of changing direction. It seemed that trying to use the blood moon as a directional reference was not feasible. He took 2 steps back and returned to his original position. With no better options, Lin Yifan could only start feeling his way forward cautiously, carefully following the sensations under his feet. Fortunately, this path was one he had personally cleared. No one knew it better than him. Moreover, he picked up a stick to gently tap the ground, confirming the road ahead. It was like a blind person using a cane to find their way. Although it was slow, he was making progress. With only 5 minutes left to go, even if he was slow, he should be able to find his way back in half an hour at most. After about 20 minutes of walking, Lin Yifan felt a sense of relief. He also noticed that he was getting closer to the shelter. The density of the fog had decreased, although he still couldn't see his hand in front of him. However, the suffocating feeling of being enveloped by the fog had dissipated considerably. Just then, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. Rustle, faint footsteps, crunching on dry branches and leaves, made a slight sound. But in this silent, deserted place, it was like thunder, exploding in Lin Yifan's ears. He turned around abruptly, but unfortunately, it was pitch black, and with the fog, he couldn't see anything clearly. However, from the sound, he could tell that the owner of the footsteps was approaching him, and the distance was closing in. Lin Yifan immediately prepared to throw half of the potion he had into his ring space, then carefully placed the box containing the charcoal on the ground. He quickly pulled out his axe with his right hand and an arrow with his left. If one looked closely, the arrowhead had a faint sheen of oil. It was coated with the venom of a king cobra. He had taken the opportunity last night to apply snake venom to 2 arrowheads as a last resort for self-defense. The venom of the king cobra was incredibly terrifying. A single bite could take down an elephant, let alone smaller animals. Therefore, it was the perfect trump card. Now, not knowing what was approaching, Lin Yifan couldn't afford to underestimate it and directly took out all his trump cards. At that moment, the footsteps were almost within reach. But Lin Yifan still couldn't see what was coming toward him. Yet he could vaguely feel that whatever was approaching was dangerous. But since he couldn't see it, all he could do was remain alert and on guard. With a whoosh, Lin Yifan instinctively raised his axe and swung it hard to the left. A piercing howl rang out immediately. Lin Yifan finally recognized what was approaching him. It was a wolf. This made his hair stand on end. His expression became extremely wary, and his muscles tensed to the utmost. Because wolves are pack animals. If one was present, there must be a whole pack nearby. Even if there was only one in front of him, there would undoubtedly be a group in the vicinity. So he was in danger. Even if he could deal with the wolf in front of him, he would eventually have to face the rest of the pack. Even if he escaped back to the shelter, this crisis would not be resolved. Although his level 2 shelter was already a wooden house, it would still be insufficient against a pack of wolves. He needed to upgrade the shelter to level 3 in a short time for some assurance. But now was not the time to think about these things. He had to deal with the wolf in front of him first. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to return to the shelter. And what good would it be even if the shelter was level 100? Lin Yifan took a deep breath and cautiously brought the axe to his nose, inhaling the heavy scent of blood. The wolf was injured. His earlier swing had wounded the wolf. Moreover, the injury must be serious. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much blood staining the bones. But even so, Lin Yifan dared not let his guard down. At that moment, the wolf's footsteps had disappeared, and even its breathing was silent, making it impossible to determine its position. Lin Yifan stood still and waited, but he didn't hear a second attack from the wolf. However, he could confirm that the wolf hadn't gone far. It was still nearby, watching him intently. Chapter 22, Poisoning the Wild Wolf. Lin Yifan dared not move, completely afraid to fight. His eyes could see nothing now, making him no different from a blind person. However, the wolf hiding in the darkness could find him so clearly, which was enough to prove that the wolf's eyes were normal. Under such circumstances, he really didn't dare to make a move, fearing that if he moved, he would be ambushed. However, the standoff time passed exceptionally quickly. It felt like only a moment had passed, and 5 minutes had gone by. Lin Yifan still did not dare to move. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a unique sound by his ear, faint yet present. It was like a baby whispering, a woman lamenting, and the gentle reminders of a close elder. Many chaotic sounds intertwined, seeming both distant and near, making it impossible to hear correctly. As these sounds intertwined, they seemed to mutate in some way, making Lin Yifan increasingly irritated. Unable to hold back, he reached up to pat his ears, trying to dispel the distracting noises. However, whether he patted or covered his ears, the sounds still persisted, not dissipating just because he covered them. At this moment, if someone stood in front of Lin Yifan, they would see that his eyes were filled with red blood vessels, and even his pupils were turning crimson. This crimson color was exactly the same as the blood moon hanging in the sky. If one were to say that there was no relationship between the two, even Lin Yifan himself would find it hard to believe. However, he was currently too weak, and even the impending natural disaster required him to endure tribulations, let alone this intangible thing. After trying a few times to dispel the sounds by his ear without success, he noticed that as time passed, the strange sounds became more chaotic, increasing his agitation to the point where he felt an impulse to go mad. This made him vaguely realize that the danger of the night might lie in these strange sounds. No, he could not stay out in the wild any longer. He must hurry back to the shelter. Lin Yifan bit his tongue, using the pain to calm himself down completely. And then he no longer cared about the wolf that had attacked him. After throwing the box containing the fire starter into the ring space, he quietly began to move towards the direction of the shelter. He was already very close to the shelter, and even with his current state, it would only take him 5 or 6 minutes to reach it. However, Lin Yifan had only taken about 10 steps forward when he immediately heard movement coming from his left. His reaction was quick, holding the poisoned arrow in his right hand. He swiftly jabbed it towards the left. However, he missed. Clearly, that wolf was quite cunning and would not allow him to easily inflict harm again. Lin Yifan hadn't expected this strike to truly injure the wolf that had been cautious around him. It was more of a deterrent. As expected after this strike, the wolf became silent again. Lin Yifan still did not let his guard down, but his pace towards the shelter quickened significantly. After 2 minutes, he finally reached the shelter. Lin Yifan, through the mist, looked at the shelter standing not far away and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, he heard a whoosh by his ear. The sound was incredibly fast, extremely faint, yet remarkably tenacious. Lin Yifan had no time to react. If he braced himself for it, he would surely be injured. Therefore, he could only suddenly crouch down and jab the poisoned arrow upward with all his might. Puff! The sound of the arrowhead piercing flesh immediately rang out. Bang! Then came the sound of something hitting the ground, right in front of Lin Yifan. However, it was too dark for him to see clearly, so he could only cautiously assume a defensive stance, preparing to face the next attack. Just then, a hauntingly shrill scream echoed. "Awoo! Awoo! Awoo!" Lin Yifan originally wanted to leave immediately, but he couldn't bear to part with the meat, as it was a hard-earned kill. Even if wolf meat tasted average, he still didn't want to miss out. After all, no matter how average the taste, it was still meat. In this survival world, what could be more important than meat? At least for now, Lin Yifan couldn't bring himself to give it up. However, wolves were ultimately dangerous. He needed to ensure it was completely dead before approaching. So, he stood in place for a moment, waiting for the movements in front to weaken, then cautiously moved closer. Still, he did not dare to touch it with his hands. He prodded with the axe he held, and the wolf remained motionless. Only then did he reach out to lift the wolf's corpse. However, he did not leave immediately. He bent down to search a bit more. He remembered that killing wild beasts might yield treasure chests. When he previously killed the king cobra, it had dropped a chest. Treasure chests were crucial and absolutely could not be missed. As he expected, by the side of the wolf's corpse, he indeed felt a treasure chest. Although he couldn't see the color clearly, as long as it was a treasure chest, it was a good thing. After putting the treasure chest and the wolf's corpse into the ring space, Lin Yifan did not dare to delay further and quickly turned to head back to the shelter. The eerie whispers by his ear had become so loud that he was on the verge of losing control of his emotions. If he continued to delay, he truly feared he would go mad. When he stepped into the shelter, the strange whispers disappeared abruptly, catching him off guard and making him think that what he had heard earlier was an illusion. To verify whether it was an illusion, after entering the shelter, he walked out of the main door again. However, he did not go far, just to the eaves. When he stepped out of the shelter's domain, the eerie whispers immediately returned. Compared to before, the sounds were much weaker, but as time passed, they began to grow stronger again. Lin Yifan frowned, picking up the box placed under the eaves for collecting water, and walked back into the shelter, pondering in his heart. Was this strange whisper something only he experienced, or did it exist throughout the world? If it existed globally, where did this sound come from? so desperate, so chaotic, so mad. It could gradually affect those who heard it, ultimately driving them insane. If it was present everywhere, could this sound be the silent terror of the night here? Lin Yifan was uncertain, but could only set it aside for now. Inside the shelter, the fire pit where he had previously added wood had burned out, but the coals beneath the ashes still remained. So, after adding a few pieces of wood, the fire quickly blazed up. The warmth and light finally made Lin Yifan feel alive again. Although he had only been outside for about half an hour after dark, he felt utterly exhausted. After sitting down to rest for a moment, drinking some water, and eating 2 pieces of toast to sustain himself, he finally regained his composure. Chapter 23, finally back to the shelter. It was already past 5 o'clock. Although it seemed early by the clock, the outside was pitch black. It was truly darker than night. Lin Yifan sighed and stopped his musings. After all, it was what it was, and he could only follow the rules of this world. After resting for a while, he took out the wolf carcass from his space ring. Sure enough, aside from a wound on its neck, there was only a scratch on its abdomen. This scratch was actually quite shallow, but the flesh had already turned black. This wolf had died from poisoning. This made Lin Yifan feel a bit of a headache. Can a wolf that died from poison still be eaten? Forget it. Thinking about eating meat is secondary to preserving his life. However, while the meat couldn't be eaten, the materials were still useful. Lin Yifan carefully skinned the wolf, and he initially planned to discard the remaining blood and flesh. But after thinking for a moment, he decided to keep it for now. The wolf meat was already highly toxic, and it might come in handy in certain situations. So, Lin Yifan placed some mutton on the fire, lightly roasted it until it was half-cooked, and then stored it in the space ring to preserve it. He had tried it before. Time inside the ring was stagnant, so things wouldn't spoil due to the passage of time. Otherwise, he really wouldn't dare to keep it. After processing the wolf carcass, Lin Yifan began to sort out today's harvest. To be honest, his haul today wasn't that much. Besides 3 treasure chests, he only found some herbs while clearing a path. However, due to the buff from critical harvests, the quantity of herbs was quite substantial. He had originally planned to plant them, but he had run out of spare cultivation soil and could only temporarily store them in the space. The rest consisted of a golden eagle egg and the 3 treasure chests. Since he didn't have the materials to incubate the golden eagle egg, he could only set it aside for now, and then he took out the 3 treasure chests. The 3 chests were white, green, and blue. The white one came from a bird's nest, the blue one from a swarm of mosquitoes, and the last green one was the reward for killing the wild wolf. Lin Yifan looked at the green chest and secretly speculated that the chest dropped from killing a beast would at least be a green one. This indeed was a good channel for obtaining quality chests, but the danger was too high, whether it was yesterday's king cobra or today's wild wolf. If Lin Yifan hadn't had a weapon in hand and his quick reflexes, he wouldn't have been able to take them down so easily. He might have even lost his life. However, the appearance of a wild wolf nearby meant there was likely a pack, so he would have to be cautious in the future. After putting aside his wild thoughts, Lin Yifan began to open the treasure chests. White chest, opening. Talent activated. 8x critical reward obtained. Meat bun, 18, chocolate. 8 Lin Yifan looked at the fist-sized meat buns and the chocolate pieces, each weighing at least 45 grams, and his eyes lit up. These were all good things. Since he crossed over, although he hadn't starved himself due to limitations in his cooking skills and materials, he hadn't had much good food. Even the toast he ate during the day was just the most ordinary kind. It couldn't compare to meat buns at all. As for chocolate, that goes without saying. It was the perfect energy snack, compact and easy to store, high in energy and tasty, making it ideal for reserve food. Lin Yifan eagerly took a bite of a meat bun, and it was absolutely delightful. The only pity was that the meat bun was cold, but it didn't matter. He had a frying pan. After adding some water to the pan, he chopped some sticks about the thickness of his fingers with an axe. Then he propped the sticks up in the pan, forming a simple rack, and placed 4 buns on the rack to steam. The remaining 13 buns and chocolate were stored in the space. He couldn't bear to use these 2 food items to trade for supplies. He had to save them for himself. Next, he began to open the 2nd treasure chest. Green chest, opening. Talent activated. 9x critical reward obtained. Universal cultivation soil 9, primary pig iron 45, fine silk quilt 9. As soon as the chest opened, a pile of materials burst out, especially those 9 quilts. It was quite a big haul. If Lin Yifan hadn't been quick on his feet, they would have almost fallen into the fire. He hurriedly stuffed the quilts into the space ring and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned his gaze to the cultivation soil, overwhelmed with extreme joy. Item name: Universal Cultivation Soil. Grade: Ordinary. Evaluation: can be used to cultivate any plant, increasing the growth rate of plants. The higher the grade, the greater the bonus to the growth rate. A farmer's favorite. That was 9 pieces of Universal Cultivation Soil. Even if it was of ordinary grade, it was still an excellent item. If he had grain seeds, he might even be able to support himself through planting. He moved all the newly obtained cultivation soil next to the previously used piece. Then he planted the blueberry tree, which he had dug out for planting mint, into one of the cultivation soils. These cultivation soils also had a restriction. Only 2 types of plants could be planted in one piece, besides the existing herbs. He also had yesterday's prickly pear fruit seeds and half a piece of ginger. These 2 items were also buried in yesterday's good quality cultivation soil, but due to the planting restrictions of the soil, they hadn't sprouted. After digging out the prickly pear fruit seeds and half a piece of ginger, he separated them and planted them in their own pieces of cultivation soil. Anyway, he had plenty of cultivation soil now, but fewer food plants to grow. As for those herbs, they were enough for his needs. Unless he needed to use them in large quantities, there was really no need to plant them. However, thinking about the current weather outside, with rain and temperature drops, if this continued, many people would probably catch colds. Lin Yifan thought for a moment and dug out the mugwort from the good quality cultivation soil to plant it in the ordinary cultivation soil. Then he planted the piece of ginger in the good quality soil. Although there were many herbs suitable for treating colds, there were also many types of colds. The kind caused by temperature drops and rain belonged to the category of wind cold. To treat wind cold, it was necessary to expel the cold from a body, so warming herbs were needed. Ginger, while being a food and spice, was also the most suitable warming herb. Therefore, planting ginger was the best choice. Besides ginger, he also planted some other herbs that could reduce heat and fever. Anyway, the cultivation soil was empty, so it was better to be prepared. After finishing all the planting, Lin Yifan conveniently harvested mugwort and mint. Mugwort, 632, mint, 465 perhaps, because the planted items couldn't produce critical harvest effects. These 2 didn't yield any critical hits during harvesting. Lin Yifan felt a bit disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. He put the 2 herbs into the space, planning to make strong mosquito repellent from them later when he had time. Then, he took out a piece of primary iron and examined it closely, only to find it was just a very ordinary iron block. Each iron block was about the size of an egg. After playing with it for a bit, Lin Yifan tossed the iron block into the ring space. He needed 100 pieces of primary iron to upgrade the shelter, and he only had 45 pieces now, still more than half short. However, being able to get 45 pieces at once was quite a stroke of luck. If it weren't for the critical harvest buff, he would have only gotten 5 or 6 pieces from his treasure chest. Considering all this, Lin Yifan felt he had really struck it rich, with a sense of contentment. She began to open the last treasure chest, the blue chest that he had been looking forward to the most. Chapter 24. Attribute fruit. The material of the blue treasure chest is neither stone nor wood, but rather resembles a kind of blue metal. As for what metal it is, Lin Yifan has no idea. However, it doesn't matter what the chest is made of. What's important is what's inside. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yifan opened the treasure chest without hesitation. Blue treasure chest opened. Talent activated. Received 3x critical hit reward. Beginner Xianling fruit. 3. Random attribute spirit crystal. 6. Glorious stone. 9. Intermediate iron block. 30. Compressed biscuit. 15. As soon as the chest opened, he saw a large number of items inside. When Lin Yifan looked at the list of items, he found that he didn't recognize more than half of them. For example, he had never heard of the beginner Xianling fruit. When he picked up 3 fist-sized, peach-shaped, milky white fruits, his eyes widened in surprise. Beginner Xianling fruit. Effect. Random attribute points 2. Item description. A fruit that survives in unique regions and can strengthen the body. Rare and precious. Each person can consume a maximum of 3 per day. Eating more will not increase attribute points. It turned out to be something that can increase attribute points. Although the survival manual mentioned that there are items in this world that can enhance one's life strength, when he just crossed over, no one had actually obtained them, which left Lin Yifan skeptical. He never expected to find something that could enhance his life strength in the blue treasure chest. Could it be that there's a chance to become a scion in this world? If that's the case, it would be insane. But even if it's madness, it's a tempting madness. Who doesn't want to become stronger? Who doesn't want to live longer? Lin Yifan certainly did. Without hesitation, he took a bite of one fruit, and the sweet juice instantly filled his mouth. The taste was similar to passion fruit, and the flesh was incredibly delicate, leaving no residue at all. Lin Yifan originally intended to treat it like a pill, but the delicious taste made him savor it. About 10 minutes later, he finished all 3 fruits, lingeringly licking the juice from his lips, and then eagerly opened his personal information. Name: Lin Yifan. Age: 23. Life level: sub-healthy human talent. Random buff: daily draw. You could draw once a day to receive various buffs with different effects. The draw resets at midnight. Whether you're lucky or not depends on your luck. Today's buff: critical hit obtained. Critical hit. Within today, any gains can produce a critical hit, doubling or tripling the items obtained, with a minimum of 1. 5 times and a maximum of 10 times. Strength: 8 agility, 10 stamina, 7 intelligence, 9 remaining attribute points. 6 can be allocated freely. Looking at the extra attribute points, Lin Yifan's face was filled with joy. His personal information wasn't particularly outstanding. After all, he was a corporate slave on Earth, working from 9 to 5 with overtime, reaching a total of 12 hours of work. He had no time to exercise, so his physical condition had deteriorated from being healthy when he first entered society to being sub-healthy in less than 2 years. The reason he was able to kill the king cobra and the wild wolf in the past 2 days was thanks to his childhood admiration for heroes in martial arts novels, which led him to learn martial arts for a while. However, as an orphan, he had no ability to learn systematically. He learned basic moves from the internet or by watching elderly people practicing Tai Chi in the park. He didn't know if it was good or bad. Anyway, just to strengthen his body, he practiced a few times every day. Not to mention, when he struck a pose, it looked quite decent. Furthermore, his reflexes were indeed much better than average. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the wild wolf's attacks, let alone counterattack. But 20 years of training couldn't compare to 2 years of corporate life. He originally doubted whether he could live past 50 with such a corporate lifestyle. Now, having the hope of increasing his life strength felt like a blessing from heaven. After thinking carefully for a moment, Lin Yifan decided how to allocate his points. First, he excluded intelligence. He felt that his intelligence wasn't too impressive and was sufficient for survival, so he didn't need to enhance it for now. Among the remaining attributes of strength, agility, and stamina, stamina had the lowest value, and he indeed felt exhausted after searching for supplies all day. Without stamina, what good would strength and agility do? Therefore, without hesitation, Lin Yifan allocated 3 points to stamina. Suddenly, he felt a warm flow appear in his lower abdomen, then surged throughout his body, as if it was moving through his blood vessels or meridians. After a moment, the warmth gradually dissipated, and the fatigue from a long day's work vanished completely. He felt refreshed. Even his breathing became smoother. In his excitement, he almost allocated the remaining 3 attribute points to stamina as well. However, he held back. After considering the battles of the past 2 days, strength was secondary. But agility had to be high. There was still a wolf pack nearby. Wolves are small wild beasts that mainly attack through fast charges and bites. Therefore, the key to dealing with wild wolves was to be able to dodge their attacks. His speed had to be fast. With this in mind, he allocated 2 points to agility, raising his original 10 agility to 12. With the increase in agility, he didn't feel his senses sharpen significantly. He just felt that his body seemed to become lighter when he stood up to try, not to mention his jumping ability had indeed improved a lot. Although this result didn't particularly surprise Lin Yifan, he was still satisfied. The last attribute point was allocated to strength. Now that he added this point, strength became the weakest, but at least it was equal to intelligence. He did feel a faint sensation from the increase in strength, as if the muscles in his body were slightly itching and warming up, but this feeling disappeared after a moment. Perhaps it had increased a little. Lin Yifan wasn't sure, but it was always a good sign that his body was reacting. He summoned his personal attributes once again. Name: Lin Yifan. Age: 23. Life level: healthy human talent. Random buff: daily draw. Omitted: I believe there's no need to elaborate further, right? Today's buff: critical hit obtained. Critical hit. Also omitted: please understand it yourself. Strength: 9 agility, 12 stamina, 10 intelligence, 9 remaining attribute points, 0 evaluation. Congratulations. You have finally become a healthy human eligible for evaluation and are no longer a weakling who can't even reach the evaluation. Looking at the sudden evaluation, Lin Yifan's mouth twitched. What does it mean to be a weakling? After all, he was able to kill a king cobra and a wild wolf. How could he be weak? This comment was too harsh. Chapter 25. It's time to test luck. Lin Yifan quietly complained a couple of times before happily closing his personal information. Although the evaluation was not pleasant to hear, at least he was a healthy person now. He was quite satisfied. However, he wanted more attribute fruits. It was simply a miraculous remedy, as long as there were enough attribute fruits. Even if he could only eat 3 a day, that would still add 6 attribute points in a day. In a month, that would be 180 attribute points. And in a year, wouldn't he become a Super Saiyan? Just thinking about it made him feel good. However, Lin Yifan also knew that it was purely a fantasy. If it weren't for his good luck in exploiting a loophole to obtain this blue treasure chest, no one could easily get past the mosquitoes guarding the treasure. Moreover, he had opened the treasure chest today with a 3-fold critical reward. Otherwise, a blue treasure chest would only contain 1 attribute fruit. One can imagine how rare this thing is. But no matter how rare it is, as long as there's a chance to obtain it, it can be acquired. It all depends on one's strength. As long as the strength is sufficient, treasures can always be obtained. Lin Yifan was very clear-headed about this. So he didn't hesitate at all and immediately set aside the attributes of the fruit. After all, there were other 4 items in the blue treasure chest besides this attribute fruit. The intermediate iron block goes without saying. It is like the basic iron block, just with a slightly higher purity. Unfortunately, the intermediate iron block cannot be decomposed into basic iron blocks, so it can only be temporarily stored in his space for later use. Anyway, it will be needed sooner or later. Upgrading the shelter to level 3 requires basic iron blocks, and intermediate iron blocks will definitely be essential for future upgrades. Accumulating a bit more is naturally beneficial. As for the compressed biscuits, as strategic survival supplies, their taste is another matter. Their strategic significance is the key. Lin Yifan would exchange bread for supplies, but would never trade his compressed biscuits for resources. These 15 packs of compressed biscuits could sustain him for a month or 2 just to stay alive, so keeping them as emergency supplies is the right choice. The remaining items are the luminous stone and the random attribute spirit crystal. Faced with a choice, Lin Yifan instinctively chose to look at the former first. Luminous stone effect drives away dark mists, can illuminate fields at night. Duration: 2 hours. Special reminder: the wild at night is filled with endless dangers. Even with the luminous stone driving away the darkness, it remains perilous. If not necessary, it is advised that survivors do not venture out at night and stay in the shelter for safety. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up when he saw the effect of the luminous stone. The experience of traveling at night had truly left him shaken. Losing all visibility would make anyone feel fear, and Lin Yifan was no exception. Not to mention the beast attacks at night, but what terrified him the most was the eerie whispers. What exactly was that? It could gradually drive a person to lose control of their emotions and even start to go mad. It was simply terrifying. Physical attacks can be defended against, but he truly didn't know how to defend against mental attacks. Could it be that he needs to increase his intelligence? Maybe he could try that later. Lin Yifan pondered silently in his heart, but in any case, unless necessary, he didn't want to wander outside at night anymore. However, the luminous stone was indeed necessary to keep, just like tonight. He didn't want to linger in the wild, but accidents always happen. Moreover, there were only 9 pieces of luminous stone, which could only be used for a total of 18 hours. He didn't know when he would be able to open this kind of item again. It truly is a case of using one less as he uses one. After putting the key in his ring space, Lin Yifan took a deep breath and eagerly looked at the last item in the blue treasure chest. It was 6 black stones, each about the size of a fist. Although the shapes were irregular, it could be confirmed that the weight of these stones was the same. Random Attribute Spirit Crystal 6. Special note. The spirit crystals contained in the raw stones can only be identified after removing the outer stone skin. It's time to test luck again. Lin Yifan understood immediately upon seeing this description. This was actually gambling with stones. He had heard of gambling stones back on Earth, but at that time, it was about jade or other gemstones. They were also wrapped in a thick layer of stone skin, and no technological means could tell whether there was jade inside. Everyone who bought raw stones was essentially gambling. Winning could lead to instant wealth, while losing could lead to bankruptcy. That's why there is a saying of one cut can make you rich, one cut can make you poor, one cut can lead to heaven, and one cut can lead to hell. Lin Yifan had only seen this in novels and on television. He had never experienced it himself. He didn't expect that even in this survival situation, he would still have to gamble with stones. Always testing luck, it seemed that this survival world was indeed very superstitious. After silently complaining a couple of times, Lin Yifan took out the golden eagle egg he had found during the day. He had previously wondered what exactly a spirit crystal was. He didn't expect to get a spirit crystal so soon. However, the hatching conditions for the golden eagle egg required 1 wind attribute spirit crystal and 1 fire attribute spirit crystal. Now, it really was time to gamble. With 6 chances, he wondered if he could get what he wanted. Lin Yifan clasped his hands together and prayed to all the gods before taking out his axe and gently tapping the stone skin of the spirit crystal raw stone. Lin Yifan initially thought that the stone skin might be difficult to peel away, but to his surprise, it shattered with 1 tap, which made things much easier. As soon as the outer layer of stone skin broke, it revealed the spirit crystal inside. The first spirit crystal he tapped out was blue, a water attribute spirit crystal, which was not what he wanted the most. He sighed softly, set this spirit crystal aside, and then opened the second one. The second one still wasn't what he wanted. It was a yellow earth attribute spirit crystal. The third one was the same as the first, a blue water attribute spirit crystal. Only 3 chances left. Lin Yifan took a deep breath and continued. Finally, the fourth one revealed a red fire attribute spirit crystal. This made him finally breathe a sigh of relief. He only needed 1 wind attribute spirit crystal now. Lin Yifan took a moment to calm down and smashed the stone skin of the remaining 2 spirit crystal raw stones at once. Suddenly, a green spirit crystal and a transparent spirit crystal appeared before him. The green one was definitely not what he wanted, and the transparent one was the wind attribute spirit crystal. Lin Yifan took a heavy breath. This gambling luck activity was truly exhausting. Fortunately, he had still succeeded in gambling. Lin Yifan quickly placed the golden eagle egg and the 2 spirit crystals together. Immediately, he saw the words "can hatch" displayed next to the golden eagle egg. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose to hatch it. Chapter 26, Organizing Supplies that a golden eagle. Which man wouldn't he want to have an eagle? Just thinking about how he could soon own one made Lin Yifan's heart race with excitement. However, hatching would take 2 hours, so he could only temporarily set the egg aside and start counting the supplies he had exchanged for blueberries during the day. He had nearly put all his blueberries up for trade, 10 blueberries per portion, totaling over 1,000 portions. At this moment, the entire wooden house was almost filled with basic materials like wood, stones, and clay. This was after he had returned twice midway to store the wood in his space and place the stones outside the door, leaving only the clay in the house. Since the quantity of clay was relatively small and didn't take up much space, 200 portions of clay only amounted to about 1 or 2 cubic meters. Even so, the wooden house was still packed to the brim. He quickly organized all the materials and then began to check how many more materials were needed to upgrade to a level 3 shelter. Rough wooden house, 15 square meters, grade. Level 2, comprehensive evaluation. This is a wooden house made from primitive timber. Although the craftsmanship is crude, it effectively shields from wind and rain and can withstand attacks from small wild beasts. However, don't encounter a boar herd. That is something a small wooden house can't withstand. Next level, level 3 shelter, rough stone house, basic upgrade requirements. Black iron level stone house blueprint. 1-0, primary with 362, requirement met. Primary stone 500 517, requirement met. Primary clay 200 208, requirement met. Primary pig, iron 145, kind reminder. If you can find a higher quality shelter blueprint, you can build the shelter according to the higher quality blueprint, which will grant you better safety. Aside from the primary pig, iron, and the blueprint, all other materials were ready. As for the blueprint, Lin Yifan felt a bit of a headache. He had opened quite a few treasure chests in the past 2 days, but hadn't he found a single blueprint. He was also still missing more than half of the primary pig iron, and he had no idea if he could acquire some in the market. Hopefully, he could. Just then, the buns steamed and were ready. Lin Yifan took a bite of the bun in one hand and opened the chat channel on the light screen with the other. He had been busy all day and hadn't he looked at the chat channel since glancing at it during lunch. Every time he checked the chat channel, he instinctively looked at the number of people in the upper right corner. Current population in zone 10086, 95, 321. Over 1,000 people had logged off. Life really is as cheap as grass. Lin Yifan felt a bit of emotion, but was not as touched as he had been a couple of days ago. To put it bluntly, once you arrive in this world, everyone is the same. Luck, strength, and effort are all indispensable. Otherwise, you'll only end up eliminated. Lin Yifan was satisfied with being able to ensure he wouldn't be eliminated and trying to live a bit better. As for others, he might lend a hand if it didn't affect his own interests, but once it touched his interests, he admitted he couldn't do it. So after glancing at the number of people, he didn't pay further attention and lowered his head to look at the chat channel. After a day of busyness, most people were still idle at this hour, and there was no limit on the number of messages in the chat channel. Therefore, the channel was filled with rapidly scrolling information, making it hard to read. A closer look revealed that most of the messages were just spam, mainly looking for friends or loved ones. However, there were only about 100,000 people in this zone. If they could find someone within the zone, they would have done so long ago. Lin Yifan had no one to look for. Although he considered himself an orphan without parents, he wasn't truly without them. His parents had divorced when he was 4 or 5 years old, and both sides didn't want him, not even his grandparents. Only his grandmother, who lived alone, took him in and raised him despite her old age. Unfortunately, he had just graduated from university and hadn't had the chance to repay his grandmother before she passed away due to illness. So, he had no relatives to think about anymore. As for friends, he had 2 close buddies from his dorm in college, but after graduation, they had gone their separate ways. After arriving in this world, he had searched in the group, but hadn't found either of them. Moreover, he had been relatively high profile in his zone these past few days. Most people recognized him, so if his 2 buddies were really in this zone, they wouldn't have missed him. Besides these 2 close friends, he had a girlfriend he occasionally thought about. The reason it was only occasional was that he had confirmed their relationship less than a week ago, and they had been introduced by someone else. They only confirmed their relationship because both felt suitable for each other. If we talk about the depth of their feelings, it wasn't that deep. They hadn't even been to bed together, and their intimacy was still at the hand-holding level. He had also searched in the group for her, but the girl wasn't here. Since they weren't in the same zone, and she couldn't cross zones to find people, he could only leave it to fate. Lin Yifan didn't pay attention to the chat channel anymore. His private chat channel remained at 999 as usual. He didn't immediately click into the private chat channel because there were 2 avatars flashing in the friend channel next to him. One was a sexy little wildcat, and the other was Ruan Qingtan. Of course, these were his only 2 friends. He hadn't added anyone else. Lin Yifan first opened the chat page for Ruan Qingtan and saw that she had sent him descriptions of 5 items. Among the 5 items, 3 were blueprints: toilet construction blueprint, bathroom heater construction blueprint, and solar water heater construction blueprint. Looking at these 3 blueprints made Lin Yifan raise his eyebrows. Since they were all blueprints for constructing bathroom components, it truly pained him a bit. Although his current shelter couldn't accommodate these things yet, as he hadn't separated a room yet, Lin Yifan estimated that by the time the shelter was upgraded to level 3, he should be able to separate rooms. Even if the building rules at that time didn't allow for room separation, he would have to do it himself to isolate contact. At the very least, he needed to set up a bathroom. People eat grains. How could there be no need for a toilet? In the past 2 days, Lin Yifan had been going to the woods to relieve himself, but at night, he could only hold it until dawn to go out. It was quite painful. Thinking about the need for a bathroom, Lin Yifan suddenly realized he was missing an essential living supply. That was tissue paper. In the past 2 days, he had been using leaves to make do, which was a terrible experience. Therefore, he absolutely needed to set up a bathroom, and tissue paper had to be stocked up. Chapter 27. Mysterious blood. There's no hurry for the tissues. There are plenty at the auction house. It's better to get these blueprints in hand first. So, Lin Yifan messaged Ruan Qingtan. Aren't you planning to keep these blueprints for yourself? Due to physiological structure issues, girls actually need an independent bathroom more than men do. That's why Lin Yifan couldn't help but ask first. Ruan Qingtan quickly replied, I won't use them. I only have the blueprints, but to turn them into actual items. I need materials, and I don't have any. Moreover, I've spent the whole day looking for treasure chests, without chopping trees or smashing stones. I'm relying on these blueprints to exchange for supplies to upgrade the shelter. However, I promised yesterday that if I sell my blueprints, you would have the first choice. And if you want them, you'll have the priority to purchase. Since she had already made up her mind to sell, Lin Yifan had nothing more to say. What she said made sense. Without materials, having blueprints was useless. It was better to use them to exchange for supplies. Once he decided he wanted them, Lin Yifan, without hesitation, messaged her like a nouveau riche. Name your price. I want all 3 blueprints. Seeing Lin Yifan's reply, Ruan Qingtan breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she didn't really want to sell all the blueprints exclusively to Lin Yifan. To put it bluntly, people are selfish. If someone could offer a better price or better conditions than Lin Yifan, she would naturally choose to trade with others first. However, most people couldn't manage an equivalent exchange. They mostly wanted to take advantage. Occasionally, there was someone wanting to trade, but their conditions were harsh and the prices were very low, looking like a classic case of taking advantage of others' misfortune. How could Ruan Qingtan accept that? So after going around, her best trading partner was still Lin Yifan. However, she didn't dare to ask for too much. After a slight calculation, she honestly offered a fair price. Big guy, I'm still short of 74 units of wood, 78 units of stone, and 49 units of clay to upgrade to a level 2 shelter. If you can help me gather these, I'll give you these 3 blueprints and those 2 items. Lin Yifan looked at Ruan Qingtan's message and was somewhat speechless. It had already been 2 full days. He thought at least half of the materials would be gathered by now. To his surprise, this girl hadn't found any materials at all and had only looked for treasure chests. However, her luck was quite good. Not only did she manage to find treasure chests, but she also got so many blueprints, which was indeed a rare talent. Although Lin Yifan's current materials were meant for upgrading to a level 3 shelter, he wasn't in a hurry. He had enough to eat, was warm enough, and had basic safety guarantees. There was still a day before the mosquito swarm riot, so delaying the upgrade by a day didn't matter. Moreover, Ruan Qingtan's offer price was quite fair, even considered a loss. After all, in terms of value, the blueprints were definitely worth more than these basic materials. It was just that everyone was too poor right now. Therefore, exchanging for the blueprints at this time was a win-win situation. What's more, Lin Yifan had always been generous towards those he was familiar with. He didn't even haggle, nor did he inquire about the 2 items, and directly initiated the trade with Ruan Qingtan. At this moment, Ruan Qingtan was sitting by the campfire, anxiously waiting. Upon seeing the trade from Lin Yifan, she was overjoyed. She quickly placed the 3 blueprints and the other 2 items into the trade slot. After receiving the blueprints, Lin Yifan took a quick look and immediately learned them. However, he couldn't create them right now because making a toilet required ceramics, making regular items needed glass and aluminum, and making a solar water heater also required these materials. And these items were still not obtainable at this stage, so Lin Yifan wasn't in a rush. He casually glanced at them and temporarily set aside the idea of building a bathroom. At this moment, he finally remembered to check the other 2 items Ruan Qingtan traded to him. One of them was surprisingly a drop of blood sealed in amber. Lin Yifan looked at the blood and felt a pang of unease, as if facing some terrifying beast. Looking at the description confirmed his thoughts. Blood of a mysterious bird species effect. Unknown, special tip. If you can find an egg that is about to hatch, you might be able to drop this blood on the egg, which could allow the hatching chick to inherit some of the bloodline of its progenitor. What if this is the blood of a phoenix or a kuanping? It's time to gamble. Do you dare to take the risk? Lin Yifan looked at this lengthy special tip and was momentarily speechless. Another gamble. The being that posted this message was definitely a gambler. But should he take the risk? From the aura emanating from this drop of blood, the original owner of the blood was definitely not simple. At the very least, it was a top predator. Moreover, even a drop of blood sealed in amber could emit such a powerful aura. One could only imagine how terrifying the original body must be. Could it really be a phoenix, a kuanping, or some other divine beast? But aren't these mythical creatures? How could they possibly exist? Lin Yifan shook his head and felt that everything could make sense. After all, he had crossed into this survival world filled with oddities and dangers. And he could even eat attribute fruits to enhance himself. This had long surpassed the boundaries of science. Having a few divine beasts around would also be completely reasonable. If the original owner of this blood was indeed a divine beast, then even if he could only inherit a trace of the bloodline, that would be incredible. While golden eagles could also be considered birds of prey, they were nothing compared to these legendary divine beasts. It was just a gamble, after all. So he decided to gamble. Lin Yifan carefully used a hatchet to break the resin encasing the blood, and then cautiously dripped the blood onto the hatching golden eagle egg. The golden eagle egg, which had been quiet, was gathering strength for its final escape, suddenly began to tremble rapidly the moment the mysterious blood landed on its shell. It seemed as if it was about to hatch at any second. Watching the increasingly agitated golden eagle egg, Lin Yifan felt incredibly tense. This was the pet he had longed for. If something went wrong due to his greed, he would feel like he had killed his own heart. Fortunately, after shaking for about a quarter of an hour, the golden eagle egg slowly came to a stop. Then, Lin Yifan saw the shell suddenly crack open. A little bird with yellow fluff cautiously poked its head out from the eggshell, curiously gazing at Lin Yifan. Chapter 28. Mao Lin Yifan looked at the little chick and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Is this a golden eagle? It looks too much like a chick, especially the tuft of black fluff in the middle of its head, making it almost indistinguishable from a freshly hatched chick. The only difference is that while a newly hatched chick is only the size of an egg, this one is the size of a fist. It's quite a robust little chick. Lin Yifan examined the little golden eagle and hesitated for a moment before cautiously speaking. Can you understand what I'm saying? If you can, nod your head. After saying this, he felt a bit ridiculous. No matter how rare the golden eagle is, it is still just a bird. How could it possibly understand human speech? However, at that moment, the little golden eagle actually nodded its head, and its round eyes revealed a glimmer of unusual intelligence. This took Lin Yifan by surprise. He almost thought he was seeing things. He stood there in a daze for a while before stammering. You really understand what I'm saying? The little golden eagle nodded again, and then started pecking at the eggshell. Lin Yifan instinctively wanted to stop it, but quickly hesitated. He suddenly remembered that some birds do eat their eggshells after hatching. Although, from a human perspective, the eggshell is just calcium carbonate and has no nutritional value. For birds, it is different. The eggshell contains many nutrients and elements beneficial to them. So, some birds will eat their eggshells piece by piece after they are born. Seeing the eagerness with which it was eating, Lin Yifan decided not to intervene. Moreover, a bird that can understand what he says surely knows whether it can eat the eggshell or not. Once it finished eating the eggshell, Lin Yifan excitedly said, Little guy, let me give you a name. Look at your fluffy feathers. Let's call you Mao from now on. Mao. Do you like that name? If you do, give a little chirp. Perhaps because he had been living alone in this world. Even though he could contact others through the chat channel, he still felt somewhat lonely. Suddenly having a little pet to keep him company, especially one as legendary as a golden eagle, was enough to make Lin Yifan excited. At this moment, the little chick, having finished its meal and starting to feel sleepy, seemed to respond to his words by lifting its head and softly chirping. After chirping, it began to doze off. Watching this scene, Lin Yifan's heart raced with excitement. This little golden eagle really can understand him, and it even responded. How intelligent! With such a smart pet, how could Lin Yifan not be thrilled? However, after seeing Mao fall asleep, he decided not to disturb it anymore. Although he didn't know how to raise a bird, he knew a bit about raising children. Most of the time, children sleep when they are young. So, this little bird must be similar. But what does the little golden eagle eat? How should he feed it? Lin Yifan frowned, feeling a bit of headache because he truly didn't know how to take care of the little golden eagle. However, he wasn't anxious. Although he didn't understand, there were still 100,000 people in the 10086 group. No, now there are only about 96,000 left, but surely among so many people, someone must know how to raise a bird. Therefore, Lin Yifan immediately opened the chat channel and sent a message. Does anyone know how to feed a golden eagle? If you can provide a complete feeding method, I will offer a reward. Lin Yifan was fairly well known in the 10086 area. At least most people recognized him. So, as soon as he sent this message to the chat channel, people began to buzz with excitement. Wow, it's the great Yi Yifan. Has the great one been busy all day? Are you tired? Do you need someone to comfort you with their voice? My voice is really nice. Shut up, you deadbeat. Don't use your weird voice to fool the great one. He wouldn't pick you. The great one only likes beautiful girls like me. So, great one, what do you think of me? Hey, stop messing around. The great one is asking a question, not looking for a partner. You guys trying to get attention with your bodies should stop disgusting people here. However, the great one actually asked about feeding a golden eagle. Could it be that the great one has gotten a golden eagle and wants to raise it? Golden eagles are not easy to raise. They eat meat and have quite an appetite. We can't even take care of ourselves. How can we raise another? Most people were just talking nonsense or expressing their opinions, providing no valuable information at all. Lin Yifan couldn't help but feel a headache and sent another message in the comments. Everyone, stop fooling around. I'm really here to seek help. How should I raise a golden eagle? I am willing to pay for assistance. Now, people finally realized that Lin Yifan was genuinely seeking help. Thus, the chatter gradually lessened. At this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly noticed someone in his friend's channel sending him a message. Opening it, he saw it was from Ruan Qingtan. You want to raise a golden eagle? Before I came to this world, I worked at a large poultry breeding base and have some insights into raising various birds. If you trust me, I can explain it to you in detail. Lin Yifan didn't expect Ruan Qingtan to actually have this knowledge, so he immediately replied, please tell me how to raise a golden eagle chick. What should I pay attention to? Ruan Qingtan understood from this message that he really had gotten a golden eagle chick. What luck! Ruan Qingtan felt a surge of envy, but still answered seriously. Although golden eagles are considered rare birds on Earth, they are actually quite easy to raise. They are omnivorous, but primarily carnivorous, with other foods as supplements. During the chick stage, you can feed it fresh meat. Remember to cut the meat into small strips to make it easier to digest. Besides meat, feed it fruit every 2 days. Any type of fruit is fine as long as it likes it. Also, make sure to provide it with water. It's best to prepare a container that allows it to drink water and take medicine, so that our negligence doesn't harm the pet we are raising. After reading this seriously, Lin Yifan immediately stood up, took out a box filled with water, and placed it in front of Mao Mao. Then he sent a message. Thank you for your guidance. I know what to do now. By the way, what kind of reward do you want? Reward. Ruan Qingtan hesitated for a moment and then replied with a pained expression. No need for a reward. It was just a casual thing. She didn't want a reward, but she wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Yifan even more. Chapter 29. To be a lone ranger or to organize. Nowadays, it's obvious to anyone with a discerning eye that Lin Yifan's strength is definitely at the top tier in their group. Therefore, as long as one isn't mentally deranged, they would want to develop a good relationship with him. Ruan Qingtan is no exception. She had actually considered whether to take the opportunity to get close to him, like those women in the comments section. But after thinking it over, she felt it wasn't necessary. It was clear that Lin Yifan was not the type to be controlled by his lower body. What he valued more should be worth and ability. Thus, Ruan Qingtan wanted to perform well. Lin Yifan understood her thoughts and had a good impression of her, so he was willing to accept her goodwill and send a message. All right, I won't be polite then. If you need anything, just tell me anytime. I consider you a friend now. After saying this, Lin Yifan suddenly thought about Ruan Qingtan's abilities and sent another message. By the way, if you have a chance tomorrow, could you help me get a blueprint for a level 3 shelter? As a reward, I'll make you a set of bed, table, and chair. If I can make a bathroom set in the future, I'll also give you one. Lin Yifan was quite generous towards friends. Ruan Qingtan had been regretting missing out on a good opportunity, but when she saw the latter message, she felt it was worth it. At this moment, she had already upgraded the shelter to level 2, but the empty house only had 7 or 8 empty treasure chests and some food, along with the bonfire in front of her. It could be said to be a bare house. Even a mouse entering would have to bring her a handful of rice. Nowadays, ordinary furniture like beds, tables, and chairs were not completely absent from the market. After all, there have always been clever people in this world, and making such things was not difficult. As long as there were blueprints and once learned, the materials needed were very few. There was practically no difficulty in making them. So there were already quite a few people selling these items on the market, but the prices were not low. In this world, hard currency consists of various basic supplies, and everyone has organized a set of exchange rates for materials. The lowest grade materials are wood and stone, which have a basic exchange rate of 1. Clay is rarer than these two, so 1 clay can be exchanged for 2 woods or stones. Above clay are the basic iron blocks. Yesterday, there wasn't a single iron block in the market, but today, iron blocks have appeared. Obviously, many people in the 10086 district have upgraded their shelters to level 2. Currently, a rough, simple wooden bed sells for 100 woods or stones at the auction house. To make a simple wooden bed, only 20 pieces of wood are needed as raw materials. This shows how exaggerated the profits are. Lin Yifan also made a batch of wooden furniture and put them up for sale at the auction house. He priced them similarly to others and had no intention of engaging in malicious competition. Anyway, he has plenty of channels to earn materials, and the soon-to-be-released, effective mosquito repellent will definitely make him a fortune. There is no need to block all avenues for making a living. After all, back on Earth, countless experts had said that from a macro perspective, to make money from the common people, you first need to ensure they have money. Otherwise, if everyone is broke, how can you earn anything? After Ruan Qingtan agreed, Lin Yifan took the initiative to make a wooden bed, wooden table, and wooden chair, trading them to her as a deposit. When Ruan Qingtan saw what Lin Yifan had traded her, she was overwhelmed with gratitude. In a moment of impulse, she sent a message to Lin Yifan. Boss, actually I haven't mentioned it, but my talent is in opening treasure chests, which gives me an advantage in obtaining many desired items. Now, I'm telling you this secret as a show of sincerity. If you want to establish a team or organization, please leave a spot for me. I believe my talent could be useful in a group. Lin Yifan was a bit surprised by Ruan Qingtan's honesty. Personal talents are usually the most important trump cards and rarely revealed to anyone, let alone that her talent was so special. Moreover, what she just said was absolutely correct. Her talent would be like a national treasure in a group organization. However, it was unexpected that she would be so frank about her talent. But why did Ruan Qingtan suddenly bring up the matter of teams and organizations? Could it be that someone was already starting to form an organization? Opening the chat channel and closely observing the auction house, he found that someone had indeed started to organize. Furthermore, they were recruiting, with the first and second listings in the auction house being recruitment notices. The first listing was for a piece of wood selling for 10 stones, initiated by an organization called the night.All. The second listing was for a stone selling for 10 pieces of wood, initiated by an organization called the Tianyi Society. Buying one of these listings would mean joining their organization. In other words, these 10 basic supplies with a membership fee. Lin Yifan looked at these 2 listings and couldn't help but admire the organizers a bit. A membership fee of 10 basic supplies is neither too much nor too little. Most people could manage to gather it with some effort. According to the propaganda of these 2 organizations, as long as one joined, they would work together and stick together. Of course, whether others believed it or not was unknown, but Lin Yifan certainly didn't believe it. However, this had nothing to do with him. He currently had no intention of forming a power. He was doing just fine on his own, free and easy. Why complicate things for himself? So he politely messaged Ruan Qingtan. I currently have no intention of forming an organization, but I appreciate your trust. However, I would advise you that your talent is very special and many people would be envious of it. If it's leaked, it's fine now that people can't meet face to face, but if they can, it could be very dangerous. So, try not to publicize your talent unless you want to join an organization and serve as their treasure chest opening machine. Ruan Qingtan naturally understood the goodwill in Lin Yifan's words, which made her even more touched. She quickly replied, Boss, I only told you because I trust you. Since you want to be a Lone Ranger, I will follow your lead and be a Lone Ranger too. I hope you will take care of me, this little follower, and I'll definitely follow your lead. Lin Yifan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He really hadn't expected Ruan Qingtan to be so abstract. However, since it was her own choice, Lin Yifan had nothing to say. After all, under fair trading conditions, he wouldn't let Ruan Qingtan suffer losses. After closing the chat page with Ruan Qingtan, Lin Yifan went to check the 5th item she traded him. This item was nothing special, just a plant called fish mint. Although it had some use, he didn't like eating fish mint, so he was too lazy to care. However, he still planted the fish mint in the cultivation soil, as there was still space available. Moreover, even though he didn't like eating fish mint, the members of the Southwest F4 really liked it. After planting the fish mint, Lin Yifan finished the remaining 3 buns. After cleaning the frying pan, he poured in clean water to start boiling. Drinking cold water couldn't compare to drinking hot water. At this moment, he opened the private message sent by the second friend. It was the sexy little wildcat. Whoa, brother Yifan, it's so scary, so scary. I encountered a wild man today. Wild man? What the heck? Chapter 30. Wild man? Or madman? Lin Yifan's face was filled with astonishment. The last time he heard about wild men was in the Shenangjia of Earth. Of course, it was eventually confirmed that the so-called wild man was actually just an orangutan and had nothing to do with humans. But in this survival world, the appearance of other creatures is not a surprising matter. It's also possible that the sexy little wildcat saw it wrong. After all, even during the day, this world is shrouded in mist. Although the fog is a bit thinner near the shelter, visibility generally doesn't exceed around 10 meters. So, it's quite possible to make a mistake. Thus, Lin Yifan asked, "Wild man, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Could it be a gorilla?" The sexy little wildcat was clearly waiting for his response and immediately replied, "No, I wouldn't mistake it. That's not a gorilla. I've seen gorillas at the zoo on Earth. I can't possibly not recognize it. I can confirm that was a wild man." Seeing her so certain, Lin Yifan became serious and asked, "What does the wild man look like?" The sexy little wildcat quickly replied, "I saw the wild man today while looking for supplies. He was about 5 or 6 meters away from me, and because of the fog, I couldn't actually see his face clearly. I could only see that he had disheveled hair, wearing a torn black tracksuit, and was holding an axe." "An axe? What kind of axe?" Lin Yifan hurriedly followed up. The sexy little wildcat paused for a moment before replying, "I couldn't see it clearly, but the general shape is quite similar to the beginner's axe we were given when we first arrived in this world." Lin Yifan squinted, having formed a rough judgment in his mind. This wild man was definitely not a wild man. If it were a wild man, how could he be wearing sportswear? It was likely that the sexy little wildcat encountered another survivor's shelter nearby, leading to their encounter. However, at that moment, the sexy little wildcat sent another message. Although I couldn't see his face, I saw his eyes. They were blood red, glowing faintly in the mist, somewhat like the blood moon hanging in the sky at night. Whenever I looked at that blood moon, I couldn't help but feel uneasy, as if it was something sinister. And each time I looked at it, I had an impulse to go mad. Looking into this wild man's eyes gave me the same feeling. It was quite insane, and it made me feel like I was looking at a contaminant, as if looking at it for too long would pollute me. Blood red eyes? Would a normal person have such colored eyes? And they were glowing, which made it even more abstract. The last time he heard of someone having glowing eyes, it was an Ultraman. But if it was truly a wild man, how could he wear sportswear? This completely couldn't be explained. At this time, the sexy little wildcat's messages kept coming. I also saw him swinging the axe wildly, while letting out somewhat mad roars like a frenzied beast, extremely terrifying. I was so scared my legs went weak. Without thinking, I immediately turned and ran toward the shelter. Guess what? That wild man actually chased after me, and his speed was incredibly fast. Luckily, I wasn't far from the shelter, and since I started running first, I managed to barely get inside before he caught up. After I got into the shelter, I saw through the crack of the door that he immediately stopped in place, as if someone had pressed the pause button, completely motionless. About 10 minutes later, that wild man finally turned and left for the forest. I was afraid he was hiding in the forest, so I didn't dare to go out until 2 or 3 hours later, when I was too hungry and had no choice but to look for supplies. Fortunately, that wild man didn't stalk me. Otherwise, I feel like I would have already logged off. even through text messages. Lin Yifan could sense the sexy little wildcat's lingering fear. In fact, it was understandable. Anyone who encountered such a situation would feel a lingering dread. Even Lin Yifan's mood was somewhat heavy at this moment, although he still didn't know what that humanoid creature really was. One thing was certain: this creature was highly aggressive. More importantly, Lin Yifan couldn't help but think of the strange whispering he heard at night in the wild. He had felt a mad impulse at that time. The whispering could suppress his rationality and ignite his inner turmoil. If he hadn't returned to the safe house in time and had stayed outside, even if he could withstand it for a while with willpower, he definitely couldn't last through the whole night and would have gone completely mad. Therefore, if he wasn't mistaken, the wild man that the sexy little wildcat saw was not a true wild man, but likely a survivor who had been bewitched by the whispering at night, ultimately losing all rationality and becoming a madman. It seems that in the future, even if it's an accident, staying outside after dark must be avoided at all costs. Otherwise, even if one doesn't die at the jaws of a beast, they might end up becoming a complete madman due to that whispering. However, since the sexy little wildcat encountered a survivor who turned mad, it indicated that their shelters must not be far apart. It's just that right now, everyone lacks the ability to explore further areas. But one day, survival would inevitably lead them farther away, and by then, chaos would likely ensue. In such an unpredictable environment, one shouldn't think that encountering a fellow survivor is fortunate. That very same fellow might turn around and stab you. Therefore, before the chaos arrives, one must strengthen their own power. Only then can they stand invincible in the future. At this point, the sexy little wildcat, who had not received a response from Lin Yifan, sent another message. Brother Yifan, are you still reading? If you are, could you help me think about what I should do? If that wild man comes back and I encounter him again, I'm definitely doomed. Upon seeing the sexy little wildcat's message, Lin Yifan had a few guesses in his heart. According to what the sexy little wildcat said, after she ran back to the shelter, that person didn't continue to chase her. This indicates that while the person could move freely in the wild, there should still be some limitations. And this limitation was likely related to the shelter. He should not be able to enter the shelter or get too close to it. That's why he stopped tracking her immediately after she entered the shelter. But the problem is, survivors must go out to search for supplies. Otherwise, they would starve to death sooner or later. Therefore, Lin Yifan realized that he really had no way to comfort the sexy little wildcat. Chapter 31. Want to die? Then have a good journey. You can't just let the sexy little wildcat stay in the shelter forever, can you? Unless he becomes a simp and takes care of her. Otherwise, she won't survive. But is Lin Yifan a simp? Of course not. So, he simply pretends to be clueless and sends a dry message. Don't worry so much. They say those who survive great difficulties will surely have good fortune later. Since you were able to escape this time, surely good things are coming, and you won't encounter him again. But she's still very scared. The answer the sexy little wildcat wants is not this. Her eyes are rolling, and she deliberately sends a sweet message. Brother Yifan, I'm actually delicate and easy to push over. After escaping this time, it seems I've used up all my luck. You don't know, I gathered my courage this afternoon and went out to look for supplies despite the danger, but found nothing. Now, I'm starving and have no food, and my shelter can't even be upgraded to level 2. It's getting more and more dilapidated, and with a gust of wind, the whole shelter feels like it could collapse at any moment. I really don't know how to survive. It's so hard. Really so hard. Brother Yifan, I'm actually here to say goodbye. This world really isn't suitable for me. Every minute and second I spend here is torture for me. So this afternoon, I actually planned to end it all. But I wanted to say goodbye to you, so I held on until now. Now that I've said goodbye, I'm leaving. Please take care. Farewell. Lin Yifan looked at the dramatic message from the sexy little wildcat, and the corners of his mouth twitched. If it were anyone else, he might actually worry a little. But would the sexy little wildcat really give up like that? Absolutely not. As for why Lin Yifan was so certain, it's because a list of names was continuously appearing on the screen in front of him. This list is the names of all those who have upgraded their shelters to level 2 in the entire 10086 district so far. As the first person in the district to upgrade to a level 2 shelter, Lin Yifan received this small privilege. He can view the list of all those who have upgraded to level 2 shelters in the entire district. He hadn't paid attention to it before, but just realized that his achievement of being the first in the district came with such a right. Although this power is not very useful, it gives him a general idea of who are in the top tier in the district. If he said he wanted to form his own team, then this privilege would indeed be very useful. But he had already made up his mind to walk the path of a lone wolf, so this privilege was useless to him. And on this list, the sexy little wildcat was indeed among them. It's worth noting that there were at most 4,000 to 5,000 names on the entire list. Compared to the current population of the entire district, this ratio could reach 21. This woman entering the top tier definitely means she is not someone to be underestimated. Either she is hiding her strength very well, or she has some means to charm a lot of simps to serve her. If this were peacetime, such means would indeed be worthy of condemnation and wouldn't hold much ground. But in this survival world where life is uncertain and one could lose their life at any moment, as long as one can survive, any means counts as strength. The reason the sexy little wildcat is putting on this act with Lin Yifan is simply to use him as a fish in a pond, trying to exploit his sympathy to gain some benefit. Although Lin Yifan wouldn't look down on her methods, the premise is that they shouldn't be used on him. Now that they have been used on him, he wants to be polite and directly send a message. Then have a good journey. I won't send you off. At this moment, the sexy little wildcat, sitting by the campfire, munching on the steamed bun sent by simp number 1, drinking hot water sent by simp number 2, and spreading wild fruit jam sent by simp number 3, felt quite pleased with herself. She now had simps lined up to number 107. Lin Yifan was her chosen no. 108 simp, as 108 is the lucky number of the sexy little wildcat, which is why she chose to stick this number on this big shot. She has always been very confident in her methods of flirting with men, so she never even considered that Lin Yifan wouldn't fall for her tricks. When she saw the message Lin Yifan sent her, she was completely stunned. She had already planned that once she charmed Lin Yifan, she would ask him for meat to eat. But this slap in the face hit her hard. However, how could she just give up? The sexy little wildcat immediately perked up and prepared for the next round of feigned weakness. However, when she painstakingly wrote a little essay and sent it to Lin Yifan, she suddenly discovered that she had been blocked. Yes, after sending the "have a good journey," Lin Yifan directly blocked her. He didn't have the time to argue with a time management master like her. He wouldn't care how much impact his straightforward action had on the sexy little wildcat. At this moment, he was drinking hot water while rubbing the strong insecticide. There were only 2 days left until the mosquito swarm outbreak, and he had to produce as much strong mosquito repellent as possible in the shortest time to gain maximum benefits. After rubbing for half an hour, there were already over 50 sticks of medicine in front of Lin Yifan, and this only consumed 1/10 of the materials. But Lin Yifan didn't want to rub any more for now, so he directly listed the strong insecticide on the auction house to exchange for basic supplies, especially primary pig iron, which was what he needed the most right now. Therefore, this batch of strong insecticide was primarily exchanged for primary pig iron. Some of it would also be used to exchange for the blueprints for a level 3 shelter. He hadn't been in a hurry to upgrade the shelter before, but after seeing the list, he had to hurry, since he was the first to upgrade to a level 2 shelter and could obtain this privilege of viewing the list. If others upgraded to level 3 first, that privilege would belong to them. He didn't want to expose himself to other sight, so the best way was to upgrade to a level 3 shelter first. This way, he could not only keep the privilege of viewing the list, but might also gain some rewards. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 had a green treasure chest as a reward, so the reward for upgrading from level 2 to level 3 would definitely be higher than a green treasure chest. The blue treasure chest he opened earlier had already given Lin Yifan a taste of sweetness, so tonight he must upgrade the shelter to level 3. Worried that others hadn't noticed the listing he put up, he was preparing to go to the chat channel to advertise his listing. However, when he opened the chat channel, he was perplexed by a message. Chapter 32. Bitten to death by mosquitoes. At this moment in the chat channel, a user named Guang Tongshan was rapidly sending message after message. Help, help. Does anyone have something to deal with mosquitoes? I just upgraded my shelter to level 2, and a large swarm of mosquitoes surrounded me. Now, these mosquitoes are outside my house, buzzing loudly, and a small number have flown in through the gaps in the wooden house, biting me painfully and making me itch. What should I do? What should I do? I've been bitten by so many mosquitoes that I feel like I'm swelling up all over. Am I going to be bitten to death by mosquitoes? I can't take it anymore. I feel my body growing weaker and my head is spinning. I might be dying soon. Fellow friends, this is my last message. I can't hold on any longer. The mosquitoes flying into the wooden house are increasing, and they are all biting me now. I feel like all my blood is being sucked out. You must not underestimate a mosquito outbreak. It can really kill people. I wish you all to live well. Goodbye. No, it's a final farewell. From the moment he sent the first message, his emotions grew increasingly anxious. Even through text, one could feel his fear. And after his last farewell message, no further messages were sent. In the upper right corner, where the number of people was displayed, it immediately showed one less person after he finished sending his messages. Now, this Iguang Tong Chun had gone offline. The chat comment section, once filled with advertisements and idle chatter, fell silent. Only Iguang Tong Chin's last message quietly bid farewell to everyone. Several minutes passed before someone finally spoke up in the comment section. So, he was bitten to death by mosquitoes? I see that one less person is shown in the number of users. Can mosquitoes really kill someone? This is too terrifying. And his shelter was already upgraded to level 2, yet he still got bitten to death. My shelter is only level 1. What should I do? What difference does it make whether it's level 1 or 2? We're all going to be bitten to death by mosquitoes anyway. This ruthless survival world gives us no chance to live. What now? There are only 2 days left until the mosquito outbreak. If we don't have something to deal with mosquitoes, we might all die. Wait, I just saw that strong mosquito repellent was put up in the auction house. It must be Lin Yifan who made the medicine. Let's all hurry and trade for it. Wow, there really is strong mosquito repellent. At this moment, someone finally discovered this strong mosquito repellent that Lin Yifan had put up, and the previously chatting crowd immediately disappeared. Lin Yifan soon noticed that the place where he had put the strong mosquito repellent was rapidly emptying. After the medicine disappeared, a large pile of iron blocks appeared in its place, which was the basic iron he wanted to trade for. In less than a minute, all this strong mosquito repellent, used for exchanging basic iron, had been traded out. Lin Yifan finally gathered the 100 units of basic iron needed to upgrade the shelter. Now, he just needed a blueprint for a level 3 shelter, and he could upgrade it. However, Lin Yifan was not in the least bit happy. He had just witnessed a life being lost, and that feeling was not easy for him to bear. After all, that was a life, and it had disappeared right before everyone's eyes, which was much more direct than occasionally checking messages to see how many people had died. At that moment, Lin Yifan suddenly saw that his private chat channel had started flashing wildly. When he opened it, he saw a user with the ID Father of God was frantically sending him messages. Lin Yifan, I want to trade with you. Give me the Formula 4 strong mosquito repellent, and I promise you the honor of being an elder in the Heavenly Society. Lin Yifan, I know you're there. Hurry up and reply. I'm busy and don't have time to wait for you here. Lin Yifan, are you looking for death by not replying? I'm giving you one last chance. Hurry up and give me the strong mosquito repellent formula, or you'll be the enemy of all members of the Heavenly Society. You need to think carefully about the consequences. Don't wait until it's too late to regret. My patience is limited. I will not give you another chance. Lin Yifan looked at the series of messages sent by this Father of God and was instantly speechless. Who gave him the confidence to come demanding something? He even resorted to threats. He really couldn't understand his way of thinking. However, he had not expected that Father of God was the founder of the Heavenly Society. But no matter what, wanting to take the strong mosquito repellent formula from him was out of the question. So, Lin Yifan bluntly replied with one word: get lost. Simple and brutal, with no artistic flair in the language. The originally confident Father of God, who thought Lin Yifan would at least give him some face and wouldn't he dare to refute him, was directly thrown into confusion. He then became furious and sent an excited message. You, Lin Yifan, really have no shame. You dare to refuse the Heavenly Society? You're looking for death. You will be the biggest enemy of the Heavenly Society. Just wait. I will make you regret it. However, this long string of excited messages failed to send, because after Lin Yifan sent that get lost, he directly blacklisted him. Without any hesitation, strangers can send messages to each other. But those who are blacklisted can never send messages to the person who blacklisted them. Therefore, to seek peace, Lin Yifan would straightforwardly blacklist anyone he found unpleasant. As a result, a large number of malicious comments targeting Lin Yifan immediately appeared in the comment section. Does Lin Yifan really have to be so disgusting? He just watched as Guang Tongchun pleaded for help in the comment section, and he had the medicine but didn't he want to save him. That is too cold-blooded. Yes, clearly, we are all fellow sufferers. We should help each other. But Lin Yifan just stood by and watched others die, utterly indifferent. He probably just wants to see people die. Everyone, don't forget that the only strong mosquito repellent formula in our entire area is in his hands. And yet he just watched others die without offering any help. What hope can we have for someone like that? Chapter 33, Someone Seeks Medicine at This Moment. The chat channel had completely descended into chaos, as there were no limits on the number of messages or cool-down times for speaking. Therefore, if someone wanted to spam, they could do so almost without restriction. Previously, someone had been looking for their family and had spammed the comment section with missing person notices. Although it was somewhat annoying, most people understood and didn't lash out. They even took turns spamming, which allowed more people to see the messages. However, things were different now. All the spamming was directed at Lin Yifan, accusing him of being selfish and not taking out this strong mosquito repellent in time to save people. Even if someone stood up to defend Lin Yifan, it was futile amidst the frenzy of spamming from the crowd. Nevertheless, Lin Yifan didn't care at all. After glancing at the messages, he simply closed the chat channel. While he did feel sympathy for the person who was offline, he was a saint and couldn't manage everything. Thus, he felt no psychological pressure at all and instead began to check his private messages. The private chat channel was also being spammed, but there were limits on the number of messages. Without adding friends, each person could only send 10 messages per day. Therefore, although the private chat was also spammed, it wasn't as severe. Moreover, in the private chat, as long as you block someone, you wouldn't see their messages anymore. In fact, the private chat was quite user-friendly, allowing for multiple selections to block at once. So, in just 4 or 5 minutes, Lin Yifan had blocked all those who sent him unfriendly messages. The remaining private messages were mostly from people wanting to trade with him. While some were trying to take advantage, a portion of them genuinely wanted to trade. For example, someone wanted to trade wood for stone, another wanted to trade stone for food, and there was even someone wanting to trade stone for clothing. There were all sorts of exchanges. For those who approached him for trading without the intention of taking advantage, Lin Yifan generally agreed. However, one purchase request surprised Lin Yifan. A person with the ID Hong Xiaoqiang sent him a message. Mr. Yi, my daughter is sick and currently has a high fever. I wonder if you have any antipyretics? I would like to exchange my available supplies for antipyretics. I have wild boar meat, rabbit meat, a small pouch of green-headed mushrooms, 6 bamboo shoots, and 2 unopened white treasure chests. You can choose any supplies you like. From this message, 2 points could be analyzed. One was that Hong Xiaoqiang was actually with his daughter. Previously, he had never heard anyone mention infants and young children, and he had thought that these young children were placed in a separate area. After all, the survival ability of infants in the wild is nearly 0. And in such a harsh survival environment, they would definitely not survive. Thus, it would be most reasonable to place them in a lower difficulty area. However, it now seemed he had guessed wrong. These infants were actually with their parents. However, if it was already difficult for a single adult to survive, bringing along children who had no survival skills was simply a catastrophic start. Judging by the trading list Hong Xiaoqiang provided, he was definitely a strong individual. Not to mention, wild boar meat is not something that just anyone can acquire. A wild boar can be as fierce as a tiger or a lion, and it is extremely difficult to kill one alone. Even if one were to trap a wild boar, it indicates that this person's hunting skills are quite strong. Although Lin Yifan had already decided on his future path to be a lone ranger, being a lone ranger only meant he was unwilling to form an organization. It didn't mean he wouldn't have small groups. People like Hong Xiaoqiang, who are strong but have weaknesses, are the most suitable to become friends. Moreover, Lin Yifan was not lacking in herbs for treating fevers. For instance, mint is very suitable for lowering fevers. However, Lin Yifan was somewhat surprised that Hong Xiaoqiang still had 2 white treasure chests. Not only did he not open them himself, but he even offered them for trade. which truly caught him off guard. Lin Yifan really wanted the treasure chests, especially since his loot critical hit buff was still active, making it the perfect time to open treasure chests. Therefore, he was straightforward and sent a message to Hong Xiaoqiang. I have mint, which can be used to lower fevers. If you want it, I'll trade it for those 2 treasure chests. At this moment, Hong Xiaoqiang was sitting by the campfire, holding his 6-year-old daughter, continuously applying cold water to her forehead. His face was filled with anxiety and worry, while the screen in front of him was constantly refreshing. He was looking at the auction house, where he had posted a request to purchase antipyretic medicines. Unfortunately, at this time, everyone was focused on finding resources to fill their stomachs or upgrade their shelters. So how could they possibly pay attention to medicinal items? Even if someone occasionally gathered a few medicinal herbs, there was no guarantee they would have an antipyretic effect. Therefore, even after such a long time, Hong Xiaoqiang still hadn't found any medicine to reduce his daughter's fever. As for why he messaged Lin Yifan directly, it was simply a stroke of luck. He didn't really expect to get a response. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Yifan actually replied. He quickly opened the private message, and, upon seeing the word mint, his eyes lit up. Although mint is a very common herb, its medicinal effect is not ordinary. Hong Xiaoqiang didn't know many herbs, and mint happened to be one of them. He excitedly replied, no problem, no problem. I'll give you both chests and the rabbit too. Can you give me a little more mint? And add 1 rabbit, since roasted rabbit meat is quite tasty. Lin Yifan didn't refuse and readily agreed. Sure, but mint needs to be boiled to drink for it to reduce fever. Can you boil the medicine on your side? If not, I can help you boil it. I happen to have a frying pan. Being a good person to the end, since he wanted to make this friend, he naturally had to show some sincerity. However, it was just a matter of boiling some medicine. Lin Yifan didn't mind making this small effort. Hong Xiaoqiang was deeply grateful and excitedly replied, Brother Yi, thank you so much. I really don't have anything to boil the medicine, so it's great that you can help me boil it. Brother Yi, I will remember this kindness of yours. In the future, if you need anything from me, just say the word, and I will never delay. At this point, he sent another item message. This item message made Lin Yifan's eyes light up. Chapter 34. Bronze level tier 3 shelter because of the item information sent by Hong Xiaoqiang. This is exactly what Lin Yifan urgently needs. Tier 3 shelter blueprint grade. Bronze level Lin Yifan has already prepared all the upgrade materials for the tier 3 shelter, but he hasn't secured the blueprint yet. He has been waiting at the auction house for over 2 hours, but no one has made a trade. Among those who have messaged him privately, some are willing to trade the blueprint for upgrading the shelter. But what they want in return is at least the Formula 4 strong mosquito repellent. Lin Yifan had tried this before. Formulas like that can actually be restored to blueprint form after learning them. However, there are limitations. Once someone has learned the formula and then restores it to a blueprint, they can no longer learn that formula again. Furthermore, what they had previously learned will be forgotten, and they will no longer be able to make it. Strong insecticide has been crucial in recent days, as it can quickly be exchanged for a large quantity of supplies. But Lin Yifan is also worried that if someone gets the strong mosquito repellent formula, they will drive the price of the repellent sky high. At that point, most ordinary survivors probably won't be able to afford it. Although Lin Yifan hasn't found any evidence yet, he has a vague feeling that too many survivors in the same area should not die. If too many die, unexpected situations may arise. Moreover, there's the issue of human nature. Lin Yifan, being human himself, hopes his fellow survivors can survive as much as possible, given the opportunity. That's why he hasn't traded for the Tier 3 shelter blueprint until now. Unexpectedly, a blueprint has come to him now. Moreover, it's a bronze-level blueprint. The blueprints that others had wanted to trade with him before were all black iron level. This shows how precious this bronze-level blueprint is. It's likely that Hong Xiaoqiang didn't auction it off earlier because he couldn't bear to part with it. Given his strength, upgrading to a Tier 3 shelter is only a matter of time, so naturally, he wouldn't want to let go of this blueprint. But since he has offered it, Lin Yifan is determined to obtain it. He immediately sent a message. I want this blueprint. As long as you trade this blueprint to me, I can promise you that no matter how much mint tea your daughter needs, I will brew it for you. Besides mint, I can also give you some toast or buns and I can provide some blueberries as well. From what I know, when a person is sick, they should avoid greasy meats, especially after a fever. Toast and buns are easier to digest, and blueberries are rich in vitamins and are sweet and tasty, making them perfect for your little one to eat right now. As long as I can exchange for the blueprint, I am more than willing to pay the price. Moreover, it's just some toast and blueberries. He isn't lacking food right now, let alone these ordinary items. Using them to exchange for supplies is very suitable. Hong Xiaoqiang is even more grateful, almost ready to sell himself into servitude for Lin Yifan. After the trade was successful, Lin Yifan didn't immediately upgrade the shelter or open the treasure chest. Instead, he first helped Hong Xiaoqiang brew the medicine. After brewing the medicine, he steamed 2 buns and also took the remaining bag of toast to trade with Hong Xiaoqiang. Only then did he start to study the upgrade issue for the Tier 3 shelter. He looked up at the shelter, and an information prompt immediately popped up. Rough wooden house, 15 square meters, grade, level 2, overall evaluation. This is a house made of primitive wood. Although the craftsmanship is rough, it can shelter from wind and rain and can withstand small beast attacks, but be careful not to encounter a wild boar pack. That is not something a small wooden house can withstand. Next level, level 3 shelter, rough stone house, basic upgrade conditions, black iron level stone house blueprint. 1-1. You have obtained the bronze level shelter blueprint. Would you like to upgrade to the bronze level shelter? Black iron level shelter upgrade conditions. Beginner wood 300-362, met. Beginner stone 500-517, met. Beginner clay 200-208, met. Beginner pig iron 100-122, met. Bronze level shelter upgrade conditions. Beginner wood 500-362. Beginner stone 800-517. Beginner clay 400-208. Beginner pig iron 100-122. Intermediate pig iron 25-30. Kind reminder, shelters built from higher quality blueprints will be more solid, safer, and more comfortable. If survivors have the conditions, please build a higher quality shelter. Lin Yifan frowned tightly when he saw the upgrade conditions for the bronze level shelter. The upgrade conditions for the bronze level shelter are significantly different from those for the ordinary black iron level shelter. Therefore, the upgrade materials Lin Yifan prepared are not enough. The only high-quality material he has is the intermediate iron block. It's uncertain whether this is fortunate or unfortunate. However, regardless, the intermediate iron block is clearly the hardest to find. If he can find this, the rest will be much easier, now that he has enough intermediate iron blocks. Collecting the remaining materials won't be exhausting. It will just take some time. Lin Yifan thought for less than 3 seconds and immediately decided that he would build the bronze level tier 3 shelter. Since he had no choice, he might as well choose the better option. Therefore, Lin Yifan immediately took down the strong mosquito repellent that he had planned to use to exchange for the blueprint and listed it again to trade for wood, stone, and clay. As it turns out, while he couldn't get the blueprint, these basic materials were easy to trade for. In less than 10 minutes, he gathered all the necessary basic materials. Looking at the pile of materials in front of him, Lin Yifan no longer hesitated and immediately started upgrading the Tier 3 shelter. Ding ding ding. The original wooden house quickly transformed into a fortress-like roundhouse made of stone, mud, and iron sheets. The outer layer consists of mud and stone, with a thickness of about 40 to 50 centimeters, while the innermost layer is a thick iron wall about 5 to 6 centimeters thick. He couldn't help but wonder how they managed to create such a thick iron wall from those iron blocks. However, this is not something Lin Yifan needs to worry about. He only needs to know that this shelter is his. The total area of the shelter is approximately 85 square meters, and inside, it is divided into 4 parts with square bluestone slabs. The far left is a larger room with a smaller partition. The small partition is only about 6 or 7 square meters. So Lin Yifan figures this must be the master bedroom with a bathroom. In the middle is still a living room, and on the right is another separated partition where the workstation he created earlier is placed. Clearly, this is an operating room. Each space has a decent-sized window in the wall through which one can see the pitch-black world outside. Chapter 35. The sense of security arrives. Moreover, it is very considerate. Although the windows are not small, the security measures are excellent. The structure of the glass window is designed to be inside, and the glass is pulled horizontally from left to right rather than being pushed in and out. This structure makes the glass window more stable, and once locked, it is also harder to push open. But this is not the most important part. What matters is that there is a reinforced anti-theft design on the outside of the window. Even the rebar is as thick as a finger, ensuring a high level of security even against tigers or lions. Additionally, there's a layer of mesh in the middle to prevent mosquitoes. So there is nothing to worry about with the impending mosquito outbreak. It can be said that the protective nature of the entire window has been taken to the extreme. Besides that, there was originally only one fire pit in the shelter located in the center of the room. Now, not only has the room been divided into 3 spaces, but there are also 3 fire pits. Each independent space has a small fire pit, but currently, only the one in the middle is lit, while the other 2 are unlit. It's unclear if it's because of the better ceiling, but the insulation of the walls seems to have improved. Even though only the middle fire pit is burning, the temperature inside the shelter is continuously rising. The outdoor temperature has now dropped to 10 degrees. This temperature is not too cold, but in this damp and chilly environment, without other heating methods, it can be quite torturous. The indoor temperature is at least 15 or 16 degrees, and if all 3 fire pits were lit, it could definitely rise a bit more. As expected of a bronze level 3-star shelter, Lin Yifan is quite satisfied. However, standing in front of the bathroom in the master bedroom, looking at the bare interior, he still feels a bit melancholy. He has already studied the blueprints for a flush toilet, a bathroom heater, and a solar water heater, but unfortunately, he doesn't have enough materials to build them yet. Otherwise, he would have a perfect shelter. No, he is also missing a kitchen. But the kitchen is not essential and can be addressed later. Since there are rooms to stay in, it's naturally more comfortable to live in the rooms. Lin Yifan moved the bed into the room and took out 2 down comforters, placing one underneath as a blanket and the other on top as a quilt. He still needed a pillow. Lin Yifan decisively opened the auction house and found that pillows were on sale, quickly buying one for 10 stones. However, after placing the pillow on the bed, he still felt something was missing. But what exactly was missing? He couldn't figure it out. After pondering for a moment, he took a photo of the bed and sent it to his only friend, Ruan Xingtan, asking, "I feel like something is missing from my bed, but I don't know what it is. Can you help me take a look?" At that moment, Ruan Xingtan was struggling to eat bread with cold water. She also had a bed, but it had nothing on it, just a layer of straw. This straw was cut from the grassland outside earlier that day. Indeed, right in front of her shelter was a large patch of straw. Unfortunately, due to the rain, the straw was also wet. After cutting it in the morning, she had placed it by the fire pit to dry, and it was only barely dry now. However, lying on it was still uncomfortable. As a result, when Lin Yifan sent her a photo, it made her feel a bit emo. She helplessly replied, "Big shot, I know you're doing well, but I'm really not doing so great. Maybe you shouldn't tease me. To me, your bed is already very perfect. If I had to say what's missing, it would probably just be a set of 4-piece bedding. If you sleep like this, the quilt will easily get dirty, and it will be hard to clean later. If it's a down quilt, it can't be washed at all. 4-piece bedding, that is what was missing." Lin Yifan's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the auction house to find a set of 4-piece bedding for himself. After searching for a while, he found no complete set, but only a blanket and a bedsheet. However, they were not from the same set, with the blanket being from the character Kaido Kuroba and the bedsheet from Snow White, making them quite mismatched. But with no other options, Lin Yifan bought both the blanket and the bedsheet. After laying them out, he finally felt satisfied. However, looking at the patterns on them, he couldn't help but murmur that he would definitely change to an Ultraman set if he had the chance. After admiring the neatly made bed for a while, Lin Yifan began to light the fire pit in the room. Starting a fire was quite simple. He just took some burning wood from the living room fire pit. However, he didn't extinguish the living room fire pit, even though he knew nothing about planting. But he was aware that plants prefer to live in a warm environment. After finishing his tasks, Lin Yifan was finally in the mood to open the 2 treasure chests he had exchanged from Hong Xiaoqiang. He didn't hold much hope for the white treasure chest, as most of the contents would either be food or ordinary basic supplies. The only pleasant surprise was the critical bug he had obtained today, which allowed for more items to be opened from the treasure chests. Lin Yifan placed the two treasure chests in front of him and opened them directly. His talent activated, earning him a 6x critical reward. Salt, 498G, 6 mushroom essence, 260G, 6 Lin Yifan's eyes instantly lit up. It was actually salt and mushroom essence. This was simply the essence of life. Although he already had some salt, the quantity was very small, and the amount available for exchange on the leaderboard was also limited. He had almost traded all of it. Even so, he only had about 200 to 300 grams left and had been using it sparingly, afraid that it would run out. Now, he had 6 bags of 1 kilogram salt. If it was just for him, it would be enough for several years. And there was also mushroom essence, combined with salt. Anything cooked would be fragrant. This treasure chest was truly a delight for Lin Yifan. He happily stored all the salt and mushroom essence in his space, afraid of losing them. After placing them away, Lin Yifan started to open the second treasure chest. This time, he even clasped his hands together and prayed to various gods, hoping for another great opening like the previous chest. However, this time, luck was not as favorable. His talent activated, earning him a 10x critical reward. The multiplier was quite good, the maximum of 10x reward. This was the largest critical multiplier he had received since obtaining this buff today. However, the contents of this chest left him somewhat confused. Chapter 36 leaderboard open, there was a pile of square little boxes, pink and soft, clearly unrelated to straight men. The words on the boxes left Lin Yifan a bit bewildered. High clean cotton tampons, 18 pieces bag, 10. Tampons? What are tampons? Lin Yifan was puzzled. He picked up a box and glanced at the description on it, instantly feeling a bit flushed. Female products. It turned out to be female products. However, have female products really evolved from sanitary pads to tampons? Lin Yifan didn't understand, but he was indeed a bit disappointed. This was a 10-fold reward hit. If it had been salt or mushroom essence, it would have lasted him another 3 to 5 years, but now he ended up with a bunch of useless cotton tampons. However, although he had no use for them, for women, they were essential items. Lin Yifan initially wanted to put the tampons up for auction, but after thinking about it, he decided to first ask his good friend Ruan Xintan, "Do you need this?" At that moment, Ruan Xintan was lying on a wooden bed, scrolling through the chat channel, occasionally posting a message, but most of the time, she was just observing. With Lin Yifan's support, although life wasn't particularly comfortable, at least she didn't have to worry about food and drink, and she could even upgrade the shelter to level 2. Many people in the chat channel couldn't even afford a full meal, let alone upgrade their shelters to level 2. Compared to that, she immediately felt satisfied with her situation, which also deepened her gratitude towards Lin Yifan. As soon as she saw Lin Yifan's message, she opened it without a moment's hesitation. Upon reading it, her eyes widened in excitement, and she quickly replied, I need it. This is simply my lifeline. My period is coming in 2 or 3 days, and I was worried about what to do. I can't believe you opened up tampons. This is even more practical than sanitary pads. I don't have to worry about a bloody smell attracting beasts, and I won't be restricted during exercise. It's like it was tailor-made for me. At this point, Ruan Xintan suddenly remembered that she couldn't just take it for free. That would be a bit inconsiderate. But looking around her room, she found nothing comparable to tampons. So she awkwardly sent another message. But I don't have anything valuable to exchange right now. How about this? Can I owe you? In the future, if there's anything you like, you can use it to pay off this debt. Of course, I know this request is a bit unreasonable. Or how about this? Please don't trade this item away. Keep it for me. Whenever I have something you like, you can exchange it for some tampons. How does that sound? Of course, Lin Yifan wouldn't just give it away for free. Although he, as a man, didn't need this item, it was essential for women. Moreover, this item should be quite rare in the market, and if he put it up for auction, it would definitely be a scarce item that wouldn't lack buyers. He was already doing Ruan Xintan a favor by letting her know he had this item. He wasn't that generous to give it away for free. However, giving his friend a priority in trading was not a problem. After all, he wasn't short on supplies right now, so it didn't matter. So he directly agreed. Okay, I'll keep it for you. Just let me know when you need it. Ruan Xintan was extremely grateful and quickly replied, Fangu, is there anything you particularly want? Let me tell you the truth. My talent is related to opening treasure chests. as long as I make a wish for something before opening the chest. Increases the probability of getting that item by 30. Plus, every 7 days, I have a 100 successful wish chance for opening a chest. I already used this week's chance, but if you have something you particularly want, I can help you open it next week. However, this talent has certain limitations. Even with a 100 success rate, it also depends on the chest level. If I wish for something very precious and high level, but use a white chest to make the wish, the item obtained will be a downgraded version. The last time I wished for an item that could upgrade the shelter directly to level 2, I only got a blueprint. So, if Fangu really needs a high-level item, it's best to use a high-level chest, as even if you get a downgraded version, its completeness will be much higher. Lin Yifan looked at Wan Qingtan's message and wasn't surprised at all. He had already guessed that her talent was related to opening treasure chests. However, he didn't expect her to have a 100 success rate once a week. That was practically cheating, since she took the initiative to offer him this opportunity. Lin Yifan naturally wouldn't refuse and readily said, "Okay, I'll let you know what I need then." After saying that, Lin Yifan proactively traded a box of tampons over. He made sure to show enough sincerity. Once the ownership of the tampons was confirmed, Lin Yifan boiled some hot water for himself, tidied up a bit, and then crawled into bed. He was quite satisfied with today's haul, but the fact that he didn't receive the top reward for upgrading the shelter to level 3 still left him a bit disappointed. Was there someone who upgraded their shelter to level 3 before him? That shouldn't be possible. However, there are always people more capable than oneself. His talent was special, but maybe someone had an even more special talent. So although Lin Yifan felt a bit disappointed, he could only put aside for now. After a busy day, he finally got to lie down in his soft bed to sleep, and Lin Yifan slept soundly. When he woke up, it was already 6:30 a.m. the next day. After washing up, he began to steam buns for breakfast. Meanwhile, he also prepared over 300 strong mosquito repellent to put up for auction. Part of it was for acquiring basic pig iron, and the other part was for acquiring rare materials like ceramics and intermediate pig iron. Just then, Lin Yifan suddenly noticed that a fist-sized light ball had appeared in the middle of his house without him realizing it. The light ball emitted a soft glow, giving off a comfortable warmth. "What is this?" Lin Yifan approached it curiously, and as soon as he touched the light ball, it suddenly dove into his mind as if it were a living thing. This unexpected event startled him. What the heck is this? Just as he was filled with anxiety, a light screen suddenly appeared before him. The screen flipped open quickly like an electronic book. From the chat channel to the auction house, then to the date. It flipped through rapidly, finally stopping at a blank page. The white light that had just enveloped Lin Yifan's head now appeared on this blank page. After flickering slightly, a string of text appeared above it. Human leaderboard, first, Jack Kairos, District 307, second. Chun Jinlong, District 4955, third. Haruko Hirazawa, District 20356, fourth. Lin Yifan, 100867, self, hide personal information. Fifth place, Morris Shili, District 46005, sixth place. Izumo Li Jieshi, District 62180, 100th place. No one on the list, 1000th place. No one on the list, 10,000th place. No one on the list. Note, the leaderboard is only open to survivors whose shelters have been upgraded to level 3. Currently, there are 65 people on the list. Is there really a leaderboard? Lin Yifan looked at the list in surprise, and the next second, he saw that most of the names that were originally visible on the leaderboard had turned into a string of stars. Clearly, personal information had been hidden. Seeing this, Lin Yifan quickly hid his own personal information as well. When he looked again, nearly all the names in the top 10 had been hidden. However, there were still some people outside the top 10 who had not hidden their names. Although the top 10 had hidden their names, Lin Yifan still remembered that there were only 2 names from Huagua on the leaderboard. One was his in 4th place, and the other was Chun Jinlong in 2nd place, who ranked even higher than him, belonging to an absolute powerhouse. Chapter 37, Anti-Theft Home Artifact. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. Only the strong can live better. With billions of people from all over the world gathered here, even if the once great nations are gone and their allegiances disappeared, deep down, people will still center their feelings around their compatriots. Just like Lin Yifan, even though he knows that he is now a competitor to Chun Jinlong, seeing the familiar name of Huagua still makes him feel a sense of closeness. But that's all it is. because just a few seconds after the leaderboard appeared, the long-awaited rewards finally arrived. Dear Lin Yifan, survivor, congratulations on being among the first batch of strong individuals to enter the tribal leaderboard, achieving 4th place, and receiving the following rewards. Reward 1. 1 seedling of Qingling flower, effect unknown, vaguely related to calming the mind and stabilizing the soul. Reward 2. A set of 300 square meters illusion light shield, effect, once activated. All scenes within the shield can change according to one's will, without special privileges. Outsiders can only see the altered scenes. Reward 3. 1,000 gene of rice, effect, fills the stomach. Please choose 2 from the above 3 rewards as your ranking reward. Lin Yifan looked at this message and couldn't help but rub his eyes, fearing he had misread it. Each of these 3 rewards is a top-tier item. From a description of the Qingling flower's effects, it seems to be the best armor against the eerie whispers that haunt the night. Although the wilderness at night is dangerous, with many perilous beasts hunting for food, the most dangerous aspect is indeed those eerie whispers that can directly affect one's mind, driving a person to madness. Lin Yifan had tried blocking his ears and even intentionally weakening the sound around him to ignore their influence. However, these methods were futile. The whispers sounded as if they were resonating within his very soul. No matter how he covered his ears, the voices would echo in his mind, fluctuating in distance and direction, making it impossible to locate their source. The unknown is the most terrifying, especially when it can drive one to insanity. Even Lin Yifan, whenever he recalls those eerie whispers, feels a chill run down his spine. If the Qingling flower can truly mitigate the impact of those whispers, it would be a divine artifact for him. The days are getting shorter, and finding resources will only become more challenging. Although Lin Yifan, with his current capabilities, is certainly not in danger of starving, in this perilous world, if one's strength does not continue to grow, they will gradually be eliminated. According to the rules of the survival world, sooner or later, survivors must venture into the wilderness at night to search for resources. Otherwise, they won't find enough supplies to sustain themselves during the brief daylight. Since Lin Yifan wants to become stronger, he naturally wants this advantage. Therefore, he must secure the Qingling flower. After firmly choosing the first item, Lin Yifan turned his attention to the remaining 2 options. The 1,000 gene of rice is straightforward. It simply fills the stomach. For a young adult male, with a bit of frugality, this amount of rice could last 2 to 3 years. If anyone else were here, they would probably choose this. However, Lin Yifan decisively chose the second option. Nothing is more important than protecting his own den. Judging by the wild traces he has seen, the shelters should not be too far apart. Sooner or later, someone will come snooping around, and he doesn't want to return from a resource search to find his home raided. Moreover, a 300 square meter illusion light shield. This is simply an anti-theft artifact. Lin Yifan has always worried about someone stumbling upon his shelter in the future and clearing it out, leaving him with nowhere to cry. Now that this anti-theft artifact has appeared, how could he possibly miss it? So without a second thought, he immediately chose the second option. Of course, he even had the chance to see what these 2 rewards would be like. Another prompt message came in. Congratulations on becoming the first survivor in this area to upgrade their shelter to level 3, and you are awarded the following rewards. Reward 1. 1 piece of bronze-level equipment. Reward 2. 1 random blueprint. Reward 3. 1 recent hidden crisis alert. Please choose 1 from the above 3 rewards. Special reminder. Hidden crises are often related to upcoming environmental changes and could be extreme natural disasters. Survivors should pay close attention, as this may relate to your life and death. Lin Yifan looked at this familiar message prompt and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that after the leaderboard rewards, there would be no additional rewards for the first person in this area, although the leaderboard rewards are quite generous. For Lin Yifan, his current active range is still concentrated in this area 10086. He cannot be sure whether the disasters encountered in each area are the same, but he must know what disaster crisis they will face next in this area. There is also one crucial point. As the first person to achieve this accomplishment in the game, he can view the information of those who completed this achievement. If this benefit were taken by someone else, it would not be good for Lin Yifan. With the industry he currently possesses, He is close to reaching a comfortable standard of living. Once this situation is known to others, many will likely want to come and raid his home. Having experienced the selection of rewards once before, Lin Yifan was now quite familiar with the process, and without hesitation, he chose the third reward. After he made his selection, the information in front of him quickly began to flash and then merged into a new message. This alert, 32 hours later, the survival world will face its first extreme natural disaster, a mosquito outbreak. Mosquito outbreak. Danger level tip. Don't underestimate mosquitoes. One mosquito, isn't scary. But what about billions of them? Are you scared? Since the above hidden crisis alert has already been activated by this survivor, a new crisis alert is provided. This alert, in 5 days, the survival world will face its second extreme natural disaster. Heavy rainfall. Heavy rainfall. Danger level tip. The danger level ranges from 1 star to 10 stars. The higher the star rating, the more dangerous it is. Survivors must take the danger level seriously, and heavy rainfall may lead to severe flooding, possibly even submerging shelters. Lin Yifan looked at this information, and his expression instantly turned grim. He had anticipated the mosquito outbreak, but he had also thought about the impending heavy rainfall. The rain has been increasing from light to moderate, and soon it might lead to flooding. Doesn't he know how many lives will be lost then? Chapter 38. Swarm of mosquitoes? However, despite having anticipated heavy rain that could potentially trigger natural disasters, he really didn't expect it to come so quickly. He currently had a level 3 shelter and was confident he could survive safely. But the flood caused by the heavy rain was different. If the geographical location was not chosen properly, it was likely that even the shelter could be submerged. At that point, he would truly be at a dead end. Furthermore, he had previously observed that his shelter was located in a valley flanked by dense forests, which were actually mountains. Although he hadn't explored the front and back yet, it was visible to the naked eye that they were also mountains. This meant that his shelter was right in the middle of several large mountain dips, and once the heavy rain brought floods, the danger level here would be extremely high. It seemed that after dawn, he must explore the surroundings to see if there were any rivers or lakes nearby. If such things existed, he would have to consider relocating or diverting the river. However, if he were to relocate, he had no idea how to move the shelter. If he couldn't move the shelter, it would be meaningless to move to another location. He had to stay inside the shelter at night to ensure absolute safety. Otherwise, being alone in the wild was far too dangerous. Therefore, the best approach was still to find a way to divert the water or move the shelter to a higher, safer location. While the safety issue was giving him a headache, what was even more troubling was whether or not to make an announcement. A flood disaster was different from a mosquito outbreak. The latter could be prevented, but if a flood really occurred, it would be left to fate. Now, with the mosquito outbreak not yet resolved, if he informed everyone about the impending flood disaster, no one would likely believe him. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided not to announce this news until the mosquito outbreak was over to prevent everyone from falling into despair. It was just unfortunate that without the announcement, he wouldn't receive the treasure box reward, but he didn't lack resources now, so he wasn't too disappointed. However, he noticed that the private chat channel was blowing up. He still ignored it, but when he saw the friend channel flashing, he clicked on the chat box. The ones initiating the chat were Wan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang. Both of them had the same purpose, to congratulate him on becoming a celebrity on the global leaderboard. After politely exchanging a few words with them, he turned his attention to the window. The fireplace was burning inside, and to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning, he had opened all the windows last night. Anyway, with the screens in place, even if a few little mosquitoes occasionally chased in, they could never get in. So even with the windows open, he slept quite soundly last night. However, he then noticed that there were a few mosquitoes stuck in the screen, with their legs caught in the fine mesh. These mosquitoes looked exactly like the large group he had burned to obtain the blue treasure chest yesterday. Could it be that the mosquitoes were chasing him? Or had the mosquito outbreak started early? He furrowed his brow, puzzled. But regardless of the situation, he was glad he had installed the screens yesterday. Otherwise, those mosquitoes would definitely have gotten in. He didn't know if this was only happening to him, or if everyone else was experiencing it too. If everyone was facing this situation, many people would likely suffer. His mind involuntarily recalled the person who had been bitten to death by mosquitoes yesterday. He quickly opened the chat channel and indeed saw that the number of people in the upper right corner had dropped by nearly 4,000 overnight. Originally, there were over 95,000 people. Now there were only 91,000. So many people went offline in just one night. Something must have happened. Sure enough, when he looked at the chat channel, he saw a cacophony of despair and lament. Last night was truly terrifying. So many mosquitoes suddenly appeared. If I hadn't just upgraded my shelter to level 2, I might have been bitten to death by mosquitoes. I had a lot of mosquitoes here, too, and I only had a level 1 shelter, but fortunately, I realized I couldn't gather the materials to upgrade. So I simply snatched a strong mosquito repellent and managed to survive the night without any danger. 4,000 people died overnight. I had added 400 or 500 friends before, and already 40 or 50 of them have logged off. It's really terrifying. Luckily, I didn't experience a mosquito attack last night. Otherwise, if my shelter hadn't been upgraded to level 2 and I didn't have strong mosquito repellent, I would have definitely been doomed last night. But what exactly is going on? Didn't the big guy Lin Yifan say that the mosquito outbreak would be 3 days later? This is only the second day. How could there be a mosquito attack? It must be the advanced troops. Last night, I also encountered a surprise attack by mosquitoes, but the numbers weren't too many. I checked the nearby woods during the day to see if there were any mosquitoes, and they were densely packed, uncountable. So last night's attack must have just been the advanced troops. Just a surprise attack by the advanced troops caused over 4,000 people to log off. It seems we must upgrade our shelters to level 2 or buy enough strong mosquito repellent. At this moment, he realized that the last batch of strong mosquito repellent he had crafted last night had all been bought out. However, the idea of advanced troops was reasonable. It was just that the lethality was too great. Just the advanced troops alone caused so many people to log off overnight. And this was merely a precursor crisis to a 3-star natural disaster. In 5 days, the heavy rain and flood would be a 4-star natural disaster. He didn't know how many people would survive then. Just then, he suddenly saw that the chat channel was constantly tagging him. Big guy, do you have any strong mosquito repellent left? I want to buy some more. I want some too. Can you make some more and put them up so we all can stock up a bit? I think that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Top figures like Lin Yifan should share resources with everyone. Otherwise, it's too selfish. Exactly. We are all fellow humans. Since you have mosquito repellent, you should share it with us. Otherwise, how can everyone view you? Looking at these brainless comments, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and coldly send a message. I don't care what you think of me. If you want to freeload, get lost. Just because I'm easy to talk to doesn't mean I don't have a temper. Your moral coercion doesn't work on me because I have no morals. If you insist on going down with me, I will show you my ruthless side. You'd better pray that I can't find you. Otherwise, for old grievances and new ones, I at least want to get some interest back. Chapter 39. Mutated Ginger King. Since Lin Yifan dared to act high profile, he naturally wouldn't fear being resented by others. Whether this world would eventually bring everyone together was still an unknown. Even if they did come together, so what? As long as he possessed absolute strength, he could crush everything. Lin Yifan had already found a way to enhance his strength. As long as he continued to find more fruits that could increase his attributes, his power would keep rising. One step ahead, step by step ahead. Now, he had already outpaced most people, and he also had the overpowered talent of random daily buffs. With a bit of luck, he could hit the jackpot any day. As for others, Lin Yifan was naturally willing to lend a hand within his capabilities. However, the premise was that he had to be willing. He had a sense of morality, but he did not accept being coerced. Anyone who wanted to take advantage of him had to be prepared to face his wrath. After sending those 2 messages, Lin Yifan added, by the way, just add a little more, I have a rather small heart, and I've noted down your IDs. It's best if you don't appear in front of me in the future, or else I won't mind sending you offline as well. After finishing, he directly added those few people to his blacklist, refusing all trades, private messages, and everything else. In the chat channel, others who initially wanted to take advantage of the situation quickly retracted their thoughts upon seeing how decisively Lin Yifan acted. They began to send messages in the chat channel praising him. The boss is right. Scoundrels like these freeloaders should be kicked as far away as possible. We're already in this survival world, yet there are still people trying to morally coerce others. It's simply foolish, and they will eventually perish from their own stupidity. Thankfully, the boss wasn't successfully coerced by such people. Otherwise, he would have suffered a loss. How could someone as smart as the boss be schemed against by such small-minded individuals? Lin Yifan glanced at the harmonious chat records in the channel and didn't pay much more attention. He had received the rewards he was due, and what he couldn't obtain was nothing to worry about. He wasn't that short on bronze-level items anymore. Moreover, he was more eager to see what kind of buff he could draw today. Whether it was the item enhancement from the day before or the critical hit from yesterday's harvest, both had allowed him to surpass most people in just 2 short days. He was now ranked 4th in the world. If he could draw an even better temporary buff today, he might just seize the opportunity to reach the top. In moments that determined fate, Lin Yifan had always been sincere. With his hands clasped together, he earnestly prayed to the heavens and gods before beginning to draw today's buff. Drawing lots. Draw successful. Today's buff. Path to gold seeking. Path to gold seeking. Increases the probability of finding metal resources. If you have metal resources you wish to possess, make sure not to miss today. Good luck. It turned out to be such a buff. Lin Yifan furrowed his brows slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. What he really wanted was item enhancement. So far, item enhancement had provided him with the most significant improvements. Of course, this didn't mean that critical hits were bad, but comparatively, item enhancement allowed him to obtain higher-level resources. However, disappointment aside, Lin Yifan immediately began to plan the direction he would explore today. As for whether he could find useful metal resources, he chose to leave it to fate. Moreover, the most important thing for him today was not to explore new territories, but to find water sources like rivers or lakes. He always felt uneasy if he couldn't locate the source of the flood. At this moment, the time had reached 7:30. However, today dawn was half an hour later, officially starting at 8 o'clock. The time it got dark had also been moved up by half an hour, meaning that the current daylight hours were only 8 hours long. This was already 2 hours shorter than the day before, and those 2 hours were precious when searching for resources. He had gone left the day before and right yesterday, so today he would head straight ahead to see what was there. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yifan donned a raincoat, put on a waterproof hat, and prepared 2 hot buns in his ring space to use for lunch. The time inside the ring space was not completely frozen, so items placed inside would cool down just like those outside. But Lin Yifan couldn't worry about that now. He needed to explore for water sources, which would require a long journey. Unlike the previous 2 days, he likely wouldn't return for lunch today. To ensure the fire pit in his house didn't go out, Lin Yifan added 10 units of wood to the fire, guaranteeing it would burn for 20 hours. Next, he wanted to check on the pots of quality soil. It had to be said that quality soil was indeed incomparable to ordinary soil. Last night, Lin Yifan had planted ginger and mint in the quality soil, and now, half of the pot was filled with dense mint, while the other half was full of a large handful of ginger sprouts. Lin Yifan harvested all the mint, totaling over 1,000 units, and with the portion he hadn't finished yesterday, he now had 200 units of mint. Although this seemed like a lot, there were still over 90,000 people in the 10086 area who needed effective mosquito repellent, so by calculation, the mint was still too little. He had to continue planting, even emptying all the soil to plant more. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the mosquito outbreak tomorrow night. Having made up his mind, Lin Yifan immediately pulled out the ginger growing in the other half of the quality soil. Looking at the ginger the size of a grinding disc, he was almost wide-eyed with shock. He knew that ginger produced in a nutrient-rich environment could yield well, but such an extraordinary yield truly was mind-blowing. Especially when he looked at the ginger, the information that popped up made him almost jump for joy. Mutated Ginger King, quality, unknown mutation reason, unknown effect, prevents wind-cold colds, treats wind-cold colds, serves as seasoning, item evaluation. Originally, this was just an ordinary piece of ginger, but after being planted in quality soil, it mutated by chance. Although the reasons for the mutation cannot be explained, the effects of the mutated Ginger King will be 100 times that of ordinary ginger. Please use it with caution. Was Lin Yifan shocked by the ginger? No, he was shocked by the quality soil. He never expected that this stuff could alter plants and cause mutations. Chapter 40. Mao Mao's anomaly, although Lin Yifan still did not understand how different the mutated Ginger King was from the unmutated ginger. The fact that good quality cultivation soil could cause plants to mutate was truly astonishing. However, why hadn't the mugwort, mint, and wild blueberries he had planted before mutated? Lin Yifan was puzzled. Perhaps it was a matter of probability? Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to stop thinking about it. Even if it was just a matter of chance, if one mutated Ginger King could be produced, others could be too. Moreover, the quality of good-grade cultivation soil was excellent. If he could get even better cultivation soil, perhaps the mutation probability could increase. However, ginger only needed a small piece to continue reproducing, so with such a large piece of Ginger King, he could keep a good amount after removing what needed to be planted. Furthermore, many people had caught colds and fevers due to the rain in the past couple of days. So he could make ginger soup at night and maybe make some good profit from this Ginger King. After dividing the Ginger King into several small pieces and planting them in ordinary cultivation soil, Lin Yifan then replanted the mugwort and mint back into the good quality cultivation soil. By tonight, he would have enough materials to make a strong mosquito repellent. As for the medicinal herbs planted in ordinary cultivation soil, although they had grown much better compared to when they were first planted, they still lagged far behind the growth boost from good quality cultivation soil. It had been a whole night, and the blueberries that had flower buds when planted last night still had not borne fruit. Lin Yifan estimated that it would take at least 3 more days for this bunch of blueberries to fully mature. Calculating this, the growth efficiency of good quality cultivation soil was more than 3 times that of ordinary cultivation soil. It seemed that if there was a chance, he still needed to get higher grade cultivation soil. He had yet to find high quality seeds like wheat and rice. If he did, he would definitely cultivate them well. As a Chinese person, life without wheat and rice would be bland. Especially since Lin Yifan was from the south, he loved rice the most. And after just 2 or 3 days without it, he was already missing it terribly. Once he had transplanted everything that needed to be moved, he watered all the plants in the cultivation soil and finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a series of cooing sounds. He quickly turned around and remembered that Mao Mao, the golden eagle, had finally woken up after falling asleep since hatching yesterday. After it fell asleep, Lin Yifan had made a nest for Mao using a box with a silk quilt inside. He was afraid the little treasure would get cold. He had even gotten up in the middle of the night to check on Mao, worried it might starve, and wanted to feed it some meat. That's right, golden eagles eat meat. They are completely carnivorous. No wonder adult golden eagles are so fierce. However, Mao had not woken up then, and after carefully observing its health status, Lin Yifan found that it was just in a deep sleep. Even in sleep, its feathers were becoming shinier, which reassured him. Now that Mao had woken up, he quickly walked to the box and noticed that compared to when it had just hatched yesterday, Mao had grown quite a bit. When it hatched, it was only the size of a fist with soft, downy feathers, and its eyes weren't fully opened. But today, the little creature had grown significantly, and it even had a few small feathers sprouting. Moreover, its eyelids were fully opened, and its golden eyes clearly revealed a sense of attachment to Lin Yifan. Mao, I didn't expect you to grow so fast, Lin Yifan exclaimed, surprised. He hadn't spoken for 2 or 3 days and found himself a bit unaccustomed to it. It seemed that being alone for too long could indeed lead to a regression in language skills. He would need to talk more in the future. And Mao had come at just the right time. Lin Yifan was also quite shocked by how much Mao had grown overnight. Normally, birds grow faster than primates, but it shouldn't be this fast. He had previously inquired and learned that it typically takes birds 3 to 5 days from hatching to opening their eyes. And to grow fine feathers, it usually takes about a week. Yet, Mao completed this entire growth process in just 1 night. How could Lin Yifan not be astonished? Was it because of eating the eggshell? But that hypothesis was clearly unreasonable, as it is common for birds to eat their eggshells after hatching. Other birds wouldn't grow this quickly just because they ate the shells. The only thing Lin Yifan had done for Mao was to drop a drop of mysterious blood that might awaken a special lineage in the chick while it was still inside the egg. After Mao hatched, he had carefully observed it to see what special lineage the mysterious blood might have awakened. Unfortunately, Lin Yifan couldn't discern any clues and thought that the drop of mysterious blood had no effect. Now it seemed that Mau Mau had definitely awakened a special lineage. Just from its growth speed, it was enough to indicate that this special lineage was extraordinary. At that moment, Mau Mau jumped out of the box and began to call out "coo coo coo" at Lin Yifan with its mouth open. The sound was somewhat anxious and affectionate. Although Lin Yifan couldn't understand it, he could roughly guess that Mau Mau was hungry. "You're hungry, right? Just wait a moment. I'll get you some meat." Lin Yifan muttered as he took out the wild boar meat that Hong Xiaoqiang had exchanged for him last night from his ring space and sliced it into thin strips with an axe. Mau Mau was already jumping around excitedly beside him, its small green bean-like eyes practically glowing at the sight of the meat strips. Lin Yifan couldn't bear to tease it, so he quickly fed the meat strips to Mau Mau. After devouring a few strips eagerly, Mau Mau suddenly flapped its wings and jumped nearly half a meter high, snatching the piece of wild boar meat that Lin Yifan had not finished cutting right out of his hand. Lin Yifan was momentarily stunned and instinctively wanted to snatch it back. It wasn't that he was unwilling to give it to Mau Mau. He just feared that the sizable piece of meat would choke it. However, just as he reached out, he saw Mau Mau swallow the piece of wild boar meat whole. The speed was so smooth, as if it were some kind of chocolate, leaving Lin Yifan dumbfounded. He was startled and nervously said, "Mau Mau, you swallowed such a large piece of meat, just like that? You won't have indigestion, will you?" However, Mau Mau merely shot him a disdainful glance, completely dismissing him. This made Lin Yifan somewhat speechless, and he replied irritably, "I'm just concerned about you, and you look down on me. Fine, I won't bother with you if you choke. It's your own fault." That said, seeing that it was getting light outside, he still picked up Mau Mau and tucked it into his pocket. He patted its little head and said, "It's almost dawn. I'm going out to look for supplies. You just stay here and behave. Sleep if you want to, and call me if you're hungry, okay?" Mau Mau's intelligence wasn't low. According to Lin Yifan's assessment, it was probably comparable to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. So he believed that Mau Mau could understand what he was saying. He would have liked to leave Mau Mau at the shelter, but the little creature was still too small, and he didn't know how often it would need to eat. He was afraid that if he went out for a whole day, he might starve Mau Mau. Chapter 41. Truly the guardian artifact, it's lucky to have such a pet, and Lin Yifan couldn't bear to see it die. In this ghostly place, he didn't know when he would encounter another of his kind. If he misjudged, and everyone was not in the same dimension, they might never meet. This kind of loneliness would eventually drive a person mad. Even if there was a chat channel to communicate with others, it would be hard to endure. But if he had a companion with a decent level of intelligence, someone he could occasionally communicate with to respond to his emotions, then perhaps he could endure for a longer time. Therefore, Lin Yifan absolutely could not allow Mau Mau to encounter any accidents. Even if it wasn't a golden eagle, even if it was just a cockroach or a mouse, he would take good care of it. Mau Mau was also very obedient, rubbing its head in Lin Yifan's palm before obediently hiding in his pocket, only exposing its little head to curiously look at the outside world. At this moment, the time finally reached 8:30. Lin Yifan habitually opened the weather and date page, and indeed saw that the temperature had dropped again. It was still 12 or 13 degrees yesterday, but today the temperature had fallen to 9 to 10 degrees, and the moderate to heavy rain from yesterday had turned into heavy rain. When he opened the door, the dense curtain of rain brought thick moisture, reducing visibility even further. Even with Lin Yifan's keen eyesight, he could only see about 10 meters ahead. Anything farther was indistinguishable. Looking at the heavy rain in front of him and the shallow puddles that had already accumulated in front of the house, his worries deepened. The terrain here was simply too low, even if there were no lakes or rivers nearby. As the rainfall continued to increase, his shelter could very well be flooded. It seemed that even if he didn't move the shelter, he had to dig a drainage ditch around it. Lin Yifan prepared to go out, but suddenly remembered the ranking reward he had received earlier, which included an item he called the home theft prevention device, the illusionary light shield. Although given the weather, it was unlikely that anyone would attempt to steal from him. It would be foolish to not use it. Lin Yifan took out the illusionary light shield, which was essentially a compass-like object. The text on it was very abstract, and the patterns were unique, but it was easy to see its mysterious charm. Lin Yifan placed the compass in the main hall of the shelter and activated it. Instantly, A brilliant circle of light burst forth from the compass, expanding gradually until it completely enveloped the entire shelter, even encompassing a large area outside. The shelter was only about 70 to 80 square meters, and this light shield encompassed a vast area of low shrubs in front of the shelter. Lin Yifan took a big step outside the light shield and turned around, only to see that his shelter had actually disappeared. In the place where the shelter once stood, a giant banyan tree had appeared. But upon closer inspection, the size of the banyan tree and the area covered by its crown perfectly matched the size of the shelter. Lin Yifan looked at the illusion in amazement, feeling both surprised and delighted. He initially thought that this so-called illusionary light shield would merely create a fog around the shelter. He didn't expect it could directly turn the shelter into something else. This was truly astonishing. However, it had to be said that this thing was indeed useful. If it weren't for the fact that he was bound to the illusionary light shield, he might have had trouble finding his own shelter. As he walked forward, the illusion still existed. Even standing in front of the shelter, he could only see the enormous banyan tree. This meant that even if someone knew this was an illusion, as long as they couldn't find a way to break it, they would never be able to enter the shelter, even if they knew it was a banyan tree. This could definitely be considered the ultimate anti-theft artifact. No wonder it was a reward from the overall ranking. It was indeed remarkable. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan couldn't help but open the ranking list, looking at the 3 people ahead of him. Even being ranked 4th had earned him such a generous reward. So the rewards for the top 3 must be even more substantial. It seemed he needed to work a little harder to push his ranking forward during the next update. However, he didn't know if there would be rewards next time. But these matters were not to be considered right now. Lin Yifan was very clear-minded. So after a moment of wandering thoughts, he immediately returned to reality. After admiring the illusion for a while, he began today's exploration with peace of mind. He was actually quite curious about the random buff he had drawn today. Gold-seeking path only mentioned that it was related to metallic items. Could it be that he would find a lot of metal resources today? If that were the case, it would be a good thing. The only metal items he currently had were a frying pan and an ordinary iron axe. The frying pan was a living item and could be used to hit someone on the head, but to Lin Yifan, it was more suitable for daily life. However, the ordinary iron axe was different. Although most people still used rusty, low-quality axes, he had an ordinary iron axe because of his talent bug. Overall, he still wanted a higher-level axe. Moreover, besides the axe, he urgently needed a shovel and a hoe. These were essential tools for digging drainage ditches. He also needed a sickle, a hatchet, and a kitchen knife, all of which were urgently needed. As Lin Yifan calculated in his mind, he continued to explore forward. The direction he chose today was straight ahead of the shelter. He had roughly explored both sides, and although he hadn't done it very thoroughly, he could confirm that there were no rivers or lakes nearby on either side. Only the front and back had not been explored yet. Directly ahead was 500 meters of low shrubs, the tallest being about the height of a person. It didn't really obstruct his view, but in this kind of weather, with fog mingling with the dense rain curtain, visibility was already low, so whether it obstructed his view wasn't that critical. In any case, as long as he didn't mark the way, he would definitely get lost. Therefore, to avoid getting lost, Lin Yifan chose to use the axe to clear a path today, fearing he wouldn't be able to find his way back. As a result, his speed wasn't very fast, but he wasn't in a hurry. To put bluntly, being anxious wouldn't help. However, today there were many more treasure chests than yesterday. In less than half an hour, he had already found 2 white treasure chests. Since white treasure chests generally contain basic resources, and Lin Yifan wasn't lacking in basic supplies right now, he didn't bother opening them. He simply tossed the treasure chests into his ring space, planning to wait until he got an item elevation or double harvest buff to open them later, maximizing his benefits. After exploring for about another hour, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered a small cave at the base of a nearby hillside. This cave was really small, only about the size of a soup bowl. If it weren't for the strange stones scattered outside the cave, he might not have noticed it at all. Chapter 42, Unexpected Joy. Why are they called a pile of strange stones? Because normal stones, although they can present various colors or patterns, always have a unique texture that makes one instantly recognize them as stones. But that pile of stones was different. All of them were dark blue-black. with almost no mottled patterns, and the color of each stone was quite consistent. The shapes were rather random, but from the fractured surfaces of the stones, it could be seen that these stones had been violently struck off. However, all of this was still relatively normal. What truly puzzled Lin Yifan was that this pile of stones was actually glowing, just like the halo on the back of Buddha's head. It was radiating a gentle glow. Lin Yifan tightly closed his eyes, nearly thinking he was hallucinating. After closing them 3 times, he confirmed that he wasn't seeing things, and he definitely wasn't mistaken. That pile of stones was indeed glowing. In such an extraordinary school, how could he ignore it? He quickly cleared away the thorn vines blocking his path and hurried to the pile of stones. At that moment, he finally discovered what this pile of stones was. Premium iron ore, 16 iron content. 99. Note: premium iron ore cannot be used directly for industrial manufacturing. It needs to be forged in a furnace to become pig iron before it can be used. There was actually iron ore. Lin Yifan picked up a piece of iron ore with a face full of amazement. Although it was only the size of a fist, it weighed a hefty 10 kilograms. No wonder the iron content was as high as 99. It was just unfortunate that the iron ore couldn't be used directly and had to be forged. Over the past 2 days, Lin Yifan had been acquiring various blueprints, but had never come across a blueprint for a furnace. The number of blueprints he had obtained was actually not much, because the blueprints available on the market were mostly the most basic ones. He had already acquired all the useful ones, and there was no need to collect the remaining ones that were optional. As for industrial blueprints like workbenches, synthesizers, and furnaces, he had purchased all that he could find, but unfortunately, he had only managed to acquire the workbench blueprint so far. The synthesizer and furnace had not appeared at all. Not to mention, he had been thinking about the synthesizer for quite some time. The upgrade requirements for the shelter were becoming increasingly strict, and the materials needed had changed from basic to intermediate. Basic materials that could be gathered from the wild, such as chopping trees for basic wood, striking stones for basic feed, and digging for basic clay. However, intermediate materials were different. Currently, they could only be synthesized from basic materials in synthesis room, aside from treasure chests. Moreover, the function of the furnace was not only to process iron ore. If he wanted to create weapons, he also needed the furnace. Especially for weapons of fine quality or above, not only could only the furnace forge them, but there were also level requirements for the furnace. For example, the bronze-level weapon, Wind-Chasing Cloud Bow, in his hand required a mid-level furnace to forge. Of course, Lin Yifan was currently just hoping to have a basic furnace. Otherwise, it would be too ambitious. In fact, if he really wanted a blueprint for a furnace, there was a way. Ruan Xingtan had already promised him the right to use her talent for the next week. So as long as he prepared treasure chests, he would be able to 100% obtain what he wanted. Originally, he wanted Ruan Xingtan to help him open a level 4 shelter blueprint. However, it seemed that the blueprints for the furnace and synthesizer were more important. If he couldn't obtain these 2 blueprints in the future, he would have to consume Ruan Xingtan's talent usage for next week. While Lin Yifan was pondering, he quickly tossed all the ores into his space and then stood up, feeling quite satisfied. He initially wanted to continue exploring, but thinking that it was almost lunchtime, he noticed a large stone nearby. And there was a broadleaf tree in that position, which happened to be dry from the rain. So he simply sat down on the large stone, took out the buns he brought in the morning, and prepared to solve his lunch first. Just then, the small cave next to the iron ore suddenly made a faint noise. What was that? Lin Yifan immediately turned his head to stare at the small cave and saw a gray mouse head poking out from inside. A mouse? Lin Yifan was momentarily stunned and felt a bit disappointed. He had been thinking that if it were a rabbit, he could catch it for a meal, but it turned out to be a mouse, which immediately dashed his hopes for a feast. If it had been a couple of days ago, he definitely wouldn't have minded a mouse. But now it was different. He had a shovel, bread, and wild boar meat in his space, so there was no need to eat mouse meat. Thus, the mouse, frightened, scampered away, and he couldn't be bothered to catch it. However, at that moment, Lin Yifan suddenly noticed that the entrance of the small cave had collapsed significantly due to the mouse's panic. Then he saw that there was actually a pile of chestnuts inside the cave. This was a great find. Whether for making a sweet soup or for making candied chestnuts as snacks, it was a very good choice. Moreover, The presence of chestnuts in the mouse's nest indicated that there must be chestnut trees nearby. Although he didn't understand if he could find them, he could accumulate a portion of food reserves. Lin Yifan quickly dug out the chestnuts from the cave and found that there were about 4 to 5 pounds. He picked one chestnut, peeled it, and found the chestnut meat was still very fresh, tasting sweet and crunchy. Unable to resist, he ended up eating 4 or 5 of them before contentedly stashing all the chestnuts into his space. Unexpected gains always bring joy. After putting away the chestnuts, Lin Yifan sat back on the stone, continuing to munch on his buns. However, thinking about that pile of iron, or although there were 16 pieces, given their volume, they should yield a considerable amount of pig iron when fully processed. There would still be many places needing pig iron, and this amount was still just a drop in the bucket. If only he could find a vein of iron ore never exists alone, especially not this premium iron ore with a 99 iron content. It must have come from the core position of a vein. There must be iron mines nearby. It seemed that in addition to searching for water sources in the afternoon, he also had to add iron ore and chestnut trees to his list of targets. As he was pondering and calculating, he finished the 5 buns he had brought. So he didn't delay any further, stood up, and prepared to continue his exploration. The rain in the afternoon was even heavier than in the morning, with the dense curtain of rain falling on his raincoat, creating a noisy sound. Such weather was indeed making him a bit irritable, but he steadied his mind and continued his exploration. The results of the afternoon were quite good. By just 1 p.m., he had found 2 treasure chests, one of which was green. This made him feel quite happy. However, his good mood lasted only 4 or 5 minutes before it was shattered by the bizarre sight before him. Because in front of him appeared a water pool, a pitch-black pool that was completely bottomless. Chapter 43 Treasure Chest. Will there be tasks? Those who understand the pond know that clear water is shallow, green water is deep, and black water is abyssal. The pond before him is as black as ink, and it is likely a deep abyss. However, the pond is quite small, at most as wide as a bed. Although it is deep, under such circumstances, it should not pose much danger. What makes Lin Yifan uneasy is that this pond has neither an inlet nor an outlet, yet it is not stagnant water. Through the surface, he can faintly see dark waves moving beneath, which indicates that this pond is connected to an underground river. At the moment, this pond appears harmless. But once a flood occurs, it will undoubtedly become the source of flooding in this area. This thought weighs heavily on Lin Yifan, who had been hoping for the best. He actually does not want to move. The location of his shelter is quite good. The view ahead is open, and the forests on both sides are rich in resources, with a density that is not too high, so the number of wild beasts is not excessive. Most importantly, he had carefully checked before leaving today, and the area around the shelter is nearly 500 to 600 square meters, with quite flat terrain. So, as long as he clears all the weeds and trees from the ground, it can be used for expansion. His illusion shield can cover 300 square meters, which fits perfectly here. Finding another location is good, as this would not be easy. Therefore, Lin Yifan truly does not want to leave this place if he can avoid it. However, the pond in front of him is forcing him to leave. Unless he can ensure that the underground river connected to the pond is unobstructed and prevents water from flooding to the surface, becoming the source of flooding. But that is certainly not something human effort can achieve, so Lin Yifan can only look at the pond and sigh. Just then, a light screen suddenly appeared before him. On the screen, a series of texts kept appearing. Congratulations, a special treasure chest has discovered you. If you can complete the task issued by this special treasure chest, you will receive this special treasure chest, and the rewards inside will be much more than other treasure chests. Of course, the special treasure chest task is not mandatory. Survivors can freely choose whether to undertake it. Not doing it will not result in any loss, but completing it may lead to sudden wealth. So, dear survivor, do you accept the special treasure chest task? A special treasure chest? What is that? Lin Yifan's expression was one of confusion. In this special treasure chest, even issues tasks that must be completed to obtain the chest. Is it like the treasure chest has come to life? Even if this world has become chaotic, it shouldn't be this chaotic, right? However, regardless of how absurd this so-called special treasure chest task is, he received the task by this black pond, which might be related to it. Can he refuse? Of course not. Lin Yifan decisively chose to accept the task. Dear survivor, you have made the right choice. Special treasure chest task, phase 1. There are a total of 5 phases for this task. Please personally hunt a wild boar and bring back 15 pounds of pork. Countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes. It's actually a multi-phase task. This is quite troublesome. Moreover, the first phase of the task requires him to personally hunt a wild boar. Does the task really need to be this outrageous? Is hunting a wild boar that easy? In the entire 10086 district, only Hong Xiaoqiang has hunted a wild boar. Of course, Lin Yifan is not saying he can't handle a wild boar. The main problem is how to find one. As wild beasts, they are not something you can just find whenever you want. Furthermore, this is a time-limited task. Lin Yifan couldn't help but start considering whether he should just give up. However, does it have to be him who hunts it? Can't someone else do it? Maybe he should try first? In Lin Yifan's backpack, there's a piece of wild boar meat, but certainly not 15 pounds. However, he doesn't have it. Hong Xiaoqiang does. So he directly opened a private chat with Hong Xiaoqiang and sent a message. Do you still have any fresh wild boar meat? If so, give me 15 pounds first. At this moment, Hong Xiaoqiang is in the rainforest, pinning a wild boar to the ground, preparing to finish it off with an axe. A thick wooden stick is embedded in the boar, piercing through its belly. Therefore, even if Hong Xiaoqiang doesn't finish it off, the wild boar won't last much longer. However, he has stopped because he set up a special alert for Lin Yifan. As long as Lin Yifan sends him a message, he will receive it immediately and continuously get reminders. He is a grateful person, and for him, his daughter is the most important. Lin Yifan saved his daughter, making him a lifesaver, so he set up this special alert. In case Lin Yifan urgently needs to contact him, he can respond immediately. So at this moment, he immediately stopped what he was doing to check Lin Yifan's message. After reading it, he quickly replied, "What a coincidence. I just happened to hunt a wild boar today, and it's still not dead yet. If you want wild boar meat, I'll finish it off right away and cut the meat for you." Lin Yifan's eyes lit up upon seeing this message. A wild boar that isn't dead yet. If he goes over to deliver the final blow, won't that complete the task? Lin Yifan quickly sent a message. Wait, don't kill the wild boar yet. Trade the wild boar to me now, and I'll deliver the final blow. Don't worry, I only need 15 pounds of wild boar meat, and I will return the rest to you. I can also repay you with other resources. Just let me know what you need. Hong Xiaoqiang originally didn't lack food. He intended to use the wild boar meat to trade for resources with Lin Yifan. So he was quite pleased with this, quickly replying, "Big shot. You don't need to be so polite with me. Last night, you gave my daughter fever medicine. She might have burned herself silly. Consider this wild boar a token of gratitude. You can keep it all." After saying that, he pulled out the wooden stick, allowing the wild boar to remain skewered, and initiated the trade. After reading the message, Lin Yifan felt a bit more favorable towards Hong Xiaoqiang. After thinking for a moment, he took out a silk quilt from his mustard seed space and placed it in the trade box, then clicked to agree to the trade. Upon receiving the wild boar, he was immediately startled by its miserable condition. Yesterday, when Hong Xiaoqiang brought out the wild boar meat, Lin Yifan thought he had just gotten lucky. But now it seems he was mistaken. Hong Xiaoqiang's luck is not just simple luck. His combat power is definitely very impressive. Chapter 44. The single ring actually has rewards. Wild boars, despite their unimpressive name, are undoubtedly fierce beasts among wild animals. When a wild boar goes berserk, its danger level can rival that of tigers and lions. Even Lin Yifan, if not for the bronze-level swift wind chasing cloud bow in his hands, wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could handle a wild boar. However, the wild boar before him was actually pierced through by a sharpened wooden stick. This wasn't just about strength. It required a deep understanding of the boar's body structure to accurately avoid its hard bones and pierce through its body. Such a person could not be an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, whether Hong Xiaoqiang had a significant background or not was irrelevant to Lin Yifan. He already had enough advantages, and as long as he maintained them, his future would surely be bright. So why should he envy others' current strength? Moreover, the wild boar was on the brink of death. If he didn't deliver the finishing blow soon, his task would be in jeopardy. Lin Yifan quickly gathered his scattered thoughts, picked up his axe, and with a swift motion, struck down and killed the ailing boar. He was too lazy to skin it and brutally chopped off one of its hind legs. After weighing it briefly and confirming it was more than 15 pounds, he opened a private chat with Hong Xiaoqiang. Let's make a trade. I'll give you the remaining wild boar meat. At that moment, Hong Xiaoqiang was overwhelmed with gratitude for the silk quilt Lin Yifan had given him. When he had asked Lin Yifan for warm clothing, he was just trying his luck. Although some people had found warm supplies in treasure chests, the weather was getting colder, and those supplies were barely enough for personal use, let alone for sale. Therefore, although Hong Xiaoqiang had requested warm items from Lin Yifan, he had little hope in his heart. He never expected Lin Yifan not only to give him something, but also a silk quilt. With this quilt, he could withstand temperatures as low as -10 degrees. How could he not be moved? Just as he was contemplating how to repay this kindness, he received a trade message from Lin Yifan. Hong Xiaoqiang was unwilling to accept the trade and immediately rejected it, sincerely messaging back, "Brother Lin, you can keep the wild boar. The silk quilt you exchanged for it is worth far more than that boar. I don't even know how to thank you." Lin Yifan didn't care. It was just a silk quilt, and he had several more in his space. For him, at this moment, a dying wild boar was definitely worth more than a silk quilt. So he directly refused. "You don't need to thank me. We are making a fair trade. I said I only need the finishing blow and 15 pounds of pork, so just give me that. Don't forget you have a daughter to take care of." When it came to children, even if Lin Yifan had a heart of stone, he would still have some sympathy. After all, he had grown up as a child himself. Although he had encountered many bad things, he had also received quite a bit of kindness. Hong Xiaoqiang was even more moved. He turned to look in the direction of the shelter and made a decision in his heart, messaging Lin Yifan. "Brother Lin, I have a humble request. I want to follow you. As long as you provide food for me and my daughter, I will go east when you say so, and I will never go west. You tell me to come and go, I will never go north. In the future, all the supplies I find will be handed over to you for distribution. If you don't trust me, I can swear here. If I ever go back on my word today, let me be struck by lightning." Lin Yifan looked at Hong Xiaoqiang's loyalty pledge and fell silent for a moment. The reason he was willing to help Hong Xiaoqiang was initially due to his sympathy for the child, and later he developed a good impression of Hong Xiaoqiang's gratitude, which is why he was willing to trade a silk quilt for the wild boar. He never expected that a silk quilt could earn him such loyalty. For this, Lin Yifan was still half in doubt. However, he wanted to recruit someone who had weaknesses, boundaries, and abilities. Although he had already made up his mind to walk the path of a lone wolf is not a solitary warrior. They also need teammates. With Hong Xiaoqiang's abilities, even without his help, survival wouldn't be difficult. It would just be harder to keep his daughter alive. Since he had already extended a helping hand, why not give it a try? After making his decision, Lin Yifan didn't hesitate and message back. "I do need teammates, but the teammates I want must be able to give me absolute loyalty, and loyalty isn't just spoken. Time will tell. If you can truly show me your loyalty, I can guarantee that as long as I am alive, I will ensure your daughter lives." Seeing the message, Hong Xiaoqiang was overjoyed. "Brother Lin, time will tell. I will definitely show you my loyalty." Lin Yifan then sent another message. "You can take the wild boar meat for now. I'm a bit busy today and don't have time to deal with it." "Okay, I'll take care of it and then give it to Brother Lin." This time, Hong Xiaoqiang did not refuse the trade. At this moment, Lin Yifan wasn't focused on Hong Xiaoqiang because after he chopped off the boar's leg, the screen before him began to flicker. "Congratulations, survivor. You have completed the first stage of the special treasure chest task. Reward: random attribute point, 1 point. Now starting the second stage of the special treasure chest task. There are a total of 5 stages for this task. Use the 15 pounds of pork obtained from the first stage task to lure out the crocodile in the pond and kill it. Countdown: 23 hours, 59 minutes. Lin Yifan was both surprised and delighted. He truly did not expect that completing a single stage of this treasure chest task would grant him a random attribute reward. Even if it was just 1 point, it was still a random attribute. If he could receive random attribute rewards for each round, that would amount to 5 points after 5 rounds, equivalent to 2.5 attribute fruits. Lin Yifan was now full of motivation, but upon seeing the task for the second stage, his expression suddenly darkened. At this moment, he was actually standing not far from the pond, about 10 meters away. Earlier, He had walked to the edge of the pond, but had not noticed any signs of animal activity inside. He never expected there to be crocodiles in there. Although he didn't know what species of crocodile was in the pond, even the weakest Yangtze alligator could be difficult to handle when agitated. If it were a larger crocodile, with his current abilities, even with the swift wind chasing cloud bow, it would likely not be easy to deal with. The allure of attribute rewards was tempting, but the prerequisite was ensuring his own safety, and Lin Yifan was very clear about this from the beginning. To complete the second task, he needed to come up with a safe and reliable plan. Chapter 45. Hunting the crocodile. Lin Yifan did not rush. After putting the wild boar meat left from the first round of tasks into his space, he began to approach the waterhole. Although he knew there were crocodiles in the waterhole, he had previously approached it once without any meat in hand and had not been attacked, which basically confirmed that as long as he did not have certain items in hand, the crocodiles would not appear. Therefore, he could check the waterhole with peace of mind and, based on the geography, figure out a way to create a trap to deal with the crocodile. After walking around the waterhole, Lin Yifan quickly had an idea. He noticed a rock on the left side of the waterhole that was more than a person's height. He had the wind-chasing bow, which, while not 100 accurate, could at least achieve 90. This was also his strongest weapon. As long as he could find a high point to shoot from, he had a chance to kill the crocodile. However, the bow and arrow were ranged weapons, and the ideal attack range was between 12 to 65 meters. If he was too close or too far, he would not achieve maximum attack power. Therefore, he had to attack the crocodile from more than 12 meters away. However, he did not know how fast the crocodile was. If the bait was thrown and the crocodile appeared immediately, it would be difficult for him to create distance to attack. Of course, he also wanted to throw the bait from a distance to lure the crocodile out to kill it. But if he missed or the bait landed in an undesirable spot, it could affect the kill. And he also did not know how many chances he had to lure this crocodile. What if there was only one opportunity? Then his task would be wasted. But now, he had already helped me complete the task. The giant rock in front of him was about 4 to 5 meters high and about 10 meters from the edge of the waterhole. With this distance, Lin Yifan was confident he could hit. Having made up his mind, he wasted no time, climbed up the giant rock using both hands, and took out the wild boar meat to throw towards the waterhole. After throwing it, he immediately took out the wind-chasing bow from his space, tightened the bowstring, and stared solemnly at the edge of the waterhole. Splash! Less than a minute after the wild boar meat was thrown near the water, waves began to ripple in the waterhole. After the waves rolled, a fierce crocodile head slowly emerged from the bottom of the water. The crocodile was very cautious. Although it saw the wild boar meat on the shore, it did not immediately come ashore, but instead scanned the area with its eyes. At this moment, Lin Yifan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately lay flat on the rock, fearing that the crocodile might notice him and not dare to come ashore. Fortunately, there was a raised area on the rock, and he hid behind it, perfectly concealing his body. The crocodile observed for more than a minute before cautiously crawling ashore. Once the crocodile was on land, Lin Yifan realized that it was actually 7 to 8 meters long. This further confirmed his previous judgment that the bottom of the waterhole was indeed connected to an underground river. Moreover, this underground river was quite wide. Otherwise, how could such a large crocodile thrive? As for what species this crocodile was, Lin Yifan did not know. He had not studied crocodile species, but it definitely was not a harmless creature if it had grown to such a size. However, judging by the crocodile's earlier cautiousness, its courage should not be great. If he could not kill in one shot, it would likely be very difficult to lure it out again. Realizing this, Lin Yifan immediately felt the pressure. Taking a deep breath, he carefully drew the bowstring, aiming directly at the crocodile's head. However, after a moment of thought, he changed his target to the crocodile's eyes. While a shot to the head could guarantee a kill, Lin Yifan noticed that the crocodile's head had thick scales. What if his bronze-level bow could not penetrate its defenses? But the eyes were different. One of the weaknesses of any creature is certainly its eyes. As long as he could shoot its eyes, it might not die, but could be temporarily incapacitated. However, shooting an eye was incredibly difficult. Lin Yifan hesitated for a moment, but quickly made a decision. Shoot the eyes. Fortune favors the bold. Although the difficulty was high, if he could hit it, there was a chance to keep this crocodile. After taking another deep breath, Lin Yifan no longer hesitated and decisively drew the bow and shot. Thwack! He hit it. Unfortunately, he did not hit the crocodile's eye, but instead shot it in the mouth. Fortunately, the arrow pierced through the crocodile's mouth, pinning it to the ground. The intense pain immediately caused the crocodile to start thrashing about. While struggling, it immediately tried to retreat back into the water. However, Lin Yifan was already prepared and would not let it escape. He quickly shot a second arrow, which also targeted the crocodile's eyes. This time he finally hit. Hiss! The intense pain made the crocodile emit a hissing sound, similar to a snake flicking its tongue, clearly indicating that it was severely injured. But Lin Yifan still did not dare to relax. Crocodiles were notoriously resilient, and it was right on the shore, soon to slip back into the waterhole. To receive the random attribute reward, he had to keep it. Seeing the crocodile about to escape, Lin Yifan gritted his teeth, jumped down from the rock, and charged forward with his axe. He raised the axe and struck hard at the crocodile's neck. Unfortunately, the skin and scales of the crocodile's neck were too thick. Even with the axe, he could not break through its defenses. When the crocodile noticed Lin Yifan, its tail suddenly swung violently. Lin Yifan quickly dodged, but at that moment, he found a new target for attack. Since he could not strike the head, he would go for the softer underbelly. The crocodile's underbelly was exposed when it raised its tail to attack. Lin Yifan quietly took out a feather arrow from his space ring and, finding an opportunity, thrust it hard into the crocodile's underbelly. Immediately, the crocodile, in pain and struggling, thrashed even more violently. Clearly, Lin Yifan's attack had struck a critical point. He was overjoyed and drew another feather arrow to attack other weak spots. Since its mouth was pinned to the ground, the crocodile could not move at all and could only thrash its tail, attacking Lin Yifan wildly. However, Lin Yifan was at least a practitioner of the law manifestation realm. He might hesitate against a fully vigorous crocodile, but he had ways to deal with one that was at the end of its strength. He swung his axe, dodging the crocodile's tail attacks while madly hacking at the crocodile's head. After chopping it 30 or 40 times, he finally managed to decapitate the crocodile. At the moment the crocodile died, his light screen began to flicker again. Chapter 46 in the water? At this moment, Lin Yifan felt that his hands were so sore that he could hardly lift them. He didn't feel it much when using the chasing wind and breaking cloud bow, but when he actually went to chop, he realized how durable this thing was. His axe, although not particularly good, was at least of ordinary quality. However, striking the crocodile's forehead only left a white mark. It was much tougher than the wild wolves and the king cobra he had faced before. He couldn't tell if it was because this creature was the mission target that made it so hard to kill. Taking a heavy breath, Lin Yifan sat down on the crocodile's back and finally had the time to look at the mission prompt information. Congratulations, survivor. You have completed the second phase of the special treasure chest mission. Reward random attribute points. 2 points. Now starting the third phase of the special treasure chest mission. There are a total of 5 phases. Obtain a set of diving gear. Countdown. 23 hours 59 minutes. Special reminder. Given that the first 2 phases of the mission were completed within 1 hour, the mission completion is rated as excellent, so the survivor can freely ask one question regarding the next phase of the mission. Lin Yifan was most concerned about the reward, which was the random attribute points. He originally thought that the second round would provide a reward of 1 random attribute point like the first round. He didn't expect it to be 2 points. This was truly a pleasant surprise. If the rewards of random attribute points after each round of missions could increase, then after completing these 5 rounds, his physical fitness would undergo a new round of growth, making him more confident in dealing with the upcoming natural disaster crises. However, when he saw the third phase of the mission, he couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Completing the first round of the mission was purely luck, but the second round actually seemed difficult. For him, having the chasing wind and breaking cloud bow made it not that hard. But as for the third round, he really didn't know how to complete it. He certainly knew what diving gear was, and even thought about getting a set when he found this waterhole to check the situation underwater. However, the reality was that neither the auction house nor individuals had diving gear available. Now, where was he supposed to find it? Nevertheless, the last special reminder was rather interesting. It could simply be called a pillow scent when one is sleepy. Just as he was worrying about where to get the diving gear, this task prompt came along. It made Lin Yifan start to doubt whether his luck was too good or if everything was deliberately arranged. However, even if he had doubts in his heart, he could only follow the task's guidance and move forward step by step. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yifan began to ask, "Where can I find the diving gear?" With a rule of only being able to ask one question, Lin Yifan pondered carefully before organizing his words. He just hoped the result wouldn't disappoint him. After a slight flicker of the screen, a piece of text immediately appeared. Of course, the diving gear is in the water. A sentence so simple that it left Lin Yifan scratching his head in confusion. What did it mean? What does it mean that the diving gear is in the water? Did it mean he had to jump into the waterhole to look for it? Lin Yifan glanced at the pitch-black waterhole and suddenly felt his scalp tingle. To know, the crocodile had just crawled up from the depths of the waterhole. Who knows if there were more crocodiles beneath? On the shore, he barely managed to kill the crocodile with the chasing wind and breaking cloud bow. If he encountered one in the water, he would just be food. However, there were no other rivers nearby, just this waterhole. If the task prompt wasn't fooling him, then to complete the third phase of the mission, he would have to go into the waterhole. Should he take the risk? Lin Yifan frowned, hesitating for a moment. Standing by the waterhole, he struggled for 2 to 3 minutes before deciding to take the plunge. To put it simply, in this world where survival was uncertain, if he didn't take risks, he would eventually be eliminated. Now, a path to becoming stronger lay before him, and he couldn't bear to give it up. After making up his mind, Lin Yifan didn't hesitate any longer and immediately prepared to dive into the water to investigate. After all, time was not on his side. There were only 2.5 hours left until dark. Even if he rushed back to the shelter, it would take at least an hour and a half. He only had 1 hour to explore. However, before doing all this, he still had to deal with the crocodile. Although Lin Yifan's ring space was not small, it had been filled with supplies over the past few days, occupying most of the space. The crocodile was a good 5 to 6 meters long, and he couldn't fit it in without clearing some space first. But now he couldn't rush back to the shelter. Was he supposed to throw away those basic supplies? No way. Those were all hard-earned, and he couldn't just toss them away. Lin Yifan frowned as he thought, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He quickly opened a private chat with Hong Xiaoqiang and messaged, "Are you at the shelter right now?" At this moment, Hong Xiaoqiang happened to be at the shelter, having just finished processing a wild boar and was returning the meat to the shelter. Upon seeing Lin Yifan's message, he quickly replied, "I'm at the shelter. Is there anything you need me to do?" After seeing the message, Lin Yifan immediately replied, "I'm trading a batch of supplies to you. Please temporarily store them in the shelter for me, and later after it gets dark, you can give the supplies back to me." That's right. The method he thought of was to take advantage of the item trading loophole, trading his items to someone else to help store them. Once he returned to the shelter, he could trade the items back, completing a quick transfer. When Hong Xiaoqiang saw Lin Yifan's message, he felt a surge of excitement and quickly replied, "Brother Lin, as long as you're willing to trust me, I have no problem." The reason Lin Yifan sought out Hong Xiaoqiang was actually to test him. At this moment, he naturally didn't hesitate and immediately traded a portion of the basic supplies in his ring space, namely wood and stones. Altogether, it was close to 1,000 units, all traded to Hong Xiaoqiang. As for food and weapons, which were rarer materials, he still kept them in the ring space. Basic supplies were necessary for Lin Yifan, but they weren't difficult to gather. Even if Hong Xiaoqiang betrayed his trust and took all these supplies, it wouldn't count as a significant loss. The answer could help him see a person's true character, which could be considered a good thing. After clearing out space in his ring, Lin Yifan stuffed the crocodile's body into the space. Moreover, he specially left some space available in case he found good items after going underwater, so he wouldn't miss out. Chapter 47. The cave in the pool. After resolving the issue with the ring space, Lin Yifan did not immediately dive into the water. Instead, he opened his personal attributes. Name: Lin Yifan. Age: 23. Life level: healthy human talent. Random buff: draw once daily. You could draw once a day to obtain various buffs with different effects. The draw refreshes every day at midnight. Are you a lucky one or an unlucky one? It's up to your luck. Today's buff: Gold Seeking Path. Gold Seeking Path increases the probability of finding metal resources. If you have any metal resources you wish to possess, don't miss out today. Strength, 9 agility, 12 stamina, 10 intelligence, 9 remaining attribute points, 3 evaluation. Congratulations. You have finally become a healthy human qualified for evaluation, no longer a weakling who can't even reach the evaluation. In the first and second rounds, he received random attribute point rewards. Originally, Lin Yifan planned to hold off on allocating points until he returned home in the evening to carefully consider what path he wanted to take in the future before assigning points accordingly. He had already researched that once attribute points were allocated, they could not be redistributed, so he had to be cautious. However, now he was about to dive into the pool, and who knew if there would be danger below? For the sake of his life, it was natural to allocate all possible increases to his strength first. In the last round, Lin Yifan had allocated most of his points to agility, thinking that even if he couldn't win a fight, at least he could run away. But now that he was going underwater, no matter how high his agility was, it might not be very useful. Adding points to intelligence was even more pointless, so the best choices were strength and stamina. Between the two, strength represented combat ability, while stamina indicated physical endurance and body sustainability. In the case of choosing one for the upcoming underwater exploration, physical strength and endurance were undoubtedly more important. So Lin Yifan gritted his teeth and allocated all 3 random attribute points to stamina. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain throughout his body, as if every cell within him was rapidly dividing and regenerating. However, this discomfort lasted only a few seconds before vanishing without a trace. In its place was an incredibly fulfilling sense of comfort. Lin Yifan was unsure how much his physical strength had increased, but at least from his perception, it felt quite good. The fatigue from a long day had completely disappeared, and he was brimming with energy, making him feel much more confident about the upcoming underwater exploration. However, he still did not immediately dive in. Instead, he warmed up for a while before stripping down and preparing to enter the water. Before diving, he took out an arrow from his space and put the axe back in. The reason he didn't take the axe was that it was made of iron and too heavy. It would easily become a burden in the water. However, the arrow was different. Its main body was made of wood, with only the tip being metal, making it relatively lighter. The sharpness of the arrowhead was also considerable, making it more suitable for self-defense than the axe. Of course, the best self-defense weapon would still be a dagger or knife. Unfortunately, Lin Yifan had poor luck. After opening so many treasure chests, he and T found a single knife. He had already planned that if he couldn't find any knife products from the treasure chest collected today, he would simply buy one from the trading post. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy one now. He had just checked the auction house, and there was nothing for sale. So he could only settle for second best. With everything ready, Lin Yifan no longer hesitated, gritted his teeth, and jumped directly into the pool. The moment he hit the water, he was immediately shocked by the icy coldness of the pool, causing him to shiver. He floated on the surface for a while until he finally adapted. Taking a deep breath, he began to dive and explore. The direction he chose for exploration was not the bottom of the pool. Although the description of the third round task was simple, it actually revealed a lot of hidden information. From the first 2 tasks, it was confirmed that each round's task was interconnected. The wild boar meat from the first round was used to lure the crocodile in the second round, and after defeating the crocodile, the third round's task prompted him to dive. However, the third round's task required him to find a diving suit. This indicated that subsequent tasks would definitely involve going to the bottom of the pool. But the third round task absolutely did not require that. Thus, Lin Yifan's exploration direction was always slightly downward from the pool's edge. As he dove down, he discovered that although the surface area of the pool was only about 2 or 3 square meters, underwater it was like a bag. The deeper he went, the wider it became. Lin Yifan cautiously explored around the wall of the pool, and strangely, the wall was indeed a complete stone wall, with neither moss nor aquatic plants. There wasn't even mud, and of course there were no fish. Judging from the marks on the stone wall, he cautiously pushed against the wall, exploring bit by bit downwards. However, since he did not bring diving equipment, he had to surface for air every minute. This significantly increased the time spent. But Lin Yifan had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue exploring. However, this aimless feeling was indeed quite uncomfortable. He estimated that he had dived about 10 meters deep, but the depths of the pool still showed no bottom, indicating that this was a bottomless pit. At this point, there was only an hour and 45 minutes left until dark. This meant he only had 15 minutes left. If he couldn't find a diving suit in 15 minutes, he would have to wait until tomorrow to continue the task. Fortunately, when he dove for the 5th time, which was his last dive of the day, he finally discovered a small cave on the wall of the pool at a depth of 12 meters. The small cave could only accommodate one person, and he cautiously squeezed into the cave. After swimming in for a meter or two, he suddenly found that he had broken through the water's surface. Surprisingly, this was an independent space. Lin Yifan cautiously poked his head above the water and looked around. This was a cave, and quite a large one at that, with an area of about 20 to 30 square meters. There was light in the cave, emanating from glowing stones scattered around. The brightness was quite good, comparable to a 50 to 60 watt old-fashioned light bulb. But what truly shocked Lin Yifan was that there were stone beds, stone tables, and stone chairs in the cave. There were indeed traces of human habitation here. Chapter 48. The size of a toy. No, it doesn't necessarily mean they are human, because the sizes of the stone bed, stone table, and stone chair are all wrong. What kind of normal person's bed is only 1 meter wide and about 2 meters long? Moreover, the table and chairs are also miniature versions, with heights and sizes suitable only for children. But if it were just a child, how would they possibly live here? Lin Yifan had just taken a look. Apart from swimming over from the pond, there were no other entrances to this cave. And to swim over from that pond requires diving for more than 10 meters. How many children could do that? But if it's not a child, then what could it be? Could it be that other races of beings are also surviving in this world? Lin Yifan had previously entertained this absurd thought when he saw them referred to as a human race in a manual. But because it was too absurd, he didn't think much of it. However, now he had to reconsider. At that moment, he discovered a leather booklet on the table. The booklet was covered in dust, indicating that its owner hadn't been here for a long time. Lin Yifan picked up the manual and brushed off the dust before carefully opening it. The booklet was filled with many words, but unfortunately, he didn't recognize a single one. The characters looked like a jumble of symbols, somewhat resembling pictographs, but extremely abstract. Even trying to guess half-heartedly was of no use because it was a completely different writing system, entirely dissimilar to the Earth-esque civilization. Although the writing and languages of Earth appear to be numerous, when traced back to ancient times, they all stem from Oracle bone script, pictographs, and cuneiform writing. So, even if one had never encountered those scripts, any Earthling would still have a sense of familiarity. But the writing in this booklet was different. It was a completely alien sensation, something never seen or understood before. Finding a clue with great difficulty, only to be unable to comprehend it, made Lin Yifan extremely frustrated. Especially now, as his time was running out. He had thoroughly checked the entire cave and found no sign of a diving suit. With no other choice, Lin Yifan could only temporarily give up and return tomorrow to complete his task. However, having come all this way, he was unwilling to return empty-handed. Coincidentally, there was still some reserved space in his spatial ring, and since it was empty, he might as well not waste it. Thus, Lin Yifan stuffed the stone bed and stone table and chairs from the cave into the space. Of course, the most important item was that glowing stone. It was an oval-shaped stone about the size of an adult's head, emitting a soft white light. When he approached the stone, there was even a warm sensation, somewhat similar to a heating device commonly used in many ordinary southern households on Earth, known as a small sun. Lin Yifan was overjoyed, not to mention anything else. Just the heating effect was enough to astonish him. When he looked at the stone, it surprisingly displayed attributes. Flame stone, special item, has the effect of emitting light and heat, can be used to replace a campfire, but requires crystal energy to recharge, allowing for a large amount of cumulative usage time at once. Current energy, 165 points, 1 day, 15 points. This thing can actually replace a campfire. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up. Although having a campfire in the shelter was too troublesome, it produces carbon dioxide, necessitating open windows or doors to maintain air circulation. That might be manageable now, but if the temperature drops to the freezing point one day, it would severely affect the insulation of the shelter. Moreover, campfires pose a fire hazard when no one is home. Even though he had upgraded to a level 3 shelter, a fire would still be dangerous. But with his flame stone, all those issues could be avoided. Although the flame stone requires spirit crystals to recharge, which seems a bit extravagant. After all, he only used 2 spirit crystals when hatching the golden eagle, based on Lin Yifan's previous gaming logic. Lacking spirit crystals now doesn't mean he will always lack them in the future. Not to mention, the flame stone still had 165 points of energy, averaging 15 points per day, which meant it could still be used for 11 days. Plus, he had 4 spirit crystals on hand. By the time these were used up, he might not be lacking spirit crystals anymore. Thinking this way, Lin Yifan hurriedly took down the flame stone, but instead of putting it in the space, he held it in his hand and began to carefully explore the cave. However, apart from the few stone furniture pieces, there weren't many large items in the cave. In a corner near the stove, he found a small stove made of stones and mud, about 40 to 50 centimeters high. Just like the stone furniture, it was quite miniature. On the stove, there was an iron pot and an iron spatula, both significantly smaller than the iron pots he knew. The iron pot was roughly the size of a soup bowl, and the spatula resembled a spoon. Moreover, both the pot and spatula were rusted beyond recognition. It was unclear whether they could still be used. Since he had come across them, he naturally couldn't waste them. Perhaps they could still be useful after some polishing. Lin Yifan stored the iron pot and spatula in the space and continued his search. In a corner not far from the stove, he found 3 more iron tools, also very miniature in size. These 3 iron tools had unique shapes. One resembled a hoe but had a triangular bottom. The second one looked somewhat like an axe, but had no blade, instead resembling a sharp point. As for the third one, Lin Yifan recognized it immediately. It was a hammer. Moreover, this hammer was about the same size as the ones he had seen before, and from its appearance, it seemed to weigh around 20 pounds. However, when Lin Yifan reached out to pick up the hammer, he was stunned. He had thought that a weight of around 20 pounds would be decent, but the reality was that he couldn't even lift it with one hand. It's worth noting that he currently had a strength of 10 points, which was already above average for humans. By normal human strength standards, lifting 70 to 100 pounds with one hand should not be a problem. Yet, he couldn't lift this hammer. Its weight must be at least over 100 pounds. Such a small size, yet so heavy. This was completely unscientific. Lin Yifan thought for a moment, released the hammer, and then tried to lift the triangular hoe. He could lift it, but its weight was also quite unreasonable. By his estimation, this small hoe must weigh at least 40 to 50 pounds. He then tried the iron point, and its weight was surprisingly similar to that of the triangular hoe. Were these tools meant for ordinary humans to use? Chapter 49, Are there really other races? So small, yet so heavy. With the human size and strength, it doesn't match these tools at all. So there's only one explanation left. This survival world must have other races. Lin Yifan swallowed hard, feeling a bit confused and uneasy. What kind of races could the other races be? Would they be intelligent races? Would they be friendly races? Different races must have different hearts. Not to mention that from the current situation, the resources in the survival world are not that abundant. Regardless of what kind of race it is to survive and live freely, they all need resources. For resources, humans might even fight among themselves, let alone non-human races. Perhaps they're still at too low a level now and haven't encountered other races, but sooner or later they will. By then, it will likely be a bloody war. As intelligent beings, humans are not particularly strong, and facing natural disasters is already very difficult, let alone facing other races. Who knows how many people will survive in the end? Thinking of all this, Lin Yifan felt a bit heavy-hearted, but he didn't give up. To put it bluntly, he had already come to this messed-up world and couldn't return to the comfortable and stable Earth, so he had no choice but to face it. If he wanted to live well, there was only one way: to make himself strong. As long as he became strong enough, he could face anything. Moreover, from the situation in this cave, it was clear that no one had been here for several years. He had also checked around the shelter before, and there were no signs of intelligent life. Based on his experience from playing games, this survival world is essentially a large survival game, with rules similar to those of games. They had only been in the survival world for a few days, truly rookies among rookies. In games, rookies usually stay in the newbie village, and only after reaching a certain level can they leave the newbie village and go to higher level places to meet higher level players. Furthermore, to protect rookies, games absolutely do not allow high-level players to enter the newbie village. They're probably still in the newbie village now, and as long as they don't leave the newbie village, it is unlikely that high-level races will come crashing in. They just need to develop cautiously during this newbie protection period, and there will definitely be a way to break through in the future. Lin Yifan took a deep breath, stopped overthinking, and looked down at the 3 pieces of iron tools. Regardless of whether these tools were suitable for him, he absolutely could not waste them. From the weight, it was clear that these iron tools were not ordinary. Even if he couldn't use them, they could be broken down into raw materials. And perhaps he could even get some special materials. However, what puzzled him was that when he saw the blazing stone, an item description appeared immediately. But why was there no description for these iron tools? No, many items didn't have descriptions. Apart from some special items or medicinal plants, most didn't have descriptions. He didn't know how to trigger these item descriptions. Did he need an identification skill like in online games? Lin Yifan shook his head, tossed the 3 iron tools into his ring space, and continued his exploration. This time, however, there were no gains, especially the diving suit he wanted most. Not even a shadow of it. He didn't know if he was searching in the wrong direction or if the so-called task prompt was just messing with him. At this moment, there was only 1 hour and 35 minutes left until dark. Although Lin Yifan was reluctant, he didn't dare to delay any longer. Last night's outdoor experience, although thrilling without real danger, made him not want to take risks until he could solve the mental effects of the difficult hell. With a splash, Lin Yifan jumped into the pool, quickly swam back to the edge, put on his clothes, and rushed towards the shelter. He hurried back just in time before dark. He wasn't short on water, but he still went to get the box for collecting rainwater from under the eaves. The rainwater collected under the eaves was relatively cleaner, requiring no filtration. He only needed to let it settle for a while, and it could basically be drunk directly. Of course, Lin Yifan still preferred to boil it before drinking. Given the conditions, he didn't want to gamble on his body's immunity. The campfire in the shelter was still burning, but Lin Yifan extinguished the one in the room and even dismantled the fire pit. He now had a blazing stone in his hand, which was most suitable for use in the room. As for the living room, he still planned to keep the fire pit, although the blazing stone could replace it. He had never allowed the fire pit to go out since he came to this world. The sense of security the fire pit provided was far beyond what a blazing stone could offer. Not to mention, he still needed the fire pit for cooking. However, thinking of the stove he had seen in the cave today, Lin Yifan decided to replicate one suitable for his use in the kitchen tomorrow. Without a stove, cooking was always inconvenient. Thinking of the stove naturally reminded him of the rusty iron pot and iron spatula. Now that he had brought them back, he should try to clean them. Lin Yifan took the iron pot and iron spatula out of his ring space, grabbed a wooden box, filled it with some water, and tossed the 2 items in to soak. Of course, he wouldn't clean them now. He had more important things to do. He needed to check the supplies he had obtained today. He hadn't specifically searched for treasure chests and supplies today, so he only picked up a few treasure chests while clearing a path. Among them were 3 white chests and 2 green chests. One of the green chests was dropped by that crocodile. Lin Yifan ignored the white chests. He didn't lack basic supplies and saw no need to open them now. If one day he drew an item upgrade or received a doubling daily buff, then opening the white chest would maximize the benefits. As for the green chests, he also didn't plan to open them now. He intended to wait until after midnight to draw tomorrow's random buff. Who knows? It might be a buff related to opening chests. After placing the 5 treasure chests in the corner, Lin Yifan prepared to deal with that crocodile. However, when he took the crocodile out, he found himself at a loss. The crocodile's skin was very tough. Even his axe had difficulty cutting through it. His skinning skills were not that great either, and such good crocodile skin could not be wasted. It was perfect material for making armor or shoes. If he ruined it by skinning it poorly, it would be a great pity. Just when he felt somewhat helpless, he suddenly noticed that someone in his friend channel had sent him a private message. He originally thought it was Hong Xiaoqiang, but to his surprise, it was Ruan Qingtan. Opening the chat channel with Ruan Qingtan, there were only 2 item messages. Lin Yifan opened them and was immediately overjoyed, because those two item messages were exactly what he needed most right now. Chapter 50, Planning for the Future. What does Lin Yifan lack the most right now? Of course, it's various blueprints and various life skill books. Although the life skill books are just his own fantasy, as he doesn't know if this world even has them. However, at this moment, his fantasy actually came true. The two items that Ruan Qingtan sent him were indeed two skill books. Beginner Skinning Skill Book. Learning this will grant the beginner skinning skill. Applicable only to normal beasts below level 5. Learnable. Beginner Cooking Skill Book. Learning this will grant the beginner cooking skill, allowing the preparation of basic dishes. Learnable. Even though both life skill books are only beginner level, they are enough to make Lin Yifan ecstatic. However, he indeed needs the skinning skill, but as for the cooking skill, it seems he doesn't need it as much. He is not someone who places great importance on culinary delights. He just needs to fill his stomach and doesn't care much about the rest. Moreover, his goal is to become stronger. Cooking may be easy to learn, but to do it well requires a lot of time and meticulous effort. He doesn't have that much time to waste on such matters, so the cooking skill is not suitable for him. Of course, he could also take the skill books to exchange for other resources, since Ruan Qingtan, having sent him this message, indicates she is willing to give him the items. However, Ruan Qingtan, being a lucky one with special talents, still holds a certain weight in Lin Yifan's mind. Therefore, from the very beginning, he planned to bring Ruan Qingtan into his small group as logistical support. Her talents are not suited for combat, only for support from the back. So, having her learn the cooking skill and then providing her with ingredients to cultivate her skills would be the best arrangement. However, all of this is predicated on whether Ruan Qingtan is willing to offer her loyalty. Even though she is a beauty, what Lin Yifan needs are still valuable companions, not a mere vase dependent on him. So, after hesitating for a moment, he did not linger and directly sent a message to Ruan Qingtan asking, "I have a question for you. Do you want to join another organization?" At that moment, Ruan Qingtan was preparing dinner for herself. Her shelter had already upgraded to level 2, providing her with some safety. She had also opened quite a few good items from the treasure chest today, especially in terms of food, and even obtained instant noodles. However, she didn't have hot water, and she was hesitating whether to ask Lin Yifan for some hot water, but she is not the type to take advantage of others. She has always been grateful for Lin Yifan's care for her, even though it seems like they are engaging in fair trade. However, she is not oblivious. Even if he can open treasure chests to obtain good items that can be exchanged for the material she wants, the issue is whether anyone can afford what she needs. In reality, the materials she desires are out of reach for others, and what others are willing to give her, she cannot use. But Lin Yifan is different. He always manages to provide her with what she needs. For someone like her, who lacks combat abilities, this is indeed a form of grace. Not to mention, if it weren't for the meat Lin Yifan provided her, she wouldn't have survived until now. So she has always remembered this kindness and wanted to repay it. She even thought that if Lin Yifan were a bit worse and made excessive demands, perhaps she could let go of her feelings. However, the truth is that Lin Yifan has always been very measured, engaging in fair trades that give her no chance to harbor resentment. Now, she is also laid low. Yesterday, she asked Lin Yifan if he had thoughts about forming an organization, actually hoping to follow him. Even when Lin Yifan expressed that he didn't want to create an organization, she felt extremely disappointed. She didn't expect that today he would ask her such a question, which really left her puzzled. What does this person want to do? Regardless of what he wants, Lin Yifan still followed his own thoughts and honestly replied, "I currently have no plans. Everyone has not met yet. We are all living our own lives. I can still survive, so I don't want to join an organization. But if in the future everyone gathers together, I will definitely want to join an organization, or else it might be hard to survive. This is also why I asked you yesterday if you wanted to form an organization, but you refused." Ruan Qingtan's answer was quite honest and realistic, but his response did not disappoint Lin Yifan. Instead, it made him even more satisfied. If Ruan Qingtan had immediately professed loyalty, it would have felt insincere. Now, he truly felt at ease. So he sent another message. "I really don't plan to form a large organization. My goal is to become a strong individual myself, and I cannot waste time on such matters. However, becoming strong also requires a team. So I want to find a few like-minded friends whom I can trust to form an elite squad so that we can grow stronger together and survive in this world. Your talent is quite good. Although I don't know much about your character, from what I see so far, your temperament suits me quite well. Would you consider joining my small team? This time, Lin Yifan did not keep her in suspense or beat around the bush. He directly made the invitation. Seeing his request, Wan Qingtan was so excited that she almost jumped up. Although she had not yet unlocked the leaderboard, she confirmed that Lin Yifan was the strongest in the 10086 district. She had finally connected with this strongest individual, originally intending to cling to him. Now that the strong arm had finally reached out to her, she naturally could not refuse and quickly replied, "No need to think about it. I am willing to join. I am 1,000% willing to join. I promise I will absolutely trust you and will never betray you. If I betray you, let me die a terrible death. However, my talent is not suited for combat, and I have no aptitude for fighting myself, so I might only be able to serve in logistics. What I want is for you to let me serve in logistics." Lin Yifan initially wanted to mention loyalty, but unexpectedly, Wan Qingtan jumped ahead and expressed her loyalty. How much of this loyalty truly exists? Lin Yifan did not want to delve into it at this moment. They had not even met yet, and back on Earth, they were just online friends. Expecting loyalty from someone he had never met was indeed wishful thinking. He was very clear that whether it was Wan Qingtan or Hong Xiaoqiang, the reason they were willing to follow him was merely because they valued his strength. They also saw the benefits he could bring them, but that was enough. He never expected anything for free, only fair trades. So, he did not waste words and said directly, "Your talent is suitable for logistics, and, as a girl, fighting and killing are not suitable for you. Staying in logistics is safer and allows you to utilize your strengths better. However, right now, we are all in different places, and there are some things I cannot help you with. But I can promise you that if one day in the future we are able to come together, if you want to stay in logistics, I will definitely meet your request." Wan Qingtan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She really does not like fighting. She was a college student on Earth, working part-time as a model, though not very well known. While she occasionally exercised, it was just to maintain her figure. She really is someone who can't lift a hand. After coming to the survival world, she had suffered greatly these past few days while searching for resources and treasure chests. Being able to stay in logistics is the best choice for her. Chapter 51 Learning to Skin Wan Qingtan was initially unsure how to approach the topic of securing a logistics position for herself. Now that Lin Yifan had taken the initiative to agree, it couldn't be better. Of course, she clearly couldn't enjoy the job at the moment, but at least there was a glimmer of hope. To live is to have hope. Wan Qingtan's mood improved significantly, and she quickly replied, "No problem, no problem. Being a logistics person is just right for me. So, Captain, it's settled. I'll follow you from now on, and you can't go back on your word." "Don't worry, I never go back on my word," Lin Yifan replied with a smile. Having received the promised commitment, Wan Qingtan felt even better and quickly sent another message. "By the way, Captain, do you have any other teammates? If so, I hope to get to know them as well. Although we can only do transactions online for now and can't gather together, we are still teammates. It would be good to exchange information, and if there's anything I can help with, I'm here for everyone." Lin Yifan thought for a moment. This was indeed a good idea. Since they confirmed the formation of a small team, it was natural to enhance the members' strengths. Hong Xiaoqiang had exceptional abilities, especially in hunting, and had unique insights in that area. In this world, killing a beast could yield a treasure chest, and Hong Xiaoqiang certainly didn't lack for treasure chests. Wan Qingtan excelled at opening treasure chests, and if the two of them could cooperate, they would definitely be able to enhance their strengths quickly. This was also good for him. As for whether they would betray him after becoming stronger, Lin Yifan wasn't worried at all. It's not that he didn't care. He just wasn't concerned. What he wanted were trustworthy teammates. If they would betray him, it was better to know now than to be stabbed in the back later. So, he introduced Hong Xiaoqiang to Wan Qingtan. Unfortunately, there was no group chat function here. They could only introduce themselves and then add each other as friends. As for how they would chat and communicate, Lin Yifan didn't plan to get involved further. Everyone was an adult, and naturally, they would have their own ways of communicating and doing things. If he had to manage everything, he might as well not form a team at all. His time couldn't be wasted on such trivial matters. From Ruan Qingtan, he traded a large handful of blueberries and a silk quilt for the basic skinning skill book. As for the basic cooking skill book, he let Ruan Qingtan keep it for herself to learn, but whether she would want to learn was her own business. Fortunately, after hearing Lin Yifan's proposal, Ruan Qingtan readily agreed. Clearly, she understood that this life skill was very suitable for a logistics person. After obtaining the basic skinning skill book, Lin Yifan didn't hesitate and immediately learned it. Then, he rarely opened his personal information. He often forgot that he even had this feature. This thing was so game-like that he instinctively overlooked it. Previously, by the water's edge, when he was adding points to himself, he hadn't even opened his personal information. Now, he finally remembered to take a look. Name: Lin Yifan. Strength: 9 agility, 12 stamina, 13 intelligence, 9 remaining attribute points, 0 age, 23 life level, excellent human talent. Random buff: draw once daily. You could draw once daily to receive various buffs with different effects. The draw refreshes at midnight. Are you a lucky one or a cursed one? It all depends on your luck. Today's buff: Path to Gold. Path to Gold increases the probability of finding metal resources. If you want to acquire any metal resources, don't miss today. Life skills: basic skinning, proficiency 1000, evaluation. You are now an excellent human. Your physical fitness ranks among the forefront of humanity. But don't be arrogant. You are still quite weak. Wow, there's actually a change in personal information. Lin Yifan looked at the information panel in surprise, noticing not only the order of the information had changed, but his life level had also improved. He clearly remembered that his previous life level was healthy human, and now it had risen to excellent human. Just by increasing his stamina by 3 points, he managed to elevate his life level by 1 grade. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Could it be that stamina is the key reference for life levels? He recalled that he had once had 8 points in random attributes, and after allocating all of them, his life level only changed from sub-healthy to healthy. This time, just by adding 3 attribute points to stamina, he had managed to elevate his life level by a grade. It was a bit hard to believe that there was no correlation between the two. It seems that in the future, when receiving random attributes, he should prioritize adding them to stamina to test it out. Although he still didn't know what the improvement in life level represented. Based on his previous experience playing online games, a higher life level definitely meant stronger abilities. As for the other attributes, he could take his time. Next, Lin Yifan looked at the life skills section again. The previous information page didn't have this line, indicating that this attribute only appeared after learning a life skill. Moreover, there was proficiency, but was 1000 points of proficiency too much? He wondered if filling up this proficiency would allow him to upgrade the life skill directly. At this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly noticed a small knife appearing in front of him. The knife was about the size of a fruit knife, but the blade was slightly curved. He focused and saw that information about the knife appeared as well. Skinning knife, skinning skill-bound item, usable for. There's even a matching skinning knife. Lin Yifan exclaimed in surprise. Moreover, he could feel that this skinning knife was exceptionally sharp, at least much sharper than his axe. After playing with it in his hand for a bit, Lin Yifan squatted down next to the crocodile and began to skin it. He initially thought that after learning the skinning skill, he would be able to automatically skin by just issuing a command, like in a game. However, he didn't expect that he still had to do it manually. Fortunately, the skinning knife was sharper than he imagined. The crocodile skin, which was hard to cut through with an axe, was surprisingly weak under the skinning knife. With a gentle stroke, the skinning knife made a cut, and following this cut, he slowly peeled off the entire skin. Although this wasn't his first time skinning an animal, he found this time it was much easier than before. Not only did he completely peel off the crocodile skin, but even after the skin was removed, it didn't need to be tanned. The entire crocodile skin surprisingly transformed into a pile of rectangular leather. Chapter 52. The special iron pot. Lin Yifan looked at the pile of leather in front of him, his eyebrows twitching slightly. He had initially thought that he would need to process the crocodile skin himself after removing it, but it turned out to be less work. Basic leather. Only 6 pieces? They even cut corners. Lin Yifan was somewhat speechless. These finished leather pieces were only about 20 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters long. Yet that piece of crocodile skin was a full 5 to 6 meters long. It was nearly a meter wide, and, in the end, it was reduced to just these small 6 pieces. The cut was too deep. However, the snake skin and wolf skin he had previously peeled off were still in a semi-finished state and couldn't be turned into finished leather. Thinking about it, even if this skinning skill was cutting corners and taking kickbacks, the time and effort saved could still be considered worthwhile. Forget it. In this day and age, time is money. There's no need to fuss over such details. Lin Yifan comforted himself with a couple of thoughts before looking down at his attribute panel. He then discovered that his proficiency had actually increased by 6 points. It seemed that skinning a beast didn't just yield a single point of proficiency. It was also related to the quantity of leather obtained, which could speed up the accumulation of proficiency. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how long it would take to accumulate that 1,000 points of proficiency. Lin Yifan picked up a piece of leather and felt that it was quite thick. But thick didn't mean it was hard. It was even somewhat soft, yet it had incredible toughness. When he tried to cut it with an axe, it only left a white mark, and cutting through it was no easy task. If he could make leather armor from these leathers, it would provide him with more security on his survival journey. However, figuring out how to make leather armor was still a problem, but he wasn't in a hurry. Now that he had the skinning skill, he might as well have tailoring or armor-making skills. He would surely find a way eventually. After contentedly putting the leather into his storage space, he turned his attention to the remaining crocodile meat. There was a lot of crocodile meat. After skinning the 5 to 6 meter long crocodile, there were still 400 to 500 pounds of meat left. He wondered if crocodile meat was tasty. Lin Yifan looked at the crocodile meat with some anticipation. Back on Earth, he was just an ordinary person, working hard for a month to barely make ends meet, and occasionally treating himself to a slightly more expensive buffet. Crocodile meat could be considered a special type of meat, difficult for ordinary people to access. At least Lin Yifan had never tasted it. This time, he could finally have a good taste of it. At that moment, Lin Yifan noticed that the iron pot he had soaked in water was now thoroughly soaked. So he walked to the entrance of his shelter, reached outside, and dug a basin of mud in. Then he placed the mud into the iron pot and coated the entire pot with it, rubbing it continuously with his right hand. The rusty iron pot was difficult to clean, but it wasn't completely impossible. If it were on Earth, he could easily use a cleaning ball and some detergent to scrub it clean in no time. But there were no such conditions here. However, a lack of conditions didn't mean there was no way. By mixing soil with sand and gravel, he could use the friction from the dirt and sand to clean off the rust. It just required more time and effort. But Lin Yifan had no other options. With no other conditions, he could only resort to this method. He had already decided that if he could clean this small iron pot, he would cook a pot of crocodile meat tonight and have a good taste. If he couldn't clean it, then he would clean it next time. After all, throwing it away was absolutely not an option. This iron pot was quite heavy, and although it was small, its weight was several times that of a regular iron pot. Clearly, the material was not ordinary pig iron. It was likely made from the same material as those other iron tools. Fortunately, although the material was unusual, the rust on it was still normal rust. Lin Yifan spent nearly half an hour cleaning the small iron pot. To be honest, the clean small iron pot was quite nice. Without the patches of rust concealing it, the pot's body was finally visible. The shine, it could rival silver. Lin Yifan looked at the body of the iron pot in surprise, confirming once again that the material used to forge this iron pot was definitely not ordinary pig iron. Who has pig iron that can emit a silver-white sheen? Of course, more importantly, at the moment he cleaned the iron pot, he finally saw the information about it. Secret silver pig iron pot unique, creator, Ballarat. Attributes, delicious 2. Stamina recovery 1. Item status, damaged materials can be found for restoration. Required materials, secret silver 02 intermediate pig, iron 52, already satisfied. Note, this iron pot was carefully crafted by the blacksmith apprentice Ballarat. Is his beloved item. Anyone who steals his iron pot will face his wrath. It was just an iron pot, yet it was also a unique item like the radiant stone. Lin Yifan looked at the small iron pot in front of him, which was only the size of a small bowl, with astonishment on his face. Moreover, it was just a pot. Could the food made with it really carry attributes? He found it hard to believe, so he simply cut a piece of crocodile meat and put it into the iron pot, along with some green onions and salt, placing it over the fire to simmer. Lin Yifan was really not skilled at cooking. It wasn't that he didn't want to do well, but his cooking talent was just lacking. At best, he could only manage to boil things. This was also why he had a frying pan before, had obtained salt and ginger and other seasonings, yet still couldn't make any delicious food. So he was too lazy to waste energy. And every time he would just grill skewers, simple and crude. While it wasn't tasty, at least it was edible. Now it was the same. He could only crudely toss the food into the pot and throw in the seasonings, leaving the rest to the fire. If this way could really produce delicious food, then this iron pot would truly be extraordinary. In fact, the iron pot did not disappoint him. As the meat broth began to boil, a rich aroma wafted out. Although Lin Yifan had never tasted crocodile meat, he had already smelled the fishy smell from the meat earlier. With his cooking skills, he definitely didn't have the ability to remove that fishy smell. However, now, the meat aroma had no trace of fishiness, only pure fragrance, making one's mouth water. Lin Yifan wasn't in a hurry. After the meat broth simmered for more than 10 minutes, he used the chopsticks he had made earlier and picked up a piece to taste. The moment the crocodile meat entered his mouth, his eyes lit up. The rich and powerful meat aroma exploded on his taste buds, as if it were rushing straight to his mind. The meat was chewy, with a texture that was satisfying to chew but not tough, instead having a delicate smoothness. Was this really meat that he could cook? Chapter 53, Beautiful Troubles. After Lin Yifan finished eating the entire pot of meat, he finally came back to his senses, feeling completely satisfied. It had been so long since he had tasted something delicious that he had eaten to the point of forgetting himself. After finishing the pot of meat, he realized that most of his fatigue had disappeared. Could this be the effect of restoring stamina? Lin Yifan felt a surge of excitement as he sensed the reaction of his body. Although his physical condition had improved significantly compared to before, during the day when he went out, he was basically risking his life to search for supplies, with no time to stop and rest. Even a superhuman would inevitably feel fatigued in such a high-intensity environment. However, the food made with this iron pot could restore stamina, which meant it extended his endurance. This way, not only would he not be so exhausted, but he could also improve his efficiency. For Lin Yifan, this was undoubtedly a great thing. Because of this, he planned to keep the iron pot for himself. Although the pot's effectiveness in his hands was far less than what it could achieve in Ruan Qingtan's hands. After all, Ruan Qingtan had already learned cooking skills, and the food she made had a chance of carrying attributes. If combined with the iron pot's enhancement, it would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. However, he didn't trust Ruan Qingtan enough to give her the pot. What if it got taken away and never returned? This iron pot was practically a cheat tool for Lin Yifan in the early stages. He naturally couldn't take that risk. But who exactly was Ballarat? Just a blacksmith apprentice. Yet he could craft such top-tier equipment? He must be quite an impressive character. Lin Yifan couldn't help but wonder where this person had gone. Could he be the owner of that cave? A sense of unease crept into Lin Yifan's heart. He felt that this person named Ballarat could bring him danger. After all, this iron pot was Ballarat's treasure, and if he found out Lin Yifan had taken it, revenge would be inevitable. But soon, he suppressed these feelings. Who knew if Ballarat was even alive? He might have already died. If he hadn't, why would he leave such an important item in the cave? So he must be dead. Lin Yifan kept comforting himself in his heart while he started to stew the crocodile meat. He had already decided to use the iron pot to stew a portion of the cooked crocodile meat to store in his space. That way, he could use the crocodile meat to replenish his stamina while searching for supplies outside. However, looking at the crocodile meat he had cut twice, which had only resulted in a small notch, he began to worry about how to handle this batch of crocodile meat. His ring space was almost full. If he stuffed the crocodile meat in there, he wouldn't be able to have the freedom of his backpack while searching for supplies. So, he needed to find a way to deal with the remaining crocodile meat. The best solution was to exchange it for usable supplies. However, the food he could offer for trade was already too much. He still had some toast left from yesterday, and there was quite a bit of wild boar meat that Hong Xiaoqiang had given him. The 15 pounds of wild boar meat he had used to lure the crocodile had also been mostly reclaimed. Although he wouldn't eat it himself since it had been gnawed on by a crocodile, it would definitely be desired by others for trading supplies. However, What really troubled Lin Yifan was that he found himself unsure of what supplies to exchange for. The shelter had already been upgraded to level 3, and to reach level 4, he needed blueprints. But so far, no one in the entire 10086 district had opened up blueprints for municipal shelters. Since there were no blueprints, having other supplies ready was useless. There was no need to rush. As for food, he was not lacking at all, so there was really very little he wanted to exchange for. Because of this, he was not so keen on organizing supplies anymore. However, he also didn't dare to really do nothing. Tonight was a crucial night. Due to the mosquito attacks, it was happening tonight. Yet up until now, Lin Yifan had not seen a single mosquito, which puzzled him. If there was one thing Lin Yifan needed the most right now, it was a diving suit. He still planned to go to the bottom of that waterhole tomorrow to complete the remaining linked tasks and accumulate some random attribute points for himself. So, he opened the trading hall and began to search carefully to see if anyone was selling diving suits. If he could buy a diving suit at the auction house, then he could easily complete his running tasks. However, to his disappointment, there were none. Absolutely none. Although there were no diving suits, Lin Yifan did not leave empty-handed. He discovered that someone was selling potatoes at the auction house, and this person was clearly targeting him. The specific item they wanted for exchange was strong mosquito repellent. 5 pounds of potatoes for 1 strong mosquito repellent. This trade was actually quite sincere. In times like this, 5 pounds of potatoes could sustain someone for several days, making it a life-saving resource. While this strong mosquito repellent was very useful, it was only so for today. Once the crisis of the normal mosquito swarm passed, the strong mosquito repellent would basically lose its value. Lin Yifan still had quite a bit of strong mosquito repellent in hand. Even though he hadn't returned to the shelter during the day, he had prepared hundreds of strong mosquito repellent to hang in the auction house before heading out. He had also brought the remaining raw materials with him in his space ring. Whenever he took a break while clearing a path, he would immediately start crafting strong mosquito repellent. So, throughout the day, he had managed to put up over 2,000 portions of strong mosquito repellent. Yet even now, the strong mosquito repellent had not been fully redeemed. This showed that many people had found their own ways to cope with the complete uprising. But this had nothing to do with Lin Yifan. He had already informed those he needed to inform, since they were unwilling to buy his strong mosquito repellent. Their deaths were naturally of no concern to him. This batch of strong mosquito repellent had also brought Lin Yifan extremely generous rewards. He had set the prices not too high. Aside from exchanging for various blueprints and skill books, the rest was for basic supplies. The lowest was for exchanging 100 units of primary materials. Now, he had tens of thousands of wood, stones, and pig iron among other basic resources. These materials had filled his entire shelter to the brim. Especially in the living room and kitchen, there was barely room to stand. Looking at these basic resources, Lin Yifan couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. He needed these basic materials to synthesize higher-level resources to build his level 4 shelter. But the problem now was that he still hadn't received the blueprint for the synthesis room. And this batch of basic materials was simply too much. So much that he was running out of places to store them. Truly a beautiful trouble. Chapter 54, a well-meaning reminder bites back in the middle of the night. Lin Yifan had no way to move the supplies outside. Moreover, the synthesis room was essential. Otherwise, how could he upgrade the shelter to a higher level? So, he simply posted a purchase request on the auction house. He offered 5 pounds of crocodile meat in exchange for the blueprints of the synthesis room. After all, he had plenty of crocodile meat, hundreds of pounds. He even cut off 2 large pieces of meat, each weighing about 4 to 5 pounds, and directly gave them to Ruan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang. Hong Xiaoqiang initially wanted to give him the remaining wild boar meat, but Lin Yifan had more than enough, so he refused. After a busy day and a full meal, Lin Yifan finally remembered that the medicinal herbs and fruits planted in the cultivation soil had not been harvested yet. If the fruits in the cultivation soil were not picked once they ripened, they would quickly rot and enter a new growth cycle. Although Lin Yifan did not lack food at the moment, he couldn't afford to waste it. He picked all the ripe blueberries, totaling more than 20 pounds. Perhaps due to the saturation of wild fruits in the market, blueberries, which are not very filling and can only be used temporarily, could basically only be exchanged for some basic supplies. However, Lin Yifan did not lack basic supplies, leaving him at a loss for how to deal with the blueberries. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly thought of Ruan Qingtan. She had already learned the basic cooking skills. Making candied fruit should be fine, right? So he directly opened a private chat with Ruan Qingtan and asked, "Can you make the blueberries into candied fruit? Make candied fruit from blueberries?" Ruan Qingtan was also tidying up her things at the moment. Seeing Lin Yifan's private message, she quickly replied, "I can, but blueberries are small fruits. If used to make candied fruit, it might not be very cost-effective. I estimate that at least 6 to 7 pounds of fresh fruit are needed to make 1 pound of candied fruit. It would be better to make blueberry jam, which would be used for dipping bread or making fruit juice. However, making blueberry jam requires white sugar, and I currently can't produce white sugar, which is a bit of a problem, but it can be made without white sugar. It might just taste a bit sour. Need white sugar?" Lin Yifan thought for a moment and opened the auction house. Since he did not lack basic supplies, he was too lazy to waste time looking for things that could be exchanged for basic supplies. Sure enough, there was white sugar in the auction house. Although the exchange price was quite high, 50 grams of white sugar required 50 pieces of wood. That's 1 gram of white sugar for 1 unit of wood. While white sugar is indeed a good item that can replenish energy and even serve as a first aid item, this exchange rate was still a bit ridiculous for most ordinary survivors. However, it didn't matter to Lin Yifan. He directly used 500 pieces of wood to exchange for 500 grams of white sugar. Then he initiated a trade with Ruan Qingtan. "Is 500 grams of white sugar enough? I have about 20 pounds of blueberries. If it's not enough, I can acquire some more." Seeing the white sugar that came through in the trade, Ruan Qingtan was extremely excited. "It's enough. Captain, you trust me too much. This is precious white sugar. You just traded it to me like this. Aren't you afraid I'll embezzle it? If this little thing can change a person, I can afford to lose it." Lin Yifan replied lightly and then traded the remaining blueberries. After that, he paid no more attention. Trusting people is essential. If one doesn't trust, they shouldn't use them. Since he decided to treat Ruan Qingtan as a teammate, the trust that should be given must be given. Of course, the premise of all this was that he could afford the loss. After dealing with the blueberries, Lin Yifan harvested the mugwort and mint planted in the good quality cultivation soil. He directly obtained 1,200 portions of mugwort and 1,500 portions of mint. Lin Yifan truly did not expect such a high yield, but since they were already planted, he naturally couldn't waste them. So he simply opened the chat channel and sent a message. "Hey everyone, is anyone in need of effective mosquito repellent? The mosquito swarm disaster is about to begin tonight. If anyone doesn't have mosquito protection, you can contact me. As fellow residents of Zone 10086, I can provide effective mosquito repellent at a low price. Making a little profit is still better than nothing." Lin Yifan was still thinking of consuming this batch of mugwort and mint. In fact, according to his original plan, his effective mosquito repellent should be in high demand. However, reality slapped him in the face. In the past 2 days, he had only sold about 1,000 portions of effective mosquito repellent. The few hundred portions he posted on the auction house in the morning still had dozens left. However, he could understand. Everyone came from Earth. And Zone 10086 was filled with Chinese people who had a history of thousands of years regarding how to repel mosquitoes. Even though the survival world lacked medicinal materials, they could always think of other methods. People could find more convenient and resource-saving ways to ward off mosquitoes, so it was normal for them not to want to buy his effective mosquito repellent. Moreover, there were other lucky individuals who also had mosquito repellent and insecticide formulas. However, none of their formulas reached the effective level, but their prices were lower, and most people who were already short on resources would naturally choose the cheaper options. However, Lin Yifan understood, yet for some reason, he felt that the emergence of effective mosquito repellent was likely related to the direction of this disaster. Perhaps in the end, this effective mosquito repellent would be the real key to victory. Otherwise, why would it appear? Moreover, as soon as this potion formula appeared, he discovered the mosquito swarm. According to the recommendations of this world for survivors, Lin Yifan did not believe that these two things had no direct connection. He also had a vague feeling that the number of survivors in each zone might also be a key point. Currently, there were still over 85,000 survivors in Zone 10086. Lin Yifan did not know how many people were left in other zones, but he still wanted to preserve as much as he could. So he thought about sending a message in the chat channel to remind everyone. However, at that moment, he found that the chat channel was filled with messages cursing him. Oh look, that Lin is finally out again. He used to brag about being noble, but what about now? Knowing there's a mosquito swarm crisis and that our lives are at stake, he still puts his effective insecticide at a high price. What kind of nobility is that? What is the saying? A person who seeks fame and profit. That's right, I've long noticed that Lin Yifan, this cold-hearted dog, talks nicely but has never done anything beneficial for us. That's right, Lin Yifan is just a refined egoist. He must have seen that his effective mosquito repellent couldn't successfully exploit us, so he pretended to lower his stance. Everyone, don't believe him. We don't need his effective mosquito repellent anymore. So Lin Yifan, stop pretending. We won't believe you anymore, and we definitely won't buy the mosquito repellent from this cold-hearted person. Besides, there are other places selling insecticides, not just Lin Yifan. The Heaven and Earth Society also has them for sale, and their prices are even lower. If you want to buy, go to the Heaven and Earth Society and definitely don't let Lin Yifan profit from us. Lin Yifan truly did not expect that he had only been busy for a day and hadn't spoken in the chat channel. It had become the cold-hearted villain that everyone wanted to attack. This is really funny when you think about it. Chapter 55. Members of the Heaven and Earth Society. Refusing transactions, Lin Yifan glanced through the information in the chat channel and quickly understood why he was being targeted. Although the records in the chat channel would soon disappear due to the constant scrolling, they were still there if one was patient enough to scroll back. Even the messages sent on the day he first arrived in this world were still available. Lin Yifan scrolled up and soon found the earliest person targeting him, who was a member of the Heaven and Earth Society. It turned out that his only interaction with the Heaven and Earth Society was a couple of days ago, when the president of the society, nicknamed Father God, wanted to take the formula for effective insecticide from him. Moreover, this person did not want to trade fairly. He only wanted to take advantage. Lin Yifan couldn't be bothered with him and, after refusing, directly blacklisted him. Since then, he had not interacted with any members of the Heaven and Earth Society, nor with anyone else. He had been busy looking for water sources, and once he found a pond, he was focused on completing a series of tasks. Now it seemed that he was being targeted by the Heaven and Earth Society. Moreover, it appeared that the society was developing well, with many self-proclaimed members emerging and many people crying out to join. Of course, this had nothing to do with Lin Yifan. He didn't care whether others liked or disliked him. However, this came with one condition. They should not show off in front of him. Now that members of the Heaven and Earth Society had indeed shown up in front of him, he naturally would not hold back and decisively send a message. Members of the Heaven and Earth Society, I will give you one last warning. You may detest me deeply and hate me to the core. If we ever meet in reality, you can even think of killing me. But there is one condition. Please shut your filthy mouths. If I see any of you posting messages in the chat channel to insult me or tarnish my reputation, I will remember every single one of you. Then you can start praying. Pray that we will never cross paths. Otherwise, I will make you understand how to write the words regret. Apart from that, starting now, I refuse to trade with any members of the Heaven and Earth Society for all the supplies I sell. As soon as his message was sent, the chat channel exploded. Wow, the big shot is indeed a big shot. Not even afraid of the Heaven and Earth Society, daring to go against them directly. That's really impressive. Oomph. Lin Yifan, stop threatening us here. Our Heaven and Earth Society is currently the largest guild in the entire 10086 district with 4,000 to 5,000 members. How dare you oppose us like this? You must be seeking death. Exactly. Our Heaven and Earth Society is full of talent. Even if you, Lin Yifan, are a bit strong, can you compare to so many of us? If you have any sense, hurry up and apologize to our society. Even if you apologize, we won't accept it. Our Heaven and Earth Society is working hard to produce low-cost mosquito repellent for the sake of our fellow survivors in the 10086 district, so more people can survive. Yet you have the good stuff like effective mosquito repellent, but sell it so expensively. You heartless person, we won't accept your apology. That's right. If you really want to seek everyone's forgiveness, hurry up and give us the effective mosquito repellent formula so we can help everyone. Lin Yifan was too lazy to deal with this group of fools from the Heaven and Earth Society and directly closed the chat channel. He then listed a batch of crocodile meat in the auction house. This batch of crocodile meat was only for exchanging ceramics, pig iron, and various special items. Although most of the surviving players were no longer lacking food, lacking did not mean it was good. In fact, most survivors could only eat some wild fruits or nibble on dry rations to fill their stomachs. Starting today, the probability of white chests appearing had increased significantly compared to the previous days, but the items inside could only yield the most ordinary food. Most of it was the cheapest bread or hard, cold steamed buns. They could keep one from starving, but were far from delicious. As for meat, it remained a very scarce resource. So far, the only meat listed in the auction house, besides wild boar meat, was Lin Yifan's crocodile meat. The wild boar meat also came from Hong Xiaoqiang, and the rest were just some rat meat, frogs, and other small items. Moreover, the conditions for exchange were extremely harsh, usually requiring weapons or blueprints in return, and their quantities were very limited. Even if someone brought a weapon or blueprint to exchange, they could hardly get anything substantial. But Lin Yifan was different. He had hundreds of pounds of crocodile meat, which he divided into pieces of about 100 grams and listed over 100 portions. They could not be exchanged out. In addition to the crocodile meat, he also took out the mutated Ginger King. He had dug up in the morning and brewed a lot of ginger soup. However, he did not list the ginger soup. Instead, he opened the chat channel again. Ginger King soup can be used to prevent and treat colds and will be prioritized for exchanging blueprints and special items. Those in need, please private message me. And members of the Heaven and Earth Society, stay away. Since arriving in this world, it had been raining every day. Most people were not as lucky as Lin Yifan to find a raincoat in the treasure chests. Most people could only brave the rain to collect supplies. And by the end of the day, they would be completely soaked. Moreover, the temperature was dropping, and many had already fallen ill. It was estimated that in a few days, many would lose their lives due to this cold. The medicines that could be found in treasure chests were very few. There were some traditional Chinese medicines that could treat colds, but the medicinal materials were extremely scarce. Lin Yifan had been deliberately purchasing medicinal materials these past few days. But even so, he had only acquired a few. Most of them could only cool and detoxify, and their effectiveness in treating colds was extremely weak, far from the effectiveness of ginger soup. Not to mention, this was still Ginger King soup. He had already drunk a bowl earlier, and as soon as the Ginger King soup went down, he felt warm all over. It was so comfortable. This effect was much better than ordinary ginger soup. Moreover, this was not just his own feeling. He had also given a small bowl to Hong Xiaoqiang and his daughter, as well as to Wan Qingtan. They all said that the Ginger King soup was very effective. Meanwhile, in the original chat channel, the members of the Heaven and Earth Society were still continuously attacking him. Due to their constant spamming, ordinary survivors' messages would get drowned out as soon as they were sent. As a result, ordinary survivors were too lazy to post. But as soon as Lin Yifan's message was sent, it instantly ignited the entire chat channel. Those ordinary survivors who had initially come to speak began to ask for ginger soup. Wow, it's ginger soup. I've had a cold for 2 days and started to have a fever today. Big shot, please trade me a bowl. I want it too. I want it too. I caught a cold on the first day. I entered the survival world, and I've been holding on for the past few days. I thought my little life was going to end. Because of this cold, Lin Yifan is really too indifferent, knowing that everyone is sick. He is not willing to contribute ginger soup for free, unlike our Heaven and Earth Society. To hell with your Heaven and Earth Society. If you're so generous and kind, share your resources with us. Big shot, don't listen to him. I want ginger soup. Exactly. Always saying the big shot is indifferent, but why don't we see your Heaven and Earth Society distributing supplies for free to us? Chapter 56. How? Do you have any objections? It turns out that most people are quite indifferent when their own interests are not involved. They won't meddle in other people's business or argue for someone unrelated to them. They just keep their distance. However, once their own interests are at stake, their sense of justice and desire to protect will erupt in an instant. For example, now that Lin Yifan is offering the Ginger King soup for sale, it involves the interests of many people, So those who were previously observing from the sidelines have started to jump in. Lin Yifan feels indifferent about this. He is neither happy nor disappointed. To put it simply, while others are indifferent to him, he has never been particularly enthusiastic about them either. Even now, when he presents the Ginger King soup, it is merely to exchange for resources, not for charity. Therefore, whether others like or dislike him, he never takes it to heart. However, people are emotional creatures, and after previously being met with ridicule or insults, it's natural for him to feel a bit displeased. Now that the situation has reversed, at least it looks quite pleasing. Lin Yifan knows what those who are speaking up for him want, so he doesn't disappoint them and promptly sends a message. It seems that there are still quite a few clear-headed people in our district. Thank you all for not being brainwashed by the Heavenly Society. Brothers and sisters who want the Ginger King soup can leave a message at the auction to place a bid. I will trade directly with those whose offers are suitable. Currently, the survival world does not have a unified currency, so everyone can only barter, which leads to a chaotic market. And for people like Lin Yifan, who use one item to purchase others, it all depends on mutual willingness. Because every item has a different value in each person's mind. Transactions can only happen based on willingness. This also makes trading quite troublesome, as Lin Yifan has to spend a lot of time going through others' bids one by one. He now somewhat misses the currency system from online games. At least it wasn't so cumbersome. However, Lin Yifan believes that one day, currency will be unified. No matter how other races or other humans are, at least those of them born in Huaxia have always been very enthusiastic about unification. Right now, everyone is still busy working to survive. Otherwise, those ambitious individuals would have long since lost their patience. Just like the Father of God from the Heavenly Society, who is clearly an ambitious person. Moreover, he is not only ambitious, but also quite capable, having managed to attract thousands of people to join the Heavenly Society in such a short time. If he continues to develop, the entire 10086 district will eventually become his territory. Lin Yifan actually doesn't care who rules the 10,086 district, as long as they don't provoke him. However, it absolutely cannot be the Heavenly Society. That is why he would not hesitate to suppress them. But it seems that mere suppression is far from enough. Currently, the 10,086 district only has the Heavenly Society as a guild. If another guild does not emerge to compete with them, the future landscape will still not change. However, Lin Yifan really does not want to start a guild. It is quite a headache. How about supporting a new guild? That is actually a good idea. But who to support? If he ends up supporting a white-eyed wolf, it would be a case of losing more than he gains. It seems that he still needs to observe and find someone ambitious, but with a bottom line to support. Right now, the only two people he can barely recognize are Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan. But neither of them is particularly ambitious. Asking them to create a guild and compete with the Heavenly Society might be a bit too forced. However, finding a new target is not something that can be done overnight. This matter seems to require patience. Lin Yifan set aside his thoughts for the moment and began browsing the auction house. Although the auction house seems quite chaotic due to the barter system, there is one advantage. Transactions do not require handling fees. Moreover, the auction house has a search function. If you want to purchase a certain item, just input keywords to see the listings. The entire operational logic resembles a low-budget version of certain online shopping platforms. After waiting a few minutes, Lin Yifan entered the words Ginger King Soup, and immediately a large number of listings appeared. All of them were purchase requests, and he carefully examined them. To his surprise, some people's sincerity was indeed quite strong. Those who showed enough sincerity, even if the items they were offering for exchange were not what Lin Yifan urgently needed, he still chose to trade. After all, the resources he urgently needed are hard to come by in a market, so it's better to acquire these worthwhile items first. At worst, he could exchange them for something else later. It's just a bit of hassle. However, the people buying the ginger soup are mostly those with serious conditions, and without this bowl of soup, they might not survive. Of course, there are also some opportunists, whom Lin Yifan directly ignored. But among those he rejected for trading, there was also a group from the Heavenly Society. Lin Yifan noticed that as his life level has progressed from sub-healthy to excellent, even without adding points to his intelligence, he has found that his memory has improved significantly. Previously, he spent more than 10 minutes reviewing chat records because he realized that as long as he had seen a name, it would leave an impression in his mind. When he saw it again, he would instantly remember. This time when he sold the Ginger King soup. He had clearly stated that he refused to trade with members of the Heavenly Society. Yet, there were still quite a few members from the Heavenly Society who posted requests to purchase Ginger King soup, and some even offered quite a bit of sincerity. For example, one of them even offered a unit of ceramics in exchange. Ceramics are indeed a resource that Lin Yifan desperately needs right now. He wants to build a restroom, and this item is essential. However, until now, he has only managed to acquire less than 5 units of ceramics, which is not even enough to build a flush toilet. The ceramics that this member of the Heavenly Society brought to the meeting indeed made Lin Yifan quite tempted. But even while tempted, he still refused to trade. To establish his credibility, he must follow through on his words. His refusal to trade directly caused the chat channel to scroll once again. Lin Yifan, why did you refuse my purchase request? I just saw that many people offered 5 units of primary pig iron, and you agreed to trade with them. Why did you refuse me? He rejected me, too. I offered 6 units of primary pig iron last time, but it was still rejected. He even said he was so benevolent, but he treats us differently. He is just a name dropper. I see he is not sincerely trying to help us. He just wants to toy with us. What is so great about the ginger soup? How could he treat us this way? It's too much. After Lin Yifan traded all the Ginger King soup, he finally had the mind to check the chat channel. Upon seeing it, he couldn't help but smile and send a message. Yeah, I'm just toying with you. I look down on you, and I refuse to trade with you. So what? Do you members of the Heavenly Society have any objections? Chapter 57. Same name, same surname? Lin Yifan was not the type to flaunt himself. But that didn't mean he wouldn't be ostentatious. If they could find each other offline right now, he might have been more cautious. After all, 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. He was indeed not weak. But he wasn't at the level of being able to take on 100 opponents either. He had that much self-awareness. If the other side came with a crowd, even if he could escape, he would probably still take a hit. Unfortunately, since no one could find each other offline at the moment, what was there to be afraid of? As for the day they would find each other, with the impending swarm of mosquitoes and the upcoming heavy rain disaster, who knows when they would meet offline? Whether they could survive one disaster after another was still an unknown. So Lin Yifan was not worried at all. The members of the Heavenly Earth Society were infuriated by him. Even the previously silent Father God could no longer sit still. He actively engaged in the chat channel, directly addressing Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan, with great power comes great responsibility. As a strong person in our 10086 district, although I don't know if you're the strongest, I still admire you. However, as a strong person, you should have the responsibility of a strong person. Everyone in this district is our compatriots from Huaxia. Since you have the ability to help everyone, you should naturally help instead of standing by and even taking advantage of us. Of course, I know some of our brothers in the association are fiercely righteous and may have offended you with their words, but they're just conscious individuals who can't stand your cold-heartedness. Why hold a grudge against all of us? As for your refusal to trade, that's your freedom. And I have no right to comment, but I hope you can consider the needs of the entire 10,086 district and not be so ruthless in your actions. Lin Yifan couldn't help but laugh in anger upon reading Father God's message. Look at that. He was cold-hearted. He had no conscience. The others were just standing up for their beliefs against his actions. Such a casual remark directly nailed Lin Yifan to the pillar of shame. If this were the developed Earth with the internet, he would probably be a universally scorned rat in the streets by now. However, he wasn't afraid at all. Nevertheless, he had no intention of responding with mockery. He simply replied with a few words, I am ruthless. What can you do about it? I say this. Anyone who joins the Heavenly Earth Society is my enemy. After that, he directly closed the chat channel and made no further responses. Suddenly, a message from Ruan Qingtan came through. Captain, I have a good friend I've known for over 10 years on Earth. She said she needs to talk to you about something related to the disasters. Do you want to communicate with her? Lin Yifan raised an eyebrow. He truly didn't expect Ruan Qingtan to be so fortunate as to have her friend in the same district. Although Lin Yifan didn't want to interact with too many people right now, since it was Ruan Qingtan's friend, he had to give his team member some face and replied readily, Sure, give me her ID. and I'll message her privately. Lin Yifan's private chat channel was flooded with 999 messages, either insults directed at him, people begging him for items, or those trying to take advantage of him. Of course, there were a few who wanted to exchange resources with him, but they were quite rare. When he had the time, he would scroll through his private messages, and if he saw something appealing, he would initiate communication and trading. However, most of the time, it was just a bunch of meaningless chatter. So he was now seeing fewer messages in his private channel. Fortunately, he could also search for people using their IDs. Chen Yino? Lin Yifan was momentarily stunned upon seeing that name. He once had a classmate with the same name. She was quite the campus belle. However, despite being a campus belle, she was an ambitious woman. During their school days, she was like a flower on a high peak. Whether it was her academic performance or interpersonal skills, she was top-notch. At that time, Lin Yifan was just an ordinary poor kid from the countryside. Although he got into that university through his own efforts, he felt somewhat out of place compared to others. Because he was poor and had never seen the glamorous world, he couldn't relate to most of his classmates. Naturally, he was somewhat isolated, whether intentionally or unintentionally. However, Chen Yino was an exception. Her family was well off. Reportedly, they owned a company with assets of over $1 billion. She should have been a pampered princess, but in reality, she treated everyone kindly, even Lin Yifan. In fact, when Lin Yifan faced difficulties applying for financial aid, it was Chen Yino who spoke up for him, helping him successfully obtain the aid so he could graduate. Although Lin Yifan later expressed his desire to repay her kindness, he was directly refused. After that, they had no further interaction. To put it this way, there was no interaction between Chen Yino and him. He wanted some connection, but she maintained a distance from everyone, including him, making it impossible for him to find an opportunity to connect with her. Nevertheless, for Lin Yifan, Chen Yino was indeed his benefactor, and he always remembered that kindness, thinking he would repay it one day. However, he never expected that he wouldn't have the chance to repay it before Earth was gone, and he, along with all humanity, was thrown into this survival realm. Initially, he thought he would never be able to repay that kindness, but unexpectedly, now there was someone with the same name. He didn't know if they were the same person. If it really was Chen Yino, then this unfinished cause and effect could finally be understood, which would be a good thing. Lin Yifan quickly found Chen Yino's ID and sent her a private message. "Are you the Chen Yino from Nanda?" Chen Yino, who was waiting for his message, replied immediately, "Yes, it's me. Do you know me?" At that moment, Chen Yino had contacted several alumni from Nanda, preparing to establish a new guild. However, their strength was very weak, and they were basically struggling to make ends meet. So even though Chen Yino was ambitious, she felt helpless. That's what she thought of Lin Yifan. She remembered this name, but wasn't sure if it was the same person. Unfortunately, she had sent many private messages, but Lin Yifan had never responded. To be fair, he hadn't really responded to anyone's private messages. This left her feeling somewhat helpless. But she didn't expect that her friend would know Lin Yifan. This truly was a pleasant surprise. At this moment, she was happy that Lin Yifan even knew about Nanda. Moreover, he recognized her, which was enough to prove that he also came from Nanda, thus increasing her chances of getting Lin Yifan's help. Chapter 58, Chen Yino's Purpose. Similarly, Lin Yifan also felt quite surprised at this moment. He originally thought it was just a case of having the same name, as there were 3 billion people in China back then, and sharing a name was very common. He only asked out of curiosity, not expecting it to actually be her. He had a bit of a good impression of Chen Yino, especially since she was Yuan Qingtan's close friend, so his tone softened as he said, "I am Lin Yifan. Back in university, you helped me once when we were applying for scholarships. I wonder if you still remember me?" Chen Yino already had an impression of Lin Yifan, and when he mentioned university, it reminded her of those days. She quickly replied, "Of course I remember. I didn't expect you to be in zone 10086. When I first saw your name, I thought it was just someone with the same name. I can't believe it's really you." Then she feigned nostalgia and said, "It's great that we're all still alive. On the day I arrived in the survival world, I really thought I was done for. Yeah, it's indeed great that we're all still alive." Lin Yifan replied, following her lead. Then he painfully realized that, despite having had a good impression of her, they actually had no topics to discuss. After hesitating for a moment, he decisively turned to the main topic and sent a message asking, "By the way, Ruan Xingtan said you were looking for me regarding something. What is it? Chen Yino initially wanted to leverage their college bond to get closer, but didn't expect Lin Yifan to be so straightforward and immediately bring the conversation to the point. This left her momentarily at a loss for words. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, "Actually, I want to ask you to help form a guild." Ever since the night before last, when everyone brought up the guild topic, many people in Zone 10086 started forming guilds. However, right now, everyone can't even guarantee their basic needs. Although they all talk about forming guilds, in reality, very few people have the energy to do so. So only the Heaven and Earth Guild has really gotten off the ground. However, I still can't stand some of the ways they operate. And the founder of the Heaven and Earth Guild has enmity towards me. Right now, we can still chat and trade online, but if one day we meet offline, I'm afraid he might make a move on me. I thought I should form a guild to counter him, but my abilities are limited. The survival environment in this world is tougher for us women, so I can't rely solely on myself and a few friends to make it happen. You're the most famous powerhouse in all of Zone 10086. Although I'm not sure if you're the strongest, you're definitely not far off. If you could come forward to form a guild, I believe many of your followers would join, and then we could grow strong. Lin Yifan frowned. He really didn't expect that Chen Yino was looking for him for this reason. However, he clearly remembered telling Ruan Qingtan that he had no intention of forming a guild and only wanted to find a few trustworthy teammates to form a small team. As Ruan Qingtan's close friend, she couldn't possibly not have been told, yet she still approached him. It seemed she was truly determined to form a guild. However, Lin Yifan had no interest in forming a guild at all. With greater power comes greater responsibility. If a guild really started to grow, could he really stand by and do nothing when it faced danger? Although Lin Yifan wanted to be heartless and indifferent, he knew he couldn't do that. Therefore, avoiding entanglements of responsibility was the most suitable for him. Even if it was Chen Yino who approached him in the morning, he had no intention of changing his mind and decisively sent a message. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in this matter. I'm sure Ruan Xingtan has told you that I only want to form a small team to find a few teammates I can trust to have my back and live long in this world. You helped me back then, and I remember that favor. If there's anything I can help with, I certainly won't refuse. But I really can't help you with forming a guild." Ruan Xingtan had indeed told Chen Yino about Lin Yifan's resistance to forming a guild. But Chen Yino still approached him and wouldn't just give up. She quickly urged, "Qingtan did tell me that you're not interested in forming a guild. But please don't rush to refuse. Let me analyze the benefits of forming a guild for you, and then you can decide, okay? I know your goal is to become a true powerhouse, so you think forming a guild will hold you back. But in reality, it won't. As the guild leader, you can just exist as a figurehead, and all the guild matters can be delegated to your subordinates. Once the guild is established and the number of members increases, we can gather more resources. The uniqueness of this world allows every survivor to potentially obtain precious items, but those items aren't useful for every survivor. If our guild can establish a unified exchange standard, we can use the items members want to exchange for these precious items, thus achieving resource concentration. Your path to power can then be advanced using these resources, which will absolutely yield better results with less effort. Lin Yifan knew all of this that Chen Yino was saying. In fact, Ruan Qingtan had previously mentioned the pros and cons to him, and he wasn't naive enough not to understand. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he still wanted to follow his heart. He didn't want to be that leader. Having an organization would bring burdens, and things wouldn't be so straightforward. He didn't want to have those burdens. However, while he didn't want to be the leader, he could still support a guild to counter the Heaven and Earth Guild. Earlier, he was troubled about not being able to find a candidate. But now he didn't have to worry. Chen Yino was the student council president during university with excellent organizational skills and team-leading abilities. She might not be strong in survival, but being able to survive in this world until now meant she had at least some self-preservation skills. Moreover, Lin Yifan already owed her a favor, and using this opportunity to repay that favor was perfect. Thus, Lin Yifan sent a message. "I understand what you're saying, but I really have no thoughts about forming a guild. However, you can establish a guild on your own and be the leader. I can promise that within my abilities, I will provide you with some support. Of course, my support comes with certain conditions. You should have noticed that I really dislike the Heaven and Earth Guild. My support for you in forming a guild is to counter them. Coincidentally, you also have a bad relationship with the Heaven and Earth Guild. So our goals align in that regard. Now it just depends on whether you have the courage to do this. Chapter 59. Then, it's a favor repaid. Lin Yifan made his intentions very clear. He was willing to support a new gang to rise. But the purpose was straightforward, to deal with the Tiandi society. He had no concealment and no deception, being frank and open, which surprised Chen Yino a bit. Of course, since Lin Yifan was willing to support her in forming a gang, she had no reason to refuse. Both parties aimed to confront the Tiandi society and their goals aligned. However, Chen Yino was somewhat self-aware and lacked confidence in establishing a guild on her own. She couldn't help but advise Lin Yifan, why go through so much trouble? You could just become the guild leader yourself, and you'd hold all the power. Why take the risk of supporting someone else's guild? Even I can't guarantee that once the guild is established, I will always prioritize your interests. I don't need you to guarantee my interests. Lin Yifan calmly replied through text. Just answer me. Do you dare or not? If you dare, we can cooperate. If you don't, let's pretend this conversation never happened and you'll still be my senior. Given that you helped me back in school, if you need my assistance in the future, I'm still willing to help. This is a great opportunity. Chen Yino, who had ambition, knew how to seize opportunities. After careful consideration, she was reluctant to let this good chance pass, and she firmly replied, "All right, I will establish this guild. If it can thrive with your support, I promise that whenever you need something or have tasks that don't affect the guild's operations, I will do my utmost to help you." That's all I need to hear. Lin Yifan texted back. Now the rest is up to you. If you need reasonable support, let me know. If I can do it, I will try my best to meet your needs. Chen Yino didn't hesitate and started calculating what support she needed. After some thought, she messaged, "I do need some basic material support. However, since we are in a cooperative relationship, I can't take your support for free. I have a special blueprint that needs identification to confirm its information. I would like to use this blueprint as a trade for some powerful mosquito repellent from you to attract new members. Would you be willing?" At the same time, Chen Yino sent over an item information. Special blueprint requires an identifier or identification card to know the item information. Item level, currently unknown, at least fine quality. Since it was at least a fine level blueprint, it truly was a good item. Lin Yifan was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Chen Yino to have such good luck to come across something like this. However, he wasn't an identifier and didn't have an identification card, so he didn't know when he could identify this special blueprint. Nonetheless, anything that could reach fine quality was a good item for novices like them who had just entered this survival world. Although powerful mosquito repellent was also considered a good item, after the mosquito crisis passed, it would lose its value. Chen Yino was clearly trying to seize the moment by using the special blueprint to advertise the guild and attract members. So, Lin Yifan was generous and, after checking the remaining quantity of powerful mosquito repellent, which was about 400 to 500 portions, he directly took out 100 portions to trade with Chen Yino. He then messaged, "These 100 portions of powerful mosquito repellent are for the blueprint. Besides that, I still have around 360 portions, which I can authorize you to sell. You can set your own price for these authorized, powerful mosquito repellents. I only need special items like ceramics, cement, glass, or various blueprints and spirit crystals. You can provide those later, no rush. Of course, if you can't sell them, it's fine. Just return the unsold ones to me, and I can handle it myself. How about it? Do you dare to do this business?" Chen Yino was stunned by Lin Yifan's message. She knew her special blueprint had value, but could it really be worth 100 portions of powerful mosquito repellent? Of course not, especially at this moment, even though the mosquito crisis hadn't arrived yet. It was bound to happen tonight, since it was said to occur in 3 days. At this point, the value of powerful mosquito repellent far exceeded anything else. Yet, Lin Yifan was willing to give her 100 portions and authorize her sell the remaining 360 portions, which was incredibly generous and hard for her to fathom. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but text, "You would really let me handle hundreds of portions of powerful mosquito repellent? Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of it?" Lin Yifan replied, "There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just some materials. If I lose them, it's just a small loss. It won't cost me my life. Besides, If these items can reveal a person's character, it's worth it. And you don't have to worry. If you really want to take advantage, go ahead. Consider repaying the favor from when I was in school, but from now on, we will be strangers. If you don't provoke me, it will be fine, but if you do, don't blame me for not being merciful. Lin Yifan was a person who remembered kindness. He would remember those who helped him and repay their favors. But that didn't mean those favors would bind him for life. Once he felt he had repaid the debt, they would become strangers. Even if Chun Yino was the campus belle, it was the same. Chun Yino was momentarily lost in thought after reading Lin Yifan's words. In fact, she didn't have a deep impression of Lin Yifan. She had intervened when he was being robbed of his scholarship purely because the person who stole it was her rival. She didn't expect that after 2 or 3 years. Lin Yifan would still remember this favor and even be willing to offer such a large amount of resources to repay it. But it was clear that Lin Yifan's favor was far more valuable than this batch of powerful mosquito repellent. And she certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to throw away something significant for a small gain. So, she earnestly texted, "I won't hoard this batch of materials. I will use them wisely to establish the guild we want. Just watch. I won't let you down." Lin Yifan replied, "Then I look forward to it." After the transaction, Lin Yifan didn't say much more to Chun Yino because he suddenly remembered something. He had completely forgotten about the golden eagle Mao Mao. Chapter 60 The Swarm of Mosquitoes has finally arrived from the moment Lin Yifan stepped out in the morning. He had Mao Mao tucked away in his pocket. Mao Mao was quite well behaved, not making a sound or causing any trouble, allowing Lin Yifan to search for supplies without distraction. Even when he took off his clothes to enter the pool, Mao Mao remained silent. Lin Yifan even forgot about Mao Mao and didn't feed it all day. He quickly reached into his pocket to take Mao Mao out, only to discover that it had fallen asleep. He carefully held Mao Mao up to his face, gently poked its little head, and whispered, "Mao Mao Mao Mao, wake up." Mao Mao opened its eyes, blinked a couple of times, and made 2 chirping sounds. The sound was so pitiful that it made Lin Yifan feel guilty. He quickly cut a small piece of alligator meat and offered it to Mao Mao, apologizing. "Mao Mao, I'm really sorry. I forgot to feed you earlier. You must be starving, right? Next time, if you're hungry, you must remind me, okay? Chirp." As soon as Mao Mao saw the alligator meat, its little eyes lit up and it happily started eating. After finishing 1 piece, it chirped twice again. Still wanting more? Seeing Mao Mao's eager gaze on the alligator meat, Lin Yifan quickly cut another small piece to feed it. After finishing that piece, the little creature still wanted more. Lin Yifan hesitated for a moment, then fed another piece, but refused to give any more. He was worried that if Mao Mao ate too much at once, it might upset its stomach. After eating the meat, Mao Mao joyfully jumped down and hopped around a couple of times, but soon returned to its nest and fell back asleep. Lin Yifan felt a bit worried and messaged Ruan Xingtan, who had some experience with raising birds. "I have a bird, and it has been sleeping all day. I just woke it up to feed it some meat, and now it has gone back to sleep. Is this normal?" Ruan Xingtan was chatting with Chun Yino at the moment. Upon seeing Lin Yifan's question, she quickly replied, "That's normal. Birds need a lot of sleep during their early growth stage to digest food and gain nutrients. What if I forgot to feed it during the day and only fed it at night? Will that be a problem?" Lin Yifan asked again. Ruan Xingtan, who had raised birds before and was familiar with these matters, replied, "No problem. There was a bird research association at our school, and I heard from people there that young birds can survive on 1 meal a day. They don't need to be fed constantly. If they are hungry, they will open their mouths to ask for food, and you can feed them then." Lin Yifan finally felt relieved and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much." At this point, the sky was already darkening and the temperature was dropping, now below 5 degrees. Lin Yifan wasn't too cold, as he had enough warm clothing, and living in a level 3 shelter meant he wouldn't get cold. However, just then, he suddenly heard a crackling sound coming from the window. Looking up, he was shocked to see a thick layer of mosquitoes covering the glass. Lin Yifan felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of these mosquitoes. Earlier, to get a blue treasure chest from a tree, he had faced mosquitoes and used powerful mosquito repellent to kill quite a few. Those mosquitoes were large, but comparable to the southern mosquitoes on Earth. Being from the south, he was shocked by the number of mosquitoes but wasn't uncomfortable with them. However, the mosquitoes in front of him were all giant flower mosquitoes, at least 3 times the size of southern mosquitoes, their bodies comparable to bees. Their mouth parts were 3 to 4 centimeters long, resembling syringes, making his scalp tingle just looking at them. How could these mosquitoes have grown so large? Lin Yifan pondered, confused. Just 2 days ago, the mosquitoes weren't this big. How did they suddenly become so enormous today? Could it be that mosquitoes can grow larger? But that was no longer important. He quickly shut all the doors and windows of the shelter, carefully checking for any gaps or cracks. Even one of these terrifying mosquitoes flying inside would be a disaster. To avoid carbon dioxide poisoning, Lin Yifan extinguished the fire in the living room. He had a lighter now, so there was no need to keep a flame going. After putting out the fire, he suddenly noticed that the mosquitoes constantly banging against the window had decreased. However, there were still mosquitoes hitting the window in the room. After thinking for a moment, he quickly understood why. All insects have a natural instinct to seek light. The classic example is moths, known for flying into flames. Since these mosquitoes were also insects, they naturally had the instinct to pursue light. The earlier fire in the living room had attracted them inside through the window. Once he extinguished the fire, the mosquitoes lost their light source and began to disperse. Realizing this, Lin Yifan hurried into the room, took out a down comforter from his storage, and hung it over the window. The comforter was opaque, and as soon as it was hung, the light from the brilliant stone in the room was completely blocked. Sure enough, as soon as the window was covered, the mosquitoes banging against it immediately decreased. Lin Yifan let out a sigh of relief. Although he believed that with the protection of the level 3 shelter, the swarm of mosquitoes would not be able to break through. The sound of them hitting the window was still very annoying to him. However, while he could manage, others were not so fortunate. At that moment, the chat channel was filled with cries of despair. My gosh, why are these mosquitoes so big? They are almost the size of bees. Fortunately, I upgraded my shelter to level 2. Otherwise, even with powerful mosquito repellent, I probably wouldn't survive. These mosquitoes must have mutated. Ordinary mosquitoes could never be this large. I just carefully observed the patterns on the mosquitoes, and they seem to be toxic. Everyone, be careful and try not to get bitten. Quick! Use the powerful mosquito repellent produced by Lin Yifan. My shelter ISNT upgraded to level 2, but I exchanged for 2 bottles of powerful mosquito repellent, and now I've lit one. No mosquitoes dare come near me. Ha ha. I made the right bet. Wah. I got bitten. It's all the Heaven and Earth Society's fault for tricking me. I could have upgraded my shelter to level 2, but they said it was useless unless I bought mosquito repellent. They were willing to sell me repellent at a low price, so I gave them all my supplies. And now look, these ordinary repellents can't kill the mosquitoes at all, and I've already been bitten several times. I was also tricked by the Heaven and Earth Society. They said their mosquito repellent was the same as Lin Yifan's, but it didn't work at all. The wicked Heaven and Earth Society. If I can survive this time, I will not let you go. Chapter 61. Terrifying natural disasters. Drank too much during the New Year, sorry. Sorry. Lin Yifan was unaware of the situation in the chat channel, because in front of him, a task notification popped up. National Survival Mainline Task Series 1. Fight against mosquito swarms. Only the top-ranked survivor in the area is qualified to accept this task on behalf of all survivors in the area. Task content. Lead the personnel in this area to survive as much as possible during this natural disaster. Collective Task Reward 1. The top 100 areas ranked by survivor survival rate will receive a collective blessing of double harvest, with the blessing duration decreasing according to ranking. Collective Task Reward 2. In the top 100 areas, each person will receive a chest reward, with the level and quantity of the rewards linked to the area's ranking. Personal Contribution Reward. Successfully surviving this natural disaster will grant 1,000 basic contribution points. Contributing supplies to help others during this disaster will also earn contribution points. 1 basic supply equals 1 contribution point. Contribution points can be used to redeem items in the Survival Store. Survival Store Activation Task. After the mosquito swarm disaster ends, the number of survivors in the current area must enter the top 100. Personal Contribution Reward 2. When the area where the survivor is located enters the top 100, the survivor with the highest contribution points in that area will receive 1 silver level 4 shelter blueprint, 10 mithril, and 10 random attributes, unique reward. Only issued to the survivor ranked first in the comprehensive ranking of the area. Lin Yifan looked at the task in front of him, and his brows immediately twitched. He really didn't expect that there would be a mainline task. From the first piece of information, it was clear that there were many natural disaster tasks in this world. This meant that they would have to experience countless natural disasters in the future. However, it must be said that although natural disasters are terrifying, as long as they can complete the disaster tasks, the rewards are indeed substantial. Of course, this is for ordinary survivors. For Lin Yifan, these rewards were not particularly enticing. His talent refreshes buffs daily, and the day before, he had drawn a critical harvest, which was far more exaggerated than double harvest. As for the chest rewards, did he lack chests? He had already opened blue chests, so he certainly didn't lack them. But when it came to contribution point rewards, he had to start paying attention. The survival store had not yet opened, but he could already access the page and see the items. There were not only precious materials, but also various blueprints, including the synthesis room blueprint he desired the most. However, both the blueprints and materials were extremely expensive. For example, the synthesis room blueprint required 5,000 contribution points to purchase. 1 unit of basic supplies could only be exchanged for 1 contribution point, which meant he needed 5,000 units of basic supplies for 5,000 contribution points. Although Lin Yifan did not lack basic supplies, he had accumulated less than 4,000 units. This meant that to obtain this blueprint, in addition to surviving until tomorrow to earn 1,000 contribution points, he would also need to contribute all the basic supplies he had to exchange for contribution points to barely make it. Such a heartless price made even Lin Yifan feel a bit of pain. However, it was still a shortcut if chests continued to fail to yield the desired items. Buying from this unscrupulous shop would also be a way out. Only, it was truly troublesome that activating the survival store also required completing tasks. Speaking of which, Lin Yifan had vaguely sensed early on that the number of survivors in the area might be a key factor. The first time he upgraded the shelter to level 2, the disaster prompt gave a subtle hint. That was why he had no hesitation in publicly sharing the news of the mosquito swarm disaster, aiming to help more people survive. Recently, he had also prepared as many strong mosquito repellents as possible for this purpose. However, he did not expect that the Heaven and Earth Society would emerge midway, disrupting many of his plans. He was indeed infuriated by those ungrateful wolves, but even so, he still handed over all these strong mosquito repellents he had made to Chen Yino to handle. Now, it was once again proven that his initial guess was correct. However, even with some preparations, the number of humans coming from Earth was over 7 billion. Counting 100,000 people per area, that was over 8,000 areas. With so many people, the strong would definitely not be in the minority, and the smart ones would also not be few. Could he really lead 10,086 into the top 100? Lin Yifan was indeed a bit uncertain, not to mention that the 10086 area still had the unstable factor of the Heaven and Earth Society. If someone went against the grain, it would be even more difficult. But activating the survival store was too important. If they couldn't do so, their area would fall further behind. Not to mention, he had a unique task that could grant him the silver level 4 shelter blueprint, Mithril, and 10 random attribute points as rewards. What use Mithril had was still unknown, but being able to combine it with the other 2 rewards meant it definitely wouldn't be an ordinary item. Moreover, the level 4 shelter blueprint and random attribute points were exactly what Lin Yifan needed most right now. He had already upgraded his level 3 shelter to bronze level, so he naturally was unwilling to settle for just an ordinary level 4 shelter. However, up to now, not to mention a silver level 4 shelter blueprint, even an ordinary level 4 shelter blueprint had yet to appear. Therefore, this silver level city shelter blueprint might be the easiest one for him to obtain. And those 10 random attribute points were something Lin Yifan could not give up at all. It was important to note that after the mosquito swarm disaster ended, the heavy rain disaster would soon arrive. Furthermore, the disaster rating of the mosquito swarm disaster was only 3 stars, while the heavy rain disaster reached 4 stars. So, the next natural disaster would definitely be more dangerous than this one. If he couldn't enhance his strength quickly, Lin Yifan would always feel a bit uneasy. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't afford to miss this opportunity and had to give it a try. But now, he only had 2 portions of strong mosquito repellent left, and he was saving those for himself as a backup, just in case. The rest were with Chun Yino, and there were only over 300 portions, which was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the tens of thousands of people. He still had materials, and if he made them all into strong mosquito repellents, he could probably get 1 or 2,000 portions. But for the tens of thousands in 10086, it was still just a drop in the bucket. Even so, he could only start by making this portion of strong insecticide. Lin Yifan rubbed his temples and resigned himself to start working. Chapter 62. A Drop in the Bucket. While Lin Yifan was diligently beginning to concoct medicine, at that moment, Chun Yino was discussing with several key members of the guild. President, what should we do now? Several of our members have gone offline. The mosquito repellent we needed to distribute has already been sent out, but the quantity is limited. Are we just going to watch them go offline? That's too pitiful. But there's nothing we can do. We can barely save ourselves and can't help so many people. How about we ask that big shot? I feel he must be the top person in our area. If he is willing to step in, maybe more people can be saved. Chun Yino frowned as she read the messages from her old partners. Taking a deep breath, she replied seriously, I want to save people, and I know you all want to save them too, but we really don't have the capability. Our guild has been able to get on its feet so quickly thanks to that big shot. So regarding saving people, I can ask him, but if he is not willing, I hope you can understand. Please don't try to morally blackmail him. For what I know of him, he is definitely not someone who can be morally pressured. If we anger him, that would be counterproductive. Then, she sent a message to Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan, do you still have any powerful mosquito repellent? The mosquito disaster has just started less than an hour ago, and already 4,000 to 5,000 people have died. So many lives lost is truly tragic. If you still have powerful insecticide or materials, I hope you can make some more and hand them to me to save people. Rest assured, I will definitely not let you work for free. This time, I attracted quite a few members, and since it's a matter of saving lives, their loyalty is quite good. I believe I can quickly accumulate some precious resources, and I will use these resources to repay you. Does that sound good? Upon seeing the message, Lin Yifan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Chun Yino to be so kind-hearted, but this was exactly what he wanted. He didn't want to draw too much attention to himself right now and had no interest in being a lone savior. However, if he wanted a reward, he had to ensure that as many people as possible survived, and having Chun Yino handle this was the best option. Lives were at stake. Delaying even a minute could result in a large number of deaths. Lin Yifan didn't dare waste any time and immediately agreed, starting to handcraft powerful mosquito repellent. Perhaps due to his increased proficiency, he could now make 3 or even 5 at a time instead of just 1, greatly saving time. After making a batch, he immediately handed it over to Chun Yino. 15 minutes later, he had finished crafting all the materials. Even so, he only had over 2,000 units of powerful mosquito repellent, which was still a drop in the bucket compared to the number of survivors in Area 10086. But Lin Yifan had no other options. All his materials were consumed, and even if he wanted to save more people, he was powerless. Even if he was reluctant, there was little he could do without resources. At least he could say he had no regrets. However, having no regrets was one thing. But looking at the task rewards made him feel a pang of regret when he realized he might not be able to earn them. No, he had to complete this task. Lin Yifan gritted his teeth, his eyes turning as a plan formed in his mind. He opened the chat channel, and by now, it was already 10 o'clock p.m. Normally, many people would be resting at this hour since they needed to conserve their energy for gathering resources during the day. If they didn't rest well at night, they would really be exhausted. However, tonight, the chat channel was bustling. No, it wasn't bustling. It was a scene of tragic chaos. Fellow survivors, I have been bitten all over by mosquitoes and am about to die. My name is Chun Xiaojia. I live at number 13, Jinyang Street, Fuzhou City, Fujian Province. My mother's name is Li Xiaomei, and my father's name is Chun Yonghua. If anyone sees them, please tell them I'm sorry. My name is Li Songyan. My shelter is already flooded with mosquitoes, and I'm about to die as well. My mother is Zhang Yuan. Please, fellow survivors who encounter my parents, help me convey a message. I miss you so much. My name is Wu Luyun. I live at number 13, Wuyan Street, Jinan County, Zhejiang Province. My dad is Wu Langsheng. My name is Chun Xiaoqi. I live in Hongyu Village, Bai County, Lianyungang City, Jiangsu Province. My name is Li Dongsheng. I live in Qingtian County, Lishui City, Zhejiang Province. One message after another was the final farewell of each survivor, because after their messages, their avatars immediately fell into darkness. The others who were still alive responded one after another. Chun Xiaojia, I'm also named Chun Xiaojia. I'll remember your words. And if I see your parents, I'll definitely bring them. Li Songyun, I also have the surname Li. I'll remember your words, and if I have the chance, I'll definitely convey it. Wu Liyan, I'm also from Jinan County in Zhejiang. If I see your parents, I will definitely tell them your words. One memory after another. Even through text, the sadness could be felt. Lin Yifan, who thought he could remain calm, finally couldn't help but be moved. The mosquito disaster began at 9:40, and it was now only 10:05. In just 25 minutes, the total number of people in Area 10086 had dropped to 70,000. Before the mosquito disaster, there were nearly 90,000 people. In such a short time, nearly 20,000 had gone offline. But when would this mosquito disaster end? No one knew, not even Lin Yifan himself. If this disaster lasted until tomorrow morning, how many people would be able to survive? Lin Yifan carefully observed that the victims were mostly those whose shelters had not been upgraded to level 2 and who did not have powerful mosquito repellent. They were using ordinary mosquito repellent purchased from the Heaven and Earth Guild, which had some effect, but against such a large-scale mosquito attack, it was completely useless. To save these people, there were only two options: provide powerful mosquito repellent or upgrade the shelters to level 2. Regardless of which method was used, the required resources would be astronomical, with 7,000 to 8,000 districts in total, even if he managed to save all the remaining people in Area 10086. Could they really make it into the top 3? Even if they could make it into the top 3, was that little reward worth all the resources he would have to expend? Lin Yifan didn't know, but deep down, he still wanted to give it a try. Moreover, the most important point was that even if he was willing, he simply didn't have enough resources to support it all by himself. What to do? Just give up? Of course not. Chapter 63. To accept or not to accept the task. Since the reward is related to the survival of everyone in the entire district, it is naturally not something Lin Yifan can achieve alone. It is also not something he can accomplish by himself. Therefore, he sent a message directly in the chat channel. Everyone, I have received a task that is related to the number of survivors in each district during this disaster. He copied all the information about the disaster task and sent it in the chat channel, then added, Everyone, this disaster task cannot be completed by anyone alone. Only if all the survivors in the district unite can we possibly complete this task. Now, I need to seek everyone's opinion. If you want to take on this task, we will work together. If you don't want to, I will give up this task. As soon as this message was sent, everyone began to buzz with excitement. There are actually tasks in this survival world. Is this for real? Yeah. Is this true or false? If there really are tasks, why have I never received one? Do we even need to think about it? It must be fake. Lin Yifan has so many supplies, but just watches so many of his fellow countrymen die. How can he be a good person? The upstairs person must be a dog of the Heaven and Earth Society. Stop slandering the boss. He is not anyone's father. So why should he help others for free? I believe that Lin Yifan would not lie. I also believe in Lin Yifan. He was the one who told us that a mosquito swarm disaster would appear and to prepare for it, which is why so many of us could survive. He has no reason to deceive us. Everyone, I can prove that what Lin Yifan said is true because I also received a task earlier, a unique treasure chest task. Unfortunately, I didn't have the ability to complete it, but it proves that there are indeed tasks in this survival world. I also received a task, but the information was very vague and the rewards weren't mentioned. I wanted to give it a try, but unfortunately, I was too weak and couldn't complete it. So I had to give up. Lin Yifan looked at the chat messages from everyone and was not surprised that others had received tasks. There have always been lucky people in this world, and since he could receive a task, others could naturally receive tasks too. However, according to what everyone said, one thing was certain. It wasn't that his treasure chest task was particularly difficult, but rather that all tasks were difficult. This made him feel somewhat balanced. Otherwise, Even if he could accept a task with high difficulty due to the potential rewards of random attributes, there would always be some imbalance. Lin Yifan watched as everyone chimed in, but no one expressed their stance, and the number of participants continued to decline, which made him a bit anxious. He sent another message asking, "Please stop chatting for a moment. Regarding what I mentioned earlier, everyone should express their stance. Otherwise, if we continue to delay, more people will die, and our chances of completing the task will decrease." This time, the previously buzzing chat channel suddenly became quiet. Only those who saw hope for survival and were constantly seeking help, as well as those leaving messages, continued to send messages. Lin Yifan watched as no one spoke up for a long time and sighed slightly, but he could understand. Everyone was strangers, and each person's supplies were fought for with their lives. Who would be willing to just hand them over to others? People are inherently selfish, especially when it comes to something that involves their own survival. Even Lin Yifan himself, if not for his special talent that allowed him to accumulate a large amount of supplies in a short time, was unsure if he could be so generous. Moreover, back then, there were 3 billion people in the entire underworld, and with 100,000 people per district, there were as many as 7,000 to 8,000 districts. With so many districts, no one could guarantee that they could make it into the top 3. If they couldn't, then everything would be in vain, and it was natural to be unwilling to take that risk. Therefore, although Lin Yifan felt a bit disappointed, he didn't think everyone was doing anything wrong. It was just a pity for that silver-grade city shelter blueprint and the 10 points of random attributes. Having lost this opportunity, he didn't know when the next chance would come. However, at that moment, someone finally spoke up in the chat channel. This person was none other than Lin Yifan's old acquaintance, Chen Yino. "Chen Yino, I'll be the first to express my stance. I am willing to contribute my supplies to help our fellow countrymen in this district through this difficult time. Also, I want to say a few more words. I know it's not easy for everyone to accumulate their supplies, but we are all fellow countrymen after all. Watching them die right before our eyes is hard for everyone to bear. So, I hope everyone can contribute supplies to help more people through this crisis. Of course, I'm just hoping, not demanding, but if we can really make into the top 3, we not only get double rewards for 12 hours, but also 3 treasure chest rewards. I think it's worth the gamble." With the first person speaking up, gradually, more people began to express their willingness to contribute. Although some were unwilling, the majority were actually willing to offer supplies. This relieved Lin Yifan, and he quickly sent a message. "Thank you all for your selflessness. United, I believe our future will definitely get better and better." However, what surprised Lin Yifan was what everyone said next. "Boss, you don't need to thank us. This is our own willingness. Moreover, we are not helping you. We are doing it for the entire 10,086 district. Yes, the person above is right. We are doing it for ourselves, for everyone in our district. Such generous rewards are something I really want. Exactly, such great rewards, I can't bear to give up. We must take the risk. Come on. I have 50 units of wood and 15 units of stone. Those brothers and sisters whose shelters haven't been upgraded to level 2, contact me. I'll help you with the construction. I have 6 units of clay and 18 units of wood. I just need to keep 2 units for firewood. The rest can be used for construction. Those who need it, hurry and contact me." The entire chat channel was suddenly bustling with activity. Lin Yifan looked at everyone's comments, feeling a surge of emotions. At that moment, he felt the essence of humanity. Indeed, human nature is inherently selfish, especially in the face of life and death. Anyone would prioritize their survival. But even while ensuring their own survival, many still had a bit of kindness. At least at this moment, many people were willing to take out their idle resources to help others. Chapter 64. Does sharing information cost money? At this moment, Lin Yifan's private chat channel lit up. He opened it to find a message from Chen Yino. "Lin Yifan, thank you for helping everyone, but it's too chaotic. Some people might take advantage of the situation and deliberately deceive others to obtain supplies. We need to plan this out." Lin Yifan understood Chen Yino's concerns. At this critical juncture, if someone were to play tricks to deceive others for supplies, it would break many people's hearts. One should not assume that no one would do such a thing. There are those with conscience, but there are also plenty who are selfish. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered that as the first person in Zone 10086, to upgrade to a level 3 shelter. He had the benefit of being able to view the shelter levels of others. Right now, those who had not upgraded to a level 2 shelter and did not have effective mosquito repellent were basically already dead. The ones still alive, who had not upgraded to a level 2 shelter, all had effective mosquito repellent in their possession. However, one dose of effective mosquito repellent only lasts for about 2 hours. If they cannot get more within those 2 hours, they would still face a fatal situation. Currently, the amount of effective mosquito repellent is very limited. Lin Yifan had already given all of it to Chen Yuno, who distributed it, but it was just a drop in the bucket. Therefore, the best way to help more people survive now was to consolidate basic supplies and help those who had not upgraded their shelters to level 2. In fact, there was not much mugwort and mint available on the market. The supplies everyone could gather were mostly basic materials like wood, stone, and clay. Thus, the only way to save those who were temporarily still alive but had not upgraded their shelters was to help them reach level 2. If they wanted to ensure that these supplies went to those who truly needed them, all they had to do was publicly share shelter information. But how to disclose this information was a problem. Just then, a message suddenly appeared on the screen in front of Lin Yifan. Sensing that survivor Lin Yifan intends to publicly share shelter information, we can provide a paid information sharing service. Would you like to spend 1 spirit crystal to share the shelter ranking information with everyone in the zone for 1 hour? Lin Yifan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this message. It was just what he needed. He had been worrying about how to disclose the information. He didn't expect that there would be a paid sharing feature. But wasn't 1 spirit crystal for an hour too expensive? He had only used 2 spirit crystals to hatch a golden eagle before. However, there was no other way now. Even though Zone 10086 had lost a lot of people today, there were still more than 60,000 alive. If you were to take screenshots and publish them, how much time would that take? So, despite feeling pained, Lin Yifan still spent 1 spirit crystal to choose to share the information. However, this was not enough. If resources could not be planned uniformly, unnecessary waste might occur. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yifan sent a message to Chen Yuno. How many core members in your guild can you trust 100? If you have enough manpower, I can have those willing to contribute supplies, consolidate their resources with you, and you can distribute them to those in need after tallying them up. Chen Yuno was naturally eager to take on this task. Since she dared to form a guild, she had some foundation, so she readily accepted. No problem. I have about 10 core members here, which should be enough to handle this. Great. I'll leave this matter to you. I'll announce it in the chat channel shortly. Was someone able to take on the task? Lin Yifan felt relieved. However, after thinking again, he sent another message to Chen Yuno. Old classmate, although you helped me back in school, this time is different. This is a matter of life and death. So I have to say this up front. Since you've taken this on, do it well. But please don't have any ulterior motives, or I want to be able to explain to everyone in the zone. Lin Yifan could gamble with people's hearts because he could afford to take risks. But for most people, collecting supplies was very difficult, and those willing to contribute to save others could truly be described with the word benevolence. Since Lin Yifan was leading this matter, he absolutely could not allow everyone's kindness to be squandered by those with ulterior motives. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. Chen Yuno clearly understood the seriousness of the situation and quickly replied, "You can rest assured. Although I have my own thoughts, I can distinguish between what is important and what is not. As long as people are willing to give us their supplies to distribute, we will keep all information transparent and public." In that moment, Lin Yifan finally relaxed and directly initiated a trade with Chen Yuno. He had a lot of basic supplies, especially wood and stone, totaling several thousand units. Originally, he planned to create a synthesis room to convert these primary materials into intermediate materials for upgrading to a level 4 shelter. But now, the blueprints for the level 4 shelter hadn't even arrived, so there was no need to rush for the materials. When Chen Yuno received Lin Yifan's trade, she was shocked by his wealth. She couldn't help but message, "How do you have so many primary materials?" Lin Yifan naturally wouldn't say that it was because he had a talent that allowed him to draw buffs every day. He casually replied, "Just lucky. These materials are for you to allocate. Try to help more people survive." Then, he sent a message in the chat channel. fellow survivors of Zone 10086. To avoid confusion and waste of resources, and to prevent unscrupulous individuals from deceiving others for supplies, I have shared the shelter information of everyone in the zone. We are now focusing on assisting those whose shelters have not yet upgraded to level 2. Therefore, I have chosen to cooperate with the guild and handed over all my idle supplies to them for unified distribution. If you trust me, please also hand over your idle supplies to them. They will tally all the resources and distribute them as needed. All data will be made public in the chat channel, and everyone can supervise together. Lin Yifan did not know how many people would listen to him and donate their supplies to Chun Yuno for unified management. But he had said everything that needed to be said and done everything that needed to be done. He couldn't worry about the rest. Chapter 65. The Transparent Man Who Forges Weapons. However, the donated materials only count as contribution value when they are truly needed by those in need. The batch of supplies that Lin Yifan had just handed over to Chun Yuno had already been distributed to those in need to help them survive this natural disaster. Therefore, a series of new messages appeared on the screen in front of him. Now broadcasting the progress of the mosquito swarm disaster, updated every hour. Countdown for this natural disaster. 10 hours, ends tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Now broadcasting the task progress of this natural disaster, updated every hour. Remaining population in Area 10086, 68. 475 people, currently ranked 86th. Congratulations to survivor Mr. Lin Yifan for contributing 3,686 points to all survivors in Area 10086 during this natural disaster. Currently ranked first in the area. This message can only be viewed by himself. Lin Yifan looked at this string of information, his brows furrowing tightly. He was not surprised that his contribution value ranked first in the area. In fact, if he hadn't ranked first, that would have been surprising. However, the area ranking left him a bit disappointed. Although he was still within the top 100, there were still a full 10 hours left until the natural disaster ended. Without effective measures to prevent the population in their area from continuing to decline, it would be a dream to maintain a position within the top 100. But now, everything that could be done had been done. He had already donated most of the basic supplies, and those willing to donate had also done so. The remaining people were either unwilling to donate or lacked the ability to do so. It was impossible to go out searching for supplies in the middle of the night. Unless there were new variables, it would be difficult to maintain a position within the top 100. Had all this effort been in vain? Lin Yifan ran his hand through his hair, a look of frustration appearing on his face. But at that moment, he suddenly remembered something. Just because others couldn't travel at night, didn't mean he couldn't. He had the light sunstone that could dispel the fog at night and the clear spirit flower that allowed him to maintain clarity amid strange whispers. With these two items, he could completely walk in the dark. Of course, while this could guarantee his safety at night, there were still other dangers, such as sudden attacks from wild beasts. However, he had previously observed that the area near the shelter was currently inhabited by only small wild animals. The largest beast he had encountered during his last night out was a wolf attack. With his current physical condition, he no longer needed to fear wolf attacks. Therefore, he could definitely go out in the dark to chop trees and look for stones. However, the only melee weapon he currently had was a regular grade new axe, which was fine against ordinary beasts, but if he encountered a larger beast, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, while the regular grade axe was faster at chopping trees than a broken axe, it was still quite limited. So, he still needed to find a way to obtain a higher grade axe. As for melee weapons, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered that he had once exchanged a black iron grade 100 forged knife blueprint from the sexy little wildcat. A black iron grade knife was definitely better than a regular grade one. However, making the black iron grade 100 forged knife required 10 medium grade iron blocks and 1 fire attribute spear crystal. He still had 1 piece of fire attribute crystal, but since he had medium grade iron blocks before, he had temporarily put the forging ceremony aside. Even though he had later collected enough materials, he had forgotten about it because he had been busy. Now he could first produce this 100 forged knife, which would be good for self-defense and chopping trees, and it would definitely be better than that axe. Lin Yifan didn't delay, immediately learning the blueprint and starting the crafting process. Black iron grade 100 forged knife can be crafted required materials: Fire Spirit Crystal 1-1. Medium Iron Block 3010. Materials are ready. Would you like to craft? Without hesitation, Lin Yifan chose yes with his mind. As he made his choice, the iron blocks and Fire Spirit Crystal began to float into the air without any wind. At the same time, a transparent figure slowly appeared in front of him. The figure was humanoid, but only about 1 meter tall. In its hand, it held a transparent hammer for crafting. After the figure appeared, it began to swing the transparent hammer at the medium iron blocks and Fire Spirit Crystal. Soon, flames and sparks appeared on the medium iron blocks and Fire Spirit Crystal. Quickly, the medium iron block and Fire Spirit Crystal melted into a ball of transparent liquid with a metallic sheen. Then, the transparent figure put down the hammer and began to shape the transparent liquid with both hands, rapidly stretching and molding it. The liquid quickly changed shape in the transparent person's hands and, in the blink of an eye, was shaped into a knife. As the shape of the knife was completed, the transparent figure took 2 steps back, and Lin Yifan saw it puff out its cheeks and blow on the knife. Suddenly, a scorching flame appeared, and Lin Yifan barely had time to dodge, singeing a few strands of his hair in the process. Lin Yifan looked at the fire that had appeared out of nowhere, his face filled with disbelief. Was it really this magical? A transparent person could actually breathe real fire? This completely overturned Lin Yifan's understanding of science. However, as the flames began to burn the transparent liquid-shaped knife, the knife started to change color inch by inch. Soon, a black long knife, glimmering with metallic luster, appeared before him. The transparent figure then walked up to Lin Yifan and extended a hand towards him. "Are you asking me for something?" Lin Yifan was taken aback and hesitantly asked. The transparent figure actually nodded. Lin Yifan's eyes almost popped out. He hadn't expected that this transparent man actually wanted something. But after all, it was made by him. After hesitating for a moment, he pointed to the crocodile meat and asked, "Do you want crocodile meat?" The transparent figure turned its head to look at the crocodile meat, hesitated for a moment, and then slightly nodded, willing to take the crocodile meat. Lin Yifan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had plenty of crocodile meat. After generously cutting off about 10 pounds of crocodile meat, he handed it to the transparent figure. The transparent figure began to jump in place, seemingly very happy. Lin Yifan didn't know how to respond, but was genuinely curious about where this transparent figure came from. So he asked, "Hello, Master Craftsman. May I ask where you come from? Why is your body transparent?" However, the transparent figure didn't respond at all. As soon as his question was asked, the transparent figure instantly vanished. Along with it, the piece of crocodile meat disappeared too. Chapter 66. One more push. Why did the person suddenly disappear? Lin Yifan looked at the suddenly vanished transparent figure, his brow furrowing, filled with confusion. This person was really too strange, appearing and disappearing so suddenly, and completely transparent at that. Is this really a person? It looks like a ghost. Could it be some sort of monster? But do monsters need to eat meat? Moreover, that transparent person suddenly appeared and vanished. But what happened to that piece of crocodile meat? Such a large chunk of meat just disappeared without a trace, which is quite eerie. Besides, crafting a weapon actually requires a separate crafting fee. Could it be that the transparent person is the blacksmith of the survival realm? If that's the case, then the secrets of this world might be more than one can imagine. However, now is not the time to think about these things. For Lin Yifan, the most important thing right now is to ensure that the survivors in their district survive and enter the top 100. Otherwise, the survival shop won't open, and the resources he donated would be wasted. Of course, even if this survival shop doesn't open this time, Lin Yifan believes there will be ways to open it later. But time is money. Some resources in the survival shop, although requiring extremely high contribution points, can save a lot of time in searching, allowing him to quickly increase his strength, which is very worthwhile. Not to mention, Lin Yifan also saw the presence of attribute fruits in the survival shop. However, a single attribute fruit actually costs 5,000 contribution points, which is quite expensive for Lin Yifan to accept. But right now, there is no clue on where to find attribute fruits. So even if the required contribution points are high, it can still be considered a way to enhance strength. Therefore, the most important thing now is to quickly find some primary resources to accumulate contribution points. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Yifan looked down at the knife in his hand. This is actually a two-handed cleaver. The blade alone is 2 meters long and about 20 centimeters wide. One side is sharp while the other is the spine. Thick at the spine, and the blade has a chilling gleam, indicating extreme sharpness. As Lin Yifan closely examined the knife, he suddenly realized that this is not an ordinary cleaver at all. This is actually a mo knife. According to legends, when the mo knife is drawn, both man and horse are shattered. Lin Yifan picked up the mo knife, which weighed around 10-odd pounds. If he hadn't enhanced his physical fitness recently, he probably could lift it, but wouldn't be able to wield it effectively. But now, this weight is just right for him. Due to the limited space in the shelter, he couldn't test the knife, so he just swung it a little to feel it, but he was already satisfied. He believes that with this knife in hand, whether chopping wood or facing fierce beasts, he would have a better chance of winning. Not to mention, he also has a bronze level, chasing wind and breaking clouds bow. Thus, he now has weapons for both close combat and ranged attacks. The only pity is that he hasn't found any bird feathers yet, making it impossible to craft new arrows. When he got the chasing wind and breaking clouds bow, it came with 20 arrows, of which he has already used 2 or 3. Although he repaired them, and they are still usable, he feels that their accuracy is somewhat lacking. He still needs to find some bird feathers to make a new batch of arrows. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yifan posted a request to buy bird feathers at the auction house, using crocodile meat as payment. After some consumption, he still has about 300 to 400 pounds of crocodile meat left. Fortunately, the weather has been cold lately, so even without special treatment, the meat won't spoil quickly. However, leaving it like this isn't an option. So Lin Yifan thought for a moment and then sent a message to Hong Xiaoqiang. Brother Hong, can you make dried meat? At that moment, Hong Xiaoqiang was putting his daughter to sleep and was about to get up to check the supplies while preparing to go out tomorrow to search for needed items. Seeing Lin Yifan's message, he quickly replied, I can, but in this rainy weather, it's not suitable for making dried meat. It can easily spoil unless it's made into jerky. Lin Yifan thought for a moment, and making jerky would work, it's better than wasting it. So he directly proposed a trade to Hong Xiaoqiang, exchanging the remaining crocodile meat and sent a message. Can you please turn all this crocodile meat into jerky? I'll give you 1/3 as a reward. Lin Yifan is usually generous with his own people, and after spending some time with him, Hong Xiaoqiang understood his character and did not refuse. Without the crocodile meat taking up space, Lin Yifan's space ring finally had some new room. However, even so, he still placed a large amount of temporarily unused supplies in the shelter. Then he took the glowing stone and clear spear grass and stepped out of the shelter. The moment he entered the darkness, the glowing stone immediately emitted white light, bright enough to illuminate about 2 meters around him, comparable to a 50 to 60-watt incandescent bulb. As he walked into the darkness, although Lin Yifan could still hear the eerie whispers in his ears, the feeling of agitation from listening had diminished significantly. Although it could still get a bit annoying after a long time, he could now control it subjectively and wouldn't lose control because of it. Lin Yifan roughly observed his surroundings and ultimately decided to head towards the forest on the left. The left forest had few bushes and thorny vines, and he urgently needed to chop down trees, so he couldn't afford to waste time clearing a path. As he hurried towards the forest, Chen Yino sent him a message. Yifan, all the people in this area willing to donate supplies have already done so. We have also distributed the supplies to those in need according to demand, but everyone's supplies are too few. Only 1/3 of those who haven't upgraded to a level 2 shelter can upgrade it. As for the remaining people, we really can't do anything. Lin Yifan took a moment to glance at the message and directly replied. How many people still haven't upgraded their shelters to level 2? Chen about 4,000 people. All right, I got it. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yifan sent another message. You try to distribute some strong mosquito repellent to those who haven't upgraded their shelters to level 2, ensuring that they won't die within 3 hours. I will find a batch of new basic resources within 3 hours to help them upgrade their shelters to level 2. After sending this message, he didn't respond to Chen Yino again, nor did he care whether she could do it or not. Trust those who use people, and don't doubt those you don't trust. Lin Yifan had witnessed Chen Yuno's management skills firsthand, and he believed that his old classmate could do it. What he needed to do was simple: chop trees, smash stones, dig clay. Chapter 67. Fighting for others. Fortunately, there were plenty of trees and stones in this area. Although there wasn't too much clay, Lin Yifan had already asked others, and as long as one dug about half a meter underground, the soil dug out would count as clay. So now, if he had enough time, it was possible to gather the materials needed by those who had not yet upgraded their shelters to level 2. However, this was not an easy task. Upgrading a level 1 shelter to a level 2 shelter required not only the blueprints for the level 2 shelter, but also 50 units of wood, 50 units of stone, and 30 units of clay. As for the blueprints, they were not lacking. Starting from day 3, level 2 shelter blueprints could be found in white treasure chests. So now, most people basically had the blueprints ready, but gathering the materials was not so easy. The survivors who had not yet upgraded their shelters to level 2 were mostly the elderly, weak, sick, or disabled. They simply lacked the ability to chop down trees or break stones, let alone dig for clay. Thus, even though only a small amount of materials was needed, it prevented so many people from truly upgrading their shelters to level 2. Lin Yifan took a deep breath and faced the freshly made machete, quickly starting to chop down trees. It must be said that the black iron level was indeed worthy of its name. It was far superior to ordinary weapons. Previously, when he used an axe, it took at least 3 to 5 minutes to chop down a tree. Even though his physical strength had been significantly enhanced under the boost of free attributes, it still took at least 2 minutes to chop down a tree. But now, it only took 2 strikes for a tree to fall, and this applied regardless of the tree species. Even for relatively hard pine trees, it generally only took 3 strikes. Chopping down a tree yielded at least 3 units of wood, and for harder pine trees, it could yield up to 6 units of wood. The only regret was that he didn't T-score a critical hit today. Otherwise, it could have been faster. Holding his breath, Lin Yifan continued chopping trees without stopping. And in just 40 minutes, he managed to chop out a whopping 20,000 units of basic wood. Looking at the piles of wood, his hands were trembling. Even though his current physical strength had reached an excellent level, the high-intensity tree chopping was still too much of a drain. He found a piece of wood to sit down on, took a deep breath, and began to message Chen Yuno. Is 20,000 units of basic wood enough? At that moment, Chen Yuno was still busy collecting mugwort and mint. Earlier, Lin Yifan had announced the recipe for the effective mosquito repellent. So everyone in the area knew that these 2 items were used to make mosquito repellent, and occasionally, when someone came across these 2 herbs, they would collect them. However, Lin Yifan had never purchased these 2 materials from the market. All the materials he used to make basic mosquito repellent were grown by him using quality cultivation soil. This meant that most people's mugwort and mint had no practical use. The Heaven and Earth Society had indeed purchased these 2 materials. But apart from those who had joined them, others generally did not trust them, so they did not hand over their materials. Because of this, Chen Yuno's collection was relatively smooth. Supported by the large population base, she managed to collect quite a bit, enough to make about 300 to 500 portions. She originally planned to hand this batch of materials over to Lin Yifan, but unexpectedly, he contacted her first. However, when she saw the message Lin Yifan sent, she couldn't help but rub her eyes, almost thinking she was seeing things. With a face full of disbelief, she replied, 20,000 units of basic wood? Are you serious? Lin Yifan didn't have time to explain and directly initiated the trade. However, shortly after initiating the trade, he canceled it, because while 20,000 units of wood were manageable outdoors, if Chen Yuno piled such a large amount of wood in her shelter, it would probably cause her level 2 shelter to burst. After seeing the trade information, Chen Yuno finally believed it was true. In shock, she messaged, "How did you do that?" Even with someone he trusted, Lin Yifan couldn't reveal his secrets, so he casually replied, "You don't need to worry about that. I got lucky. I'll trade you this batch of materials and parts, and you can distribute them to those in need first. There will be another batch of stones and clay coming later, but stones and clay are relatively harder to gather. You should see how much everyone has left, especially those who are unwilling to donate. Try to collect what they have first. If you don't have enough supplies to trade, you can ask your best friend to contact one of my other teammates. He has enough meat supplies. Lin Yifan really had no choice. It was all right, as his machete allowed him to chop trees quickly, but stones and clay were different. In the area nearby, there weren't many stones to begin with. There was a place that had some, but it would take him about 10 minutes to get there, and even if he rushed, he wouldn't be able to gather that many stones in such a short time. After saying that, he traded 1,000 units of wood over to her. Chen Yino also traded her mugwort and mint to him, which he accepted without hesitation. He quickly turned all the herbs into effective mosquito repellent and then traded them back to her. Although Chen Yino didn't know how Lin Yifan managed to get so much wood in such a short time, since he was unwilling to share, she didn't dare to ask further. As for stones and clay, she wasn't too worried and casually messaged, "We're not short on stones and clay." For most ordinary people, picking up stones is more labor-intensive than chopping trees. As for clay, the quantity needed is already low, and with the recent rain, it's easier to find. The shortage is only about 500 or 600 units, so you don't need a rush. Only 500 or 600 units. This relieved Lin Yifan. If he had to gather 20,000 units of stones, he would have been at a loss. Now that it was only this little, it was difficult. Lin Yifan didn't delay. After getting up, he quickly started collecting stones. Although there weren't many stones in their area, there were still quite a few in the forest. Lin Yifan spent about an hour collecting around 600 units of stones, and then spent another hour gathering about 500 units of clay. After trading all the materials to Chen Yino, he collapsed directly onto the ground. At this point, the rain was getting heavier, with large raindrops hitting Lin Yifan's face, causing a bit of pain, but he was too exhausted. So even so, he lay there resting for more than 10 minutes before finally recovering. However, when he looked at his rapidly increasing contribution points, he felt incredibly pleased. Although he had worked hard for 3 hours, he had accumulated over 20,000 contribution points, which was enough for him to exchange for many things. For example, the synthesis room blueprint he wanted the most. As long as he could successfully open the survival shop tomorrow, he could obtain this blueprint. There were also ceramics, glass, and lacquer sap available in the survival shop, and as long as he could exchange for them, he would be able to build a clean and tidy bathroom. Just thinking about soon having a clean and tidy bathroom made Lin Yifan feel much less fatigued. However, just as he was about to get up and head home, he suddenly heard rustling footsteps not far away. His muscles tensed up, and he cautiously turned his head towards the source of the sound. But instead, I saw a person. Chapter 68. The skeleton full of maggots. Yes, it looks like a person. That person stood in the mist, their face indistinguishable. Although the shining stone could emit light to disperse the fog, its effective range was only about 2 or 3 square meters. The position where that person stood was precisely at the edge of the light. The hazy mist allowed one to see that it was a person, but the face remained obscured, and he stood in the mist, neither advancing nor retreating. Even though Lin Yifan could not see his face clearly, he felt that the person's gaze was fixed on him. A chill involuntarily rose from his back, and he shivered instinctively. Cautiously, he stood up, gripping his machete tightly, and said warily, "Brother, who are you?" However, the other person did not answer, remaining motionless. Lin Yifan swallowed hard, his expression filled with hesitation. Logically, his best choice at this moment would be to run away quickly. As long as he could return to the shelter, he could ensure his safety, regardless of whether this was a person or if there was any danger. But for some reason, he had a vague feeling that turning around to run now would bring immense danger. Although he did not quite believe in his sixth sense, it had never been wrong since he arrived in the survival world. Now that his sixth sense warned him of danger, he did not dare to take the risk. After hesitating for a moment, he tightened his grip on the knife and cautiously moved towards the direction of the person. He took each step carefully, and after completing each step, his eyes remained fixed on that person, afraid that he might react. Strangely, although that person showed no reaction, Lin Yifan found that the distance between them had not changed at all after several steps forward. He still stood within the glow of the shining stone, while that person remained at the edge of its light. After moving forward a few more steps, he discovered that the distance between them had still not changed. Furthermore, even if he stepped back, the gap between them remained the same. However, just as he was about to turn back, that inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly surged again. as if that person would instantly turn into a demon and tear him apart. Such a bizarre situation made Lin Yifan break out in a cold sweat, murmuring, "What the hell is going on? Is there really a ghost wall in the survival world?" He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and suddenly noticed that the figure seemed to be holding something in its hand. This object was just obscured by the fog, and he could barely see that it was a stick. But was it really a stick? Lin Yifan couldn't be sure, but then he suddenly remembered something. A couple of days ago, the sexy little wildcat who treated him like a fish in a pond told him that there were wild people in this world. Moreover, they could wear modern clothes and carry an axe, but they were dazed, completely like walking corpses. Most importantly, according to the sexy little wildcat, those wild people were very fast and could move freely in the mist. Could this person before him be that so-called wild person? The figure was unclear, but Lin Yifan could be certain that this person had once been a man, otherwise he wouldn't be so tall. And the stick that he seemed to be holding might not necessarily be a stick. After all, he could only see a few inches of it, and it might actually be an axe. If he could clearly see the clothes this person was wearing, he might be able to confirm it. Unfortunately, he had no way to get closer. But if this person was indeed the wild person the sexy little wildcat mentioned, then their presence here would indicate that it was not far from the sexy little wildcat's shelter. At least there was a chance to find it. However, Lin Yifan confirmed that he did not dare to provoke this person, so after hesitating for a moment, he decisively began to retreat towards the shelter. Fortunately, he was very familiar with this area. Even if he didn't look back while retreating, he could easily find the shelter. But what originally should have taken only a few minutes turned into half an hour, wasting all the time of one shining stone for Lin Yifan. He felt a slight pain in his heart. He only had 9 shining stones, and each one could last for 3 hours, totaling only 27 hours. Now, aside from the blue treasure chest, there was no other way to acquire them, and it was truly a case of using one less with each one. However, he only felt this pain for a moment before putting all his emotions aside. He realized that the moment he pressed the shining stone, the person who had maintained the same distance from him all along began to approach him. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped Lin Yifan, plunging him into endless fear, as if he would be erased by this aura in the next second. Having struggled to live freely, how could Lin Yifan bear to die? Even though he was terrified to the point of numbness, he bit his tongue hard, forcibly pulling himself back to rationality, and turned to push open the door of the shelter. Inside the shelter's hall, there were still large piles of firewood burning, and the warm light shone through the open door, illuminating the mist at the entrance. Instantly, the mist began to twist like a living creature, wildly dispersing in all directions, clearing the area illuminated by the light. The person who had originally been shrouded in mist was completely exposed due to its dispersal. Looking at the figure before him, Lin Yifan gasped, his scalp nearly exploding. This was no longer a person. It was a mass of maggots. Countless maggots twisted and crawled over a skeleton, densely packed and innumerable. Occasionally, a hint of grayish-white bone would show, but it would quickly be filled with maggots again. Indeed, the so-called person before him was entirely a skeleton covered in maggots, a creature that would disgust anyone to the extreme, making them unwilling to look at it even once. But oddly enough, it could move. It even held a rusty, broken axe in its hand, and the connection between the axe handle and its hand was also crawling with maggots. Lin Yifan looked at these dense maggots and instinctively took half a step back. Even he felt his stomach churn at that moment. Waves of nausea nearly overwhelmed him. Chapter 69. The maggot man bone Lin Yifan gritted his teeth and finally suppressed the urge to vomit that was churning within him. It wasn't that he didn't want to throw up. It was simply because he didn't dare to let his guard down for even a moment. This monster was still advancing towards him, and even though the light from the campfire had dispelled the fog, the creature continued to move forward. When Lin Yifan finally got a clear look at the monster, a string of information appeared before him. Polluted maggot man bone, level 1 attack method, physical attack special skills, frenzied axe hack. Note: the maggot man bone is a special monster that has been mysteriously contaminated. All maggots must be burned to ashes to completely destroy it. Although this monster is dangerous, opportunities accompany crises. It depends on your courage. Magulman Bona? The name is quite vivid. The humanoid monster before him, although it barely retained a human shape, was no longer human at all. It was just a skeleton covered in countless maggots. Moreover, judging by the remnants of clothing on the skeleton, Lin Yifan could roughly determine that this monster was likely the sexy little wildcat he had encountered before, the wild man. The tattered clothing and the axe in its hand confirmed this point. Lin Yifan had previously speculated that the so-called wild man was a human lost in the eerie whispers, becoming a walking corpse. However, it seemed that his initial guess was not entirely accurate. The reason humans lost in this strange area turned into walking corpses was that they were being controlled by these maggots. The flesh and blood of the lost individuals also became the nutritional source for these maggots. He hadn't expected that in just a few days, the flesh and blood would be completely devoured. It seemed that the crises in this world were countless. Natural disasters were only a part of it. Perhaps this eerie whisper was the more terrifying existence. Moreover, this thing had actually followed him here. What did it want? Lin Yifan's expression grew heavy. He didn't know if this thing could break into the shelter, but he knew that regardless of whether it could come in or not, he had to eliminate this monster. Otherwise, it might lead to endless troubles. He gritted his teeth, gripping the machete tightly. When a monster was within 2 meters of him, he struck without hesitation. He used nearly all his strength for this blow. With the weight of the blade and the force generated from his momentum, it could weigh up to 1,000 pounds. He thought that even if he were striking a stone stump, he could probably carve a mark, let alone that this was just a skeleton infested with maggots. Lin Yifan was full of confidence, but strangely, his strike was blocked. The thing that stopped his blow was the tattered axe it held. It swung the axe with one hand, its eyes formed of maggots staring directly at Lin Yifan. Although such eyes should be hollow, Lin Yifan felt as if he were being locked onto, his cells almost ready to burst. Most importantly, its strength was formidable. Lin Yifan's strike, although not fully exerted, still used about 70 of his power. However, the monster casually blocked it with one hand holding the axe, causing Lin Yifan to feel a jolt of shock. But what truly unsettled him was not the strength of the maggot man, but the sudden amplification of the eerie whisper in his ears. Earlier, when he had entered the darkness, he had brought with him Qing Ling flower, so although he could still hear the whispers, and they had a slight influence on him, he had been able to suppress them with his will. However, at this moment, the previously faint whispers suddenly amplified several times, like a speaker blaring in his ears, instantly making him feel agitated and restless. No, if this continues, it might lead to danger. Lin Yifan shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to endure the agitation, and quickly retreated. He truly hadn't expected that even with Qing Ling flower, he would still be affected. No, he couldn't fight in the wild. He had to retreat back to the shelter. When it came to his safety, Lin Yifan had no hesitation, nor did he act recklessly. He decisively turned and retreated into the shelter. However, to his disbelief, previously, whenever he returned to the shelter, the strange murmurs would disappear. But this time, he stood inside the shelter, and although the bothersome whispers had decreased significantly, they still echoed in his ears, continuously provoking his reason. Although he could maintain his sanity for a short time, if this continued, he would eventually be driven insane. Lin Yifan suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the maggot man bone outside the door, his eyes gradually firming up. At the same time, he began to think about how to completely eliminate this thing. It was clear that it was not the skeleton that controlled the maggot man bone, but the maggots on it. The problem was there were countless maggots. Did that mean every single maggot was a controller? The previous information about this thing also clearly stated that all the maggots had to be eliminated to completely destroy the maggot man bone. This meant that every single maggot was a controller. This was quite a headache for Lin Yifan. Although his previous strike had been blocked, even if it had landed, it probably wouldn't have caused significant damage to this creature. At most, it could only kill a few maggots, but with such a vast number of them, the damage would likely be negligible. Maybe he could try fire attacks? Lin Yifan turned and picked up a burning piece of wood from the fire pit. After reaching the door, he threw the wood at the maggot man bone. However, the maggot man bone blocked it with its axe. But Lin Yifan had anticipated this, so when he picked up the wood, he deliberately chose a piece that was mostly charred. When the axe blocked it, although the main body was deflected, the charred wood was already fragile and exploded into a shower of sparks, with many falling onto the maggot man bone. Immediately, Lin Yifan saw several maggots that came into contact with the burning would fall to the ground, and they were actually scalded to death. It seemed they were indeed afraid of fire. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up. He had been wondering why this thing had been following him. It was known that when the sexy little wildcat saw it, she would chase it, but she couldn't approach the shelter. Now, it was standing right at the door of the shelter with no intention of leaving. Lin Yifan began to suspect that this thing might be drawn to the light. All insect species have a natural tendency to move towards light. Even if their nemesis is fire, they still pursue light and flames uncontrollably. It seemed that dealing with this creature wasn't going to be so difficult after all. Chapter 70, another blue treasure chest. Lin Yifan gazed intently at the worm man bones, standing at the entrance of a shelter, looking around for him. He took out a bow, an arrow from his space, then tore off some thatch he had left earlier, twisted it into a grass rope, and wrapped the grass rope around the arrowhead. Next, he took the wild boar meat that Hong Xiaoqiang had given him before and cut off the fatty part. However, since the wild boar meat was mostly lean with little fat, after a lot of effort, he only managed to get a piece the size of a fist. Lin Yifan threw the fat into a frying pan and placed it over the fire to render the oil. He needed to make a fire arrow. Although animal fat is not as flammable as diesel or gasoline, it could still work. However, the amount was still a bit small. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yifan went to find Hong Xiaoqiang and got some more fat from him, enough to render a whole pot of hot oil. Worried that the grass rope might not absorb the fat well, he tore a piece of cloth from his pajamas and stuffed it into the grass rope before carefully pouring the pig fat over it. Once the cloth and grass rope were soaked in the pig fat, he placed the arrow over the fire to ignite it. When the arrowhead was engulfed in flames, he took the remaining hot oil along with the frying pan to the entrance. Outside, the worm man bones was still wandering around, showing no signs of leaving. Lin Yifan weighed the frying pan in his hand, found the right angle, and poured the hot oil toward the worm man bones. The worm man bones could block attacks with its axe, but hot oil is a liquid and could not be blocked by little axes. Sure enough, although part of the hot oil was blocked, most of it splashed onto the worm man bones. The high temperature of the hot oil did kill quite a few worms. But for the number of worms on the worm man bones, it was merely a light drizzle. Moreover, the worm man bones clearly had no sense of pain. Even with the hot oil on it, it showed no reaction at all. However, as long as the hot oil was splashed onto the worm man bones, that was enough. Lin Yifan took out the chasing wind-breaking clouds bow from space, walked to the entrance, knocked an arrow, and aimed at the worm man bones. Indeed, Lin Yifan's solution was to burn it. Wooden sticks with fire would be blocked, but this was a bronze-level bow and arrow. He didn't believe a mere level 2 worm man bones could evade it. Now that the worm man bones was covered in hot oil, as long as he set it on fire, it would definitely burn clean. Whoosh! The burning arrow whistled through the air, creating a sonic boom. The flames on the arrowhead left a long tail behind. As expected, the arrow hit the mark. Although the worm man bones tried to block it, it was futile. The arrowhead pierced directly into the head of the worm man bones, and the previously lit flames did not extinguish. It was just that animal fat burns a bit slower than gasoline or diesel. However, it was still fuel, and it would eventually catch fire. Indeed, about 2 to 3 minutes later, the oil on the worm man bones finally ignited. In an instant, flames engulfed the entire worm man bones. Countless twisted worms writhed and struggled, then perished in the flames. The remaining worms finally sensed danger and frantically crawled toward the ground, trying to escape. However, Lin Yifan had anticipated this, so he ignited the oil on the ground as well. Half an hour later, the burning flames finally consumed all the pig fat, and the flames gradually subsided. The worms on the worm man bones were completely exterminated, leaving only a pile of human bones scattered on the ground. Next to the bones, there was a blue treasure chest emitting a faint blue glow. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up at the sight of the blue treasure chest. A treasure chest had actually dropped. It was hard for Lin Yifan not to feel happy. He had only obtained one blue treasure chest so far, which contained quite a few good items. Otherwise, he wouldn't have developed so well. Now that he could get a second one, He estimated it would enhance his strength significantly. However, although the treasure chest was a pleasant surprise, it was the pile of human bones next to it that truly captured Lin Yifan's attention. When the worm-man bones was alive, he could only vaguely see the pale bones through the mass of worms. But now, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered that the bones had undergone a transformation. They were no longer the cold, pale white, but instead emitted a warm, jade-like white color, giving off a sense of sacred beauty under the red moonlight. Lin Yifan took out the radiant stone and equipped the clear spirit flower before cautiously stepping out of the shelter to the human bones. A pile of sacred mysterious bones. The remnants left after the worm-man bones was defeated. Effect: unknown. Special note: a pile of bones that appear useless but look good. Perhaps they can be used for sacrifice. Sacrifice? Lin Yifan's brows twitched slightly as he looked at the information on the bones. They could actually be used for sacrifice. But to whom? Could it be for the Bodhisattva Guanyin? Lin Yifan scoffed. After all, it was something that could trigger information, so he decided to collect the bones. However, since these were human remains, keeping them in the shelter felt a bit unsettling. So, he took an empty treasure chest to store them and tossed it into a corner. As for the sacrifice, he had no interest. Having completed what needed to be done, Lin Yifan picked up the blue treasure chest and returned to the shelter. Speaking of which, he had also collected several treasure chests during the day, including 3 white treasure chests, 2 green treasure chests, and now this blue treasure chest, none of which he had opened yet. With just over an hour left until midnight, he wanted to wait and see if he could get a good buff that would help him open treasure chests tomorrow. At that moment, he received a message from Chun Yuno. Lin Yifan, all the supplies you collected have been distributed to those in need. Currently, everyone in our entire 10086 district has upgraded the shelter to level 2. The results of this disaster are definitely secure. Lin Yifan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the message. After all the effort, if there had been no results, he would have really been depressed. He replied, "Okay, I understand. You keep an eye on this area, and if there is a sudden drop in the number of survivors, inform me immediately." "No problem." Chun Yuno hesitated for a moment before sending another message. "By the way, can you see the rankings now? What position is our district in? Are we likely to enter the top 200? Just then, midnight struck. Now the tasks would report progress every hour, and the new task progress finally arrived. Chapter 71. Joy of unboxing. In the previous 2 broadcasts, Lin Yifan was either desperately chopping trees, picking up stones, and digging clay, or chasing after worm-man bones. Even when mission reports came out, he didn't have time to check, so he didn't even know their district's current ranking. Now that a new report has come out, he finally has time to look. He quickly opened the light screen and saw that the information had indeed been updated. Broadcast mosquito swarm disaster progress, reported once per hour. Current disaster countdown: 8 hours, ends at 8 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. Current remaining population in District 10086, 63. 322, currently ranked 43rd. Congratulations to survivor Mr. Yifan for making outstanding contributions to District 10086 during this disaster. Current contribution value: 15, 321 points. Currently ranked 1st in the district. This information can only be viewed by himself. Lin Yifan looked at this string of information and let out a sigh of relief. Although many people had died despite his efforts, their ranking had still risen somewhat, entering the top 50. This greatly increased the chances of stabilizing their position in the top 200. As for personal contribution value, it had increased by over 10,000 points. At the very least, he could easily obtain the synthesis room blueprint. Now, he just needed to ensure that their district's ranking remains stable within the top 200, which shouldn't be too difficult. After all, at this point, most of the dead survivors were already gone, and the remaining ones mostly had level 2 shelters, capable of surviving this disaster. It was just a pity that they couldn't rank higher. If they could reach the top 3, they would likely receive even better rewards. But this was something Lin Yifan couldn't achieve alone. He had done all he could and felt powerless. After informing Chun Yuno of their district's ranking, he stopped paying attention to it. Because it was already midnight, a new day had arrived, and his buffs could refresh. At this moment, nothing was more important than refreshing his buffs. He eagerly opened his personal information. Name: Lin Yifan. Strength: 9 agility, 12 stamina, 13 intelligence, 9 remaining attribute points, 0 age, 23 life level, excellent human talent, random buff, draw once daily. You could draw once daily to obtain various buffs with different effects. The draw refreshes at midnight every day. Whether you're lucky or not depends on your luck. Can draw life skills, basic skinning, proficiency 1006, special item, mithril cast iron pot unique, creator, Valorant, attributes, delicious 2 stamina recovery 1, item status, damage can be repaired by finding materials, required materials, mithril 02 intermediate cast iron 52, already satisfied. Note: this is a pot meticulously crafted by the blacksmith apprentice Valorant, his beloved item. If anyone steals his pot, he will fight to the death. Evaluation: you are now an excellent human. Your physical fitness ranks among the forefront of humanity. But don't be arrogant. You are still quite weak. Lin Yifan looked at his increasingly lengthy personal information with satisfaction. He was now at least an excellent human. If he could draw a good buff, his personal strength might improve a bit. Lin Yifan clasped his hands together and sincerely prayed to all the gods before starting the draw. Draw successful. Today's buff, joy of unboxing. Joy of unboxing. Whether opening treasure boxes or chests, anything related to luck will yield extra surprises. Lin Yifan felt slightly disappointed. What he really wanted was item enhancement. Now, he had a blue treasure chest in hand, and if he could get item enhancement, that blue chest could be upgraded to a purple chest. Although blue treasure chests were precious, compared to purple treasure chests, they were worlds apart. Based on what green and blue treasure chests yielded, their values were simply not on the same level. But now he had no other choice. Despite how precious the blue chest was, this survival world felt too much like a game world. The only difference was that the people here were real. Each person was flesh and blood, and death meant death. There would be no chance of resurrection. From a gaming perspective, he was still just in the beginner village. Development in the beginner village was always the most basic and essential. If he could establish a solid foundation during the beginner phase, he could go further in the future. Conversely, many precious resources from the beginner stage would soon become obsolete. The blue treasure chests seemed rare now, but just a couple of days ago. Green treasure chests were also scarce. However, by today, there were plenty of green treasure chests, and who knows, in a few days, blue treasure chests might be everywhere as well. Thus, the existing resources should all be used on himself at this stage. Turning them into his own strength, that was the best choice. So Lin Yifan stopped agonizing over it and took out all his treasure chests, preparing to open them all at once. Currently, he had 3 white treasure chests, 2 green treasure chests, and 1 blue treasure chest. By personal habit, Lin Yifan started with the white treasure chests. Open treasure chest. Talent activated, joy of unboxing. Congratulations on all items obtained from this opening. Quantity doubled. Obtained 250 grams of white sugar x2. Obtained 500 grams of salt x2 goodness. Lin Yifan exclaimed. He had initially thought that today, as joy of unboxing, buff would just yield a little extra reward when opening treasure chests. He didn't expect the joy to be so substantial. The rewards were directly doubled. Although it couldn't compare to the previous critical hit he had drawn, it was still pretty good. Moreover, both white sugar and salt were essential living supplies. Lin Yifan had never obtained them before, always trading for them at the market. And the quantities were small, and the exchange conditions were extremely harsh. Now, with 500 grams of white sugar and 1 kilogram of salt, he would have to worry about these items for a long time. However, Lin Yifan was curious about one thing. Did the joy from joy of unboxing mean the rewards were different? To quickly verify, Lin Yifan hurriedly took out another white treasure chest. Open treasure chest. Talent activated, joy of unboxing. You can choose the category of items to be opened this time. Categories are as follows. Food, daily necessities, common resources, please choose. He could actually choose the category of items to be opened. This was amazing. Moreover, the joy from joy of unboxing was indeed random. It wasn't impossible to randomly get the item enhancement buff. Chapter 72. Just some showy and useless stuff. Lin Yifan was filled with hope, but for now, he should choose a category first. The items that could be obtained from the white treasure chest were mostly very ordinary basic supplies. Even the food would only provide some common items that could fill the stomach. As for ordinary supplies, He could chop down tens of thousands of units of wood in 3 hours. Lin Yifan was currently not lacking in food or ordinary supplies, so the only option left was daily necessities. But it was just a white treasure chest, so there was no need to hesitate. Lin Yifan made his choice directly. I choose daily necessities. Congratulations, you have received 5 packs of wet wipes, 1 box of Doll's brand condoms. Wish you a pleasant life. The wet wipes were fine. Definitely a useful item. At least using wet wipes for toilet needs was definitely cleaner than using paper towels. But what was up with the condoms? What good would they do in this damn place? Was he supposed to get a female crocodile? Lin Yifan was somewhat speechless and directly tossed the condoms into his space. Too lazy to even take another look. Just some showy and useless stuff. However, suddenly, Lin Yifan took the condoms out again and frowned slightly. Logically speaking, if this were a single-player survival game, it was highly unlikely to provide items that would be used by 2 or more people. Unless this was not a single-player survival game, but was just currently being played as a single-player one. It seemed he needed to prepare in advance. Although humans are social animals, when a large number of people gather, various conflicts arise. If Lin Yifan did not want to lose his advantage in the future and become a stepping stone for others, he had to stay far ahead. Thinking of this, he clenched his fist suddenly, his face full of determination. He then took out 3 green treasure chests and opened them all. Intermediate iron block, 45, raw cut steak. 6 Simmons mattress, 1 glass, 9 seamless underwear, 3 chef's knife blueprint, 1 black iron raincoat, 1 888 cold medicine recipe, 1 wild chicken feathers, 600 from the 3 green treasure chests. He randomly obtained the buffs of item doubling, category selection, and urgent match. This allowed him to get exactly what he urgently needed so far. For example, wild chicken feathers. When he previously obtained the chasing wind-breaking cloud bow, the arrows that came with it had almost been used up. Although he had already learned how to make arrows, he had not found the necessary material, bird feathers. He originally thought of waiting for the golden eagle to shed its feathers to collect them for making arrows. But for some reason, the eagle had not shed a single feather yet. Lin Yifan was quite puzzled. As a bird, why wouldn't it shed any feathers? Logically, as a young bird, it should be shedding feathers regularly, because only after the earliest down feathers fall off can tougher feathers grow. But the strange thing was, the eagle did not shed feathers. It was a plucked eagle. This shattered hope left Lin Yifan with a headache. If he ran out of arrows, his trump card, chasing wind-breaking cloud bow, would just be a piece of junk. Now, bird feathers had finally appeared. 600 feathers were enough to make 60 arrows. Enough for him to use in the short term. The black iron raincoat was also urgently needed by Lin Yifan. Although the poncho was useful, it was too heavy and not very flexible. Speaking of the most valuable thing obtained from the 3 green treasure chests, it had to be the 888 cold medicine recipe. Many people had already caught colds, and although the ginger soup he sold previously had some healing effects, the people from the Earth Star had been taking medicine for colds since they were young. Therefore, their bodies had long developed resistance to drugs, and the primitive ginger soup could provide very weak healing effects, far inferior to the effects of 888 cold medicine. As long as Lin Yifan could make 888 cold medicine, he could earn a fortune for a long time to come. Until now, there had not been a single recipe on the market, and the one in Lin Yifan's hands was probably the first in the entire district. Moreover, the probability of obtaining a recipe from a green treasure chest was very low. Otherwise, with Ruan Xingtan's special talent, she should have opened it long ago. Without hesitation, Lin Yifan learned the recipe for the medicine himself. He could leave other skills to others, but he wanted to handle the potion making himself, because he would not entrust his life to others and let them decide. It was just that the herb gathering skill book had not appeared yet. Otherwise, he would have to learn another skill. After moving the Simmons mattress into his room and placing it on the wooden bed, he began to change his underwear. That's right, for him, clean underwear was also a necessity. Since coming here, although he often changed clothes, he had not changed his underwear at all. This made him quite uncomfortable. Now that he could change into a new pair, it was simply too satisfying. Unfortunately, the bathroom was not ready yet. Otherwise, taking a hot shower would be heavenly. But now that he had glass, ceramics, and cast iron, once he got the intermediate stone blocks, the bathroom facilities would be complete. After storing away the items obtained from the green treasure chests, Lin Yifan finally took out the blue treasure chest. The last blue treasure chest not only yielded spirit crystals, allowing him to hatch the exquisite carving, but also opened 3 mystic spirit fruits that could increase random attributes and radiant stone that could disperse fog at night. This allowed Lin Yifan's development to grow rapidly. But that was also thanks to having the harvest doubling buff last time. Otherwise, he would have only gotten 1/3 of the items. This time, the opening of the treasure chest depended entirely on luck. If he wasn't exceptionally lucky, he probably wouldn't be able to get as many valuable supplies as the last blue treasure chest. Unfortunately, Lin Yifan had no way to force his talent and could only leave it to fate. After praying deeply for a moment, he prepared to open the blue treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Talent activated. Joy from opening the chest. Among the items opened this time, 1 random item underwent a mutation. Obtain beginner mystic spirit fruit. 2 obtain identification voucher. 1 obtain mountain bike. 1 identification voucher. Triggered joy from opening the chest, resulting in mutation, becoming Eye of Identification. Lin Yifan looked at the information in front of him, his eyes widening. As expected of the blue treasure chest, every item opened was so precious. The beginner mystic spirit fruit he had been thinking about finally got it again. Without thinking, he directly stuffed both mystic spirit fruits into his mouth, gaining 4 random attribute points. However, he did not allocate the attributes, but instead fondled the mountain bike in front of him with great affection. Chapter 73, The Eye of Identification. For Lin Yifan, this mountain bike is truly a pleasant surprise. Given his current physical condition, the chances of encountering danger while searching for supplies are actually not that high, even if he accidentally comes across a few wild beasts or birds of prey. With a wind-chasing, cloud-breaking bow in hand, he can almost kill anyone he meets, unless he encounters ferocious beasts like tigers or lions. Even crocodiles can be dealt with using some tactics. However, what troubles him the most now is actually the journey, relying on his 2 legs. How fast can he really go? Moreover, while his physical condition has improved significantly compared to before, he is still not a deity. Just like tonight, he was able to chop down so many trees in such a short time, but that was at the cost of exhausting himself. If he hadn't been chased by the worm-man bones, forcing him to fight for his life, he probably would have gone back to his room to sleep long ago, instead of staying up until midnight. In any case, he has done what he could and will leave the rest to fate. Traveling is also a physical drain, not to mention that it takes a lot of time. For instance, it takes an hour and a half to get to that waterhole from the shelter. He had fantasized before that if he had a means of transportation, like a mountain motorcycle, how great that would be. Although this mountain bike is not as good as a mountain motorcycle, having it is better than not having anything. Lin Yifan happily played with the mountain bike before turning his attention to the last item. It was a light orb. No, it wasn't a light orb at first. It started as a scroll, which later upgraded into a light orb. What exactly is the Eye of Identification? Lin Yifan didn't know, but he vaguely felt that this thing must be something extraordinary. He just didn't know how to use it. He cautiously reached out his hand, touched the light with his fingertips, and was soon greeted by a string of information appearing before his eyes. Eye of Identification, skill type special item, can merge with the eyes. Do you want to merge? It turns out to be a skill type special item. Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows, but did not hesitate and directly chose to merge. Whoosh! The moment he made his choice, the light orb flew towards him and then divided into a slightly smaller orb that drilled into his eyes. As soon as the orb entered his eyes, Lin Yifan felt a cool sensation, but it was not uncomfortable like 2 drops of eye drops. After a moment, the cool feeling faded, and when he opened his eyes, he didn't feel much different. If there was any difference, it was that his vision was clearer. He originally had a slight nearsightedness of about 100 degrees. However, because he disliked wearing glasses and it didn't significantly affect his life, he never got a pair. But nearsightedness is still nearsightedness, and it does have some impact. But now, he felt that his eyes were incredibly clear, and it was highly likely that his nearsightedness had been cured. Just curing nearsightedness? Lin Yifan frowned, feeling a bit disappointed. Although curing nearsightedness is a good thing, after all, this came from a blue treasure chest and was an upgraded item. Is this all it does? Wait, it said, I of identification, so it must be related to identification. Lin Yifan suddenly remembered something. Previously, Chen Yino wanted to exchange strong mosquito repellent from him and gave him a special blueprint. The accompanying explanation for this blueprint stated that it required an identifier or an identification card to identify the item. Now that he has obtained the eye of identification, can he also identify it? Thinking of this, Lin Yifan quickly took out the special blueprint. Sure enough, as soon as the blueprint appeared before his eyes, the text description changed. Special blueprint requires identifier or identification card for identification to know item information. Item level, currently unknown, at least above fine quality. Do you want to identify? It can indeed be identified. Lin Yifan felt a surge of joy and immediately used his mind to say, identify. As his thought fell, he noticed that a slight coolness emanated from his eyes once again. With the emergence of this coolness, the blueprint before him began to change. Originally, the blueprint had nothing on it, just a gray background with a few special patterns. It felt somewhat mysterious, but one couldn't tell what the blueprint was from the patterns. However, now, the grayness of the blueprint slowly receded, revealing its original form. The information also changed. Beginner wall construction blueprint quality. Fine materials required per square meter. Granite 30-0 lime, 40-0 glutinous rice, 10 kilograms 0. Inside the wall counts as a shelter. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up like light bulbs when he saw the last 8 characters. Inside the wall counts as a shelter. Doesn't that mean that as long as he can build a sufficiently wide wall and enclose an area, that entire area counts as a shelter? He had always thought that at night, he could only stay inside the shelter. And even going out for a walk after a full meal required bringing brilliant stone and clear spirit flower. And even then, there was still a risk of danger. This kind of life is truly too oppressive. Moreover, whether it is the shelter or the ring space, the available space is limited. When there are too many supplies, they simply cannot fit. And materials like stones and wood, while they can be placed outside the shelter, it becomes very troublesome to go out and fetch them at night. But if he can enclose a yard with walls, all these problems will no longer exist. And most importantly, he can grow vegetables in the yard outside the shelter. That's right, grow vegetables. Lin Yifan had previously observed the land here. While it is not very fertile, it is also not barren. If managed well and with seeds, growing vegetables is completely feasible. However, the daytime is simply too short. There is not enough time to collect supplies and treasure chests, let alone spare time to cultivate the land and grow vegetables. The night is long, but he cannot go out, and every day he can only sit idly in the shelter. Once the walls can be established, he can plant vegetables in the yard at night, which will be incredibly comfortable. As long as he builds enough walls, the yard will grow larger and larger, and in the future, building a manor or even a city is not out of the question. The more Lin Yifan thought about it, the more excited and thrilled he became. However, when he saw those require materials, he couldn't help but feel a headache. Granite is a special material. To this day, not a single piece has appeared on the market. And the same goes for lime. But these two are natural materials, so they will eventually appear. However, glutinous rice is different. This stuff is a food grain. Even if he occasionally opens a treasure chest and gets a little, it will only be 1 or 2 kilograms at most. But to build a wall, just 1 square meter requires 10 kilograms of glutinous rice, which is 20 pounds. Lin Yifan didn't even want to think about why building a wall requires glutinous rice. He just wanted to know where he could get so much glutinous rice. Chapter 74. No worries about debts. Lin Yifan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit disappointed. Not to mention anything else, glutinous rice was indeed hard to come by. However, disappointment aside, there was still hope. Lin Yifan directly learned the blueprint for the wall. Although he couldn't build the wall yet, in the future, he would definitely build a large estate for himself. Next, he began to rummage through his ring space, wanted to see if there was anything else he had accumulated over the past few days that needed identification. Unfortunately, there was no second item. However, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered there was one more thing that he could study. He took out a leather-bound booklet from his ring space. This booklet was the one he found in the cave at the bottom of the pond earlier today. Since he couldn't understand the text on it, and time was limited at that moment, he hadn't researched it further. Now that he had some free time, he could study it carefully. Moreover, He held a sliver of hope that perhaps the Eye of Identification could help decipher these special characters. Unfortunately, it was of no use. However, although the Eye of Identification didn't work on the text of the booklet, he discovered that the entire booklet had become identifiable. Mysterious booklet. Identifiable. Would you like to identify it? Since it could be identified, he naturally wanted to give it a try. Lin Yifan raised an eyebrow, and then noticed that the originally tattered booklet suddenly changed its appearance. The original booklet was only palm-sized, made from some kind of animal skin, and it was covered in stains and dust, as well as being quite damaged. However, now, although it was still palm-sized, the stains and dust had disappeared, and even the damaged parts had been repaired. The entire booklet displayed an ancient color of animal skin, and on the cover, a string of text appeared. However, that string of text, like the text inside the booklet, was in characters that Lin Yifan couldn't understand. However, the item description for the booklet had changed. Ballarant's Forging Diary can be translated using a translation card or by a translator. This is the Forging Diary written by the blacksmith apprentice Ballarant, recording everything he experienced during his learning process as a blacksmith. It contains many of his dark histories, so he treasures this booklet immensely. Anyone who dares to have designs on this booklet will incur his wrath. So, it's that blacksmith apprentice Ballarant again. It seems that the cave indeed belonged to him. However, this Ballarant seems to have a bad temper and is rather petty. Taking his iron pot would incur his wrath, and taking his diary would also incur his wrath. And Lin Yifan not only took the iron pot, but also his diary, so it seems that this wrath is unavoidable. But would he be afraid? More debts mean less worry. When there are too many lice, they don't itch. Moreover, the forging diary could be considered a good item. If he could translate it, he might even learn some forging techniques. However, translation was indeed a problem. So far, this was the first time he had obtained a card-like item, which was the identification card before it was upgraded. The translation card was obviously also a card, and it was likely that it could only be obtained from blue treasure chests, but he had only received 2 blue treasure chests so far. As for translators, he guessed that they would need to learn translation skills to become translators. He didn't know if anyone in their district had become a translator. Lin Yifan thought for a moment and decided to try his luck, so he opened the chat channel. To his surprise, it was already past midnight. Yet the chat channel was still bustling, with everyone discussing survival rankings and donating supplies. Brothers, how much have you donated? How many contribution points do you have? I donated over 100 units of basic supplies and now have 125 contribution points. Tomorrow when the survival shop opens, I must treat myself to some good food. Upstairs, can't you be a bit more ambitious? This survival shop has so many items to enhance strength, even attribute fruits. Why waste contribution points on food? So unambitious. If you're so ambitious, save up. An attribute fruit costs 1,500 contribution points. Even if I dismantle my level 2 shelter and donate everything, I still wouldn't accumulate that much. I wonder if there will be more opportunities to accumulate contribution points. Otherwise, it's so frustrating to see so many good items and not be able to buy them. Everyone, don't worry. As long as we survive until tomorrow morning and our district makes it to the top 100, we'll get 1,000 contribution points. If we donate a bit more supplies, we can definitely get an attribute fruit. Didn't he, the president of the Eternal Life Society, Chun Yino, say that? Our district is currently ranked 42nd. Even if we drop in the rankings later, we should still make it into the top 100. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Otherwise, not only will we miss the rewards, but our survival shop won't even open, and we might fall behind others forever. Lin Yifan watched everyone discussing and suddenly felt that the time to announce the next round of disaster news had come. So he temporarily set aside the matter of finding a translator and sent a message. Dear brothers and sisters, don't worry. It's already this late. The resources in every district should be nearly depleted. As long as we ensure the current survival numbers, maintaining our position in the top 100 shouldn't be a problem. Now, I want to talk about contribution points. To be honest, my shelter has already been upgraded to level 3. As the first person in our district to reach a level 3 shelter, I received a reward, which I exchanged for disaster information. From that information, I learned that besides the current mosquito swarm disaster, there will be countless other disasters. In just 4 days, the second disaster will arrive. And this disaster is rainstorm disaster, with a severity rating of 4 stars. So please be prepared. Judging from the situation of this disaster task, there will be disaster tasks for every disaster that comes. If we can complete them, there should be generous rewards, and contribution points are one of them. As soon as Lin Yifan sent these messages, the entire chat channel fell silent. After a moment, someone cautiously asked, "Lin Yifan, is what you said true or false? Will the next disaster really come in 4 days?" "Yeah, this disaster hasn't even passed, and the next one is already looming? Are we even going to have a way to survive?" "That's right. Although this is a survival world, at least give us a way to survive. I was just delighted to have survived this disaster, and now I hear such bad news so soon. This life really has no hope at all." Chapter 75, Can We Still Sacrifice? Lin Yifan looked at the disheartened comments from everyone and didn't feel surprised. This time's mosquito swarm disaster. If Lin Yifan hadn't received the news in advance, no one knew how many people would have survived. However, by observing the ranking of survivors in their area, some clues could be drawn. Currently, there are just over 61,000 people still alive in their district, and in just a few days, around 40,000 had died. What difference was there between such a death rate and a massacre? And this was already ranked 42nd. Lin Yifan had previously calculated that there were about 80,000 districts in total. How many people could still be alive in those lower-ranked districts? It was known that this world had never lacked selfish people. Not everyone would choose to announce the disaster like Lin Yifan did after receiving the news, allowing everyone to prepare in advance and save more lives. Those at the bottom of the rankings probably had the first person to ascend to a level 2 shelter not even choose to check the news, but directly opt for other rewards. However, none of this was related to Lin Yifan. What he needed to do was to make himself stronger. After going through this disaster task, some things would become very clear. The number of survivors in the area indeed related to many aspects, such as collective tasks. Even Lin Yifan had to admit that the rewards from collective tasks were indeed tempting. Therefore, as much as possible, he hoped that more people could survive in the district. Seeing everyone's morale sinking lower, Lin Yifan thought for a moment and sent a message, "Everyone, don't be so downcast. Since this world is a survival realm, it is certainly meant for us to survive. No matter how dangerous the disaster is, there are always ways to face it. For instance, didn't everyone survive this mosquito swarm disaster? After the collective task ends tomorrow, the rewards from the tasks will definitely boost everyone's chances of survival significantly. So I believe we can get through this disaster, and we will surely get through the next one as well. Everyone must not give up. I will try my best to help everyone." At this moment, some clever individuals in the comments section asked Lin Yifan, "Boss, this time's disaster was thanks to your previous hints that allowed us to survive. I believe that with your guidance, we can undoubtedly get through the next disaster. Moreover, since you know the response plan for this disaster, you must have some idea about the next disaster's response plan too. Please share it with us." Yes. You are the pride of our district and our backbone. If you know any news, you must tell us." Lin Yifan felt a bit of a headache. To be honest, he didn't even know how to deal with the next rainstorm disaster. The sudden appearance of that water pool was most likely the source of the flood. But the problem was that until now, he still didn't know how to solve that water pool issue. Just then, a new message prompt appeared. Survivor announced disaster information. Received a humanitarian reward. Blue treasure chest, 1 open. Another blue treasure chest. Lin Yifan raised an eyebrow. He suddenly remembered that when he received the hidden crisis information, he could choose whether to announce it or not. Regardless of whether he chose to announce it, he would receive a reward. Previously, when he announced the mosquito swarm disaster information, he was awarded a green treasure chest. Unexpectedly, this time he was directly rewarded with a blue treasure chest. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Lin Yifan loved such unexpected surprises, and without thinking, he directly chose to open it. Open the treasure chest. Talent activated. Opening the chest brings joy. This treasure chest you opened contains a total of 3 items, and you can choose to sacrifice all 3 items to obtain 1 item you desire. Do you want to sacrifice? Lin Yifan frowned. He truly didn't expect that there would be such an option. This made it difficult for him to decide, because the items in the blue treasure chest were extremely precious. For example, the previous treasure chest he opened, even without triggering the opening brings joy buff, had valuable items inside. Whether it was attribute fruit, identification scroll, or mountain bike, those were all top-notch items. Sacrificing such good items just to exchange for something he wanted, was it worth it? Moreover, the items he urgently needed were basically obtainable now, and he really didn't have anything particularly desired. Wait, he did have one urgently needed item. A diving suit. He urgently needed a diving suit. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete the water pool treasure box running task. Of course, he could search for it slowly, but he had already discovered that the sooner he completed the task, the higher the task rating and the better the rewards. The first 2 rings of tasks received additional rewards due to timely completion. Although this time wasn't completed as timely, Lin Yifan still wanted to finish as early as possible. Additionally, he was more afraid of not being able to find a diving suit to complete the task. If he couldn't finish it, it would really be for nothing. Moreover, there was one crucial point. Lin Yifan had a feeling that the treasure box task he was currently doing was very likely related to the water pool. Therefore, no matter how good the items from the blue treasure chest were, completing the task was more important. With a plan in mind, Lin Yifan was too lazy to waste time in hesitation. I choose to sacrifice. Sacrifice successful. Please stay what you want. Lin Yifan quickly said, a diving suit. I want a high-quality diving suit. Reward has been delivered. Please check. This message was great. Lin Yifan saw that the blue treasure chest in front of him transformed into a frosted transparent box. He could vaguely see that there were quite a few items inside. Lin Yifan opened the transparent box and saw a blue diving suit inside, along with many additional pieces of equipment. A spotlight, oxygen tank, face mask, fins, etc. This was actually a complete diving set. At this moment, Lin Yifan also saw the information description for this pile of items. Diving suit, grade. Bronze can perform underwater operations at a depth of 1,000 meters for 6 hours. After 6 hours, you must return to the surface to allow the oxygen tank to recover for 18 hours before you can perform the next underwater operation. It can actually perform underwater operations at a depth of 1,000 meters for 6 hours. Lin Yifan's eyes almost popped out. Although he was poor in the past, he had some experience with diving equipment. His swimming ability was quite good, as he grew up by the water. The place where he studied was a coastal city with a well-developed beach tourism industry. He went for an interview for a beach lifeguard position out of curiosity and ended up encountering diving, and he was quite talented at it. Eventually, he went from a diving lifeguard to an underwater rescuer, so he could recognize the quality of a diving suit at a glance. Chapter 76, How Did We End Up First? After Lin Yifan thoroughly checked the set of diving equipment, he happily put it away in his space. With this equipment, diving into the water tomorrow would definitely not be a problem. Moreover, Lin Yifan found that the 3rd round of tasks was also complete. However, strangely, although the task status showed completion, there were no changes in rewards or anything else. It seemed that he had to go to the edge of the water pool to truly complete the task. It looked like he would have to head to that water pool first thing tomorrow morning. Lin Yifan originally planned to quickly get some rest. Although the nights were longer than the days now, it was already past midnight, and according to the sunrise pattern over the past few days, it probably wouldn't be bright until around 8:30. Even so, there were only 7 or 8 hours left to rest, so it was still important to recharge. However, before that, Lin Yifan couldn't help but take a glance at the chat channel. Seeing that everyone was still waiting for him to provide a response plan, he felt it would not be good to keep them waiting. So he sent a message. Everyone, I currently don't have a good response plan, but I will actively look for one. You can also brainstorm and see if you come up with any good solutions. Natural disasters are different from mosquito disasters. Although the disaster index is higher, many people have experienced such natural disasters on Earth. Therefore, Lin Yifan felt that instead of relying on him, it would be better for them to think of solutions themselves. Upon hearing this, everyone was extremely disappointed. Of course, while they were disappointed, most people did not direct their anger at him. However, there were a few troublemakers who jumped out at this moment. Forever fragrant, if you ask me. Lin Yifan is just hiding his methods and doesn't want to tell us, claiming to be the best in our area. He doesn't care about our survival at all. I have a big sword, right? He had a response plan last time. How could he not have one this time? He definitely just doesn't want to share it with us. Big man, Lin Yifan You're just lucky to have upgraded your shelter to level 3 before us. But don't think it will earn you our support unless you help us unconditionally. Lin Yifan looked at these familiar IDs and couldn't help but laugh in anger. It was the same group again, and they just wouldn't quit. But whatever they said, he couldn't help it, even if he had a solution. He wouldn't tell the Heaven and Earth Society. He blocked these IDs and had long realized that once he blocked someone, he could choose not to let them see his messages when sending out information. So, when he said he wouldn't tell them, even if he had a solution, he could indeed follow through. At this moment, the leader of the Heaven and Earth Society, God the Father, couldn't hold back anymore. However, since he had been blocked by Lin Yifan, he couldn't send a message directly. So, he found someone else to send a message on his behalf in the chat channel. Lace Ponytail, Lin Yifan, I am God the Father. I know you have conflicts with our Heaven and Earth Society, but we are all trying to let more of our compatriots survive, so why make things so ugly? How about this? I invite you to join our Heaven and Earth Society as an honorary president, and together we lead everyone in Area 10086 to live well. How's that sound? Lin Yifan rolled his eyes upon seeing this message and unceremoniously added the lace ponytail to his blacklist as well. Then he closed the chat channel and went straight to bed. He held grudges. For those who offended him, he would not forgive until he had avenged himself. If they wanted him to cooperate with the Heaven and Earth Society, then forget about an honorary president. Even if they offered him the position of president, he wouldn't even take a glance at it. However, while he went to sleep, he still had the progress of a natural disaster task on his mind. So every hour when the new progress was reported, he couldn't help but take a look. 1 o'clock a.m., 40th place, 2 o'clock a.m., 33rd place, 3 o'clock a.m., 28th place, 4 o'clock a.m., 20th place, 5 o'clock a.m., 16th place, 6 o'clock a.m., 12th place, 7 o'clock a.m., 8th place. Lin Yifan watched as the ranking moved closer to the top. And it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited, especially at 7 o'clock a.m., when they actually entered the top 10, which he had never expected. Moreover, there was still an hour left until the task ended. Perhaps in this last hour, they could climb even higher in the rankings. After checking the messages, Lin Yifan would share the information with Chun Yino, who would release it to everyone in Area 10086. So at this moment, it was just Lin Yifan waiting for results. Everyone was anxiously awaiting the outcome. However, for Lin Yifan, just getting into the top ranks was enough. Everything else wasn't important to him. Thus, he diligently prepared himself a breakfast and also got lunch ready, so he wouldn't have to rush back for it later. He still had some buns left from before, so he fried 3 buns for himself and made a bowl of meat soup, which he enjoyed immensely. For lunch, he prepared roasted meat and steamed buns. Although they would cool down in the space, they wouldn't be bad even when cold. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Yifan didn't have rice. If he did, he would prefer to eat rice. Besides that, he dug out a portion of the ginger he was cultivating in the soil, cut it into small pieces, and put it up for auction. He was too lazy to make ginger soup anyway. Since he didn't lack basic supplies now, it was better to use whole ginger to exchange for more valuable things. After a flurry of activities, 8 o'clock a.m. finally arrived. Congratulations to all survivors. You have survived the first natural disaster since entering the survival realm and received 1 attribute point and 1,000 contribution points. Congratulations to all survivors in Area 10086. For your unity and cooperation during this natural disaster, you ranked first in the number of survivors and received the leaderboard reward. Only the top 3 receive leaderboard rewards. Congratulations to all survivors in Area 10086. You received 6 attribute points from the leaderboard reward. 48 hours of the collective blessing, double harvest, 3 green treasure chests, and 6 white treasure chests. Congratulations to Area 10086 for qualifying to open this survival shop. The survival shop is now open. The above information is announced to the whole server. Lin Yifan looked at the string of messages, his eyes shining brightly. He really hadn't expected that in addition to contribution points, the overall survivor reward also included a random attribute point, which was truly an unexpected joy. However, how did their area end up in first place? At 7 o'clock a.m., they were still in 8th place. Even if they could climb a bit, it wouldn't be enough to jump directly to first place, right? This was too absurd. What on earth happened? Chapter 77, Betting All Strength. Climbing from 8th place to 1st is no small feat, logically speaking. With only an hour left, the ranking should be fixed, and such a dramatic leap shouldn't be possible. It's unreasonable, completely unreasonable. However, despite the unreasonableness, being able to achieve 1st place is still a good thing. Thus, even though Lin Yifan was confused, he was still unyielding in reaping the rewards. Not to mention those 6 random attribute points. Regardless of whether this 1st place was a huge pitfall, he would dive in without hesitation. Not to mention the treasure chests and other rewards. These 2 collective tasks alone brought him a total of 7 random attribute points. A reward so generous it made him tremble with excitement. But the real big prize was his personal rewards. Lin Yifan flipped through the screen, and the next page displayed his personal reward information. Total statistics. In this new task, you have gained a total of 15,332 contribution points, ranking 1st in contribution points for Zone 10086. You can receive the ranking reward. Silver Level 4, Shelter Blueprint. 1. Mithril 10, Random Attributes 10. Unique reward. Only issued to the survivor ranked 1st in the comprehensive ranking of this zone. Another 10 random attribute points. Lin Yifan's smile almost split his face. A total of 17 random attribute points. Previously, he had only gained 7 or 8 points from eating fruits and completing tasks. But even that had significantly improved his physical condition from a sub-healthy state to an excellent one. Adding these 17 random attribute points would surely elevate him to a superhuman level. No external force can compare to one's own strength. At this moment, Lin Yifan had no intention of looking at other rewards. He immediately opened his personal information to study how to allocate his points. Name: Lin Yifan. Strength: 9 agility, 12 stamina, 13 intelligence, 9 remaining attribute points, 17 age, 23 life level, excellent human talent. Random buff: 1 draw per day. You can draw once a day to obtain various buffs with different effects. The draw resets at midnight every day. Are you a lucky one or not? It's up to your luck. Today's buff: happy opening of boxes. Life skills: beginner skinning, proficiency 1006, special item, mithril cast iron pan, unique, creator, Barrelet. Attributes: delicious 2, stamina recovery 1, item status, damage, materials needed for repair, require materials, mithril 02. Intermediate cast iron 52 met. Note: this cast iron pan was carefully crafted by the blacksmith apprentice Barrelet, and it is his beloved item. If anyone steals his pan, he will fight to the death. Evaluation: you are now an excellent human. Your physical condition ranks at the forefront among humans, but don't be arrogant. You are still quite weak. Previously, Lin Yifan had allocated all the random attribute points he earned from tasks to stamina to enhance his underwater endurance. As a result, his stamina became the highest among the 4 attributes. Of course, boosting stamina did not disappoint him. He could clearly feel a significant enhancement in his physical condition. Moreover, whether it was his illusion or not, he sensed that as his stamina increased, his strength and speed also improved. As for whether his intelligence had increased, he had no way of knowing. After all, he wasn't taking any exams, so he couldn't tell if he had become smarter, although his memory had indeed improved a lot. Lin Yifan had a vague suspicion in his mind that perhaps it wasn't necessary to evenly distribute the random attributes among the 4 stats. As long as he kept increasing his stamina, when his physical condition was good enough, the other attributes would naturally rise as well. Although this was just a guess, Lin Yifan had come to trust his 6th sense since arriving in this world, so he immediately decided to take a gamble. Furthermore, even if he lost the bet, adding points to stamina would still enhance his physical condition, so there was no question of waste. Without hesitation, he allocated all 17 random attribute points to stamina. Instantly, Lin Yifan felt a surge of heat throughout his body. His heart began to race, and he could clearly hear the pounding of his heart, as if it were about to explode at any moment. The frantic heartbeat made him feel a bit agitated. He bit his tongue hard to prevent himself from acting out in frustration. Maybe it was a minute. Maybe it was 10 minutes. In this state of agitation, Lin Yifan felt that every passing second was excruciating. Finally, his body's restlessness began to settle. The racing heart returned to normal. The heat in his body gradually cooled down. and his agitated emotions finally returned to calm. Phew, phew, phew. Lin Yifan took several heavy breaths, still feeling a lingering fear. He truly hadn't expected that rapidly boosting stamina would bring such negative effects. However, as he checked his body, he felt something had changed. With his eyes closed, he could sense every inch of his muscles hiding a surging power, and every drop of blood felt like a condensation of life force. His internal organs felt as if they had been reinforced, a sensation that was beyond words to describe. The only words that could be used to describe it were sublimation. He had sublimated. His body had sublimated. However, before Lin Yifan could fully enjoy the wonders brought by his body's sublimation, a powerful stench nearly knocked him over. What is that smell? It's so foul. He suddenly snapped back to reality, opened his eyes, and looked for the source of the stench. To his surprise, the unbearable odor was emanating from his own body. He looked down at himself and was shocked to find a thick layer of grime covering his skin. This layer of dirt was dark red, almost black, resembling dirty water mixed with filth, making anyone feel uncomfortable just by looking at it. The nauseating stench was coming from this dirt. Lin Yifan had no time to think about where this grime came from. He only had one thought: to quickly wash himself clean. Fortunately, he had a habit of storing water in empty boxes, and he had nearly 20 of them. Aside from a few used for storing items, the remaining 13 boxes were all filled with water and still stored. He hurriedly carried a few boxes of water into the bathroom and began a shower. To ensure he could wash off the grime, he even went to the auction house and traded 2 pounds of crocodile meat for a bottle of shower gel. After scrubbing with half a bottle of shower gel, he finally managed to clean himself up. Only at that moment did he realize what had happened to his body. Chapter 78. The Complete Iron Pot. Washing the marrow. Lin Yifan's body has clearly undergone a cleansing process, expelling all the impurities within him. This is why he has developed such a thick layer of foul-smelling grime on him. It's truly unexpected that physical training could have such benefits. Moreover, Lin Yifan can clearly feel that his body has undergone a tremendous transformation. It's hard to describe exactly how, but one thing is for certain. He can now absolutely live to be 100 years old. He also feels that his strength should have significantly increased. He reaches out and grabs a piece of wood beside him, squeezing it hard, and the wood instantly shatters. It's important to note that this is not weak water fir wood, but a piece of yellow sandalwood known for its hardness. It seems that physical training can also enhance other aspects. He just wonders if this will show up on his personal information. Lin Yifan quickly opens his personal information. Name: Lin Yifan. Strength: 20 agility, 18 stamina, 30 intelligence, 22 remaining attribute points, 0 age, 23 life level, extraordinary first stage, upgrade to extraordinary 12th stage to break through to the next life level, talent. Random buff: 1 draw per day. You could draw once a day to receive various buffs with different effects. Drawings refresh at midnight. Are you lucky or unlucky? It depends on your luck. Today's buff: happy surprise from opening boxes. Life skills: beginner skinning, proficiency 1006, special item, mithril cast iron pot, unique, creator, Barrelet. Attributes: delicious 2 stamina, recovery 1. Item status: damaged, find materials to repair. Require materials: mithril 02, intermediate cast, iron 52. Met requirement. Note: this is the iron pot meticulously crafted by the blacksmith apprentice Barrelet. His beloved item. If anyone steals his pot, he will fight them. Evaluation: you have now surpassed the limits of humanity, becoming an extraordinary life form. From this moment on, you have truly embarked on the path of evolution. What level you can evolve to in the future depends entirely on your fate. Extraordinary life form. This is indeed an extraordinary life form. It turns out that only by surpassing the limits of humanity and becoming an extraordinary life form can one truly embark on the path of evolution. Moreover, focusing on stamina is indeed useful. As long as the stamina increases enough, it can lead to qualitative changes, significantly boosting other attributes as well. However, what surprises Lin Yifan is that he initially thought strength would increase the most, but it turns out he was mistaken. The attribute that increased the most was actually intelligence. But what Lin Yifan cannot understand even more is whether he has truly become smarter. Why does he not feel any different? What is intelligence even good for? Lin Yifan is puzzled, but no matter what, as long as his attributes can increase, that's a good thing, regardless of which one increases more. Satisfied, he suddenly notices the special item on his personal information. Mithril cast iron pot unique, creator, Berlit. Attributes, delicious 2 stamina recovery 1. Item status, damaged, find materials to repair, require materials. Mithril 02 intermediate cast, iron 52, met requirement. Note, this is the iron pot meticulously crafted by the blacksmith apprentice Berlit. His beloved item. If anyone steals his pot, he will fight them. Since obtaining this pot, he has been cooking with it. Moreover, last night he managed to chop out 10,000 units of wood in such a short time, thanks to this iron pot. He made a lot of crocodile meat with it, and whenever he felt tired while chopping trees, he would start eating the crocodile meat. Although the stamina recovery is only 1, as long as he eats enough meat, it still has a significant effect on stamina recovery. Without the help of this iron pot, he really wouldn't have been able to accomplish that. He had always lamented that this iron pot was damaged. Otherwise, the food made would definitely have more attached attributes. However, he never knew where to find mithril, and this time, coincidentally, he has just received some as a reward. He rummages through the rewards on the ground and uncovers about 10 pieces of finger-sized square metal, which is indeed mithril. After squeezing it, Lin Yifan finds that this metal is not as hard as he imagined, but is an extremely rare soft metal. Back on Earth, Lin Yifan had seen many soft metals because he studied metal materials engineering in college, so he had encountered various metals. But he can guarantee that he has never seen such a strange metal before. So this thing must be a unique metal of this survival realm. Moreover, as a reward for a major quest, it must be extremely precious and rare. Perhaps in the future, it could bring more use. He doesn't know if it's worth it to use it to repair a broken iron pot. However, regardless of its worth, Lin Yifan has decided to proceed with the repair. Future matters can wait. It's better to enhance his strength now. Mithril cast iron pot unique, creator, Berlit. Attributes, delicious 2 stamina recovery 1. Item status, damaged, find materials to repair, require materials. Mithril 10-2, met requirement. Intermediate cast iron 52, met requirement. Do you want to consume resources to repair? Note, this is the iron pot meticulously crafted by the blacksmith apprentice Berlit, his beloved item. If anyone steals his pot, he will fight them. Repair immediately. As soon as the command was given, Lin Yifan suddenly noticed a transparent little figure holding a hammer appear in front of him. Moreover, the moment this transparent little figure saw Lin Yifan, it immediately ran over and gave him a hug, even patting him on the shoulder as if greeting him. Lin Yifan looked at this transparent little figure and remembered that a similar one had appeared when he forged that big knife last night. Judging by the appearance of the hammer, these 2 transparent figures should be the same. After the transparent little figure patted his shoulder, it raised its little hand, and a small blacksmithing table appeared in front of him. However, this blacksmithing table, like the little figure, was also semi-transparent, resembling jelly. He picked up the pot and fixed it on the blacksmithing table, starting to swing the hammer, ringing as he struck. As the hammer swung, the originally pitted and scratched silver-white pot, which had been covered in grinding marks from his scrubbing, quickly began to change. First, the pits disappeared, then the scratches vanished, and the entire pot's luster improved, presenting a delicate and flexible silver-white appearance. Moreover, faintly, there were strands of patterns on the silver-white pot wall. However, Lin Yifan found that he couldn't see those patterns clearly, only confirming that there were indeed patterns. He wonders what these patterns are. He vaguely feels that the pot's ability to make food with attributes is likely related to these patterns. Chapter 79. Are we making a private deal? Lin Yifan stared intently at the transparent little figure wielding a hammer, filled with anticipation. With each strike of the hammer, the surface of the pot gradually became as smooth as a mirror, its silver-white sheen shimmering under the sunlight. The faintly visible patterns seemed to flow on the pot's walls, resembling some mysterious runes that emitted a faint glow, becoming increasingly clear to the naked eye. These patterns, could they be some kind of magic circle? A ridiculous thought crossed Lin Yifan's mind. However, although this idea was absurd, in this world filled with uncertainties, anything was possible. The appearance of a magic circle didn't seem impossible. It was already clear that the pot's ability to create food with attributes was likely related to the mysterious power contained within these patterns. And that mithril sounded quite magical. It could very well be a material for making magic circles. While he was pondering, the transparent little figure suddenly stopped its movements, presenting the silver-white pot to Lin Yifan, indicating for him to take it. Lin Yifan took the pot and asked in confusion, "Is it already repaired?" The transparent little figure nodded and then surprisingly extended a hand towards him, making a gesture that seemed to ask for something. Lin Yifan was taken aback, suddenly recalling that when he had forged that big knife earlier, the summoned transparent little figure had also asked him for something. It was now certain that these two little figures were the same. Lin Yifan was not a stingy person. Although he had given most of the crocodile meat to Hong Xiaoqiang to make smoked meat, he still had dozens of pounds left. So, he cut off 2 or 3 pounds of crocodile meat and handed it to the transparent little figure. Upon receiving the crocodile meat, the little figure immediately became lively, clearly overjoyed. This made Lin Yifan's heart stir. He placed the bird feathers he had obtained from the treasure chest yesterday, along with some iron blocks and wood, in front of the little figure and smiled. "How about we make another deal? You help me turn these materials into arrows, and I'll give you 5 pounds of meat as a reward." He felt that this transparent little figure should have some consciousness, and according to normal game rules, he crafted items based on blueprints. The reward for the one crafting should come from the rules, not something that he had to provide. But this transparent little figure could still ask him for items, which might allow for private trading. If private trading were indeed possible, there would be much more room for maneuver. After all, without a middleman profiting from the difference, he could spend less on materials, and the transparent little figure could get more. It would be a win-win situation. And Lin Yifan really did gamble right this time. After hearing his words, the transparent little figure paused, stood there thinking for a moment, then extended 10 fingers towards him. Lin Yifan raised an eyebrow and tentatively asked, "Do you want 10 pounds of meat?" The transparent little figure immediately nodded. Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes, although 10 pounds of meat was not a big deal for him. In a trade, one had to ask for a sky-high price and negotiate down. If he agreed so easily, the subsequent negotiations would not be so easy. So he immediately put on a troubled expression and sighed bitterly. "If you want 10 pounds of meat, then we can't make this deal. I don't have that much meat left. It seems we'll have to wait until next time to trade." As soon as he said this, the transparent little figure became anxious, immediately picked up the materials on the ground, and began hammering away to forge. About 2 or 3 minutes later, 30 arrows were forged. The transparent little figure picked up 1 arrow and handed it to Lin Yifan, indicating for him to take a look. The moment Lin Yifan saw the arrow, he knew he had struck gold. He had actually learned the blueprint for making arrows, but he could only make ordinary arrows. However, feathers were hard to find, and he had only managed to obtain some with great difficulty. To end up making only ordinary arrows was indeed frustrating. So he had turned to this transparent little figure. And sure enough, he had gambled right. Wind Chaser, arrow grade, black iron accuracy, 2 damage, 2. When used with a high-quality bow, the effect is doubled. All these arrows were actually black iron grade and carried attributes. Even better, when used with a high-quality bow, their effects could be doubled. How could Lin Yifan not be excited? Especially since he just happened to have the bronze grade, wind-piercing cloud bow, in his possession. A good bow paired with good arrows was simply a perfect match. Lin Yifan nodded in satisfaction at the transparent little figure and praised, "Great craftsmanship. Truly great craftsmanship. You are amazing." After saying that, he cut off 6 pounds of meat and handed it to the transparent little figure, saying, "I originally reserved a pound of meat for myself to have for lunch today, but now I give it all to you as a token of my gratitude." The transparent little figure, upon receiving the meat, became lively once more. Seeing that the transparent little figure was also very satisfied, Lin Yifan asked, "Can I trade with you next time?" The transparent little figure thought for a moment, then pointed at the pot and then at itself. Lin Yifan immediately realized, "You mean that I can only summon you to craft items when I summon someone, and then we can make other trades?" The transparent little figure immediately nodded. Lin Yifan suddenly understood and smiled. "That sounds good. If I have any needs in the future, I will summon you. Don't worry, I won't let you lose out." After nodding, the transparent little figure quickly disappeared. Along with it, the meat he had given it, as well as the hammer and forge that had summoned it, also vanished. Having seen this situation once before, Lin Yifan was not overly surprised this time. After placing the 30 arrows into his space, he turned his attention back to the pot. The pot was completely repaired, its surface smooth and as good as new, and the patterns had become clearer. Lin Yifan reached out to gently touch the pot's wall, feeling a warm energy radiating from his fingertips, as if this pot was no longer an ordinary kitchenware, but a treasure full of spirit. Mithril cast iron pot unique, creator, Balarant. Attributes, deliciousness 5. Stamina recovery 3. Item status, repaired, special effect, a chance to trigger a delicious critical hit while cooking, doubling the food's attributes. Deliciousness 5, stamina recovery 3. Plus an additional special effect. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. The attributes of the repaired iron pot had greatly improved, and it even had an extra special effect. This was undoubtedly one of the most needed pieces of equipment for him right now. He couldn't wait to try out the pot's effects, so he immediately took out some ingredients from his backpack, preparing to make a sumptuous meal. Although his cooking skills were not up to par, with the added bonus of this pot, even ordinary ingredients could turn into an astonishing delicacy. Lin Yifan set the pot over the fire, poured in some clean water, and then added the chopped crocodile meat and wild vegetables. The wild vegetables he had pulled from the water's edge just the day before were some shepherd's purse. As the water in the pot gradually boiled, a rich aroma wafted through the air, making one salivate. Chapter 80. The synthesis room finally arrived. Lin Yifan took a deep breath. Just the smell of the meat was enough to make him feel refreshed. The effects of this pot were indeed impressive. He felt secretly delighted and continued to focus on cooking. Before long, a pot of fragrant crocodile meat soup was finished. Lin Yifan ladled a spoonful of soup, gently blew on it, and eagerly took a sip. Instantly, a warm energy flowed from his throat into his limbs, as if he had been infused with new vitality. Consumed delicious crocodile meat soup, stamina restored 3, temporary strength increased by 1, duration 1 hour, stamina restored 3, and a temporary strength boost. Lin Yifan was overjoyed. The effect of this pot exceeded his expectations, significantly enhancing the food's attributes and providing additional benefits. With this pot, he felt much more secure for the upcoming adventures. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lin Yifan felt at his peak. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt the abundant power within him, stirring his heart even more. However, it was still dark outside. According to his estimate, it wouldn't be light until at least 8:30 today. It was only 8:15 now, so there was still time. Lin Yifan moved a wooden stool and sat down next to the fire pit in the living room. While he took out the meat he had originally prepared for lunch and reprocessed it using the mithril cast iron pot. He also pulled out this silver level 4 shelter blueprint. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that after upgrading his shelter to level 3, he hadn't checked the shelter information again. The reason was simple. He hadn't obtained the level 4 shelter blueprint. So it didn't matter whether he looked at the information or not, as he couldn't upgrade the shelter anyway. Now it was time to take a good look. Bronze level brick and tile bungalow, 60 square meters, layout, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen. Grade, level 3 bug protection, 3, overall evaluation. This is a single-story bungalow built of stone and brick. Although it has a simple design and is not visually appealing, it provides strong protection against bugs. However, this shelter is not waterproof. If faced with a flood, please evacuate the shelter quickly to avoid losing your life. Next level, basic level 4 shelter, 2-story brick and tile detached house, basic upgrade requirements. Basic level 4 shelter blueprint. 1-1. You have obtained the basic level 4 shelter blueprint. Would you like to upgrade? Basic level 4 shelter upgrade requirements. Intermediate wood 300 0. Intermediate stone 500 0. Intermediate clay 200 0. Intermediate cast iron 100 0. Silver level 4 shelter upgrade requirements. Intermediate wood 600 0. Intermediate stone 800 0. Intermediate clay 400 0. Intermediate cast iron 300 0. Advanced cast iron 50 0. Glass 1512. Ceramics 2518. Friendly reminder. Shelters built with higher quality blueprints will be more solid, safer, and more comfortable. If survivors have the means, please build a higher quality shelter. Lin Yifan looked at the long list of upgrade requirements, feeling overwhelmed. Even an ordinary level 4 shelter required a large amount of intermediate materials, let alone the silver grade level 4 shelter. It seemed that without creating the synthesis room, he wouldn't be able to think about the level 4 shelter. However, thinking about the synthesis room, Lin Yifan quickly opened the survival shop. Inside the shop, all the products that were previously gray and unpurchasable had now turned colorful. He had no interest in looking at other items. He only wanted the synthesis room blueprint. 5,000 contribution points were not an easy thing to come by, even for Lin Yifan. He had almost risked his life yesterday to finally gather enough contribution points. As a result, just for this blueprint, he would be using up almost half of his contribution points, which made him feel a bit pained. However, if he didn't buy it from the shop, he would have to find other channels. But if those other channels were easy to access, the shop wouldn't sell them at such a high price. Since it was an urgent need, rather than wasting time and effort looking for other ways, it was better to spend the points directly. Without hesitation, Lin Yifan purchased the synthesis room blueprint. It was a small scroll, and upon opening it, he saw a simple drawing of a synthesis room. However, a blueprint was just a blueprint. To turn it into an object, he still needed to gather materials to craft it. Synthesis room, basic cast iron, 6024, mithril, 58, basic stone, 100-256. Fortunately, Lin Yifan had most of the materials needed to create the synthesis room, especially the hardest to obtain, mithril, which he had just enough of. Thus, only basic cast iron was left to gather, which had been hard to find a few days ago, but was no longer difficult to find now. He couldn't be bothered to waste time, so he directly went to the auction house and used 3 pounds of crocodile meat to make up for the insufficient basic cast iron. Synthesis room, basic cast iron, 60-60 mithril, 5-8 basic stone, 100-256 materials are sufficient. Would you like to craft? Craft the synthesis room. Lin Yifan didn't hesitate for even half a second and immediately chose to craft. Soon, he heard a series of clinking sounds near his ear. However, the source of the sound was in the empty room next door. That room had previously been filled with some clutter he had stored, but he just cleared it out. Now, it was empty, and he didn't expect that crafting a synthesis room would actually require a separate empty room. Lin Yifan got up and walked to that door, and he immediately saw 3 transparent little figures, each holding tools like hammers, busily crafting the synthesis room. Lin Yifan carefully examined them and found that the 3 transparent little figures were not the ones he had seen before. It seemed that different items summoned different transparent little figures. Thinking back to his previous transactions with the transparent little figure, Lin Yifan cut off a piece of meat and divided it into roughly equal thirds. After the transparent little figures finished crafting, he offered each a piece of raw meat. However, to Lin Yifan's surprise, the little figures were too afraid to accept it. They shook their heads repeatedly and even bowed to him before disappearing. This left Lin Yifan somewhat baffled. Did he only need to give gifts when there was just one transparent little figure? Could it be that these transparent little figures were part of an organization, merely workers sent to do the job? Giving them gifts would be equivalent to bribing them, which was why they dared not accept anything. What was he thinking? He realized he was being overly influenced by bureaucratic thinking. Lin Yifan slapped his forehead, feeling speechless at his ridiculous thoughts. However, since they wouldn't accept, it was fine. After tossing the crocodile meat back into his space, Lin Yifan finally had the mind to check out the synthesis room. Chapter 81. Hope that seems far away. Lin Yifan pushed open the door to the synthesis room, and a faint smell of mixed metal and wood hit him. In the center of the room was a huge workbench, scattered with various tools and materials. Several blueprints hung on the walls, densely marked with various symbols and data. Most of these symbols and data were beyond Lin Yifan's understanding, but he didn't need to understand them. He just needed to know how to use them. He walked up to the workbench and carefully examined the interface of the synthesis room. The interface displayed various items that could be synthesized and the required materials, including wood, stone, and pig iron. Lin Yifan was eager to try synthesizing some basic items to see the results. He chose to synthesize intermediate wood, which was one of the materials needed to upgrade the shelter. The other reason was that he didn't have many primary materials left. Most of them had been exchanged for contribution points last night. He only had a few primary wood left for the campfire, but there were only about 20 to 30 units. However, this time he wasn't aiming to synthesize a lot of materials. He was simply trying to understand the synthesis room. So this amount of material was sufficient. At that moment, a series of messages appeared on the city panel. 5 primary wood could be synthesized into 1 intermediate wood. You currently have 25 primary wood, which can synthesize 5 intermediate wood. Do you want to synthesize? According to Lin Yifan's original expectation, it would take 2 primary materials to synthesize 1 intermediate material. He didn't expect that he would need 5 primary materials to synthesize 1 intermediate material. This synthesis ratio was indeed too high. But now, did Lin Yifan have a choice? He had no choice but to agree. Lin Yifan placed the required wood onto the workbench in the synthesis room, and at that moment he suddenly realized that this workbench looked very familiar. He quickly walked out of the room and went to the living room, and sure enough, he saw the workbench he had crafted earlier, which was now gone from the corner. The synthesis room could actually combine workbenches into a single unit. This would save some space. Lin Yifan muttered to himself and returned to the synthesis room to activate the synthesis option. Soon, a soft light illuminated the workbench, and the materials gradually fused in the glow, eventually forming a complete orb of light, which then dropped into the output slot below. Synthesis successful. Gained intermediate wood X5 success. Lin Yifan excitedly picked up a piece of intermediate wood and examined it closely. This piece of wood was much harder than primary wood. The texture had changed, and its color had turned dark red, resembling mahogany. Clearly, in terms of both color and texture, it was more suitable for construction. Next, he also tried to synthesize intermediate stone and intermediate clay, and the results were equally satisfying. Lin Yifan was secretly pleased. With this synthesis room, he could collect the materials needed to upgrade the shelter much faster. However, what troubled Lin Yifan was that he suddenly realized that the synthesis room he had worked so hard to create was still just at the basic level. A basic synthesist could only synthesize primary materials into intermediate ones, and to synthesize higher-level items, he needed to upgrade the synthesis room. To upgrade to a level 4 silver shelter, in addition to needing a large amount of intermediate materials, he also required 50 units of high-grade pig iron. Up to now, he hadn't found any high-grade pig iron, which indicated that this grade of material was definitely not something he could easily obtain at this stage. The only feasible solution was to upgrade the synthesis room. This thought made Lin Yifan feel a bit irritated. He opened the synthesis room information. Basic synthesis room, upgrade materials, 100 primary bronze, 150 intermediate pig iron, 500 intermediate wood, 500 intermediate stone. 5 fire spirit essence. Looking at these materials made Lin Yifan's head hurt. Not to mention anything else, just the fire spirit essence. Apart from the 6 spirit crystal ores he had obtained from the last blue treasure chest, from which he got 2 fire spirit essences. He hadn't seen this stuff since. Moreover, he had only managed to open 6 spirit crystal ores that day because he was under the buff of item critical hit. Otherwise, even a blue treasure chest would only yield 1 spirit crystal, or let alone the fact that these ores were still encased in shells. No one could guarantee what kind of attributes the spirit crystals inside the stone shells had, and it was even difficult to confirm whether there were spirit crystals in the ores at all. Just this one item was enough to give Lin Yifan a headache, not to mention that upgrading required bronze. Although it was just primary bronze, Lin Yifan hadn't obtained any from treasure chests so far. There were some on the trading market, but even if he bought them all, he would still be short by 80 units. Collecting these materials to upgrade the synthesis room to level 2 was not an easy task. It seemed that the level 4 shelter was still a long way off. However, Lin Yifan was not discouraged. Just by looking at the description of the blueprints, he could see that the level 4 shelter was a 2-story, small standalone building. Moreover, among the required materials, high-grade pig iron was also needed, indicating that the shelter built would definitely have a high level of safety. Good things take time. Lin Yifan temporarily set aside his disappointment because he had more important things to do. He took out the pile of iron where he had dug up by the roadside yesterday from a space ring. Without the synthesis room before, he had no way to turn the iron ore into pig iron. Now that he had the synthesis room, this problem could finally be solved. Lin Yifan placed all the iron ore on the workbench and began processing. Buzzing. The synthesis device emitted a slight mechanical sound, and the pile of iron ore was quickly consumed by the machine. After a moment, a pile of fist-sized iron blocks was spat out from the other side. Intermediate pig iron X65. Seeing that pile of iron blocks, Lin Yifan's eyes immediately lit up. He had actually synthesized intermediate pig iron directly instead of primary pig iron, which was quite surprising. However, upon further thought, it made sense. Lin Yifan had previously had primary pig iron, so after digging out that pile of iron ore, he compared it with the finished pig iron. He found that the iron ore of the same size was actually heavier than the pig iron, which was quite unusual. Now it seemed that this batch of iron ore he discovered had a very high iron content, which was why he could directly synthesize intermediate pig iron. However, he still needed over 200 units of intermediate pig iron. If he used primary pig iron for synthesis, he would need nearly 800 units. Up until now, apart from the iron ore he just picked up, all the primary pig iron he had came for treasure chests. To obtain 800 units of primary pig iron, how many treasure chests would he have to open? He had to find a way to locate this iron ore. Chapter 82. Bottomless, revised. Although the matter of the iron ore was urgent, it still couldn't compare to the series of tasks related to the mysterious treasure chest. After all, where exactly was the iron ore? It was still an elusive matter. However, the rewards from the treasure chest series of tasks were tangible and could be obtained right away. Therefore, the most pressing task at hand was to complete that quest first. But thinking about the iron ore suddenly reminded Lin Yifan of something. At the place where he found the iron ore, he also discovered a mouse hole, which contained quite a few chestnuts. He had picked one earlier to taste, and although it was still raw, it was very sweet. If made into candied chestnuts, it would make a great snack. Moreover, if he used the mithril cast iron pot to stir-fry them, he estimated it might even add some attributes. Since it was still early, Lin Yifan took some chestnuts from his storage, washed them, and then put them into the iron pot to start frying. However, the pot wasn't large, so he could only fry a pound or two at a time, and he had to make them in batches. He tossed the chestnuts into the pot, added water, and began to steam them. When the water boiled, he uncovered the pot and let them simmer. His household water was limited, just enough to cover the chestnuts. So, by the time the water was nearly gone, the chestnuts were perfectly cooked. He added a bit of a newly acquired sugar and quickly stir-fried them. After about 10 minutes, a pot of fragrant candied chestnuts was ready. Candied chestnuts, stamina recovery 5 hour per 5 pieces. Lin Yifan looked at the chestnuts. Although there was only one attribute, he was quite satisfied. A stamina recovery of 5 was already the maximum attribute this iron pot could achieve. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Though he didn't need to recover stamina at the moment, the sweet aroma made him grab a couple to satisfy his cravings. The taste was both fragrant and sticky. At that moment, the sky finally brightened. Lin Yifan opened the door and found that the rain had stopped. However, while the rain had ceased, the fog was still thick, with visibility only about 4 or 5 meters. If he ventured into unfamiliar wilderness, he might easily get lost. But Lin Yifan wasn't worried about that. He had a good sense of direction, especially since the place he was heading to was the waterhole. The path to the waterhole was one he had personally carved out with his knife, so there was no way he would get lost. Lin Yifan took out the bulky supplies from his storage and placed them in the shelter. After harvesting the plants that needed to be harvested from the nurturing soil and taking care of the rest, he rode his newly acquired mountain bike toward the waterhole. However, when passing by the spot where he found the ore yesterday, he couldn't help but search the area a bit more, hoping to find iron ore. Unfortunately, he still found no trace of it, so he had to temporarily set that matter aside and go complete the task first. When he arrived at the waterhole, even though he had delayed for a moment on the way, it only took him a little over half an hour in total. It should be noted that yesterday, he had spent nearly 4 or 5 hours clearing the path, and it took him over an hour to return. Now, it only took a little over half an hour. The time saved was truly significant. As soon as he reached the waterhole, he found that the task he had completed last night, which had been unable to be submitted, finally welcomed a change. Congratulations, Survivor. You have completed the third phase of the special treasure chest task. Reward: random attribute points, 3 points. Now starting the fourth phase of the special treasure chest task. There are a total of 5 phases for this task. Explore the waterhole. This is a mysteriously appearing waterhole. The bottom seems to hide many secrets. Please explore it thoroughly. Exploration area: 0. Countdown: 5 hours 59 minutes. Lin Yifan looked at the 3 random attribute points as a reward and felt a bit disappointed. He had originally thought that the rewards would multiply with each phase, so he expected to get 4 random attribute points for the third phase task. But it only increased by 1 point. However, despite the disappointment, he was still quite satisfied. After all, these were random attributes. Yesterday, he had put in so much effort to complete the disaster task, only to receive 17 points of random attribute rewards. Yet for this mysterious treasure chest task, just from the first 3 phases, he had already gained 6 points of random attributes. If the next 2 phases were like the previous tasks, where the random attribute rewards increased by a point for each phase completed, then just from these few phases, he could gain a total of 15 points in random attributes. This was simply too good to be true. As for the content of the 4th phase task, Lin Yifan wasn't surprised at all. Since the 3rd phase had him find a diving suit, it was only natural that the 4th phase required him to explore the bottom of the water. However, the task time had surprisingly decreased, now only 6 hours. The diving suit he had was just enough for 6 hours of underwater work, meaning that his round trip would just fit within the task time. He hoped the diving would go smoothly. After quietly praying in his heart, Lin Yifan took off his clothes and changed into the diving suit. He then ate 5 chestnuts to ensure he could recover 5 points of stamina within an hour before warming up and diving into the water. The temperature had dropped to 5 degrees today, and the underwater temperature was indeed very cold. Fortunately, the diving suit had some temperature-regulating functions, making it bearable. After adapting to the water for a moment, he immediately swam toward the bottom of the waterhole. The cave he found yesterday was located 10 meters deep. However, even at that depth, he still couldn't see the bottom of the pool, so Lin Yifan had no idea how long he would have to swim to reach the bottom. Before long, he reached the place where he found the cave yesterday. He stood still for a moment to observe and discovered that the surroundings of the waterhole were all steep cliffs. Moreover, based on the marks on the cliffs, it seemed that this waterhole had been artificially excavated. This discovery shocked him greatly. The entire waterhole was surrounded by steep cliffs, meaning that it was essentially a deep pool carved out of a block of rock. Such difficulty, even in a high-tech age, would likely not be an easy task. He couldn't help but wonder how it was done and who had excavated it here. Lin Yifan sighed a couple of times but didn't dwell on it. The main priority now was to complete the task. There was no time to waste on these matters. He gathered his strength and continued to dive toward the bottom of the waterhole. The deeper he went, the lower the visibility became. Eventually, it became pitch black in front of him. He must have reached a depth of over 50 meters. Lin Yifan turned on the spotlight included in the diving suit and calculated in his heart. He had been a diving instructor before, so he had some understanding of water depth. The light that penetrated the water surface would weaken with increasing depth. At around 10 meters deep, the light was already quite dim, and it was not just luck that he found the cave yesterday. When he reached a depth of 50 meters, there was essentially no light left. Yet even now, Lin Yifan still hadn't felt the bottom of the pool, which made him increasingly anxious. Just how deep was this waterhole? Chapter 83. Exploring the bottom of the pool, Lin Yifan continued to dive deeper, the spotlight of his diving suit casting a faint beam of light through the pitch-black depths. As he descended, the water pressure gradually increased, and the pressure-resistant features of the diving suit began to take effect. Even so, Lin Yifan could still feel an oppressive sensation in his surroundings. The depth had already exceeded 60 meters. Was this truly a pool excavated by humans? Lin Yifan's shock deepened, and he couldn't help but begin to doubt whether his previous thoughts were correct. He observed the rock walls carefully as he continued to dive. Suddenly, he noticed that around a depth of 62 meters, peculiar patterns appeared on the rock walls of the pool. These patterns were twisted and bent, somewhat resembling pictographs, but they were more abstract, akin to some ancient symbols. However, due to the erosion of the water flow, some symbols had become indistinct and hard to identify. Yet, The deeper he went, the clearer the patterns became, and there was even a faint glow emanating from them, like guiding lights in the dark water. Lin Yifan's doubts grew, and he became aware of an indistinct sense of danger beside him, as if something was watching him. A sense of vigilance rose in his heart, and he slowed his descent slightly, scanning the surroundings to locate the source of the danger. However, he found nothing. The bottom of the water was silent, and Lin Yifan almost forgot how long he had been diving. Fortunately, the diving device had a timer, allowing him to keep track of his time underwater. Finally, he reached the bottom of the pool. The moment his feet touched the ground, Lin Yifan let out a sigh of relief. Even underwater, the sensation of not having his feet on solid ground always felt empty. At that moment, it was as if a switch had been activated. The previously dark underwater scene, devoid of any light except for the patterns on the cliff, suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Having been in the darkness for too long, Lin Yifan instinctively shut his eyes against the sudden light. When he opened them again, he was met with a scene of illumination. He finally understood what was glowing. It was small stones embedded in the bottom of the pool, each about the size of a fist, but their brightness was comparable to an 80-watt incandescent bulb. Moreover, the entire bottom of the pool was not covered with sand or mud, but rather laid with smooth marble tiles with the glowing stones set into the tiles. Looking further ahead, although the opening of the pool was only about 2 meters in diameter, the bottom of the pool was as large as a football field. Under the illumination, the small fish occasionally swimming by, the water plants swaying with the currents, and the debris settled on the marble tiles were all clearly visible. However, what truly captured Lin Yifan's attention was a massive stone structure in the center of the pool's bottom. Lin Yifan stared in shock at the scene before him. This building resembled the ruins of some structure, but its overall shape was that of a damaged pyramid. It was large at the base and smaller at the top, with steps leading upward, but oddly, part of the pointed top was missing. Lin Yifan quickly swam upward toward the top of the pyramid. However, to his astonishment, he realized that he was still very far from the pinnacle. It felt like standing at the base of a heavenly staircase, gazing up at the celestial palace. His heart tightened, but he accelerated his swimming speed toward the base of the tower. At that moment, Lin Yifan noticed that the surface of the building was also entirely covered with marble, but with unique patterns. These patterns were almost identical to those on the cliff walls, clearly belonging to the same civilization. However, the difference was that the glow emitted by these patterns was not green, but purple. As Lin Yifan climbed toward the top of the pyramid, he observed that the colors of the patterns deepened from bottom to top, reaching a deep purple at the pinnacle. However, when he reached the very top, he suddenly found that the tip of the pyramid was broken. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the top was intentionally designed to be broken, as there was a small dish-like object present, as if to offer something. Unfortunately, the dish was empty, with only a few grains of sand resting on it. Lin Yifan frowned, but his main goal was to explore the entire pool. Now that he had reached the bottom, he wondered how far along he was in the exploration. He opened the task progress. Special Treasure Box Task Stage 4. This task has a total of 5 stages. Explore the pool. This is a mysteriously appearing pool. The bottom seems to hide many secrets. Please explore it well. Exploration area, 15. Countdown, 4 hours 13 minutes. Only 15 of the exploration area? Lin Yifan's brows furrowed into a frown. He was already at the bottom of the pool, and although the area was not small, it was fully visible under the light. So how could it only be 15 explored? How was this calculated? If this was only 15, what did the remaining 85 entail? Was he supposed to touch each tile one by one? Lin Yifan was baffled, but given the situation, he had to find a way to complete the task. He carefully recalled his earlier exploration process. He had been monitoring the task progress before reaching the bottom of the pool. Therefore, he could confirm that before arriving at the bottom, the exploration area had always been 0. Thus, one thing was certain. The exploration metric for this task was the bottom of the pool. As long as he thoroughly explored the bottom, he would eventually complete the task. Lin Yifan encouraged himself and continued his exploration. There was nothing at the top of the pyramid, so he didn't waste more time. However, to confirm how the exploration metric was calculated, he moved around while observing the task progress. The most accurate measure occurred when his body made contact with 5 pieces of marble. The task progress increased by 1. Therefore, he guessed correctly that the measurement standard for this task was the marble at the bottom of the pool. Lin Yifan suppressed his excitement and spent an hour and a half touching all the marble pieces at the bottom of the pool with his body. When he opened the task progress again, he saw that the exploration area had reached 95. What was still missing? 5. Lin Yifan's brows were almost furrowed into a line. He had explored every possible location at the bottom. Even the areas without marble tiles had not been overlooked. Yet the progress still lagged by 5. This was driving Lin Yifan mad, but just then, he suddenly remembered something. The dish at the top of the pyramid. The item on the dish had vanished. Could it be that the last 5 of the exploration metric was related to the item that disappeared from the dish? Chapter 84, is this the water source? But what exactly is in the plate, and where did it go? According to the logic of the game tasks, if the items on the plate are also one of the conditions for completing the task, there must be clues left behind. However, the entire bottom of the pool has already been thoroughly examined. If there were other items at the bottom, it would be impossible not to see them. Therefore, the items on the plate are likely hidden in a place he has not considered. Lin Yifan thought for a moment and quickly swam back to the top of the tower. He carefully examined the empty plate and suddenly noticed that the edge of the plate was also engraved with patterns similar to those on the rock wall and the surface of the pyramid. However, these patterns were more intricate and complex. What was strange, though, was that despite the fine and complex patterns, they were quite worn down. Logically speaking, the rock wall would be the most susceptible to wear due to the flow of water, yet the patterns here were even more worn than those on the rock wall. It was as if someone often touched these patterns with their hands. But how could that be possible at the bottom of such a pool? Regardless, this was enough to indicate that this plate was definitely unusual. Lin Yifan reached out and gently touched the surface of the plate, trying to feel for any hidden mechanisms or clues. However, the surface of the plate was smooth and cool, with no abnormalities. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly noticed a nearly invisible crack at the bottom of the plate. The crack was very small, almost undetectable without strong light. Lin Yifan's heart stirred, and he gently pressed the edge of the crack with his finger. Crack! A slight sound came, and the bottom of the plate slowly opened, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside the compartment lay a palm-sized stone slab. The surface of the slab was also covered with mysterious symbols, but unlike before, these symbols emitted a faint golden light. Lin Yifan carefully took out the slab and held it in his hand. The moment he touched the slab, the task progress suddenly jumped to 100. Then he noticed the screen in front of him flickering, and a string of task information appeared. Congratulations, survivor. You have completed the 4th stage of the special treasure chest task. Reward: 4 random attribute points. Now starting the 5th stage of the special treasure chest task. There are a total of 5 stages. Find the treasure chest. You should now understand that the entire pool is artificially created, and everything inside is full of mysteries. If you can find the treasure chest, you may unravel the mysteries of the pool. Countdown: 2 hours 59 minutes. Seeing this information, Lin Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. The 4th round of the task was finally completed. The reward was the same as what he encountered before. Exactly 4 random attribute points. He allocated all the random attributes to stamina, adding 7 points to it. Lin Yifan felt that his physical quality had increased significantly. However, his personal information still showed no changes. This left him a bit disappointed, as he was hoping to see how many points of stamina it would take to raise his life level again. But thinking about it, he could understand. He had previously added a total of 17 points to stamina before his life level finally reached the extraordinary 1st tier. It would definitely require more attributes to raise it further. Right now, the easiest source of attributes he could obtain was this treasure chest task. Lin Yifan looked at the stone slab in his hand, his brows furrowed. What exactly is this slab? Why was it so secretly hidden in the plate at the top of the tower? What does it have to do with the secrets of the entire pool? He examined the slab carefully and found that the back of the slab was engraved with a line of small characters, the handwriting ancient and unfamiliar, very similar to those mysterious patterns at the bottom of the pool. But for some reason, although he couldn't understand the mysterious patterns outside, he could read the text on this slab, which contained the message: When light and darkness converge, the truth will surface. Lin Yifan frowned, feeling that this sentence seemed to imply something. He looked around and discovered that the light at the bottom of the pool intertwined with the golden glow of the slab, creating a strange light and shadow effect. Light and darkness converge. Seeing this scene, he instinctively repeated the phrase in a low voice. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply. So that's what it meant. He quickly swam to the bottom of the pyramid because he remembered that there was an area at the bottom that was not completely illuminated by the light, hiding a small patch of shadow that was hard to see clearly. Light and darkness converge. Wasn't this the point where light and darkness converge? Lin Yifan quickly swam to that shadowy area and, after careful observation, indeed found that there was a circular groove on the ground. The size of the groove matched perfectly with the stone slab in his hand. Without hesitation, Lin Yifan immediately placed the slab into the groove. Click! The moment the slab was embedded in the groove, the entire bottom of the pool suddenly shook. Lin Yifan steadied himself and nervously watched the changes around him. With a deep rumbling sound, the bottom of the pyramid slowly opened, revealing a passage leading deep inside. The passage was pitch black, but Lin Yifan could feel a strong airflow rushing out from it, causing the previously calm water to ripple violently. It even nearly knocked Lin Yifan back several meters, and after a while, he finally managed to stabilize himself. Looking at the passage before him, Lin Yifan did not hesitate. It was clear that this was the final stage of the special treasure chest task. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on a flashlight in his hand, and resolutely swam inside. The passage was not long, and soon Lin Yifan reached the end. At the end was a huge stone chamber, in the center of which stood a massive stone tablet, covered with dense symbols and patterns. Above the stone tablet floated a crystal ball emitting a soft glow. As soon as Lin Yifan entered the stone chamber, he felt a strong impact. This kind of impact was all too familiar to someone who had spent time by the sea. It was the tide. When the sea tide rises, the water beneath the surface moves rapidly, and the resulting water flow shock waves can be quite terrifying. In severe cases, they can even shatter a person's internal organs. The water flow shock waves in this chamber were also strong, but fortunately, Lin Yifan was wearing a high-quality diving suit. So although the water flow shock waves almost swept him away, he managed to keep his balance. At this moment, Lin Yifan clearly realized where the source of the water flow in this mysterious pool came from. It was precisely this small chamber before him. Chapter 85, Is this the water-stabilizing pearl? Lin Yifan steadied himself, his gaze firmly locked on the stone tablet in the center of the stone chamber. The symbols and patterns on the tablet were identical to the mysterious markings he had seen before, but they were more complex. The crystal ball hovering above the tablet emitted a soft glow. When Lin Yifan touched the light of the crystal ball, he suddenly realized that the light corresponded with the ground. When he blocked the light with his hand, the water that appeared in the shadow of his palm quickly diminished. And when he withdrew his hand, the light from the crystal ball fell back onto the ground, and water reappeared again. This crystal ball could actually control the flow of water. The scene before him once again refreshed Lin Yifan's worldview. A fist-sized crystal ball could control water flow. Moreover, Lin Yifan could clearly see that the ground was indeed the ground, and it was even paved with marble. Yet, water was continuously surging upwards from this very ground. It was something that completely defied scientific reasoning, happening right before his eyes. This made Lin Yifan realize once again that this survival world was a brand new realm. In this world, anything could happen. Suppressing his emotions, Lin Yifan began searching for the task item of the final round, which was a treasure chest. Earlier, when he was at the bottom of the pool, he had already searched all the possible places and had not seen any trace of the treasure chest. And now, with the appearance of this secret chamber, combined with the location of the task item from the fourth round, he could basically confirm that the task treasure chest was indeed within this secret chamber. However, the chamber was only about a dozen square meters, and it could be seen at a glance. So where could the treasure chest be? Could it be in some recessed chamber? Lin Yifan frowned and began to search carefully along the walls of the secret chamber. However, after feeling along all the walls, he still found nothing. Then only the crystal ball remained. Lin Yifan looked up at the crystal ball hanging above him, and, after hesitating for a moment, finally decided to take it down and have a look. However, just as his hand touched the crystal ball, the patterns on the stone tablet below suddenly lit up from the bottom to the top. When all the patterns on the tablet were illuminated, the lights instantly coalesced into a golden beam, shooting upwards towards the crystal ball. At the moment the golden light touched the crystal ball, it erupted with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire stone chamber as if it were daylight. The blinding light made Lin Yifan instinctively close his eyes. When he opened them again, he found that the crystal ball had slowly descended to the base of the stone tablet, and the glow gradually retracted. The water that had been continuously surging upward from the ground also diminished as the light faded, until finally, the water in the entire chamber became stagnant. Beneath the crystal ball, an ancient treasure chest finally slowly emerged. Finally found it. Lin Yifan felt a surge of excitement. He quickly swam to the treasure chest and discovered that it was also covered in mysterious patterns. However, unlike the other patterns, these were denser and more intricate. While Lin Yifan examined the treasure chest, a flash of white light flickered before his eyes. The task information was updated at that moment. Congratulations, survivor. You have completed the 5th stage of the special treasure chest task. Reward of 5 random attribute points. Congratulations, survivor. You have completed the special treasure chest task. Reward of special item, water stabilizing pearl, and purple treasure chest. After all this effort, this mysterious treasure chest chain task had finally been completed. Lin Yifan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After allocating the 5 random attribute points to stamina once again, he turned his attention to the remaining 2 rewards. Water stabilizing pearl, a one-time special item that can keep a water source in its current state as long as it is bound to it. To keep a water source in its current state, Lin Yifan's eyes instantly lit up. According to his expectations, this deep pool was the source of danger for the second natural disaster, rainstorm disaster. That was precisely why he had come to do the chain task. The difficulty of this chain task was indeed quite terrifying. If he hadn't had his own strength and a lucky friend with decent skills, he would have already failed the first round of the wild boar task. Of course, the rewards for this chain task were also quite generous, not to mention the 15 random attribute points, which were enough to excite him. He never expected to receive an item reward that could help him deal with the second natural disaster. He couldn't help but feel thrilled. Without a second thought, he directly bound the water-stabilizing pearl to this pool. This way, he could smoothly get through the second round of a natural disaster. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. It was just a pity that the method he used to resolve the threat of the natural disaster relied on a unique item. It could solve his own disaster but couldn't help others. Otherwise, he could have easily reaped the rewards during the second natural disaster task. The last natural disaster task had rewarded him quite satisfactorily. If he could do it again, perhaps his life level could rise a tier. Lin Yifan shook his head, temporarily casting aside these chaotic thoughts, and focused on the other reward. Purple treasure chest can be opened. Lin Yifan truly did not expect that the final reward of this mysterious treasure chest task would be a purple treasure chest. So far, this was his first time obtaining a purple treasure chest. Thinking back to the previous blue treasure chest, each reward had been quite generous. Compared to this higher level purple treasure chest, the items inside would definitely be even more precious. Coincidentally, his talent buff today was happy opening, so if he got lucky, he could definitely strike it rich. However, the oxygen tank from his diving suit was about to run out, so he needed to hurry back to the shore. As for the bottom of the pool, he would come back and explore it thoroughly when he had the chance. For some reason, Lin Yifan always felt that there was a great secret at the bottom of the pool, but he just couldn't decipher it right now. He swam back to the pyramid altar at the bottom of the pool and found that the previously motionless pyramid altar was now actually rotating. Moreover, each layer of the pyramid was rotating in different directions. However, strangely, although the pyramid was turning, the water flow showed no fluctuations. He wondered if it was due to the water stabilizing pearl. Lin Yifan observed the pyramid up and down, but found no clues. He surmised that he would need to decipher those patterns to uncover the ultimate secret of this pool. So he didn't rush, but directly returned to the water's surface. After coming ashore, he changed out of his diving suit and put on the camouflage outfit he had left on the shore. while grabbing 5 chestnuts to replenish his stamina. He prepared to open the purple treasure chest. Chapter 86, Bountiful Harvest. As the highest grade treasure chest ever obtained, Lin Yifan had high expectations for this purple treasure chest. So before opening the treasure chest, he even prayed for a rare moment, then used his mind to say, "Open the treasure chest." Talent activated, open chest with joy. Congratulations on the increase of rewards from 3 items to 5 items. Mithril and Advanced Cultivation Soil, Level 1 Squad Dungeon Teleportation Scroll, and Dungeon Teammate Summoning Scroll, 3 people. Windrunner Boots Blueprint, 1 this time. The open chest with joy buff bonus made Lin Yifan quite satisfied. So far, all the treasure chests had yielded 3 items. The only time it wasn't 3 items was the last time, when he sacrificed 3 items to get 1 item he wanted. Unexpectedly, this time, the 3 rewards turned into 5. If this were just a white or green treasure chest, then whether it was 3 or 5 rewards would be the same. But this was a purple treasure chest. The items drawn, no matter what, would not be too bad, and having 2 additional rewards made Lin Yifan very happy. However, he was slightly disappointed with the 5 rewards he received. Mithril goes without saying. He had just received 8 pieces of mithril as a reward for completing the disaster task that morning, allowing him to repair the broken iron pot. So there is no need to say more. This item is definitely important, and even if it's not useful right now, the more he accumulates, the better. As for Advanced Cultivation Soil, that goes without saying. He had quite a bit of cultivation soil in his shelter. Moreover, he had seen firsthand how terrifying the effects of cultivation soil were for growing plants, especially the high-level cultivation soil, which could greatly shorten planting time. He was looking forward to this advanced cultivation soil, as he had previously obtained a piece of excellent level cultivation soil, which could make a blueberry tree bloom and bear fruit in 1 night. This advanced cultivation soil is of a higher grade than the excellent level cultivation soil, so its effects would surely be even better. He tossed the cultivation soil into his space, planning to take it back and immediately plant something to try it out. As for what to plant, he had already thought of it. That is to plant glutinous rice. He wanted to build a row of walls in front of the shelter to give himself more space. And building walls would require plenty of glutinous rice. So, he needed to plant enough glutinous rice. Both advanced cultivation soil and mithril are top-notch items. However, the remaining 3 items did leave Lin Yifan somewhat puzzled. The Level 1 Squad Dungeon Teleportation Scroll and Dungeon Teammate Summoning Scroll, 3 people, were clearly for entering dungeons. But so far, Lin Yifan had never heard of the existence of dungeons. However, upon careful thought, it seemed quite normal. The world had already turned upside down. Even the mysterious treasure chest tasks could be set as ring tasks, so it was completely reasonable to introduce dungeons as well. But what exactly is in the dungeons? How dangerous could they be? This is unknown to anyone. Therefore, the matter of dungeons must be planned slowly, and only after making preparations can they venture in. However, it is likely that there are rich resources in the dungeons. Of course, it is also possible that there are various powerful monsters and hidden treasures inside. And the danger level should not be low. Otherwise, they wouldn't require them to team up to complete it. But since teaming up is necessary, this time they need to plan well. No one knows what dangers are in the dungeon, so this time, Lin Yifan plans to find a few reliable teammates to explore this secret together. In fact, there's no rush, so Lin Yifan temporarily set this aside. Instead, he focused on the last item, the Windrunner Boots Blueprint. Lin Yifan was somewhat interested, although he didn't yet know the specific effects of these boots. Since they were blueprints obtained from a purple treasure chest, they surely wouldn't be too bad. He decided to study it carefully when he got back to see if he could craft these boots. Windrunner boots sounds like gear that increases speed. Lin Yifan speculated in his heart, also feeling a bit excited. Gear that increases speed. That means an increased chance of survival. So, he must craft the Windrunner boots as soon as possible. After learning the blueprint, Lin Yifan saw the required crafting materials. Windrunner boots required materials: mithril 6, primary leather armor 5, primary fabric 6. Lin Yifan carefully checked the materials needed for the Windrunner boots blueprint and found that the most important material was mithril. Fortunately, he had just obtained 10 pieces of mithril from the treasure chest, plus the 8 pieces he got from completing the task. So now he had 18 pieces of mithril on hand. If the blueprint is enough, that would be enough to craft several pairs of windrunner boots. As for animal hides and fabric, he naturally had plenty. Therefore, the materials for crafting windrunner boots were not a major issue for him. Lin Yifan decided to start crafting the windrunner boots as soon as he returned to the shelter. Although he couldn't see the attributes of the windrunner boots right now, something that clearly could increase speed should be worn as soon as possible for peace of mind. Overall, Lin Yifan was very satisfied with the gains from opening the purple treasure chest. Although there were no items that directly enhanced attributes, each one was practical. However, while the windrunner boots and mithril looked great, the most valuable items were actually the level 1 squad dungeon teleportation scroll and the dungeon teammates summoning scroll. Regardless of what S in the dungeon, just the ability to summon teammates inside the dungeon is of the greatest value. Although since coming to the survival realm, Lin Yifan always felt that one day the survivors scattered in various places, would encounter each other in this world. But so far, this assumption has not been verified. And this dungeon teammate summoning scroll basically confirmed this point. Although it can only summon teammates within the dungeon for now, as long as such a thing truly exists, summoning teammates in the future will definitely not be a problem. So, these two items are still the most valuable things in this purple treasure chest. Of course, this dungeon still needs to be treated seriously. It's hard to say about other areas, but in their 10086 area, this is the first dungeon. It must be taken seriously to understand what benefits the dungeon can bring. However, today is not a good time to run the dungeon. There is not much time left in the day. The dungeon teleportation scroll clearly states that it must be entered during the day, and the time limit after the dungeon opens is 6 hours. It will automatically close after 6 hours, and those inside the dungeon will be automatically ejected. Although it's unknown how long it takes to clear this dungeon, it's always better to leave ample time. Chapter 87. The hardworking mind slave Lin Yifan filled his stomach while sorting out his thoughts. Once his physical strength had mostly recovered, he stood up and prepared to leave. He still intended to explore the water pool, as there were too many hidden secrets at the bottom. He had a vague feeling that if he could understand all the secrets in the pool, he might also grasp the operating rules of this world. Unfortunately, he currently lacked the ability to do so, so all he could do was to work hard to improve his strength. Moreover, although the water stabilizing pearl could ensure that the pool wouldn't become a source of disaster during the upcoming rainstorm calamity, who knew if there were other sources of water in different directions? Therefore, he had to take advantage of the time he had left to explore the area around the shelter thoroughly. Only then could he feel at ease. Additionally, he wanted to search for iron or veins. He already had a beginner synthesis room, but to upgrade the shelter to level 4, he first needed to find a way to upgrade the beginner synthesis room to intermediate. However, this required a large amount of intermediate pig iron. And Lin Yifan had calculated that even if he traded all the pig iron available in the 10086 district at the auction house, it would still not be enough. So his only hope was to find iron ore. Lin Yifan took out his mountain bike and rode back to the mouse hole he had visited earlier. Although he had already investigated the area and found no iron ore, he thought carefully. Iron ore didn't have legs and wouldn't just run from one place to another for no reason. So, the iron ore must be right there. He just hadn't found it yet. After about 10 minutes, he returned to the area near the mouse hole and began to search carefully. He even took out a hoe and started digging down in the vicinity where he previously found iron ore. 0.5 meter, 1 meter, 2 meters. Lin Yifan was practically digging a hole, and when he reached 3 meters deep, he indeed unearthed something unusual. The top layer of soil was made of leaf litter that had decomposed, forming humus about 0.5 meter deep. Below the humus was a layer of very fertile black soil, approximately 1 meter deep, and beneath there was regular yellow clay. However, when he reached 3 meters deep, the soft soil layer suddenly turned into a hard rock layer, and the rock had a faint metallic sheen. Although the color was still far from that of the iron ore he had previously collected, Lin Yifan was certain that these rocks must also contain iron elements. This indicated that he had finally found iron ore. Lin Yifan was overjoyed, but he didn't continue digging because time was running out. The daylight was getting shorter. Yesterday, it was bright at 8 o'clock a.m. and dark at 4:30 p.m., but today it had changed to 8:30 a.m. bright and 4 o'clock p.m. dark. At this moment, there were only 20 minutes left until dark, and even riding a mountain bike, it would be a race against time to make it back to the shelter. So, he would have to come back to mine the iron or tomorrow. Of course, he could choose to stay and mine overnight since he had flamestone and clear spirit flower. However, he didn't plan to do that. He had spent the whole day exploring the lake's bottom, and after digging for so long, even though he could recover his physical strength with chestnuts, he was mentally fatigued. Moreover, flamestone and clear spirit flower only allowed him to remain unaffected by the fog and eerie whispers. But the threats of the night in this world were not limited to those. The worm-man bones he encountered last night still lingered in his memory. Last night, relying on the shelter's protection, he had managed to gather up all the animal oil from himself and Hong Xiaoqiang to barely eliminate the worm-man bones. But here, so far from the shelter, with no combustible oils, if he encountered worm-man bones again, it would be troublesome. Therefore, despite the temptation to mine overnight, Lin Yifan decided to return to the shelter. He timed his return perfectly. Upon arriving at the shelter, it was just getting dark, so he didn't take any risks. As usual, he brought the collected rainwater inside, filtered it, and then used the purified water to start cooking dinner. With a mithril pig iron pot, even Lin Yifan's poor cooking skills could produce somewhat decent food. However, he still decided to find a way to obtain a beginner cooking skill book. Although he had developed Yuan Xingtan to deeply learn the cooking profession, relying on others is never as good as relying on oneself. What belongs to others will never be as free as what belongs to oneself. Moreover, the mithril pig iron pot was most suitable for the cooking profession. If a chef used this to make food, it would definitely boost the attributes of the food produced. However, such a precious item, even though Lin Yifan wasn't a stingy person, he was reluctant to lend it to others, even if that person was Yuan Xingtan. After all, she was still someone he had never met in reality, and Lin Yifan truly did not dare to trust her 100. Thus, to avoid wasting the mithril pig iron pot, he decided to become a cooking master himself. He then opened the trading hall and began searching for the beginner cooking skill book. However, Lin Yifan always felt there was something very important that he had forgotten, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. It wasn't until he couldn't find the beginner cooking skill book in the trading hall and thought about asking in the chat channel that he finally remembered what he had forgotten. Last night's disaster task reward included a collective blessing that doubled harvests for 48 hours. He had completely forgotten about this. Clearly, he had opened so many treasure chests today, yet he hadn't thought of this at all. However, every treasure chest he opened only yielded the daily buff refreshed by his own talent skill and did not trigger the double harvest collective blessing. Meanwhile, the chat channel was flooded with messages related to this. Didn't we get a 48-hour double harvest collective blessing? Why haven't I triggered it today? Whether opening treasure chests or collecting resources. That's right, I also haven't triggered double harvests. What's going on? Could it be that they're deceiving us and there isn't any collective blessing at all? But the system announcement has been made. How could they deceive us? Is it a bug? We worked so hard yesterday, almost exhausting our resources to get this first place, and now the reward seems to be bugged. Is this how they treat us? Too much. It's really too much. If they didn't want to give us this collective blessing, they shouldn't have made an announcement. Making an announcement and then not giving it is just playing with us. Chapter 88, A Group of Troublemakers, Revised. Lin Yifan looked at the constantly refreshing messages in the chat channel, his brow furrowed. He initially thought that perhaps it was due to his talent skill issue that his double harvest blessing was stuck. However, he didn't expect that others were encountering the same problem. What was going on? Could it be that the task rewards were unreliable? If that were the case, it would be a huge problem. To obtain this reward, most of the players in the area contributed all their materials last night, which led to the current ranking rewards. Now, just like that, the rewards were declared non-existent, which was undoubtedly a significant blow to them. Moreover, the information about the disaster task came from him, and if this reward could not be realized, it was likely that no one would believe him again. If he wanted to complete collective tasks in the future, it would be difficult. There would definitely be some people who would jump out to give him trouble. Sure enough, someone immediately spoke up in the chat channel. Zhulong Guangdao, I say this should be blamed on Lin Yifan. It was he who made everyone contribute all their materials for the task. And now the rewards are just gone. Fang Jincheng. The person above is right. Lin Yifan. You scammer. Did you know there was a problem with this reward from the beginning, which is why you deliberately made us compete for first place? Wen ID Shuai. It must have been intentional. This whole thing might have been a scam from the start. He just wanted to trick everyone out of their materials, creating a collective task to do so. Everyone, hurry up and demand your materials back. We cannot let such a scammer go unpunished. Lu Yunludi, exactly. I felt something was off last night. I trusted Lin Yifan and was willing to give him my materials. Looking back, it was really foolish. Lin Yifan, give me my materials back. Hurry up. I am not a little yellow hair. Lin Yifan, you have gone too far. We all trusted you so much, and you tricked us out of our materials. You should be damned. Return the materials. You must return them. In less than a moment, the direction of the chat channel completely changed. Initially, everyone was just puzzled about why the collective blessing of double harvest did not take effect. Now, with someone stirring the pot, the disappointed crowd shifted all the blame onto Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan looked at those who were leading the uproar and knew that this was the work of the Heaven and Earth Society, which made him very anxious. However, he was also quite troubled because he didn't understand why the collective blessing had not taken effect. If the collective blessing continued to fail, it would be hard for him to refute the accusations against him, and he might not have any chance to turn things around. At that moment, Chen Yino also sent a message, anxiously asking, Lin Yifan, what is going on with this collective blessing? Why hasn't it taken effect? I don't know either. Lin Yifan looked at the message, rubbed his temples, and replied, Don't say you haven't taken effect. I haven't either. Chen Yino was so anxious that she felt like her head would burst. This is bad. What should we do? If this reward cannot be fulfilled, then all our efforts will be in vain. Not only will our guild fall apart, but how will we survive in the 10086 area in the future? Don't panic. I will figure this out. Lin Yifan steadied himself and began to review the previous task information records. The task information records were on a separate page, similar to the chat channel, and all records would remain as long as they had appeared. Therefore, it was too difficult to look up the records. Lin Yifan pulled up the task information from earlier that morning, which recorded the completion of the disaster task. Congratulations to all survivors. You have survived the first disaster since arriving in the survival world and can receive a total reward of 1 attribute point and 1,000 contribution points. Congratulations to all survivors in the 10086 area for uniting and overcoming difficulties in this disaster, achieving first place in the survivor count ranking, and receiving the leaderboard reward. Only the top 3 receive leaderboard rewards. Congratulations to all survivors in the 10086 area for receiving 6 attribute points from the leaderboard reward, gaining the double harvest, collective blessing for 48 hours, and receiving 3 green treasure chests and 6 white treasure chests. Congratulations to the 10086 area for obtaining the qualification to open the survival shop. The survival shop is now open. The above information is announced to the entire server. Lin Yifan carefully read through this long list of messages, word by word, but still couldn't find any problems. Moreover, this was a system broadcast to the entire server, not something he was supposed to announce himself. So how could not count? Furthermore, since the other rewards had already been delivered, why was only this reward missing? Lin Yifan was puzzled. However, at this point, a reliable solution had to be found. Reputation is hard to build, but can collapse in an instant. If he couldn't resolve this issue properly, he would lose all credibility in the entire 10086 area in the future. He still wanted to unite the strength of the entire area to face the second disaster task, hoping to succeed in it as well. Therefore, this solution must make everyone feel reassured. Lin Yifan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit anxious. In fact, finding a reliable solution was quite simple. He just needed to compensate for their losses. So, Lin Yifan ultimately made this decision and sent a message in the chat channel. Everyone, regarding the double harvest, collective blessing not being effective, I am very sorry. I truly do not understand why it happened. However, regardless, the losses you experienced last night were indeed caused under my guidance, so I should compensate for this loss. Therefore, I have decided to return all the primary materials you contributed last night within 3 days. I hope this incident does not cause you to lose your unity. Otherwise, when we face disasters again, we will surely pay a painful price. As soon as Lin Yifan sent this message, the troublemakers from the Heaven and Earth Society in the chat channel immediately began to respond. Lin Yifan, stop pretending. If it weren't for you, we would have lost so many materials last night. It's only right for you to compensate us. And don't use the greater good of the region to pressure me. I'm not falling for that. What the person above said is correct. It was your fault. And now you're stirring things up. Do you think we are fools? You want to return the materials? You must return them with interest. That's right. You must return them with interest. And you also need to sincerely apologize to us. You deceived all of us. You must pay the price. Chapter 89. I regret it now. Lin Yifan looked at the people in the chat channel who were still pushing their luck and bouncing around, and his anger surged. The reason he was willing to compensate everyone with materials was, to put it bluntly, to temporarily protect his status as a star and to unite for a good ranking in the next disaster mission. But that didn't mean he had no temper and would allow others to trample on his bottom line without end. Moreover, these people were members of the Heavenly Society, and his conflict with them was not a matter of just 1 or 2 days. Now, it was just that the Heavenly Society had found an opportunity to retaliate against him. If they could find one, given their resentment, they would definitely stop at nothing to take revenge on him. Even so, he had no reason to be polite. He coldly sent a message. I've said before that I have a bad temper. Since you all have such strong opinions about me and hate me so deeply, why should I compensate you with materials? So, I won't be compensating with materials anymore. Do as you please. After all, the materials are not for me. So what does it matter to me? After sending that message, he quickly followed up with another one. To those innocent compatriots who were caught in the crossfire, don't blame me. I don't owe you anything. I was only willing to compensate you with materials out of humanitarian considerations since the collective blessing didn't take effect. But now it seems that my efforts were completely meaningless, so why waste time and energy? If you really want to blame me, that's fine. I have a clear conscience. What does it mean to divert the disaster? This is what it means. It could even be called a blatant conspiracy and revenge against everyone. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Yifan felt a deep dissatisfaction with most people in District 10086. Clearly, the task rewards included not only the collective blessing, but also random attributes and treasure chest rewards. Given the rarity of the random attributes, most people probably couldn't get them. Yet they took the rewards and enjoyed the benefits, but were still not satisfied. Even though everyone knew that no one had received the collective blessing, when the Heavenly Society shifted the blame onto Lin Yifan, most people chose to shamelessly wait for benefits. Although it was human nature to act this way in the face of interests, as the person involved, Lin Yifan was quite unhappy. He could have tolerated it for the next disaster mission, but with the Heavenly Society being so pushy, hardly anyone spoke up for him. So why should he endure? Even if the task rewards were tempting, they were certainly not indispensable. He could just work harder elsewhere and still catch up. Thus, he took this opportunity to go back on his word. His move caught everyone off guard. Those who were originally waiting for Lin Yifan to subsidize materials suddenly became anxious and flooded the chat channel with messages. Boss, don't go back on your word. Although the little materials we donated may seem insignificant to you, they're our lifeline. We would be very grateful if you were willing to subsidize us. The person above is right. We are genuinely grateful that you are willing to subsidize us. The Heavenly Society's people are ungrateful, but that's their issue. Don't let your anger fall on us. Boss, that group from the Heavenly Society are just troublemakers. Don't listen to their nonsense. They don't know how to be grateful, but we do. Boss, I've noted down the names of those troublemakers. I'll give you the list right now. We'll support you in seeking revenge. We just ask that you provide us with the materials. In that instant, the atmosphere in the chat channel became enthusiastic, and the opinions of the crowd quickly reversed. Previously, most of the people bouncing around were from the Heavenly Society, endlessly causing him trouble, while very few spoke up for him. They were basically drowned out in the flood of messages, if it weren't for Lin Yifan's sharp eyes. He probably wouldn't have found those few supportive comments. Although he said he wouldn't provide everyone with materials, that didn't mean he wouldn't help anyone at all. For example, he was still willing to respect those who genuinely wanted to help the common people. So, He had already privately messaged close contacts, saying that their materials would still be compensated, but for the others, he absolutely wouldn't budge. He was too lazy to waste words with everyone, so after making this decision, he chose to remain silent and act dead. His silence directly broke people's defenses. In the chat channel, there were all kinds of insults directed at the Heavenly Society, but these had nothing to do with Lin Yifan anymore. Even if there was some connection, he wasn't in the mood to care about it, because he finally realized why the collective blessing of double harvest hadn't taken effect. The collective blessing of double harvest actually needed to be activated by himself, and there were prerequisites for activation. The prerequisite was found in the newly opened survival store. Lin Yifan knew that the survival store had already opened and even bought a basic synthesis room blueprint, but he hadn't studied it in detail. In the morning, as dawn was breaking, he was in a hurry to go out to do business, which delayed this matter. Now that he had time, he carefully studied the survival store thoroughly and finally found the method to activate the collective blessing on the last page. Collective Blessing Activation Card, sold for 1,000 contribution points. Only the top-ranked person in the entire district is eligible to purchase this card to benefit the entire area. To let survivors in the area know about your contributions. After you purchase this card, you will receive a 12-hour announcement top placement. Don't miss this great opportunity to harvest fans. Lin Yifan looked at that card and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. As the number one person in District 10086, he had always just used this title to take advantage of opportunities. But he had never thought of becoming some kind of savior. Yet now, it seemed that the world of survival was pushing him to become this savior. What was the purpose of this? Lin Yifan was puzzled, but the collective blessing had to be activated, so he could only purchase the card. As soon as he bought the card, a bold red message immediately appeared at the top of the chat channel. District announcement. Survivor Lin Yifan has successfully activated the collective blessing, double harvest. Please cherish the time. Countdown, 39 hours, 59 minutes. The announcement was bold and red, so eye-catching that anyone who wasn't blind had to see it. Chapter 90. They actually give compensation? Lin Yifan looked at the sudden announcement that appeared in the chat channel, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He knew that once this announcement was made, the atmosphere in the entire 10086 district would change dramatically, and those fence-sitters would definitely rally behind him. Sure enough, in less than a minute, the chat channel exploded again. Big Shot, you're amazing. Lin Yifan is truly the pillar of our district. Thank you, Big Shot. Now we can finally focus on developing. Those dogs from the Heavenly Earth Society were just cursing the Big Shot. Why are they silent now? Does it hurt to have your face slapped? Ha ha. Dogs of the Heavenly Earth Society, keep jumping around. Just wait and see how the Big Shot slaps you in the face. Big Shot, we were wrong. We shouldn't have followed the Heavenly Earth Society to make noise. You are magnanimous. Don't hold it against us. Lin Yifan, you are our savior. From now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of you, I'll be the first to disagree. The direction of the chat channel instantly reversed. Those who were originally criticizing Lin Yifan now turned their guns and began to wildly praise him. Meanwhile, the members of the Heavenly Earth Society were now like mutes. No one dared to provoke him anymore. Lin Yifan sneered, but there was no fluctuation in his heart. He knew that the reason these people changed their attitude so quickly was purely due to self-interest. If he hadn't activated the collective blessing today, these people would have not only stood with the Heavenly Earth Society, but would have also harbored resentment against him. However, Lin Yifan didn't care about these things. He had long seen through human nature, especially in this survival world, where interests were the eternal driving force. The reason he activated the collective blessing was not to please these people, but for himself. While the double harvest of the collective blessing benefited the entire district, the biggest beneficiary was actually him. As the top survivor in the district, his resource acquisition speed was already far beyond others. Now, with the double harvest bonus, his development speed would increase another notch. As for those ordinary survivors, although they could also benefit from it, their basic resource acquisition was already limited, and the double bonus would significantly improve their situation. Moreover, Lin Yifan was well aware that these people wouldn't be grateful for his generosity. Once their interests were harmed, they would still stand against him without hesitation. Human nature is like this, so why care? Lin Yifan shook his head, closed the chat channel, and began to focus on his own matters. Because just as the double harvest collective welfare was activated, a large orb of light appeared in front of him. As he reached out to break the orb of light, a pile of items fell down with a crackle. Secret silver, tin, high-grade cultivation soil, 1. Level 1 squad, dungeon teleportation scroll, 1. Dungeon teammate summoning scroll, 3 people, 1 swift boots blueprint. When it turned out to be items from a purple treasure chest, Lin Yifan looked at the pile of precious items in front of him, his face full of astonishment. Then he had a guess. Perhaps the double harvest had actually been activated long ago. It was just that he hadn't purchased the welfare activation card, so it hadn't taken effect. Now that he activated it, it directly compensated him for the double rewards of the items obtained from opening treasure chests before. Moreover, based on the time, the activation of double harvest was right after 8 o'clock a.m., which was after the completion of the disaster task. Unfortunately, the treasure chests opened before 8 o'clock didn't have double rewards. Otherwise, he would have made a huge profit. However, it was still okay. Although the treasure chests opened last night were already gone, the disaster task had also given him quite a few treasure chest rewards. Among them, there were 3 white treasure chests and 3 green treasure chests. He had been busy leaving in the morning, so he hadn't opened the treasure chests. Now that he had some free time, and with the double harvest buff active, it was a great time to open the treasure chests. He first took out a white treasure chest. Opened the treasure chest. Obtained. Rice 2 gene. Talent activated. Opening box brings joy. Congratulations on the items obtained from this box. Quantity doubled. Obtained. Rice 4 gene. Collective blessing activated. Congratulations on the items locked in this box. Quantity doubled. Obtained. Rice 8 gene. Lin Yifan looked at this stream of information, his eyes nearly bulging. He really didn't expect that the double buff from the collective blessing actually came after his talent buff. The original reward of only 2 gene of rice had turned into 8 gene. This buff was too powerful. However, it was delightful. If the treasure chest had yielded precious materials, it would be even more delightful. Lin Yifan eagerly began to open the remaining treasure chests. Open the treasure chest. Obtained. Fulling pickled vegetables 2 bags, old Ganma 1 bottle, talent activated. Quantity doubled. Collective blessing activated. Quantity doubled. Obtained. Fulling pickled vegetables 8, old Ganma 4 open the treasure chest. Obtained. Steel wool 4 dishwashing liquid for the items opened from the 3 white treasure chests were mostly ordinary living supplies. The daily talent didn't show any special attributes, so the yielded materials were just a bit more in quantity. Lin Yifan didn't have much hope for the white treasure chests, and now that he was able to get some practical items he could use, he wasn't disappointed. After taking a quick look at the items he obtained, he directly found a box to store them and placed it in a readily accessible spot. Next, it was the highlight of this treasure chest opening. The 3 green treasure chests. If it were 2 or 3 days ago, Lin Yifan would have been full of anticipation for the green treasure chests. However, now that he had already obtained a blue treasure chest and even opened a more precious purple treasure chest, the second-to-last green treasure chest didn't catch his eye as much. Moreover, there were good-hearted individuals in the district who had statistically analyzed that the items obtained from green treasure chests were mostly just slightly better than basic supplies. To obtain precious items, one would need to have extraordinary luck. Otherwise, it was unlikely to happen. However, even though the items from the green treasure chests wouldn't be great, if luck was a bit better, the opening box brings joy buff could yield a special enhancement. For example, item sublimation, sacrificing 3 for 1, item mutation, etc. One might just open something good. Therefore, Lin Yifan still took a moment to sincerely pray to the deities before starting to open the treasure chests. Open the treasure chest. Obtained. Glass 15 intermediate pig, iron 15 compressed ration 7 again, item doubling. Lin Yifan felt a bit disappointed, but didn't think too much about it, and immediately opened the next treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Talent activated. This time the items produced a self-variation. 3 reward items transformed into 1, and the attributes of the reward item were significantly enhanced. Obtained. Premium mattress 2. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up when he saw this information, and he couldn't wait to check the attributes of the mattress. Premium mattress attributes. Stamina recovery 3 per hour. Random attribute 1 every night. This is a magical bed. As long as you lie on this bed, you can achieve the most stable sleep, obtain the best rest, and make your body healthier. Lin Yifan was so excited that he nearly jumped up. Although he already had a bed, it was a simple wooden board bed. Even with a blanket, it was still quite uncomfortable, far from being as cozy as a mattress. He originally felt a bit regretful and even thought that if he had the chance, he would get himself a mattress. I didn't expect my dream to come true so quickly, and it's 2 of them with special attributes of top-quality Simmons. It's like sleepiness has come, bringing a pillow. Chapter 91. The 3-piece set for men and women. Moreover, the mattress has attributes, which is fine. But one of its attributes is that sleeping on it for one night can increase a random attribute a little. This is what truly surprised Lin Yifan. Until now, apart from attribute fruits and random attribute rewards from completing tasks, Lin Yifan had no way to steadily obtain random attributes. This made him feel quite insecure. He was determined to become stronger, but without a stable channel for obtaining random attributes, he could only rely on luck to improve. And luck, when it's good, can seem wonderful, but there are also times when it's just plain bad luck. Therefore, betting on luck has always been the least desirable and most uncertain way to determine the final outcome. Lin Yifan was unwilling to entrust his fate to luck. He still wanted to take control of his destiny. However, without absolute support, how could he control his own fate? Now, with this mattress that could increase a random attribute every night, Lin Yifan felt that he finally had a reliable way. Although it could only increase 1 random attribute per night, as long as he could live well, the attributes would gradually increase. Lin Yifan happily placed the mattress in his room and tidied up the bedding before starting to check the last treasure chest contents. Open the treasure chest. Obtained. For condoms, for abortion pills, for pregnancy maintenance pills. Lin Yifan looked at the pile of boxes in front of him, somewhat speechless. He really didn't expect this treasure chest to be so considerate. The last chest yielded a mattress. And this one actually provided a set of items for men and women. This was truly overly thoughtful. Unfortunately, Lin Yifan currently had no use for these items, so he simply and decisively stuffed them into a corner. However, although the rewards from these treasure chests were considerable, what he truly valued was still the compensation rewards from the purple treasure chest, including what he had obtained from previous openings. He now had not only 2 portions of advanced cultivation soil, but also 2 chances to enter the dungeon. If he could make good use of these 2 opportunities, it would definitely allow for further development. Thus, among the items opened from the purple treasure chest, the least valuable ones were actually Mithril and the Windrunner Boots Blueprint. Especially the Windrunner Boots Blueprint. He already had one in hand, so this one was purely extra. Therefore, he simply put this blueprint up for trade, intending to exchange it for other blueprints of the same level. As for the Mithril, Lin Yifan had come to understand that this item definitely belonged to the category of rare materials and had a wide range of applications, so it wouldn't be excessive to stockpile it. After storing the Mithril in his space, Lin Yifan began to study the 2 portions of advanced cultivation soil. Advanced cultivation soil attributes: plant growth speed 5, plant mutation probability 15. The previous cultivation soil did not have any attributes, probably because the level was not high enough. This time, however, it did appear. What does a growth speed of 5 actually mean? Lin Yifan wasn't quite sure, but the lower tier premium cultivation soil could allow blueberries to mature twice a day. So if he compared the blueberries he had here, he could basically make a comparison. Each portion of this cultivation soil was about 1 cubic unit contained in a wooden frame, and even had a tray at the bottom to prevent water from spilling everywhere when watering. Lin Yifan grabbed a handful of the cultivation soil for a closer look. It was an extremely fine black soil, not particularly unpleasant smelling, but not especially fragrant either, with a faint scent of decayed leaves. Compared to the cultivation soil he had obtained previously, the quality of the advanced cultivation soil was finer, but he couldn't see a significant difference. However, when he previously planted ginger in the premium cultivation soil, it had mutated, turning ordinary ginger into Ginger King. But aside from that piece of ginger, nothing else had ever mutated, suggesting that the mutation probability should be lower than 15. Lin Yifan moved the two portions of advanced cultivation soil to the side, placing them with the other cultivation soils, and then began to ponder what to plant in these two portions. Currently, most of the plants he had growing in the cultivation soil were herbs, but it seemed that herbs weren't in high demand. To put it plainly, if he could find herbs, others naturally could too. And since most people in the 10086 area were Chinese, they had an inherent understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. And for common ailments like colds and fevers, they could basically find the right medicinal materials. Therefore, Lin Yifan's previous idea of stockpiling medicinal materials to get rich had been completely shattered. Now, he did have a recipe for a cold remedy, but he didn't know if it was because everyone's physical condition had improved, but no one in the chat channel had been saying they had a cold anymore. Since there was no market for medicinal materials, it was unnecessary to waste cultivation soil. According to Lin Yifan's own thoughts, what he really wanted to plant were crops. Unfortunately, up to now, he hadn't found any crops, whether it was sweet potatoes, wheat, or rice. He had found none. Even in the entire trading area, there were no crop seeds available for sale, so the most he had planted in his cultivation soil were various wild fruits. For example, the blueberry he first dug up, and the bubble fruit he exchanged from others, were now growing lushly, covered in fruit. He didn't know if it was because they were planted in cultivation soil, but if he didn't pick the fruit himself, it wouldn't drop. It would just keep growing on the tree. Wild fruits like these wouldn't yield any precious resources in exchange, and he could basically only trade them for some basic materials. And what Lin Yifan lacked the least right now were basic materials, so he was too lazy to bother, letting them grow on the fruit trees, picking a handful whenever he wanted to eat. However, today he planned to harvest all the fruit and use it to make jam. But before that, he needed to get a beginner cooking skill book. Fortunately, such beginner skill books were quite scarce yesterday, but today they weren't so hard to come by. He used 5 pounds of crocodile meat to exchange for one from the trading market and immediately learned it. Then he picked all the prickly bubble fruits and blueberries. Since they were grown indoors and there was no dust, he didn't bother to wash them. After dividing them into small portions and pouring them into the mithril cast iron pot, he added some white sugar and began to stir haphazardly. Lin Yifan had never made jam before, but he had seen pigs run even if he hadn't eaten pork. Therefore, although his jam-making skills were rough, he still managed to get it cooked. Chapter 92. Face-to-face upgrade. Lin Yifan looked at the 2 large jars of jam in front of him and felt a sense of pride in his heart, especially since these 2 jars of jam actually had special attributes, which caught him off guard for a moment. Secret blueberry jam, made by Lin Yifan. Usage: mix with water or eat directly from the jar. Attributes: each spoon of jam restores 1 stamina. Stamina limit 1. Duration: 30 minutes. Secret sparkling jam, made by Lin Yifan. Usage: mix with water or eat directly from the jar. Attributes: each spoon of jam restores 1 stamina. Restores 1 strength. Duration: 30 minutes. Lin Yifan was a bit surprised as he looked at the information on these 2 jars of jam. He had originally thought that such ordinary jam made with simple techniques would have similar attribute enhancements, but he didn't expect there to be slight differences. It seemed he could find more varieties of wild fruits to make jam, resulting in not only diverse types, but also potentially different flavors. Speaking of which, he was quite proud of his jam-making skills. For him, his talent in cooking was really average. He usually just cooked food until it was done. Now that he could make jam, even if it was due to having learned a skill and the help of the mithril walk, it was still something to be happy about. The jars for the jam were bought from the trading post. They were simply large canning jars, likely left behind by someone who had opened a treasure chest and got lucky. He could have made them himself, but it required glass, which he needed to upgrade his level 4 shelter, so he decided to save it. After tidying up the 2 jars of jam, Lin Yifan began preparing dinner. Eating meat every day, even if it was wild boar, rabbit, or crocodile meat, could get monotonous. Just so happened that he had opened some rice from a treasure chest today, so he grabbed a handful, washed it, and threw it into the pot. Next, he took some wild boar meat, cut it into small pieces, and added it in along with some wild mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms he had saved earlier, which he also washed and put into the iron pot. He then added water to cook the rice, along with a bit of salt and MSG. Yes, he made rice by throwing everything into a pot. He wanted to make a dish that was colorful and flavorful, but unfortunately, his skills were just average. However, the final results still made him quite satisfied. The rice was perfectly seasoned, soft, and sticky, and the freshness of the wild boar meat combined perfectly with the mushrooms. Taking a bite was truly delightful. Moreover, the most important thing was that his pot of rice surprisingly had attributes too. Mushroom pork rice, made by Lin Yifan. Attributes: restores 5 stamina, 200 G. Special note: this is a pot of haphazardly cooked rice made by novice chef Lin Yifan, with color and flavor being barely acceptable. If 10 is full marks, it barely reaches 3. Keep up the hard work. Deal novice chef. Lin Yifan was quite satisfied with the attribute information at the beginning, but the last part of the special note made him furious. What does face-to-face upgrade mean? This was indeed face-to-face upgrade. Unfortunately, no matter how angry Lin Yifan was, it was futile. He could only swallow his frustration and finish the entire pot of rice. As for whether this would be a waste, the pot of food with attributes was not something Lin Yifan considered. For him, he was just making dinner. Eating it was no big deal. He even added 2 large spoons of jam. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lin Yifan then transplanted the blueberry and prickly pear trees into the 2 high-quality cultivation soil. Jam was a good thing, and he planned to make more of it, whether for his own consumption or to sell in the trading post. It was a pretty good choice. Once he finished transplanting, Lin Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After washing up in the bathroom, he prepared to sleep soundly. However, before sleeping, Lin Yifan took out a level 1 team dungeon teleportation scroll and a dungeon teammate summoning scroll, 3 people, and began to ponder carefully about whom to summon. The teammate summoning allowed him to summon 3 people, and the only ones nearby were Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan. So naturally, they were among the candidates he would summon. However, he was uncertain about who to choose as the 3rd person. Currently, the best choice for the 3rd person was Chun Yuno, who had made his heart flutter during his college days. Since there were no better options, Lin Yifan decisively sent a message to all 3. I unexpectedly obtained a dungeon teleportation scroll, along with a teammate summoning scroll that could summon 3 people at once. If you're willing to join me in the dungeon, I will summon you. Although he believed that anyone would not refuse, he still wanted to seek others' opinions. So he gave him the option to decline. Of course, it was no surprise that both Chun Yuno, Hong Xiaoqiang, and Ruan Qingtan agreed. Lin Yifan had originally thought about postponing the dungeon run, but the storm disaster was getting closer. Although he had used a water-sealing pearl to seal the bottomless pond, he had not yet fully explored the surrounding area. Who knew if there were other water sources? He couldn't guarantee that if a heavy rain really caused a flood, his level 3 shelter could ensure his safety. Lin Yifan was uncertain, but he didn't want to take the risk. So he needed to think of a way to upgrade the shelter to level 4 for peace of mind. Now that he had found the iron or vein, he just had to mine it quickly, and whether it was basic pig iron, intermediate pig iron, or even advanced pig iron, they would all be available. Since he had already found the ore vein, there was no need to rush. So he decided to run the dungeon tomorrow. He was eager to see what good things he could find in the dungeon. After a dreamless night, Lin Yifan woke up at 7:00 a.m. Upon waking, he found a message prompt in front of him. Random attribute 1. Lin Yifan looked at the extra random attribute point and felt quite satisfied. There is no better way to save and spend wisely. As before, he allocated this random attribute point to stamina. Although since the last time he advanced in life level, no matter how many points he allocated to stamina, the other 3 attributes did not change. He wasn't in a hurry. He believed that since there had been a qualitative change after the first quantitative change, there would surely be a second time. Chapter 93. Planning the manner according to Lin Yifan's estimation, his method of increasing stamina, and then using that stamina to enhance his life strength, which in turn feeds back into the other 3 attributes, could likely only provide feedback once at each life stage. Therefore, based on his speculation, he needs to elevate his life level to the next stage in order to receive feedback again. Up to now, he has added 15 points to his stamina, meaning he currently has a total of 45 points. Yet his life level has still not advanced to the next stage. It would be a lie to say he wasn't anxious at all. The benefits of increasing life levels are simply addictive. However, Lin Yifan is also very clear that being anxious is useless. He still hasn't figured out how many attributes are needed to elevate his life level. He can only keep adding attribute points, accumulating them little by little. Nevertheless, no matter how one looks at it, the feeling of gaining random attributes just by sleeping is truly delightful. After stretching, Lin Yifan finally got out of bed, washed up, and opened the weather forecast to check today's weather. Current time, year 20245 of survival, May 5th, 6:58 a.m. dawn, 9 o'clock a.m. dusk, 3 o'clock p.m. today's weather. Overcast temperature, 3°C, warm reminder, dawn is approaching, and a new day of survival is about to begin. Please prepare accordingly. Additionally, it is strongly advised to return to the safe house before dark. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The daytime is getting shorter again. Lin Yifan looked at the displayed times for dawn and dusk, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. He still remembered the day he first arrived here when dawn was at 7 o'clock a.m. and dusk at 5 o'clock p.m., giving a full 10 hours of daylight. But now, it has shrunk to only 6 hours. If this continues, in just 6 more days, this world will enter a polar night. By that time, it would probably be another catastrophe. Of course, Lin Yifan believes that even if a polar night truly arrives, it won't be without any life. After all, this is the realm of survival. If everyone were to die off, then what is the point of survival at all? Moreover, now is not the time to worry about that. The day after tomorrow, a rainstorm disaster is approaching, which is a 4-star disaster. Since a 3-star disaster has already claimed so many lives, the danger from this rainstorm disaster will only be worse. Instead of worrying about the polar night, it's better to focus on the rainstorm disaster first. Lin Yifan put aside his wild thoughts, and after washing up, he began preparing breakfast. His breakfast was simple, just like the previous night, throwing together a pot of mixed rice. While cooking the rice, he planned to go out for a walk. If the arrival of the polar night is an unavoidable reality, he must adapt to surviving in the wild at night. The best way to adapt is to go outside. Based on his previous 2 experiences of staying outside at night, the closer he is to the shelter, the safer it is. Apart from the worm-man S-bones, there are basically no large beasts near the shelter. As for small beasts, it's fine if he doesn't encounter them. If he does, it will be just right for a meal. However, even so, Lin Yifan did not let his guard down. He took out his machete, held it in hand, and placed the wind-chasing bow in the quickest access spot in his space. Only then did he take the light stone and clear spirit flower and step out of the shelter. This time, he didn't intend to go far. Just planned to stroll around the vicinity. After all, the pot was still cooking rice. If it burned, that would be a loss. He carefully circled the shelter and began to chop and clear the bushes in front of the shelter's door. The bushes in front of the shelter were not tall, mostly just above waist height, and usually did not obstruct the view. Because of this, Lin Yifan had been too lazy to clear them. However, once the polar night truly arrives, and it cannot disappear in a short time, he must find a way to be self-sufficient. Although he currently has a lot of cultivated soil, the area of each portion is limited. If he uses it to plant crops, relying solely on the cultivated soil is far from enough. Therefore, he needs to clear land. Lin Yifan had previously observed that the area in front of the shelter was covered with fertile black soil, coupled with a large amount of decaying leaf litter, making this land absolutely fertile. If he could plant sweet potatoes and potatoes here, it would definitely yield a bumper harvest. Moreover, he had already planned that once he has enough materials, he would build a large wall around the shelter to create a big yard for himself. Then, he would plant various crops in the yard to make life self-sufficient. This way, even if he encounters a prolonged polar night, he could use lights to make this yard his final stronghold. With Lin Yifan's current stamina, clearing a small bush in the village is like child's play. Even if he needs to go inside every few minutes to check the rice cooking in the iron pot to prevent it from burning, he still managed to clear over 200 square meters of open land within an hour. Fortunately, while he was clearing the land, he did not encounter any beast attacks. But while chopping a patch of wild azaleas, he discovered a nest of wild rabbits. This nest contained 2 large rabbits and 6 small ones, living in a small hole formed by 3 stacked stones beneath the wild azaleas. Lin Yifan initially thought about taking the whole nest, but after a moment's thought, he changed his mind. Rabbits are also a renewable resource, not to mention that this is a male and female with a bunch of little ones. As long as they are well taken care of, there will be a continuous supply of rabbits to eat in the future. Since he intends to live a self-sufficient life, he naturally needs to find a way to solve the meat problem. Raising rabbits is undoubtedly a thing that brings benefits without any harm. So he caught all the rabbits, tied their feet with vines, and carried them back to the shelter. Then he went to chop some flexible branches and vines nearby, returned to the shelter, and began weaving a cage. The breakfast he cooked was ready, still a pot of a tribute-rich mushroom pork rice, and he deliberately cooked extra to save for lunch. Since it was still early, he wasn't in a hurry. After finishing breakfast, he started weaving the cage. While weaving the cage, he also placed a large piece of alligator meat he had saved earlier onto the iron pot to start frying. Because inside the shelter, another mouth finally opened. This mouth belonged to the little golden eagle. The little golden eagle had not woken up since it fell into a deep sleep last time. Lin Yifan had been quite worried, but seeing that the little golden eagle had not only not lost weight during its slumber, but its feathers had become shinier, he was no longer concerned. Unexpectedly, today, the little golden eagle finally woke up. As soon as it woke up, it would often directly use its sharp beak to tug at Lin Yifan's pant leg to act cute. However, Lin Yifan almost didn't recognize it. The little golden eagle's feathers had completely changed. Chapter 94. Mao Mao's transformation. The original plumage of the little golden eagle was as yellow as that of a newly hatched chick, covered in soft yellow down all over its body. Only the tail had some long feathers, but they were yellow and black, resembling a rooster's tail, which didn't really look good. It could be said that the newly hatched little golden eagle truly lived up to its name, and that's why it was given the name Mao Mao. If Lin Yifan hadn't witnessed Mao Mao hatching, he wouldn't have dared to believe that this little creature was a fierce bird of prey like the golden eagle. However, since it fell asleep the night before last, Mao Mao's feathers began to change. At first, the down started to fall off, causing feathers to fly all around the room. If those soft down feathers could be used to make arrows, Lin Yifan wouldn't have been short on bird feathers. At that time, he was quite scared and even thought that he hadn't been feeding Mao Mao properly, causing the little creature to become malnourished. He even considered waking Mao Mao up to feed it, fearing it might starve to death. But no matter how he tried to wake it, the little creature remained asleep. This left Lin Yifan with no choice but to give it a bit of water and then helplessly let it fend for itself. Fortunately, after a few hours, all of the yellow down feathers fell off. Then, new feathers began to grow on its body, piece by piece, visibly growing before his eyes. However, what puzzled Lin Yifan was that the new feathers were a golden red color, rather than the usual yellow and black. He had seen golden eagles before, and most of their feathers were yellow and black, looking particularly striking. The yellow feathers could even display a golden sheen, which is why they were called golden eagles. But Mao Mao's feathers had no relation to the typical golden eagle. As for whether its body was still that of a golden eagle, Lin Yifan wasn't sure. He had never seen many golden eagles, let alone one that had lost all its feathers, so he couldn't tell. Nevertheless, the steady breath of Mao finally put his mind at ease. As a result, it had slept for 2 to 3 days, finally waking up now. At this moment, the little golden eagle standing in front of Lin Yifan was dazzling. Originally only the size of a palm, it had now grown to the size of a regular hen, with feathers that were red with gold, shimmering with a magnificent glow in the firelight. If he didn't know it was a golden eagle, he might have thought it was a phoenix. It was stunningly beautiful. Lin Yifan couldn't help but reach out to touch Mao Mao's feathers, and sure enough, as he had imagined, the feathers were incredibly smooth. Moreover, he couldn't tell if it was just his illusion, but while he stroked Mao Mao's feathers, he felt that despite their vibrant appearance, they seemed fragile, yet in reality, they were quite resilient. To verify whether his feeling was correct, Lin Yifan said to Mao Mao, in a somewhat flattering tone, "Mao Mao, can I pull out a feather?" Mao Mao's intelligence was about that of a 3 to 4-year-old child. So Lin Yifan never treated it as just a pet, but communicated with it on equal terms. Upon hearing his words, Mao Mao tilted its head slightly and actually turned around to pluck a feather, dropping it in front of Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan picked up the feather and examined it closely under the light, only to find that there was a liquid flowing through the main vein of the feather, similar to blood. Moreover, this liquid emitted a rainbow of colors when reflected in the light. When he pinched the feather with his fingernail, He used most of his strength, but still couldn't break it. Pulling on it with all his might, it took nearly all his strength to finally tear it off. It was incredibly resilient. Lin Yifan looked at the feather in shock. It should be noted that although he had recently maximized his attributes in strength, he still had a strength score of 20, not to mention that he was now a transcendent level being. Yet, it took all his effort just to break a single feather. However, while he was shocked, he was even more delighted. Although he initially regarded Mao Mao as a companion pet and never intended for it to do anything, in this survival realm, fragile lives struggled to survive. Even with his protection, accidents could still happen unexpectedly. Now that Mao Mao had such resilient feathers, it could be said to have some self-defense capabilities, which was certainly a good thing. Moreover, Lin Yifan could tell that although Mao Mao had undergone a transformation, it should still be in its juvenile form, as the feathers on its tail and wings were clearly not fully grown. As for why Mao Mao had changed like this, Lin Yifan had some guesses in his mind. He had previously obtained a drop of mysterious avian blood, which had been absorbed by Mao Mao during its incubation. Therefore, the reason Mao Mao had transformed into its current state was likely due to the influence of this drop of blood. Lin Yifan was now curious about how far Mao Mao would grow in the future. Chirp! While he was lost in thought, Mao Mao eagerly called out twice. Lin Yifan looked down and saw Mao Mao staring intently at the roasted crocodile meat in the mithril iron pot, which was being cooked. He couldn't help but smile. Are you hungry? Don't worry, the meat isn't cooked yet. Wait until it's ready to eat. Although Mao Mao could eat raw food, having the mithril iron pot that could enhance attributes meant it was better to cook the food. Food with attributes was beneficial for humans, so it might also be good for animals. Li Ping'an's crocodile meat was cooked rather carelessly, but it wasn't burnt. Once cooked, Lin Yifan could see that the crocodile meat had attributes. Coarse roasted crocodile meat, made by Lin Yifan. Attribute: Stamina Recovery 2 per 100 grams. Evaluation: This is a piece of roasted meat made by a novice chef with no cooking skills. If it weren't for the high quality of the meat itself, this roasted meat would be inedible. Even though it is barely edible now, it is still a waste. Lin Yifan looked at the evaluation and felt his mouth twitch in anger. Ever since he learned basic cooking, every piece of food he made had an evaluation, and the comments were extremely harsh. He didn't know who was evaluating it. However, fortunately, although the evaluation of the roasted meat was unpleasant, Mao Mao didn't mind. After happily finishing the entire piece of roasted meat, it unexpectedly flew directly outside the shelter. Lin Yifan hurried to the door, anxiously shouting, Mao Mao, it's dangerous outside. Come back quickly. Chirp. Unfortunately, all Mao Mao returned were 2 cheerful chirps before it flew off without a trace. Lin Yifan felt a bit helpless. There were still 20 minutes until dawn. Although he still had clear spirit flower and brilliant stone on him, leaving the shelter now wouldn't be a big deal. But Mao Mao had already disappeared into the sky, and he couldn't catch up, worried that it wouldn't find its way back to him. He had no choice but to return to the shelter and wait. Chapter 95. Disaster Forecast. Having nothing to do, Lin Yifan opened the chat channel. To his surprise, the chat was in chaos. Oh no, it's pouring rain here. If this keeps up, my shelter is going to flood. Don't even mention it. My shelter is already flooded. I don't know how this happened. It didn't rain at all last night, and now it's a downpour. What are we going to do? Didn't Lin Yifan say that the second disaster would be a rainstorm? Could it be starting now? Wasn't it said that the rainstorm wouldn't come until the day after tomorrow? Why is it here today? I was planning to collect supplies these 2 days with double rewards to prepare for the rainstorm disaster. What are we supposed to do now? That bastard Lin Yifan must have purposely misled us about the timing of the rainstorm disaster to make us all suffer. We should never trust him again. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? When did Lin Yifan ever lie to us? He said the rainstorm disaster is the day after tomorrow, so must be. As for the rain now, it's just an appetizer. It won't really flood us. We should think about how to face the real disaster when it comes. Is it really raining? Lin Yifan looked at the messages and was momentarily stunned, because it wasn't raining where he was. Earlier, when he checked the weather forecast, he thought it was the calm before the storm. How come it was raining for others? And it seemed that everywhere else, except for his location, was experiencing rain, just varying in intensity. But thinking it over, it was normal during the last mosquito swarm disaster There were also small mosquito attacks on shelters in the last 2 days before the disaster arrived. It was like a warning before the disaster struck. And many people suffered greatly because they were unprepared, with some even losing their lives. However, overall, the fatalities were few. Most just learned a lesson. So, it seemed that the current rain was also a precursor to the disaster. What puzzled Lin Yifan was why there was no rain here. Could it be because of the water stabilizing pearl? At that moment, Lin Yifan saw many people tagging him in the chat. Lin Yifan, can you see our messages? If you can, please respond quickly. We can barely hold on. Yeah. Big boss, come out quickly and think of a way to save us. If this keeps up, my shelter is going to be submerged. You people are really funny. Have you forgotten what happened last night? When the boss was being criticized, you didn't help him. Everyone was hiding like turtles. Now that you have difficulties, you only know to beg him for help. Why should he help you? Lin Yifan hasn't responded yet. He definitely doesn't want to help you. You should join my heaven and earth society. We can work together to get through this. That's right. As long as everyone joins the heaven and earth society, we will definitely find a way to help you. Don't believe that cold-hearted Lin Yifan anymore. Lin Yifan really didn't expect that even at this time, the heaven and earth society hadn't disbanded and still dared to show off in front of him, probably thinking that reality wouldn't kill them. But at this moment, he couldn't be bothered to argue with these people. He was currently troubled about how to help more survivors survive. After all, while these survivors were fence-sitters, they were also indicators for him to compete for disaster task rankings, equivalent to his task monsters. So no matter what, he had to ensure that more survivors lived. However, up until now, apart from getting a water-stabilizing pearl, Lin Yifan hadn't received any items to resist the rainstorm disaster. Logically, the survival world wouldn't leave people without a way to live, so every time a disaster struck, corresponding items would appear. Just like the last mosquito swarm disaster, he had received the effective mosquito repellent formula early on and could confirm that as long as he upgraded to a level 2 shelter, he could safely get through it. Wait, level 2 shelter, right? If a level 2 shelter can resist the mosquito swarm disaster, could a level 3 shelter resist the rainstorm disaster? Lin Yifan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly sent a message in the chat. Everyone, I'm sorry to inform you that I haven't obtained any items to resist the rainstorm disaster so far. However, based on the last disaster experience, if you can upgrade your shelters to level 3, there's a high probability that you can safely get through this disaster. Of course, I will also try my best to find items to resist the rainstorm disaster, but I hope everyone understands that in this world, you can only rely on yourselves. I can help you once or twice, but I can't help you for a lifetime. If you want to survive well in this world, ultimately, you have to rely on yourselves. As soon as Lin Yifan's words came out, the entire chat channel exploded again, with countless messages rolling in. What? Upgrade to a level 3 shelter? Are you kidding me? I could only upgrade to a level 2 shelter with everyone's help. Now you're asking me to upgrade to level 3? What do I have to upgrade with? This is simply a fantasy. Upgrading to a level 3 shelter can resist the rainstorm disaster? If that's true, there might still be some hope. I'm almost gathering enough materials. If I work hard, maybe I can upgrade to level 3 before the disaster comes. But this is too difficult. I don't even have 1/10 of the materials gathered. With the heavy rain today, where am I supposed to find materials? This is simply not giving us a way to live. The chat channel was filled with wails. But Lin Yifan could understand, as asking everyone to upgrade their shelters to level 3 was indeed not an easy task. However, if there were no other ways to resist the rainstorm disaster, then this was the only way, and if they couldn't do it, they still had to try. Lin Yifan believed everyone could understand this. However, he still wanted to comfort everyone. But just then, a flood of messages suddenly appeared in the chat channel. Why is everyone panicking? In the last disaster task, Lin Yifan was the top person in our district, and he definitely gained a lot. Otherwise, why would he work so hard to help us resist the disaster? That's right. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. He must have gained something by helping us so much. Since that's the case, he should return the favor to us. Lin Yifan, come out and quickly give us materials. Hurry up and let us upgrade our shelters to level 3. Otherwise, we will never trust you again. That's right. Quickly give us the materials. Chapter 96, Qingling Fruit, Lin Yifan. who originally wanted to comfort everyone, suddenly felt bad when he saw the flood of messages. It is said that kindness leads to resentment. Lin Yifan has always been aware of this, and for that reason, he never actively helps others unless absolutely necessary. On the night of the mosquito swarm disaster, he risked everything to save more people purely for his own benefit. However, he also understood that his actions would leave him with many future troubles. But he had no choice, so he could only pray that these people would have a little gratitude and not take advantage of him. Everything was fine before. Although he felt a bit displeased last night due to the collective reward situation, it hadn't escalated to his face, and he was still willing to offer some ideas today. But now, he was truly about to be driven mad. There are limits to what one can endure. Lin Yifan was not some kind-hearted bodhisattva. He directly opened the chat channel and sent a message. Everyone who spoke just now is blacklisted. He then decisively blacklisted everyone who had just spoken. Suddenly, the entire chat channel was clean, since blacklisting could be controlled by thought. Lin Yifan did not even look at how many people he had blacklisted. Anyone who made such comments was blacklisted. When he finished blacklisting, he was shocked to discover that the number of people he had blacklisted was actually around 20 to 30,000. 20 to 30,000. There are less than 60,000 people in the entire 1008. Them had just made comments. How could he not be furious? At this moment, Lin Yifan even didn't want to continue with the really no other way to obtain resources? Rather than making himself unhappy, it was better not to do it. At this moment, Lin Yifan made up his mind. Just then, dawn broke, and at the moment the sun rose, the previously flown-out Mao finally returned. Mao had a yellow fruit in its claws, flew to Lin Yifan, and dropped the fruit into his hand. This fruit is for me? Lin Yifan, who was originally in a bad mood, suddenly felt bright and sunny. Mao nodded, nudging the fruit with its head, indicating that he should eat it quickly. Lin Yifan examined the fruit closely and found that it was completely different from any fruit he had seen before. In terms of shape, the fruit resembled a peanut but was the size of a palm, with a smooth skin that looked a bit like a plum. Its color was a bright orange-yellow, but that was the color of the flesh inside, as the skin was actually transparent, revealing the color of the flesh. Moreover, when he got close to the fruit, he could smell a faint fruity aroma, which was quite special, resembling a mix of apple and peach scents. Although the fragrance was subtle, when he caught a whiff, it gave him an ethereal feeling, as if all the clutter in his brain had been cleared away. In just a moment, he felt much clearer-headed. When he saw the information about the fruit, he finally understood why that was. Qingling fruit attribute. Intelligence 8 special effect can cleanse mental pollution. It turned out to be a fruit that increases intelligence and can cleanse mental pollution. Although Lin Yifan still didn't quite understand what mental pollution was. Just the fact that the aroma of the fruit could clear his mind was enough to indicate that his mind was definitely polluted. As for the source of the pollution, Lin Yifan guessed it was the strange whispers that appeared out of nowhere at night. Of course, this was just a guess, and he couldn't confirm it yet. Nevertheless, this fruit was crucial for him, so he didn't hesitate. When Mao indicated that he should eat it right away, he ate the fruit. He initially thought that he would have to gnaw on it, but as soon as he bit into the skin, the juice gushed into his mouth, almost spilling out. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately raised his head to stuff the entire fruit into his mouth, preventing any waste. He even carefully licked off the juice that accidentally got on his lips, afraid to waste even a little. The rich, fruity aroma almost made Lin Yifan lose himself in ecstasy, and he was unable to come to his senses for a long time. It wasn't until a chill swept through his brain, making him shiver, that he finally regained his focus. Even though his brain felt like it was about to explode from the cold, his mind was extremely clear, even giving him a sensation of out-of-body experience. As if his consciousness was soaring. Lin Yifan couldn't even put into words how he felt at that moment. The only thing he could describe was, it felt amazing, the kind of amazing that was beyond words. After what felt like an eternity, he finally felt his soul return to his body. And when he opened his eyes, he had an illusion that the entire world was clean. Previously, everything he saw had a gray, misty feeling, as if the whole world was shrouded in a layer of gray fog, and he had always thought that was just fog. But now the fog was gone. That grayish feeling was also gone. The entire world was incredibly clear. Mountains were mountains, trees were trees. Everything was so vibrant. Lin Yifan was stunned as he looked at everything before him, unable to help but rub his eyes vigorously, almost thinking he was hallucinating. But everything remained unchanged, which made him mutter in shock. What on earth is going on? Isn't this supposed to cleanse the mind? Can it also cleanse the eyes? He couldn't understand. He simply couldn't understand. But Lin Yifan knew that this fruit was extraordinary. The name Qingling fruit was only one character different from Qingling flower. If he said this was a coincidence, he would never believe it. Besides the name, even the effects targeted the mind, and if that was just a coincidence, it was too deliberate. However, the information for both had no relevant connection, and he could not figure out what the relationship between the two was. But no matter what the relationship was, there was no doubt that this was a good thing. Just a single Qingling fruit not only increased his intelligence by 8 points, but also caused such a significant change in his body. This was simply a treasure. If he could get a few more, it would definitely allow him to rapidly advance his level of life. However, just as Lin Yifan was about to ask Mao Mao about the origin of the Qingling fruit, he suddenly noticed that Mao Mao was lying on the ground, motionless. It was also at this moment that he realized that Mao Mao's once brilliant and shiny golden red feathers had lost their luster. Chapter 97. Mao Mao is injured. It was perfectly fine before going out, but now it's like this. Lin Yifan only just realized that during such a long time, he was only thinking about the Qingling fruit that Mao Mao had brought back for him, completely neglecting Mao Mao's physical condition. How could he not feel guilty? He quickly stepped forward, hugged Mao Mao tightly, and nervously asked Mao Mao, "How are you? Are you exhausted?" At that moment, he suddenly felt a dampness on his hand while holding Mao Mao, and he also smelled a strong metallic scent. He quickly looked at his hand and was shocked to find it covered in red blood. "Mao Mao, you're hurt." Lin Yifan was immediately alarmed and hurriedly checked Mao Mao's body, only to discover that its left wing was indeed injured. It was bad enough that it was injured, but the injury was quite serious. Not only had several beautiful feathers that had just grown fallen out, but there was also a wound about 2 centimeters long, oozing blood. The entire wing was drooping down, indicating that the bone was likely injured, which explained why it had flown in a bit crookedly earlier. Mao Mao had been keeping its body tilted, which is why Lin Yifan hadn't noticed the left wing right away. Seeing the wound now made Lin Yifan's heart ache. He quickly went to the place where he kept the cultivation soil and pulled out a herb by its roots. This was a bone fracture remedy he had found earlier on a rock wall. Although the ecological environment of the survival realm was very similar to that of Earthstar, there was one significant difference. Herbs were relatively scarce here. Logically, in such deep mountains and forests, herbs should be abundant. But in reality, while the vegetation was lush, the variety was quite limited. For instance, around his shelter, the tall trees consisted only of pines, water firs, cypress, banyan, and a few other species. As for the low shrubs, although Lin Yifan didn't recognize those species, the total wouldn't exceed 5. Even the ferns, which are common in southern jungles, were quite rare in his vicinity. According to the ecological environment, there should be plenty of ferns around his shelter. Similarly, the varieties of medicinal herbs were also limited and few in number. An ecosystem with such a singular variety of species was definitely unusual, but this was the survival realm, and many things simply couldn't be explained by common sense. This was also why Lin Yifan would try to bring back any medicinal herbs he knew the effects of whenever he encountered them. The bone fracture remedy was something he had found on a rock wall about 5 or 6 kilometers away, growing on a cliff about 5 or 6 meters high. He had worked hard to dig it out. Fortunately, growing plants in cultivation soil didn't require considering environmental factors. As long as the plants were planted, they would survive without any issues. Lin Yifan placed the bone fracture remedy in a frying pan and smashed it with a flat piece of wood before starting to clean the wound on Mao Mao's wing. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that Mao Mao's injury didn't seem to be caused by an animal, as he found a small foreign object inside the wound. Lin Yifan carefully removed the foreign object from Mao Mao's wound and was surprised to discover that it was a small arrowhead. The arrowhead was only 5 centimeters long and half a centimeter wide, just 1/10 the size of the arrows he currently used. From the tail end, he deduced that this arrowhead must have been embedded in a wooden arrow, but the wooden part had now broken off, judging by the break. It was likely that Mao had snapped it off with its beak. Lin Yifan examined the arrowhead closely and found that its craftsmanship was exceptionally exquisite, definitely made by an intelligent being. Moreover, given its small size, the likelihood of it being used by humans was very low, unless it was one of those smallest wrist bows, but the design of the arrowhead didn't resemble that of a wrist bow. Therefore, Lin Yifan speculated that this item likely belonged to another race. The tools he had discovered in the cave deep in the water pool were not something normal humans could use. They were most likely made by a small humanoid race. Additionally, the transparent figure he had encountered when crafting weapons didn't appear to be a normal human either. Based on height, it was also extremely short, likely the humanoid race he suspected. Lin Yifan originally thought that this thing should be far from him, but now it seemed that such a humanoid race might be living not too far away. After all, Mao couldn't have gone too far. It had clearly just wanted to satisfy its urge to fly, so it definitely wouldn't have gone too far. In its own territory, how could it allow others to rest easily? Not to mention, the other party had hurt Mao. Therefore, whether it was humans or other races, he had to investigate thoroughly, or else he wouldn't feel at ease. However, he had to go clear a dungeon today, and the next couple of days would be plagued by heavy rain, so exploration would have to wait. While Lin Yifan was lost in thought, he continued to tend to Mao's wound. After cleaning the wound, he applied the bone fracture remedy to Mao and then tore off a piece of cloth to wrap Mao's wing and body completely. Mao struggled a bit, not quite adapting, but Lin Yifan held it down. He reached out to stroke Mao's head, pretending to be serious, and said, Mao, be good. Don't move around, or your wound won't heal well. Plus, you've hurt your wing. If you don't take good care of it, the bone in your wing might heal crookedly, and you won't be able to fly again. Mao was not lacking in intelligence. Although its little eyes were full of indifference, it still stayed obediently in place after Lin Yifan said that. Seeing that it was being good, Lin Yifan asked again, Mao, I want to ask you something. Do you remember where you went today? Where did you pick that fruit you brought back from? Is it possible that you got hurt while picking the fruit? Although he already had a guess in his heart, Lin Yifan still wanted to verify it with Mao. Of course, he didn't have high hopes. After all, Mao was just a bird, and even if it was a clever bird, it probably wouldn't provide a definitive answer. As expected, Mao tilted its head, its little green bean eyes looking at him in confusion. Lin Yifan had anticipated this, but he still felt a bit disappointed. So he held up the layer of fruit skin left from the Qingling fruit he had just eaten in front of Mao and asked in a different way, Can you take me to find this fruit again? Chapter 98. It turns out to be an air wall. The clear spirit fruit is truly extraordinary, and Mao's injury is likely related to it. According to the rules Lin Yifan used to follow when playing games, the more precious something is, the more it is accompanied by danger. Especially for those rare fruits and elixirs that can enhance one's attributes, there are often powerful guardian beasts nearby. Mao's injury likely came from the creature guarding the clear spirit fruit. Therefore, Lin Yifan speculated that as long as he could find the location of the clear spirit fruit, everything would be clarified. Moreover, the clear spirit fruit is indeed very useful to him. If he can find more, he naturally wants more. Mao leaned its head closer to the fruit peel, sniffing carefully, and immediately became bright-eyed, struggling to run towards the door. Lin Yifan quickly picked it up, chuckling softly. It seems you remember where this fruit comes from. But there's no rush. Let's wait until you heal your injury, and then we can go find this fruit. Okay? Mao clearly wasn't too happy, struggling a couple of times, but unfortunately, being held in Lin Yifan's arms was ineffective. Seeing Mao looking dejected, Lin Yifan amusingly comforted, All right, you don't have to be so down. Just stay at home for the next few days, and once your wings are healed, we'll go right away, okay? In fact, one reason Lin Yifan bandaged it up like this was that he didn't wanted to fly around recklessly. He originally thought that Mao's feathers were quite resilient and could provide some self-defense in the wild, but after just one outing, it ended up injured like this. How could he possibly feel at ease? It was not easy to have a pet by his side, and Lin Yifan didn't want anything to happen to Mao Mao. Even if he could find a very precious, clear spirit fruit, it was still not as important as its life. Moreover, as long as Mao Mao remembered the way, it didn't matter whether they went to find the place a day earlier or later. Not to mention, he had something more important to do today. By now, the sky had brightened, and Lin Yifan packed the lunch he had prepared along with some fried chestnuts for replenishing energy. He also took out everything he could from his space, trying to leave as much space as possible before preparing to leave the shelter. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembered that there was one important thing he hadn't done yet: draw today's talent buff. Speaking of which, because of this special talent, he always looked forward to the arrival of a new day. He wondered what buff he would draw today. Hopefully, it would be a buff that would help with dungeon runs. Lin Yifan put his hands together, sincerely praying to the gods, and then silently said with his mind, Draw successful. Today's buff, Pathfinding Spirit. Pathfinding Spirit. When you particularly want to go to a place, you can easily find the way there. And it will be the fastest shortcut. There's actually such a buff. Lin Yifan was astonished, unable to close his mouth. And this buff came at just the right time. He was just thinking about finding the location of the clear spirit fruit. And then he drew this buff. It was like a pillow coming just as he was feeling drowsy. However, he had already planned to first check out the dungeon today. Of course, he still needed to search for the location of the clear spirit fruit. He had just calculated that the dungeon time was 6 hours, and if he was lucky, he might be able to exit the dungeon early. Even if he had bad luck and had to stay in the dungeon for the full 6 hours, there would still be nearly 8 hours before the buff expired. But it would only be dark by then. But with his current life level, plus the trump cards he had, even if there would be dangers traveling at night, he should still have the ability to protect himself. In life, one must take some risks. With this decision in mind, Lin Yifan didn't hesitate any further. Of course, his strong desire to enter the dungeon today was not primarily about grinding. The main point was that he wanted to try out that teammate summoning scroll. Although he had only been in this world for a few days, and he wasn't worried about food and clothing, his shelter had even been upgraded to level 3. With a 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen house, people are social creatures. While the chat channel allowed for communication, virtual interaction was still just virtual interaction. It lacked the essence of real-life encounters. Moreover, since Lin Yifan was preparing to form a team he could absolutely trust and rely on, there had to be some assessment involved. The two he had chosen, Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan, had performed adequately so far, but he still hadn't interacted with them in reality, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. He needed to meet them in person before making further considerations. Since he had made a plan, Lin Yifan wouldn't easily change it. After leaving the shelter, he took out the level 1 team dungeon teleportation scroll. This kind of teleportation scroll was simple to use. As long as he stepped outside the shelter's range and activated it with his mind, he could teleport to the dungeon. Teleport to the dungeon. Lin Yifan was standing outside the shelter, silently reciting in his heart, and suddenly felt darkness envelop him. When he saw the light again, he found himself standing in front of a cave. He stood still and observed the surroundings, noticing that apart from the cave in front of him, there were no other paths in the other directions. In fact, the area surrounding where he stood was completely enveloped in white mist. He tried to walk into the mist to investigate, but found that he couldn't step into it at all. It was as if there was a transparent wall in front of the mist. No matter how much he pushed or hit it, he couldn't break through this wall. It seemed this was an air wall. Lin Yifan had played many games, and many online games use air walls to block players from entering areas other than the necessary game maps to reduce development costs. So he quickly accepted the air wall. However, where was the dungeon? Since it was a dungeon, there had to be dungeon content, right? Whether it was fighting monsters to level up or searching for treasure. There must be a theme. It couldn't just be a sightseeing tour. Based on the current situation, it seemed that entering the cave in front of him was the only way to find out what this dungeon was all about. Lin Yifan didn't rush into the cave. After confirming there was no danger in the area, he took out the dungeon teammate summoning scroll, 3 people. Since this teammate summoning scroll appeared alongside the dungeon teleportation scroll, it was highly likely that they were intended to be used together. This also indicated that this dungeon was not a solo dungeon. He needed to summon his teammates first. Chapter 99. The choice is yours. How will you choose? Although the summoning scroll indicated that it could summon 3 teammates, so far, the only 2 people he could barely trust as backup were Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan. Therefore, he preferred to waste the last slot and only summon 2 people. He had already informed the 2 of them beforehand. So as soon as Lin Yifan took out the summoning scroll, he immediately used it. Dungeon Team Summoning Scroll, 3 people. Instantly transformed into a series of light points. And then Lin Yifan saw 2 white light columns descending from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. As the 2 light columns landed, 2 figures slowly emerged from the glow. On the left was a middle-aged man, about 7 meters tall, with a sturdy build and a simple, honest face. However, on his left shoulder, there was a deep wound that looked like it had been scratched by some kind of animal. The blood on the wound had already scabbed over, and it seemed he had been treated with medicine. Judging by the man's complexion, he was probably not in good condition. On the other side was a slender girl, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old. She was about 65 meters tall, although her face looked a bit haggard. It was clear that she had a pretty face with fair skin, a proper beauty. If she were still on Earth, someone like her would definitely be out of Lin Yifan's league. While Lin Yifan observed the 2, they were also looking at each other. For a moment, the 6 eyes met, and no one took the initiative to speak. After a long while, Lin Yifan, as the host, finally took the initiative to say, "Hello, I am Lin Yifan. Nice to meet you." Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan quickly came to their senses and introduced themselves. "I am Hong Xiaoqiang. I am Ruan Qingtan." Okay, I know your names." Lin Yifan waved his hand, directly interrupting their dry introductions, and continued, "The reason I summoned you 2 today is not only to get to know you, but mainly to clear a dungeon. I saw in a chat channel that this dungeon should be the first one that has appeared in our district so far. Because of this, no one knows anything about the dungeon, including me, so if we want to clear it, everything we face will be unknown, and there may be life-threatening dangers. Therefore, I give you 2 choices. One is to stay and team up with me to clear this dungeon, and the other is to withdraw. If you choose to withdraw, I will let you return the way you came. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, in the face of danger. Choosing to retreat is a natural human instinct. If Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan choose to back down, Lin Yifan would feel a bit upset, but could understand. Moreover, he wasn't lying. He originally thought that once he summoned his teammates, they would have to clear the dungeon or wait until the dungeon time expired to leave. However, just now he discovered a series of prompts appearing in front of him. Dungeon opened. The town lost underwater. Dungeon background. Yuntitis was originally an ordinary town with 300 residents living self-sufficiently. One day, a sudden heavy rain caused a flood that submerged the entire town, and all the residents died in the flood. Although these residents died, their souls were all trapped in the town, becoming vengeful spirits. Dungeon task. Convert the vengeful spirits within a limited time. Free all the vengeful spirits. There are 2 ways to free them: physical conversion and spiritual conversion. The method of conversion is up to you. Task rewards. For each spirit converted, you can obtain a conversion treasure chest. If you free all vengeful spirits, you will receive a random attribute reward of 20 points. Water avoidance talisman, making blueprint. Water escape technique. The above rewards can only be obtained by the dungeon's leader. Summoned teammates can only receive random attribute 15 points. Excellent water avoidance talismans, 5 pieces. Excellent water shield talismans, 5 pieces. Number of vengeful spirits rescued, 0. Dungeon time, 5 hours 55 minutes. As the survivor who opened the dungeon, you must complete the dungeon task or wait until the dungeon time is over to leave the dungeon. However, as for your summoned teammates, you can choose to let them leave. Special reminder, the flood came without warning. It may be a natural disaster or man-made. But one thing is certain, there are secrets behind this flood. It was precisely because Lin Yifan saw this series of prompts that he gave Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan the choice. Although it was still unclear how strong the vengeful spirits were, completing the task of converting them within 6 hours was definitely not a simple matter. Moreover, being labeled as vengeful spirits definitely meant they were not easy opponents. Of course, Lin Yifan also shared the reward information they could obtain after completing the task. Although their rewards were not as good as his as the leader, they were still quite considerable, as long as they received the rewards. The upcoming heavy rain disaster would pose no harm to them. Therefore, it was a rather difficult choice. Fortunately, both Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan did not disappoint Lin Yifan. They exchanged no glances and did not hesitate at all, saying in unison, "We will stay." As their voices fell, the two exchanged smiles with each other. Lin Yifan also felt relieved and said with a hearty laugh, "Good, good, good. I'm glad you're willing to stay. You two are truly the teammates I chose first. You haven't let me down." Hong Xiaoqiang touched his buzz cut and said with an honest smile, "Actually, I thought about backing down because I have a daughter. But in this hellish world, if you don't fight, you can't survive. Always retreating will eventually lead to a dead end. So after thinking it over, I decided to give it a shot." Ruan Qingtan nodded and said with a determined expression, "I think the same way. Anyway, I can't contact my family, and I'm alone in the 10086 district. If I can fight for a future, maybe there's still hope to find my parents. If I can't even live properly, then I probably won't have the chance to look for them. With such a good opportunity before me, if I still don't dare to fight, I might as well find a way to end it and avoid suffering in this hellish world." Indeed, those who managed to survive the early stages of the survival world were certainly not cowards afraid of death. The only thing Lin Yifan didn't expect was that Hong Xiaoqiang's daughter had also been brought along. She was currently standing behind Hong Xiaoqiang, peeking out with her little head, blinking her bright eyes curiously at him. Chapter 100. Child Protection Rules. Lin Yifan looked at the disheveled little girl, who was about 4 or 5 years old, and felt like he had been struck by lightning. He never expected to see a child here. However, judging by the girl's appearance, it was obvious that she was the daughter of Hong Xiaoqiang. The resemblance between them was striking, with the same big eyes and double eyelids. The only difference was that Hong Xiaoqiang had a square face, while his daughter had an oval face. Fortunately, their face shapes were different. Otherwise, if she looked just like Hong Xiaoqiang, he would probably be even more depressed. But how did this child get in here? As soon as Hong Xiaoqiang saw Lin Yifan's expression, he knew what he was thinking. He quickly smiled wryly, shook his head, and helplessly said, "I don't know how it happened. When you summoned me, I was not with Little Butterfly. She was inside the shelter, and I was outside chopping wood. But for some reason, when I received the summon, Little Butterfly appeared next to me, and then we were both summoned here." He pulled Little Butterfly out from behind him and pointed at Lin Yifan and Ruan Qingtan, saying, "Little Butterfly, this is your brother Yifan and sister Qingtan. Quickly say hello." "Hello, brother Yifan." Little Butterfly tilted her little head, curiously looking at Lin Yifan, and spoke in a sweet voice. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she bounced over to Lin Yifan's side, cheerfully saying, "I remember now. When I was sick before, Dad said you gave me medicine. Thank you, brother. After I took your medicine, I got better." Lin Yifan's expression, which had been somewhat heavy, lightened a bit. After all, this was a game scenario, and from the description, it was definitely a dangerous one. Even a few adults facing it could be in life-threatening situations, and now with a child, the danger level was even higher. But looking at the soft and sweet little girl smiling at him, Lin Yifan's heart softened involuntarily. He let out a gentle sigh, reached out to ruffle Little Butterfly's hair, took out a few chestnuts from his pocket, and handed them to her, saying, "Since Little Butterfly is better, that's great. Try some chestnuts that brother cooked. They are really delicious." Little Butterfly's eyes sparkled when she saw the chestnuts, and she couldn't help but lick her lips, clearly wanting to eat them. However, even so, she didn't take the chestnuts proactively. Instead, she took a small step back and said softly, "Brother, I can't take them. I heard Dad say that food is very precious. If you give me food, you won't have any for yourself. I have the jerky that Dad prepared, so you should keep your food for yourself." Hearing this, Lin Yifan couldn't help but feel his heart warm a little. He directly stuffed the chestnuts into her hands and joked, "That's for others. Brother has enough food. You take it and eat. Just be good and listen." Little Butterfly turned her head to look at Hong Xiaoqiang, showing a questioning expression. Only then did Hong Xiaoqiang speak up. "Little Butterfly, since it's given to you by Brother Yifan, then you should accept it. But remember to say thank you." "Thank you, Brother Yifan." Little Butterfly then joyfully accepted the chestnuts and turned to Ruan Qingtan with a bright smile, greeting her. "Hello, Sister Qingtan. I've heard Dad talk about you. You're so pretty." Ruan Qingtan also smiled widely, and after hesitating for a moment, she took off a strawberry hairpin from her head and clipped it into Little Butterfly's hair. Smiling as she said, "Little Butterfly, you're also very pretty. This strawberry hairpin was given to me by my mom, and now I'm giving it to you. I hope you can always be this happy." Seeing this hairpin, both Lin Yifan and Hong Xiaoqiang felt moved. In this survival world, although it was not easy to survive, as long as one was willing to fight for it, there were ways to stay fed and warm. However, items like this, which were technological products, could only be obtained from treasure chests, and so far, the treasure chests had mostly yielded survival supplies. Such decorative little items were quite rare. Not to mention, this was a keepsake from a family member, yet Ruan Qingtan was giving it to a child, which was enough to show that she was a kind-hearted and generous person. Choosing someone like her as a teammate always felt more reassuring. Hong Xiaoqiang couldn't help but say, "Sister Qingtan, we can't accept this. It's too precious. Children are likely to lose it. Oh, it's just a hairpin. What makes it precious?" Ruan Qingtan waved her hand dismissively and sighed. "In this hellish world, we have today, but not tomorrow. Besides surviving, what else is precious?" Little Butterfly, a small child, had a harder time surviving in this world than adults. But regardless of anything, children were the hope of humanity. So when I give her the hairpin, I also want to bless her to grow up well. Only then can humanity continue to reproduce in this world. Mentioning this topic, the expressions of the few people present became somewhat heavy. Still, Hong Xiaoqiang, maintaining a good mood, calmly said, "Let's not worry about humanity's reproduction. I roughly understand that children under 16 will be with one of their parents for survival, and it's usually the stronger one. So the chances of children surviving are still quite high. However, I don't understand why the child was summoned here with me to the dungeon." Lin Yifan thought for a moment and speculated, "It's probably because children are too young and lack survival abilities. So this survival world has a certain protection mechanism for them, such as binding them to their guardians, making them dependents of their guardians, so that the two cannot be too far apart." His guess was not without basis. He had just checked that among the 3 summoning slots for teammates, only 2 had been used, and the last one showed as wasted. This indicated that Little Butterfly did not occupy a summoning slot. She could only belong to Hong Xiaoqiang as a dependent. This protection mechanism that binds minors to adults can indeed